Yet another failure. In the Great Chu Empire, within the blazing Sun Mountain Range, inside a dilapidated room, Yi Han helplessly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with desolation. This was already his 38th failed breakthrough. 20 years ago, he had crossed over into this world, thinking he could be like other protagonists, punching prodigies left and right, stepping on the backs of various big shots, with all sorts of beauties flocking to him. However, the ideal was beautiful, but reality was harsh. 20 years had passed, and he hadn't even encountered a system, let alone an old grandfather in a ring. But due to his terrible aptitude, after 20 years of bitter cultivation, he had only reached the second level of chi refining. Most tragically, even the lowest-tier cultivation sects didn't want him. With no other choice, he had become a struggling, pitiful rogue cultivator. Over the years, he had lived cautiously, afraid of accidentally offending a sect disciple and getting cut down with a single slash. Heavens, are you trying to kill me? Yi Han helplessly roared to the sky. Asterisk bang. Asterisk at that moment, a loud noise came from outside the door, making Yi Han even angrier. Who is it? He shouted loudly and hurriedly walked out. Yi. Fellow Taoist Yi, a weak voice called out. A man covered in blood slowly crawled toward him. Fellow Taoist Ho. Yi Han exclaimed in surprise that he recognized this man. His name was Ho Chang, and like Yi Han, he was also a rogue cultivator. Yi Han had previously heard that he had gone off to seek opportunities, but now. Fellow Taoist Ho, what happened to you? What's going on? Who did this to you? Yi Han quickly asked. Ho Chang sighed. I went to the Fierce Beast Mountains earlier to seek opportunities, but I never expected to encounter disciples of the Blood Spirit sect. They are so domineering. They don't treat us rogue cultivators as human at all. The Blood Spirit sect. Yi Han's expression changed upon hearing those three words. The Blood Spirit sect was one of the three major sects of the Great Chu Empire, immensely powerful. Due to the nature of their sect, Blood Spirit sect disciples were notoriously arrogant and overbearing, especially toward rogue cultivators like Yi Han and Ho Chang. They didn't see them as human at all. Over the years, countless rogue cultivators had died at their hands. Previously, Yi Han would steer clear whenever he saw these people. Asterisk puffed. Asterisk at that moment, Ho Chang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face growing even paler. Fellow Taoist Ho, how are you? Yi Han asked urgently. Fellow Taoist Yi, I'm done for. All these years, you are the only person I can truly trust. I have a wife and a daughter in Xingyang town. I hope you can take care of them for me. This is my payment. Please, I beg you. After saying this, Ho Chang spat out another mouthful of blood. In his hand, he held a crystal-clear stone. Yi Han sighed helplessly. He had met Ho Chang 5 years ago. Ho Chang was kind-hearted by nature and had treated Yi Han well over the years. Now that Ho Chang had come to him. Fellow Taoist Ho, rest assured. Yi Han, will do my utmost. Thank you so much, fellow Taoist Yi. With that, Ho Chang closed his eyes, and his life force slowly faded away. The world of cultivation, where the strong prey on the weak, is truly cruel, Yi Han thought to himself, looking at Ho Chang's body. In this world, without strength or talent, even survival was a luxury. Today it was Ho Chang. Perhaps next time, it would be him. Yi Han then took his storage pouch. With a wave of his hand, a ball of flame appeared, incinerating Ho Chang's body into ashes. 5 low-grade spirit stones, 3 first-tier talismans, 2 chi condensing pills. Ho Chang's storage pouch was pitifully sparse. Yi Han had actually expected this. If Ho Chang had been well off, he wouldn't have risked going to the Fierce Beast Mountains to seek opportunities. After packing up simply, Yi Han left. Xingyang Town.it was an extremely remote town in the Great Chu Empire. Following the address Ho Chang had given him earlier, Yi Han arrived at the gate of an ordinary residence. Asterisk knock, 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 asterisk Yi Han knocked on the gate. Soon, a woman around 25 or 26 years old came out. She was very beautiful, with a classic oval face and snow-white skin that was strikingly radiant. A blue dress perfectly accentuated her graceful, curvaceous figure, especially her chest, those two. Simply, holy cow, is this Ho Chang's wife? Yi Han was astonished. To be honest, having known Ho Chang for 5 years, this was the first time he had seen his wife, and she was so stunning. This left him somewhat puzzled. With such a beautiful wife, why not enjoy life at home instead of risking it in the Fierce Beast Mountains to seek opportunities? Well, now he was gone, and soon his wife would belong to someone else, and his daughter too. May I ask who you are? Seeing Yi Han, the woman asked with a puzzled expression. Well, is this Ho Chang's home? Please don't misunderstand. I'm a friend of Ho Chang. I came here entrusted by fellow Taoist Ho, Yi Han said, clearing his throat. My husband. The woman seemed to relax a little, then nodded. I am his wife, Mingyang. Did my husband entrust you with something to tell me? It's like this. Fellow Taoist Ho went to the Fierce Beast Mountains earlier to seek opportunities, but unexpectedly encountered disciples of the Blood Spirit sect. Yi Han briefly explained what had happened. After listening, Li Mingyang's face turned pale as she sat on the ground. Are you all right? Yihan quickly helped her up. It's nothing. Li Mingyang shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes. Please accept my condolences. If you need any help, feel free to ask. I'll do my best to assist. Thank you. The woman nodded, then took Ho Chang's ashes and slowly walked inside. Looking at her, Yihan couldn't help but sigh again. When a person dies, their light goes out, just like a lamp extinguished. Afterward, Li Mingyang held a simple funeral for Ho Chang. Over the next few days, Yihan stayed at Ho Chang's home. During this time, a few troublemakers, tempted by Li Mingyang's beauty, attempted to take advantage of the situation with the young widow, but Yihan easily dealt with them. Although he was only at the peak of the second level of qi refining, Qingyang town was just a remote town without any cultivators. Those people were naturally no match for him. One night, Yihan was cultivating in his room when a knock came at the door. A little girl of 3 or 4 years old walked in. Ho Chang's daughter, Ho Ling. Uncle, my mommy asked me to call you, the little girl said in a childish voice. Oh, Yihan was slightly taken aback. What could she want from him so late at night? I understand. With that, Yihan left the room. Soon, he arrived at the morning hall. Li Mingyang was dressed in white, her beautiful face and graceful figure complemented by the attire, giving her a unique charm that even made Yihan feel a bit. Yihan, what the hell are you thinking? This is your friend's woman. How can you have such thoughts? You're absolutely shameless. Yihan inwardly scolded himself, though he couldn't help stealing another glance. This skin, so ample. Composing himself, Yihan slowly walked over. Immortal Master. Seeing Yihan arrive, Li Mingyang stood up and bowed slightly. Over the past few days, she had learned that Yihan was a cultivator. No need for formalities. Yihan waved his hand and asked, I heard from little Ling that you were looking for me. Is there something you need? However, just as his words fell, Li Mingyang slowly approached him, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Finally, gritting her teeth, she slowly began to untie the clothes on her body. Chapter 2. Sister-in-law, please don't. Yihan was utterly bewildered. What is happening? Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Yihan shouted in haste. However, upon catching sight of her magnificent bosom, he instinctively swallowed hard. Just then, a wave of sobs escaped from Li Mingyang's lips. Tears cascaded down her cheeks. Yihan was at a loss for words. What on earth was going on? If you have any troubles, please confide in me, and I shall certainly assist you. Hearing this, Li Mingyang wept even more earnestly. Her trembling figure stirred a complex mix of emotions within Yihan. After what felt like an eternity, she finally ceased her crying, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. Master, I am aware that I am unworthy of you, but with Ho Chang gone, it is just us, a mother and her orphan child. In the days to come, I beseech you, please take me as your own. Cough, cough. Yihan was taken aback, coughing violently. What does this mean? Is this a proposition? He couldn't help but scrutinize Li Mingyang once more. Sister-in-law, this is inappropriate. If you have any needs, feel free to voice them, and I will help you without hesitation. Woo-woo. Li Mingyang began to sob again. Master, I truly have no other options. When Ho Chang was alive, people dared not act against us, but now that he is dead, should you choose to abandon us, we. Yihan's expression grew grave. Indeed, in this world, lacking power makes survival a luxury, especially with Li Mingyang's striking beauty. Just days prior, several individuals had approached her covertly. If he were to disregard them, their future would be bleak. Master, I do not dare to harbor any extravagant hopes. I only seek your shelter for my daughter and me. As a servant or a maid, I will obey you entirely, whatever you desire. At this moment, Li Mingyang suddenly threw herself into Yihan's embrace. He shuddered. After traversing this world for 20 years, it was the first time a woman had held him like this. The sensation. Ho Daoyu, I am sincerely sorry. I had no choice. Yihan then gently wrapped his arms around Li Mingyang's delicate waist. The flames of passion soon ignited within the grand hall. An array of enticing sounds filled the air. An hour later, Yihan paused, reflecting on his life, when suddenly a peculiar panel appeared before his eyes. Alchemy Experience 10. Qualification 1. What is this? Yihan wore a puzzled expression. He glanced back at Li Mingyang, who was busy dressing herself, seemingly unaffected. Could it be an illusion? Yihan murmured, his face clouded with confusion. Master? At that moment, Li Mingyang, now fully dressed, approached slowly. Her flushed cheeks resembled ripe apples, a sight to behold. Ho Daoyu, I deeply apologize. I momentarily lost control. Yihan expressed his regret, then lifted Li Mingyang into his arms. Sister-in-law, the night is gently cool. It would be best to return to your chamber and rest. Li Mingyang nodded. Soon, the two returned to the room, and before long, a series of alluring sounds echoed. Alchemy Experience 10. Talent 1. Bonus 0. Favorability 20. A transparent screen materialized once more, igniting a wave of excitement within Yihan. It truly is the golden finger. For so many years, he had yearned for the emergence of this golden finger, yet, after 2 decades, he had nearly relinquished hope. To his astonishment, today, fellow Taoist Ho, you truly are my fortunate star. Master Immortal, what is it? Li Meinyang inquired, her brow furrowed with curiosity. Oh, it is nothing. I merely feel somewhat indebted to fellow Taoist Ho, Yihan replied. Never mind, it is still early. Let us continue. A night of passion ensued. The following morning, sunlight cascaded upon the earth. Yihan slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, Li Meinyang had already departed. Alchemy experience, 60/50, upgradable. Talent, 620. Bonus, 0. Favorability, 30. After a night's time, Yihan had discerned how to summon that screen. Upgradable? Yihan was momentarily taken aback before gently tapping the screen. Alchemy technique, level 1, 10200. Upon seeing this, Yihan's countenance brightened with joy. Has he truly become a level 1 alchemist? An alchemist is an exceedingly rare profession. Even a level 1 alchemist is highly sought after by various sections. To think that he had unexpectedly attained this status. Calm down, Yihan murmured to himself, fully aware that his ascendance to a level 1 alchemist was due to that golden finger. Thus, he now faced 2 choices. First, he could seek a sect to join. Leveraging his identity as a level 1 alchemist, this should pose no issue. With the resources of a sect, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. However, this path carried its own risks. After all, he had lived in the Great Chu for 20 years, and many rogue cultivators were familiar with him. Having never practiced alchemy before, to suddenly become an alchemist would surely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, leading to the inevitable discovery of his newfound fortune. This could very well endanger him. Second, he could remain here. Though devoid of sect resources, it offered safety, and he owed his golden finger to Li Meinyang. Furthermore, simply leaving after their encounter last night would indeed be rather ungrateful. Sighing, Yihan resolved to choose the latter. After all, he had already squandered 20 years. A few more years mattered little. Moreover, with the golden finger now in his possession, he no longer feared the absence of resources in the future. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Li Meinyang entered, accompanied by Ho Ling, Master Immortal. Li Meinyang bowed respectfully. Sister-in-law, no need for such formalities, from now on. Simply call me Yihan. He gestured with a wave of his hand. Li Meinyang nodded, then swiftly pulled Ho Ling over. Linger, quickly greet your father. Father? The little girl wore a perplexed expression, unaware of why her mother insisted on addressing this uncle as father. Mother, why must I call this uncle father? She asked, her confusion evident. Linger, do not act foolishly, Li Meinyang admonished, quickly turning her gaze to Yihan. Immortal Master, the child is quite naive. I hope you will, cough. Cough, it's nothing. In the future, feel free to call me whatever you wish. It matters not, Yihan interjected, waving his hand. Suddenly thrust into the role of a father figure, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the situation. Thank you, Immortal Master, Li Meinyang responded with a nod, choosing not to dwell on the matter. Still calling me Immortal Master? How about this? Since Ho Chung and I are brothers, you may call me Yi Go instead. Immortal Brother Yi, may I inquire what your plans are? Are we to leave this place? Yihan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. At present, the disciples of the Blood Spirit sect are scouring the fierce beast mountains in search of opportunities. Their strength is beyond what I can contend with at the moment. So it would be wise to remain here for now. Since I have acquired a golden opportunity, it is only prudent to nurture it. Although the spiritual energy in Xingyang town is not as abundant as that in the Luyang mountains, it is safe here. Moreover, I have just become a first-tier alchemist, and it is only natural to proceed cautiously. Hearing this, a flicker of joy crossed Li Meinyang's face. Her earlier question stemmed from a concern that Yihan might leave, rendering all that transpired yesterday futile. Very well, I have some matters to attend to shortly, so you two should remain here and not wander about. With that, Yihan retrieved several small flags from his storage bag, arranging them around the room. This was a minor formation he had acquired over the years, serving little purpose other than to deter cultivators at the Qi refinement stage. Once everything was set, he departed. After taking a stroll around Xingyang town, he arrived at the only place selling spiritual herbs. The herbs here were quite elementary, all of the first grade, which suited his current needs perfectly. He spent a low-grade spirit stone and purchased a large bundle before returning. Alchemical concoction. Inside the room, Yihan felt a twinge of anxiety. This was his first attempt at alchemy. Taking a deep breath, he laid out all the herbs he had procured. Then, with a swift motion, a sheepskin scroll materialized in his hand, the recipe for the Qi consolidation pill, which he had obtained previously. While a first-grade pill, the recipe was not particularly rare. Focusing intently, he began his inaugural alchemical endeavor, following the instructions meticulously. Refine, purify, merge. Boom. As Yihan reached the merging stage, a dull thud resonated, and a wisp of black smoke wafted from the furnace. Was it a failure? Yihan felt exasperated, yet he did not lose heart. It was unrealistic to expect success on the first attempt. Fortunately, he had purchased plenty of herbs. Onward. The second attempt yielded slightly better results, yet it still ended in failure. Then came the third attempt. Still, it was a failure. Thus, the morning swiftly passed. At last, on the fifth attempt, he successfully concocted his first batch of elixirs. Just 3? Gazing at the 3 pale blue pills in his hand, Yihan murmured softly, yet he remained unconcerned. After all, he had succeeded. He then picked up one of the pills and placed it in his mouth. Buzz. The elixir dissolved instantly, unleashing a surge of potent energy within his body. Yihan hastily began to circulate his cultivation technique, absorbing this formidable energy. After an indeterminate amount of time, a faint sound echoed within him. At that moment, Yihan's face lit up with joy. He had broken through. Indeed, the cultivation that had vexed him for years had finally advanced, reaching the 3rd level of qi refinement. Although this level still placed him among the lowest in the cultivation realm, it offered him a glimpse of hope. Excellent. Yihan nodded in satisfaction and resumed his endeavors. Unbeknownst to him, an entire day slipped away. Yihan had exhausted all the spiritual herbs, which resulted in him obtaining 10 qi condensing pills. According to the current market price, each qi condensing pill could be sold for 10 low-grade spirit stones, totaling 100 for 10. Yihan couldn't help but marvel at the profitability of alchemy. He had spent merely 1 low-grade spirit stone on the herbs. Yet the resultant pills had transformed into 100, a staggering 100-fold increase. Naturally, he understood that his success stemmed from his unique advantages. For others, the journey from novice to first-tier alchemist would take several years, with countless herbs consumed along the way. Brother Yi, dinner is ready. At that moment, Li Mainyang's voice called from outside, reminding Yihan that he had not eaten all day. Oh, coming, he replied. After a brief wash, Yihan stepped outside. Before long, he arrived in the living room, where a table laden with delicious dishes awaited him. Brother Yi, our family is low on funds, so we can only have this for now. However, tomorrow I will seek employment. Once I earn some money, I will. Li Mainyang said. Her eyes filled with apprehension as she glanced at Yihan. It's quite all right. This is already wonderful, Yihan reassured her, waving his hand as he took a seat. Why aren't you both sitting? Yihan inquired, noticing the two standing awkwardly by. We're not hungry. You go ahead and eat. Li Mainyang urged hastily. Yihan furrowed his brow slightly. Was it the same when Ho Chung was here? Yes. Is that so? Yihan nodded, recognizing that the status of women in this world was relatively low. It was quite normal for men to eat while women stood by serving. All right. You both should sit down and eat too. There's no need to be so formal in the future, Yihan stated. As a time traveler, he was indifferent to such customs. No, it's not necessary, we sit down. Yihan insisted again, causing Li Mainyang to turn pale with apprehension as she quickly pulled Ho Ling to sit down. That's more like it. Eating together enhances the flavor. Also, you needn't seek work outside anymore. I have some money here. Take it for now, and if it isn't enough, just ask me for more. After speaking, Yihan extracted several hundred taels of gold from his storage bag. Currency classification: 100 gold equals 1 low-grade spirit stone, 100 low-grade spirit stones equal 1 medium-grade spirit stone, and 100 medium-grade spirit stones equal 1 high-grade spirit stone. This is far too much. I cannot accept it, Li Mainyang hurriedly declined. Being merely immortal, she had never encountered such an abundance of gold, and a wave of fear washed over her. It is nothing to worry about. Yihan reassured her, taking her hand and placing the gold upon it. Since I have promised Taoist friend Ho to take good care of you, I must fulfill that promise. Thank you. Li Mainyang gazed at him with gratitude. Favorability 20. At that moment, a transparent screen reappeared, causing Yihan to pause slightly. So this favorability indicates Li Mainyang's fondness for him? But what purpose does this favorability serve? Never mind. Yihan shook his head and then began to eat. He had to admit that Li Mainyang's culinary skills were quite remarkable, and he devoured several large bowls before finally stopping. Once again, he felt a surge of gratitude towards Ho Chung. If it were not for him, he would not have. Taoist friend Ho, you are truly a good person. Chapter 4, Double Bonus. In the afternoon, Yihan departed from Qingyang town. After traveling for approximately an hour, he arrived at a market named Tianyang. The market was modest in size, covering only a few hundred square meters, serving as a trading hub for wandering cultivators. Yihan had visited this place a few times before, but due to his financial constraints, he could only indulge his eyes. However, this time was different. Navigating through several narrow paths, Yihan arrived at a shop selling elixirs. Is there anything you require, Taoist friend? An elderly man approached with a smile. I wonder if you purchase elixirs? Yihan inquired. Elixirs? The old man looked at him with mild surprise before nodding. Of course we do. What type of elixir do you wish to sell? Consolidation pills, Yihan declared, producing 7 of the elixirs. He had crafted a total of 10, using 1 for himself and reserving 2 more, thus he intended to sell 7. Oh, the old man nodded, inspecting the pills. These appear to be of good quality. According to market prices, a single consolidation pill can fetch 12 low-grade spirit stones. However, as you understand, we cannot conduct business at a loss. We must make a profit. Therefore, I can offer you 10 low-grade spirit stones per pill. Do you have any objections? 10. Yihan murmured. This man was indeed shrewd, seeking to profit 2 low-grade spirit stones from each consolidation pill. However, he refrained from voicing his discontent, as the offered price was close to his expectations. Very well. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch the spirit stones. The old man then departed. Before long, he returned with the spirit stones. A total of 70 low-grade spirit stones. Please count them. No need. I trust you with this amount. Yihan waved his hand, placing the spirit stones into his storage bag, preparing to leave. Taoist friend, please wait. The old man suddenly called out, causing Yihan to furrow his brow slightly. Is there something else? Dear friend, please do not misunderstand. Our shop has garnered a bit of fame within the marketplace, so should you have any elixirs for sale in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I can assure you of a satisfactory price, the elder remarked with a slight smile. My friend, you jest. These few elixirs constitute my entire wealth. Were it not for my urgent need for spirit stones, I would not consider parting with them, Yihan replied, acutely aware of the wisdom gained from years of experience that taught him to guard his treasures, especially in such a marketplace devoid of security assurances. Is that so? The elder nodded, a flicker of helplessness crossing his gaze. After bidding farewell to the elder, Yihan departed. In the ensuing hours, Yihan wandered the marketplace, acquiring a selection of defensive talismans. Just as he was about to leave, a booming voice pierced the air. Make way, make way. A burly man rushed through the entrance, cradling a fair and delicate young woman in his arms. However, she was drenched in blood, her complexion darkened, indicating she had sustained significant injuries. Upon sighting this figure, the crowd instinctively parted. What is happening? Who is this man? Yihan inquired of a middle-aged man nearby. Ah, young brother, I presume this is your first visit here? Well, somewhat, Yihan replied. No wonder you do not recognize him. This is Lin Hao. Lin Hao. At the mention of this name, Yihan was taken aback. He had heard of Lin Hao, a renowned wandering cultivator of considerable strength, one whom even disciples of various sects would regard with trepidation. Alas, he is quite unfortunate. It is said that he encountered disciples of the Blood Spirit sect in the Fierce Beast mountain range. Those fellows, captivated by the beauty of his wife, attempted to harass her. Lin Hao, unable to tolerate such indignity, engaged them in combat. Although he managed to slay a few of the Blood Spirit sect disciples, he was subsequently pursued by an elder of the sect. After a narrow escape, his partner was then attacked by a fierce beast, suffering from severe poisoning. She requires detoxification pills weekly to survive, the middle-aged man lamented. Detoxification pills. Yihan's expression momentarily faltered. Although these pills were of the first tier, their cost was several times that of spirit consolidating pills. A weekly requirement for detoxification pills represented a significant financial burden, particularly for a wandering cultivator. Indeed, I can concoct that elixir, Yihan suddenly recalled, remembering that he had previously acquired a formula for detoxification pills. Although he had no personal use for it, he could sell it to others. Would this not allow him to amass greater spirit stones? Subsequently, he left the marketplace and ventured to several small towns, purchasing a considerable quantity of spiritual herbs. He opted not to buy directly in the marketplace, concerned about attracting unwanted attention, for prudence was always advisable. In the following days, Yihan dedicated himself to the art of alchemy in his chamber, while evenings were spent engaging in philosophical discussions with Lin Hao. With each conversation, his skills in alchemy grew increasingly refined. One day, just as Yihan concluded a discussion on the intricacies of life, Alchemy Experience 10, Qualification 1, Affinity 20, Bonus 2. Yihan, taken aback, rubbed his eyes. A bonus of 2? It had always been 0 before. Yet now it had unexpectedly transformed into 2. Brother Yi, what's wrong? Lin Hao, leaning against him, inquired with a hint of confusion. It's nothing. It's still early. You can sleep a bit longer, Yihan replied, shaking his head before getting up. After a brief wash, he made his way to the alchemy chamber. Sitting cross-legged, he consumed 2 qi condensing pills, feeling their powerful essence coursing through his body. Pop! A faint sound echoed, and Yihan's heart surged with joy. He had advanced to the 4th level of qi refinement. For the past few days, He had diligently consumed 2 qi condensing pills daily for training, and today, he had finally broken through again, reaching the 4th level of qi refinement. No wonder everyone fights tooth and nail to join a sect, Yihan mused. A sect signifies resources, and the speed of cultivation is naturally incomparable to that of solitary practitioners. However, he no longer cared about such matters. Time to continue alchemy. Following his usual steps, Yihan began to refine the qi condensing pills. This time, the process was incredibly smooth. Without a single mistake, the pills quickly took shape. Upon opening the alchemical furnace, 6 qi condensing pills appeared before his eyes. 6. Yihan was momentarily stunned. Previously, he had managed a maximum of 3 pills per batch. Yet this time he had produced 6. Could it be due to that bonus? He thought to himself, excitement spreading across his face. If that were indeed the case, he was on the verge of prosperity. To verify this, he began refining again. Sure enough, every subsequent batch yielded 6 pills, confirming that the bonus was indeed responsible. Haha, I'm going to strike it rich. Chapter 5, Moon Viewing Pavilion. The twofold bonus was undeniably powerful, and Yihan was filled with elation, especially with the affinity. He now had a mere 50 points, yet still enjoyed a twofold increase. What would happen if he reached 100? The ancients do not deceive me. Power is the true path. He pressed on. After a day, all the spiritual herbs needed for the qi condensing pills had been exhausted. What remained were the herbs for the antidote pill. Antidote pill, Yihan murmured, his heart stealing. Let us give it a try. With that, he took out a parchment. It was the formula for the antidote pill. Carefully following the recorded steps, Yihan proceeded with caution. However, the antidote pill was indeed renowned as the most difficult first-grade pill to refine. Even with his twofold bonus, he faced continual failures. Once, twice, 3 times, he failed a total of 8 times before finally producing his first batch of antidote pills. And there were only 2. Sigh. No wonder the price of antidote pills is so high, Yihan thought with a hint of exasperation. Even with a twofold bonus, he had failed 8 times. How many more times would others have faltered? Yet, he had finally succeeded. Yihan reassured himself and continued his dedicated pursuit of alchemy. Time flowed on. Unbeknownst to him, 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, apart from dining, sleeping, and engaging in philosophical discussions with Lin Hao, he devoted himself to the meticulous crafting of detoxification pills. As his experience grew, so did his success rate in pill formulation. He had now reached a point where he could achieve success once in every 4 attempts. At long last, he completed his latest concoction. On this day, after finalizing the last batch of spiritual medicine, Yihan finally paused. Before him lay an array of jade vials of various sizes, 50 qi condensation pills and 40 detoxification pills, quite a commendable yield. Yihan nodded with satisfaction. These were the fruits of his labor during this period. It was time for him to venture out. After storing the pills in his spatial pouch, he departed from Qingyang town. This time, he did not return to the previous marketplace, but instead made his way to a city known as Wanxiang. Wanxiang City is a renowned metropolis within the Great Chu Empire, akin to the vast difference between an obscure township and a bustling second-tier city. As he progressed along the streets, throngs of people bustled about, with numerous vendors energetically hawking their wares. Truly, this was a great city, and Yihan thought to himself. It was indeed remarkable. This was his first visit here, not due to an inability to come before, but rather because he had been too impoverished previously to afford the extravagant goods. However, circumstances had changed. Now, as a first-tier alchemist with means to earn a living, he felt unperturbed by the prices. In all honesty, the transformation he experienced in recent days was profound, particularly in terms of his mindset. Previously, he sought solace in solitude, wishing only to exist in the shadows. Now, he found joy in such places, relishing encounters with those of profound cultivation or wealth, his former insecurities dissipating. Don't miss out on the freshly steamed buns, just 3 coins each. At Jufeng Pavilion, a grand promotion. No longer 998 or even 698. Today it's only 98, and you could win the company of a stunning beauty. Latest spirit beasts. Are you feeling lonely on your adventures? Are you yearning for companionship in the midnight hours? Come to me. Fox, cat, and dog spirit beasts can fill the void in your heart. The cacophony of voices filled Yihan's ears, prompting a faint smile to grace his lips. Before long, he arrived at a place known as Wanxiang Pavilion. Wanxiang Pavilion. Gazing at the 3 grand characters on the sign, a spark of excitement ignited in Yihan's eyes. Wanxiang Pavilion was a prestigious influence. Even the 3 major forces of the Great Chu Empire would show deference to them. Rumors spoke of a formidable superpower behind Wanxiang Pavilion, though the identity of this being remained shrouded in mystery. Nevertheless, this did not tarnish the pavilion's esteemed reputation. Yihan's purpose for visiting was due to a unique regulation of Wanxiang Pavilion. They valued goods over individuals. In simpler terms, if you possess something of worth, they would desire it, regardless of who you were. Collecting his thoughts, Yihan slowly stepped inside. Wangyue Pavilion was vast. The enormity of the situation surpassed his imagination. Dear friend, do you require any assistance? A beautiful young woman, no more than 10 years of age, approached him with a smile. Truly, the Wangyue Pavilion was remarkable. Even the maid's cultivation surpassed his own. Yihan mused quietly to himself. He could discern that her cultivation level was at least above the 5th stage of qi refinement. I have heard that Wangyue Pavilion purchases elixirs. I have come to sell some, Yihan stated. Oh, the girl looked at him with surprise upon hearing this. Yet she did not inquire further. Instead, she nodded. Indeed, please follow me. Under her guidance, Yihan entered a small chamber where an elderly man in a green robe awaited. The girl whispered a few words to the elder before departing, leaving him to lift his gaze towards Yihan. You wish to sell elixirs? He inquired. Yihan nodded and subsequently revealed the elixirs he had on hand. The elder's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he surveyed the array of bottles on the table. Please hold on. I shall appraise these for you. Yihan remained patient, quietly awaiting the outcome. Thank you for your patience. Your elixirs are indeed of good quality. In total, there are 50 qi condensing pills and 40 detoxification pills. According to our pricing at Wangyue Pavilion, each qi condensing pill is valued at 11 low-grade spirit stones, while the detoxification pill is priced at 30 low-grade spirit stones. Do you have any objections? 30 low-grade spirit stones for the detoxification pills? Yihan was somewhat taken aback. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it, and simply nodded, no issues. Then please wait a moment. I shall fetch the spirit stones. The elder then departed. Before long, he returned. Here are your spirit stones, totaling 1,750. Please verify. That won't be necessary. I trust the credibility of Wangyue Pavilion. Yihan waved his hand dismissively, though his heart raced with excitement. This was the first time in many years that he possessed such a substantial amount of spirit stones. The elder nodded in satisfaction and produced a blue card from his possession. As your transaction at Wangyue Pavilion exceeded 1,000 spirit stones, this is our bronze card. With this card, you will receive discounts on all future purchases and sales. Oh, Yihan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He had heard of the esteemed guest cards of Wangyue Pavilion, but never imagined he would obtain one himself. Understood. Chapter 6. Farewell, Lin Hao. After bidding farewell to the elder, Yihan exited the small chamber and sought out the young woman once more. Do you have any needs, dear friend? I intend to purchase some items. Certainly. What would you like to buy? Wangyue Pavilion offers a vast array of spirit tools, elixirs, and other goods. Oh, I appreciate your assistance. Following the girl's lead, Yihan procured a considerable number of items, including talismans, spirit tools, cultivation methods, and spiritual herbs. It must be said that the quality at Wangyue Pavilion was indeed impressive, albeit at a correspondingly higher price. After this series of purchases, he found himself left with only around 300 spirit stones. This caused Yihan immense heartache. However, he understood that such matters were indeed necessary. Master Lu. I wish to meet Master Lu. At that moment, a cacophony erupted. A burly man was anxiously shouting at the entrance of Wangyue Pavilion, where dozens of attendants were resolutely blocking his path. Was that him? Yihan was momentarily taken aback. This was Lin Hao, whom he had encountered previously in the marketplace. Yet now, his eyes were bloodshot, his complexion pale, and his body was marred with bloodstains, clearly having just endured a fierce battle. What happened? Yihan inquired, puzzled. A nearby young woman sighed, alas. You are unaware, my friend. This man is also a pitiable soul. Pitiable? Yihan echoed. Indeed. His wife was attacked by a fiend in the Beast Mountain range, suffering from a grave poison. In an effort to save her, he has squandered all his savings over the years. Unfortunately, he can only sustain her life. He has come here several times, hoping Master Lu can provide him with an antidote pill, but such pills are exceedingly rare and, given his current circumstances, he cannot afford one. What a devoted lover. Yihan nodded. The world of cultivation was fiercely cruel and starkly realistic. Many would choose to abandon hope in Lin Hao's situation, yet he persisted, determined to save his wife against all odds. Such resolve. How dare you raise your voice in this place? Just then, a fierce reprimand rang out as a black-clad elder emerged from within. His piercing gaze was fixed upon Lin Hao, and a formidable aura radiated from him, causing Lin Hao to stagger backward. A foundational realm expert. Yihan's brow furrowed. It was clear this man possessed at least foundational realm cultivation. Wise up and leave at once, lest you wish to face my wrath. The elder roared again, and in an instant, Lin Hao was sent flying backward. Thank you for your mercy, senior. Lin Hao struggled to rise from the ground, then turned to leave. Yihan sighed as he watched Lin Hao's desolate figure depart. In this world, without wealth, power, or cultivation, one was often met with disdain. I must thank you for your assistance. It is time for me to take my leave. After bidding farewell to the young woman, Yihan departed as well. Upon exiting Wanxiang Pavilion, Yihan did not return immediately. Instead, he wandered onto a nearby street. Not far from him, Lin Hao appeared, ghostly pale, resembling a living corpse, a stark contrast to the vibrant surroundings. Friend, wait. Yihan called out as he hastened toward him. Is there something you need? Lin Hao frowned, looking at him with suspicion. I have a proposition to discuss with you. Might you be interested? Not interested. Lin Hao bluntly rejected him and continued onward. Yihan found this somewhat bemusing. What if it pertains to your wife? Boom. As the words left his lips, a powerful aura erupted from Lin Hao, who turned to fix a fierce gaze upon Yihan. What did you say? Remarkable. Yihan was taken aback. The individual before me is indeed a renowned solitary cultivator, exuding an aura that suggests a cultivation level of at least the 8th layer of Qi refinement. My friend, there is no need to rush. Let us find a suitable place to converse in detail, Yihan remarked with a smile. Lin Hao furrowed his brow but ultimately nodded in agreement. A few minutes later, the two arrived at a restaurant. Yihan ordered several small dishes and a pot of fine wine. If you have matters to discuss, please feel free to speak. Lin Hao stated. Very well, Yihan said, downing his drink in one gulp before turning his gaze towards Lin Hao. I am aware of your partner's predicament. I assume your foremost desire is to cure the poison afflicting your wife. Do you possess an antidote? Lin Hao inquired eagerly. Yihan shook his head. Antidotes are third-tier elixirs and quite costly. Naturally, I do not have one. However, I do possess a suppression elixir. A suppression elixir? Lin Hao's expression dimmed slightly. The suppression elixir merely stifles the poison, sustaining life, and having previously expended his savings in attempts to treat his wife, he was now unable to afford even that. Thank you, but I can no longer purchase a suppression elixir. With that, Lin Hao prepared to leave. Wait, my friend, I do not intend to sell it to you. Not for sale? What do you mean? Lin Hao looked at Yihan in confusion. Here is the situation. I am an alchemist and frequently engage in the trade of elixirs. However, as you are likely aware, the current circumstances necessitate the hiring of a bodyguard. In exchange, I can provide you with the suppression elixir at no cost. What do you think? A bodyguard? Lin Hao gazed at him in astonishment. Are you not concerned I might be tempted by greed? I have done my research before approaching you. Rest assured, I possess the means to defend myself, and you should be well aware of the prowess of an alchemist. Yihan smiled. His confidence was not unfounded. Some of the talismans he had previously acquired at Wanxiang Pavilion were potent enough to eliminate cultivators at the 8th layer of foundation establishment. Lin Hao's brow furrowed in contemplation. Indeed, he was cognizant of the intricate web of connections surrounding an alchemist. Moreover, with an alchemist's wealth, acquiring items capable of dealing with Qi refinement practitioners was trivial. Very well, I accept, Lin Hao concurred. Although he was uncertain of Yihan's true intentions, this was, for the moment, his only opportunity to assist his wife. Excellent. Yihan nodded in satisfaction, handing Lin Hao a talisman. This is my communication talisman. Keep it with you. When the need arises, I will reach out. As for the suppression elixir, I do not have it on my person right now, but I shall provide it to you in 3 days. Agreed. Lin Hao affirmed readily. After sharing a meal, the two parted ways, and Yihan returned to Qingyang town. Chapter 7. Taking on a disciple? Brother Yi. Upon returning home, Wanxiang approached him. Today, she donned a flowing pink gown, her graceful figure exquisitely on display. Particularly during this period, under Yihan's nurturing care, her complexion appeared even more radiant than before, causing Yihan to momentarily swallow hard in admiration. Where's Linger? Yihan inquired. This time, I wish to discuss the matter concerning Linger, Wanxiang said, her expression somewhat uneasy. Oh, Yihan responded, slightly taken aback. Is something amiss? It is like this. Not long ago, while Linger and I were out shopping, we encountered a certain individual. A person? Indeed. She mentioned that Linger possesses talent and wishes to take her as a disciple. However, I did not agree immediately. So I wanted to consult you first. Take her as a disciple? Yihan expressed his surprise. Until now, he had not paid much attention to whether Linger had the potential for cultivation, but now someone was interested in taking her under their wing, which indicated that her aptitude was indeed commendable. What are your thoughts on this? Yihan inquired once more. I am uncertain. I leave the decision to you. Wanxiang said, her countenance reflecting her dilemma as she gazed at Yihan. Is that so? Yihan nodded, discerning that Wanxiang was inclined to agree but feared his reaction. If the individual genuinely wishes to take Linger as a disciple, that would indeed be a fortuitous opportunity. However, should there be ulterior motives, it could lead to complications. Where is she now? We have arranged to meet in the eastern part of the city. Wanxiang replied nervously. She had not considered much until now, and her heart felt somewhat troubled. Very well, let us meet her, Yihan declared, and with that, he took Wanxiang and departed. Shortly thereafter, They arrived at an inn in the eastern part of the city, where they encountered the person wishing to take Linger as a disciple. She was a beautiful middle-aged woman, appearing to be in her 30s, whose beauty was beyond mere words. Phrases like the moon pales in comparison or the flowers bow in shame fall short of describing her allure. Furthermore, her aura was inscrutable to Yi Han. "Are you Linger's father?" the woman inquired, directing her gaze toward Yi Han. "I suppose so. May I know how to address you, esteemed one?" "Just call me Ling Ji," she replied. "It is an honor for Linger to be recognized by you, Ling Ji, but as her parent, I would like to ask a few more questions. May I inquire why you wish to take Linger as your disciple?" "You are quite astute." Ling Ji smiled softly and continued, "I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I share a special bond with this girl, and my intentions are purely to take her as a disciple without any ulterior motives." "Is that so?" Yi Han nodded, sensing sincerity in her words. He understood that given her formidable strength, if there were ulterior motives, she would not have given Li Mainyang the opportunity to consider. She could have simply taken Linger away without any opposition. "I extend my gratitude on behalf of Linger," Yi Han said respectfully. "Very well, then it is settled," Ling Ji affirmed, and with a wave of her hand, a jade green token materialized in her grasp. "This is the Xianyuan token. Should you need anything in the future, you may use this to notify me, and I shall be informed." "Understood." After a brief conversation, Yi Han took his leave. In the evening, after numerous reminders from Li Mainyang, Ling Ji departed with Ho Ling. "Are you reluctant?" Yi Han asked, observing Li Mainyang before him. Li Mainyang nodded. A mother worries for her child, regardless of the distance. No matter where they are, it remains the same. Sighing softly, Yi Han gently embraced her. Indeed, Li Mainyang could have chosen to depart. Should she wish to leave, Yi Han would not have hindered her. However, such a decision would have severed their bond. Yet, she opted to remain, which stirred a sense of warmth within Yi Han. As the hour grew late, he suggested they retire for the evening. "What?" Li Mainyang's cheeks flushed, and she nodded. "May I change my position tonight?" A sudden cough escaped Yi Han, startled by her boldness. "As you wish." In the ensuing days, Yi Han continued his alchemical pursuits at home. With increasing experience, the efficacy of his concoctions improved significantly. His interactions with Mainyang during this time elevated her affection for him, reaching an impressive score of 80, which naturally amplified his gains to threefold. The power of this tripling effect was remarkable. Gazing at the table laden with elixirs, a wave of joy washed over Yi Han. His recent achievements had far surpassed those of the past, and he could now be considered a minor affluent individual. It was time to venture out, he murmured softly, gathering all the spiritual herbs into his storage pouch. Before long, he found himself on a serene path. The sound of footsteps echoed, and a figure approached, none other than Lin Hao. "Master." Lin Hao greeted him with profound respect. Since handing over the detoxification pill, Lin Hao had shown him great reverence. Off to the Beast Mountain range again, Yi Han observed the bloodied garments, feeling a wave of compassion. For solitary cultivators like Lin Hao, the most pressing issue was the acquisition of resources, especially for those like him, who had a partner to care for. The perilous hunts in the Beast Mountain range were often essential for gathering resources, although hunting ferocious beasts provided a quicker means of obtaining materials. The associated dangers were equally heightened. Indeed, Lin Hao nodded, not denying the truth. "Please exercise caution," Yi Han sighed. He did not wish to delve deeper into Lin Hao's choices. Everyone has their own path. He merely hoped that Lin Hao would take care. "I will," Lin Hao affirmed, his resolute gaze revealing his determination not to relent. "Very well, I summoned you to accompany me to a certain place." "Understood." With that, they began to walk forward together. At the entrance of Wanxiang City, Yi Han and Lin Hao approached leisurely. "I need to attend to some matters first. You may find an inn to rest in. Once I am finished, I shall seek you out," Yi Han instructed. Though he held high hopes for Lin Hao, he preferred to keep his dealings in selling elixirs discreet. "Better safe than sorry," he mused. "All right," Lin Hao replied without further questions, then departed. Meanwhile, Yi Han re-entered Wanxiang City. "Are you here to sell elixirs?" The young woman from before approached him with a smile. "Indeed." Yi Han nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the grand hall. He noticed that this time there were significantly more people present than during his last visit, many of whom were enveloped in a pungent scent of blood. "Why are there suddenly so many people?" Yi Han inquired. "My friend, you may not be aware," the girl replied. "The Blood Spirit Sect recently discovered a spiritual mine in the ferocious Beast Mountain range. Somehow, the information leaked. And now both the Tianyuan Sect and the Wujimin wish to intervene. The situation among the three factions is exceedingly tense, having erupted into several fierce battles, resulting in numerous casualties. A sect war." Upon hearing this, Yi Han's expression turned grave. Such a conflict was no trivial matter. It could potentially affect the entire Great Chu. Being in his developmental stage, such occurrences were far from good news for him. In recent days, The number of cultivators coming here to purchase pills has been increasing, and we are struggling to keep up with the demand, the girl lamented. As a mere servant, she felt powerless in the face of such circumstances. Chapter 8. The Transaction. Is that so? Yihan nodded, though he refrained from further comment. At present, he was merely a fifth-layer Qi refinement cultivator, and he had no means to influence such sect-level conflicts. He could only hope that it wouldn't escalate too far, lest it become troublesome. After bidding farewell to the girl, he made his way to the small room he had visited last time. The same elderly man awaited him. Upon seeing Yihan's arrival, the old man hurried over. Senior. Yihan greeted with a respectful bow. No need for formality. You're here to sell pills this time, correct? The elder inquired. Indeed. Yihan affirmed, producing the pills. This time, the quantity exceeded that of his previous visit, particularly the detoxification pills, of which he had crafted 100, alongside approximately 90 Qi gathering pills. So many? The elder gazed at Yihan in astonishment. However, he did not press further and began to count the pills. After a considerable time, he completed the tally. 92 Qi gathering pills and 100 detoxification pills. Is that correct? Indeed, Yihan confirmed. Very well. The price remains the same as last time. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch the spirit stones. The elder then departed, returning shortly with the stones. A total of 4,020 low-grade spirit stones. Please verify. No need, Yihan replied with a smile, waving his hand. He then retrieved 100 low-grade spirit stones from his possession and placed them before the elder. What is this? Senior, please do not misunderstand. I have troubled you frequently of late, and I feel quite embarrassed. This is merely a token of my appreciation. I hope you will not take offense. Yihan said earnestly. Is that so? Then I shall not refuse, the elder replied with a smile, accepting the spirit stones. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait. Just then, the elder suddenly called out to Yihan. Is there anything else, senior? Yihan asked, puzzled. I trust you are aware of the situation between the Blood Spirit sect and the other two major sects? The elder began. Yes, I have heard some rumors. Yihan responded. Amidst the escalating tensions surrounding the coveted spirit, the atmosphere among the three factions has become exceedingly fraught, and the prospect of an impending conflict appears inevitable. In light of this impending war, the three principal sects have commenced extensive procurement of elixirs. Therefore, I wish to propose a transaction with you. A transaction? The elder inquired, casting a glance at Yihan. You must be an alchemist. Or perhaps you are affiliated with a renowned alchemist. Indeed, Yihan affirmed, not denying the assertion. Given his frequent visits to sell elixirs, it was evident to even a fool that he was an alchemist or had one behind him. You are well aware of the current situation. Our Wanxiang Pavilion will certainly not forego this opportunity. We require a substantial quantity of elixirs. Rest assured, I can guarantee you the highest market price. And we can also provide you with recipes. What do you think? Recipes? At the mention of this term, Yihan's eyes sparkled with interest. This was precisely what he lacked at the moment. However, recipes were exceedingly rare, and even a single-tier recipe was prohibitively expensive, far beyond his current means. If they could offer recipes, it would indeed be a splendid arrangement. Thank you, esteemed elder, Yihan said, bowing once more in gratitude. It is nothing. However, the quantity required is considerable. Could you inform me of the amount you can supply? The elder inquired. Yihan pondered for a moment before responding, for first-tier elixirs. I can manage 100 pieces per day without issue. 100. The elder was taken aback, his eyes darting with surprise. It was evident that he indeed had several alchemists supporting him. The elder thought to himself, not without reason. Generally, an alchemist, disregarding the success rate, would find it remarkable to produce 3 elixirs in a single batch. Even with 24 hours of continuous alchemical work, it would be impossible to achieve such a quantity. Thus Yihan's assertion suggested he had a substantial number of alchemists behind him. Very well, we shall proceed with the 100 pieces as agreed. You shall come every 10 days, and regardless of the type of elixir, I will offer you the highest market price. Agreed, Yihan nodded. With this assurance, he no longer had to fret over the sale of his elixirs. Moreover, having the backing of the Wanxiang Pavilion would certainly facilitate matters for him in the future. Please wait a moment. I will prepare the contract, the elder replied, departing once more. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a document in hand. This is a sole contract. Once signed, neither party may retract their agreement. However, rest assured, should you no longer wish to provide elixirs, or if Wanxiang Pavilion no longer requires such quantities, we may dissolve the contract at that time, the elder explained. Understood. Yihan readily agreed. After signing the contract, the elder retrieved several parchment scrolls from his storage bag. These are the recipes for first-tier elixirs. Should you require anything in the future, please feel free to seek me out. I appreciate your assistance, esteemed elder. Yihan responded before taking his leave. Not long after, he located Lin Hao. Let us be on our way, Yihan stated. leading them towards the northern part of the city. Soon, they arrived at a place known as Jinfeng Studio. The Jinfeng Studio, despite its melodious name, is merely a place for the sale of spirit beasts. This time, Yihan intended to purchase one. Esteemed friend, are you here to buy a spirit beast? A man clad in black emerged, smiling. Yes, Yihan nodded. Could you please inform me about the pricing of the spirit beasts? To be candid, the spirit beasts at Jinfeng Studio are the finest in the entire Wuxiang city. Not only are they formidable in combat, but they also excel in other aspects. The man chuckled. This left Yihan rather speechless. What was he thinking? Though he had watched some films depicting complicated relationships between humans and beasts in his previous life, he was certainly not inclined towards such eccentricities. He preferred a straightforward introduction to the spirit beasts. Indeed. May I inquire what tier of spirit beast you wish to purchase? Perhaps a tier 2, Yihan replied. Spirit beasts, much like cultivators, are categorized into levels ranging from 1 to 9, corresponding to human cultivation stages. A tier 1 spirit beast is akin to a human in the Qi refinement stage, while tier 2 corresponds to the foundation establishment stage. Given the current tense situation among the 3 major sects, Yihan worried that should he encounter disciples from any sect, possessing a spirit beast would certainly enhance his chances of survival. Tier 2, you say? The man pondered for a moment. The price for a tier 2 spirit beast typically ranges from 1,000 to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. What price range are you considering? Is it truly that expensive? Yihan was taken aback. He had thought that with over 4,000 spirit stones, he was in a relatively good position, but it seemed he was still rather impoverished. Around 3,000, I suppose. 3,000, you say? The man nodded and subsequently led Yihan into an inner chamber. Within were dozens of spirit beasts. There were monkey-like creatures, enormous pythons, and majestic tigers, among others. These are all priced around 3,000 spirit stones. You may choose at your leisure. Are they all? Yihan queried, nodding, as his gaze fell upon the spirit beasts. Each exuded a potent aura. To be honest, these spirit beasts were once beyond his wildest dreams. And now, just then, Yihan's attention was drawn to a golden cat with 2 fluffy tails behind it. Ah, this is the two-tailed spirit cat, known for its incredible speed and ambush capabilities. Even a typical Foundation Establishment 5th layer cultivator would find it challenging to defeat, the middle-aged man explained. The two-tailed spirit cat? Yihan's eyes sparkled. He was well aware of this creature, rumored to carry the bloodline of the ancient fierce beast, the 9-tailed celestial cat. Such a spirit beast could rival even the highest realms of human cultivation. This one will do, Yihan declared. Congratulations, esteemed friend. The man's face lit up, and he promptly produced a jade talisman. This is the contract for the spirit cat. As long as you hold this contract, it will never betray you. It will follow your commands without question. Understood, Yihan nodded. With this spirit cat by his side, he felt emboldened even in the presence of formidable Foundation Establishment cultivators. After exchanging 3,200 low-grade spirit stones, Yihan departed with the spirit cat, while Lin Hao silently trailed behind him. Unbeknownst to them, the two had arrived at the place where they had previously met. Yihan retrieved several dozen spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them to Lin Hao, who was taken aback by this gesture. I am well aware of your circumstances. Please accept these spirit stones. Use them to buy something for your wife. In the future, unless absolutely necessary, avoid venturing into the Beast Mountain range. Safety must come first. Do you understand? As I gazed at Yihan before me, Lin Hao trembled with emotion. He then nodded gratefully. Thank you. I will forever remember your kindness. In the future, enough of this sentimental talk. There will be many matters for you to trouble me with in the future, Yihan interjected. Indeed, Lin Hao nodded earnestly, his heart brimming with gratitude. The two then parted ways. In the ensuing days, Yihan resumed his usual routine, refining pills, cultivating, and engaging in philosophical discussions with Li Mainyang. Every 10 days, he would accompany Lin Hao to Wanxiang City to deliver the medicinal pills to Wangyue Pavilion, and accordingly, his collection of spirit stones continued to grow. Before long, 2 months had slipped by unnoticed. One day, seated cross-legged on the ground, Yihan was enveloped by a radiant aura of blue light. Moments later, a faint sound resonated within him. I've reached the 6th layer of Qi training, Yihan exclaimed joyously as he opened his eyes. Through diligent practice and the assistance of medicinal pills over these 2 months, he had finally achieved this milestone. Moreover, the techniques he had purchased from Wangyue Pavilion were nearly perfected. It was no exaggeration to say that with these techniques and spiritual artifacts, he could hold his own even against an ordinary practitioner at the 8th layer of Qi training. If he were to summon the two-tailed spirit cat, he might even contend with a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Excellent. Yihan nodded in satisfaction as he gradually rose to his feet. Brother Yi. Upon seeing Yihan emerge, Li Mainyang hurried over, cradling an adorable little cat in her arms, the very two-tailed spirit cat he had brought back. Since its arrival, Mainyang had taken care of it, fostering a close bond between them. Is everything all right these past few days? Yihan inquired with a smile. Yes, everything has been quite normal, Li Mainyang replied, shaking her head in confusion. That's good to hear. Yihan gently patted her shoulder. During this time, the competition for spiritual minds had intensified the tensions among the three major sects of the Great Chu, resulting in numerous skirmishes, with countless cultivators perishing in the conflicts. Several mortal towns had even been caught in the crossfire. Oh, by the way, someone was looking for you. However, I saw you were busy, so I let him leave. Li Mainyang remarked. Someone sought me out? Yihan was momentarily taken aback. Few knew of his presence here. Who could possibly be looking for him? What did he look like? He was a burly man in his 40s, and he was holding a pale-faced woman. He appeared quite anxious, she described. Lin Hao? Yihan's brow furrowed slightly. Could this man be Lin Hao? Why has he come to seek me out? And why has he brought his companion along? Where is he now? He mentioned that when you have free time, you could find him at the inn in the southern part of the city. He should still be there. I shall step out for a while. You remain at home. With that, Yihan departed. Not long after, he arrived at the inn in the southern district. There, he encountered Lin Hao and his companion. It must be said that his companion possessed remarkable beauty. With her delicate features exquisitely accentuated, particularly her pale visage exuded an unusual and captivating allure. Sir, upon seeing Yihan, Lin Hao promptly rose to his feet. No need for excessive formality. Yihan waved his hand and inquired, Did you come to see me regarding something? Lin Hao's expression grew serious as he nodded. Someone has discovered blood spirit grass in the Fierce Beast mountain range. Blood spirit grass? Yihan was taken aback. The blood spirit grass is a 4th-grade spiritual herb, immensely valuable, with market prices soaring to several 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, and yet it remains in short supply. Do you wish to venture to the Fierce Beast mountain range? Yihan regarded him with a grave expression. Indeed, if I can obtain the blood spirit grass, I shall be able to purchase a detoxification pill, and Xiaoxue will no longer suffer from the affliction. Lin Hao nodded, his eyes brimming with determination. However, the rarity of the blood spirit grass is staggering. Setting aside the possibility of guardian spirit beasts, what if other cultivators discover it? That could be perilous. I understand. Lin Hao interrupted Yihan. Thus, I have come to ask you to care for Xiaoxue in my absence. If, perchance, I do not return, I hope you will look after her. She is a good girl and ought not to endure such hardship. Yihan's expression darkened slightly. He knew Lin Hao's character well. But, sir, you are the only person I trust. Aside from you, I know not whom else to turn to for assistance. Therefore, I implore you to help me. Should I return, I shall repay your kindness tenfold. With that, Lin Hao bent his legs and knelt before Yihan. Please rise. Yihan quickly assisted him to his feet, then sighed. Very well, I shall grant your request. He retrieved several talismans from his possession, which he had previously acquired for self-preservation. Take these. In times of danger, do not act impulsively. Your safety is paramount. Thank you. Lin Hao expressed his gratitude with a nod. Does she know? Yihan glanced at the young woman, who had already slipped into slumber. I have not informed her. Lin Hao shook his head. Ah, I see. Do not worry. I will take good care of her. With that, Lin Hao took his leave. Watching him depart, Yihan felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. To go to such lengths for a companion is indeed deserving of respect. Subsequently, he found a stool and sat down. Unbeknownst to him, 2 hours elapsed. A gentle voice broke the silence as Lin Hao's companion opened her eyes. She looked around in confusion, her complexion somewhat pallid. You are awake. Yihan spoke up. Who are you? I am Yihan. Sir Yi? The woman stared at him in astonishment. During this time, Lin Hao had been following Yihan, so she was well aware of the circumstances. She then inquired, Where's Lin Hao? He has gone to the Beast Mountain range. Upon hearing this news, the woman's complexion grew even paler. It seems you have known for quite some time. I am well aware of his character. He has sacrificed far too much for me. Very well, during this period. You may stay with me. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I will offer whatever help I can. Thank you, my lord. Call me Yihan or Brother Yi. There is no need for my lord. Yes, Brother Yi. Let us go. Under Yihan's guidance, the two returned home. Brother Yi. Who is this? Li Mainyang asked, her expression somewhat surprised as she gazed at the young woman. This is Ling Shui. She will be residing here for a while. Yihan explained succinctly. Having endured similar experiences, Li Mainyang took a particular interest in Ling Shui. Perhaps due to Li Mainyang's companionship, Ling Shui's health had notably improved. Meanwhile, Yihan resumed his ordinary life. Unbeknownst to him, 10 more days slipped by. Yihan once again made his way to the Moonview Pavilion. As he journeyed, he headed toward Wanxiang City as usual. However, when he arrived at a serene path, his expression suddenly turned grave. Not far away, 5 burly men were perched atop a massive rock, their lips curling into cold smiles upon noticing Yi Han's approach. Brother, I told you he would definitely come today. This brat appears here every 10 days, and his storage bag is always bulging. It's evident he possesses quite a treasure, remarked a man with a scar resembling a knife on his face. Then, the one-eyed giant at the forefront slowly rose to his feet, wielding a colossal cleaver. Am I being targeted? Yi Han furrowed his brow and coldly inquired. Do you gentlemen have business with me? Business? The scar-faced man sneered. Kid, quit playing dumb. Hand over the contents of your storage bag if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ruthless today. Indeed, you're unfortunate to encounter us. Hand over your belongings, and I might just leave you with a whole corpse, the one-eyed giant coldly interjected. The 5 men surrounded Yi Han from all directions. It was evident that these individuals were seasoned in such endeavors, their movements remarkably adept. Sighing, Yi Han in the next moment, the scarred man, a look of incredulity etched upon his face, clutched at his neck, where a deep claw mark had manifested. He glanced at Yi Han, and then slowly collapsed, his life force dissipating. What? Witnessing this scene, the others wore expressions of utter shock, particularly the one-eyed giant, whose gaze was fixated on the small cat perched upon Yi Han's shoulder. The two-tailed spirit cat. You actually possess one. Without uttering a single word, Yi Han waved his hand, and the spirit cat darted forth. The speed of this second-tier spirit beast was akin to lightning, far beyond the capabilities of those practitioners at the Qi refinement stage. Within less than a minute, under the assault of the spirit cat, all of these individuals lay sprawled on the ground. It appeared that vigilance was in order for the future, Yi Han murmured to himself as he surveyed the lifeless bodies. With another wave of his hand, a blaze erupted, reducing the corpses to mere ashes. Before long, he found himself back in Wanxiang City, where the number of practitioners had noticeably increased. Moreover, many bore injuries, the air thick with the scent of blood, evidence of yet another fierce battle. With a sigh, Yi Han made his way toward the moon-watching pavilion. Upon his arrival, he noticed a crowd gathered ahead, seemingly engaged in fervent discussion, which piqued his curiosity. As he approached, he saw a notice at the center of the throng. It bore a series of written lines. The Tianyuan sect seeks to invite loose cultivators. Yi Han's eyes widened in surprise. The message conveyed that due to the escalating conflict, the Tianyuan sect was in dire need of numerous practitioners and was inviting loose cultivators to assist. Those who distinguished themselves would have the opportunity to become disciples of the Tianyuan sect, enjoying its benefits. It was no wonder so many had gathered. Clearly, the Tianyuan sect has suffered significant losses, Yi Han murmured softly. Among the 3 major sects of Dazhu, Blood Spirit sect was the most powerful, followed by Wuji sect, with Tianyuan sect being the weakest. Should we consider joining? If we achieve merit, we could become disciples of the Tianyuan sect, no longer mere loose cultivators, an elder exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. Have you lost your mind? It's obvious the Tianyuan sect is in dire straits. Joining now would make us fodder, interjected a young man. Fortune favors the bold. If we miss this opportunity, we may never again have a chance to become disciples. After all these years, do you not understand the struggles we loose cultivators face? If we could become disciples of the Tianyuan sect, our worries would vanish, another voice chimed in. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Yi Han, however, remained silent. The notion of seeking fortune through risk was not uncommon in the realm of cultivation, especially among loose cultivators, many of whom were willing to gamble their lives. Yet, he felt no inclination to join. He lacked for nothing, and thus had no need for a sect. Navigating through the crowd, Yi Han soon reached the spot where the elder stood. At this moment, besides the elderly man, there stood a young and strikingly beautiful woman, approximately 25 or 26 years of age. Her complexion appeared somewhat pallid, and her eyes were filled with a sense of helplessness. After conversing with the elder for quite some time, she ultimately departed in resignation. Brother Yi, you have arrived, the elder exclaimed, hastening towards Yi Han upon his arrival. Indeed, Yi Han replied, nodding, before casting a glance at the departing figure. Elder Wu, who is she? Ah, she is Mu Ningxiang from the Tianyuan sect. Chapter 11. Lin Hao is dead. Mu Ningxiang. Yi Han was taken aback. He had certainly heard of this name before. She was the foremost prodigy of the Tianyuan sect, ranked 6th on the illustrious beauty list of the Great Chu. This list comprised the most extraordinary beauties of the realm, each a paragon of talent and grace. Mu Ningxiang was undoubtedly one of them. What brings her here? Yi Han inquired, perplexed. Well, you must have noticed the notice at the entrance when you arrived. The elder sighed. Yes, I glanced at it. The battles among the 3 sects have become increasingly frequent, and high-level cultivators have emerged. The Tianyuan sect is the weakest among the 3, suffering substantial losses. Mu Ningxiang has come to procure a batch of medicinal pills. However, given the current circumstances, their prices have surged dramatically. She wishes to purchase them at the original price, but I am, of course, unable to accommodate that. I see, Yihan nodded, recognizing that even the Sect's cultivators have their own tribulations. Enough of that for now. You have brought the medicinal pills, I presume? Elder Wu inquired. Yes, Yihan affirmed, producing the pills, which made Elder Wu's eyes light up. You are indeed reliable. Others have been utterly untrustworthy, which is quite vexing. Others? What has transpired? Yihan asked. His curiosity piqued. It's merely that with the recent soaring prices of medicinal pills, everyone is eager to profit, each trying to raise their prices. They fail to consider that aside from my Wangyue Pavilion, which other forces can consistently pay their spiritual stones in full. That makes sense, Yihan reflected, recalling that he had indeed contemplated selling his pills elsewhere before ultimately declining. After all, the volume of his pills was considerable, and it would be unrealistic to seek long-term cooperation with ordinary forces. Moreover, other factions lacked the esteemed reputation of Wangyue Pavilion. Who could predict whether they might engage in some underhanded dealings? Though he might earn slightly less, stability was paramount. Brother Yi, here are your spiritual stones. Do take a look. No need, Elder Wu. I trust you completely, Yihan replied with a gentle smile, presenting 1,000 spiritual stones to Elder Wu. Oh, you are too kind. Elder Wu chuckled heartily as he accepted the stones. Oh, by the way, I have a request for you this time, Yihan began. Brother Yi, feel free to state your needs. I shall do my utmost to assist you. Well, I require some second-grade pill formulas. Second-grade pill formulas? Elder Wu looked at him in astonishment. Brother Yi, have you become a second-grade alchemist? Old Wu chuckled, remarking that I had only recently become an alchemist. So how could I possibly attain the status of a second-tier alchemist? It was my master who, after much time dedicated to alchemy, had finally made the breakthrough to the second tier, prompting me to inquire. Rest assured, whatever spirit stones are necessary, I will not skimp. Modesty is the true path. And this has always been Yihan's guiding principle. Understanding this, Old Wu nodded, assuring me that I could be at ease. He would take care of everything. As for the spirit stones, let us forego that matter, but let us adhere to our original agreement. Should you succeed in crafting second-tier elixirs, we will purchase them at a most fair price. Naturally, Yihan readily acquiesced. Very well, Yi, please wait a moment while I fetch the formula. With that, Old Wu departed. Shortly thereafter, he returned with several sheets of formulas. These are all for second-tier elixirs. However, unlike first-tier formulas, I hope that you will not share them with others. Old Wu need not worry. Yihan nodded in agreement. The value of second-tier formulas is considerable, and he had no intention of disclosing them to anyone else. I have naturally put much thought into this. Old Wu laughed heartily, handing the formulas to Yihan. I am most grateful, Old Wu. Is there any need for such formalities? Old Wu waved his hand dismissively. Then I shall take my leave. With that, Yihan exited. The prospect of becoming a second-tier alchemist held a certain intrigue. Watching him depart, a subtle smile crept across Old Wu's lips. At that moment, a respectful voice rang out as a middle-aged man clad in splendid attire approached. What is it? The people from the Tianyuan sect have arrived again. They seem determined to obtain elixirs. I understand. Old Wu nodded and then made his way outside. Meanwhile, Yihan strolled leisurely down the street, observing numerous wandering cultivators heading towards the Tianyuan sect. It seemed that these individuals were seeking fortune through peril. Yihan could only shake his head in resignation. 99% of these people were destined to become mere cannon fodder. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Each individual has their own choices, and should they opt for this path, they must bear the consequences. Subsequently, Yihan found a restaurant, ordered a selection of dishes, and intended to satiate his hunger. Have you heard? The recent battle among the three sects has been exceptionally brutal, particularly for the Tianyuan sect. I've heard their leader has been injured. A voice emerged. At a nearby table, two middle-aged men conversed. Who hasn't he heard? The Tianyuan sect's foremost prodigy, Wanxiang, is currently scouring for elixirs, spiritual tools, and talismans. It appears the Tianyuan sect has suffered greatly this time. Wanxiang is so beautiful. It pains me to see her running around for the sake of the Tianyuan sect. If I had the strength, I would protect her and make her my own. Do spare yourself. The line of admirers for her stretches all the way to the fierce Beast Mountain range. But I've heard that young Master Wang Yin from the Blood Spirit sect has declared his intention to completely conquer Wanxiang. That Wang Yin is not a good man. If she falls into his hands, it will be perilous indeed. Who could argue otherwise? Yet he is a prodigy of the Blood Spirit sect, someone we cannot possibly resist. The two engaged in a fervent exchange, their words flowing effortlessly. Meanwhile, Yihan listened intently. Wanxiang, Wang Yin, there will come a day when I too shall reach such heights, Yihan resolutely declared in his heart. After enjoying a hearty meal, Yihan made his way to the Moon Viewing Pavilion, spending 20,000 low-grade spirit stones to acquire a third-tier defensive formation. Given the current tense situation, he felt it imperative to ensure his safety. A third-tier defensive formation is not easily breached, even by golden core cultivators. Although costly, it was undoubtedly worth the investment. Subsequently, he purchased some necessary supplies from the market before returning home. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by the sound of sobbing. Yihan's expression turned serious as he rushed inside. In the living room, he found Ling Shui sitting there, her complexion pale, tears streaming down her cheeks and falling to the floor. Nearby, Lin Hao looked equally distressed. What has happened? Yihan inquired urgently. Lin Hao, he is dead. Chapter 12. Ling Shui goes missing. What did you say? Yihan's face darkened, a powerful aura erupting from him, causing Lin Hao to recoil in fear. Why Yi, brother Yi? With a sigh, Yihan quickly reined in his energy and asked, what exactly transpired? About an hour ago, a middle-aged man came here and handed Miss Ling some items, claiming they were Lin Hao's belongings. Belongings? At the mention of this word, Yihan's face paled. He turned to Ling Shui, who was now a mere shadow of herself, weeping uncontrollably, her appearance pitiful. Alas, Yihan sighed, slowly approaching her. Lin Hao. The weeping intensified, tears pouring from Ling Shui like a fountain. It took her nearly half an hour to finally cease her lamentations. Suddenly, she bent her knees and knelt before Yihan. What are you doing? Yihan quickly assisted her to her feet. Please, brother Yi. I beg you to avenge Lin Hao. Whatever you ask of me in return, I am willing to do. Her tear-stained face was ghostly pale. First, stand up and tell me what truly happened. It was Lu Hong. Brother Lin had found the blood spirit herb, but on his way back, he encountered Lu Hong. In an attempt to seize the herb, Lu Hong not only murdered Brother Lin, but also discarded his body to the ferocious beasts. What? Yihan's face flushed with fury. To kill and then desecrate the body. This is utterly monstrous. Who is Lu Hong? He is an elder of the Blood Spirit Sect, a Foundation establishment expert. It was during our last encounter with him that we were attacked by the ferocious beasts, Ling Shui replied, her eyes filled with resentment. Hearing the words Blood Spirit Sect Elder, Yihan's brow furrowed deeply. Although he can now contend with foundational realm experts thanks to the two-tailed spirit cat, he remains a member of the Blood Spirit Sect. Setting aside the question of whether he can be slain, even if he were to be killed, it would spell disaster for him once the Blood Spirit Sect becomes aware. After all, he possesses no means of resistance against them at present. Rest assured, I will avenge Lin Hao by eliminating him, Yihan declared. Thank you. Now, you should rest since your health is not optimal. If anything arises, I will inform you. Ling Shui nodded, and, with the assistance of Lin Hao, she walked inside. Blood Spirit Sect, Yihan murmured, his eyes filled with a sense of helplessness. In the following days, aside from alchemy, Yihan devoted himself to rigorous training. Although aided by the Qi condensation pill, the results were not particularly impressive. The Qi condensation pill has become somewhat insufficient for me. It is time to commence the refinement of second-tier pills, Yihan stated within his chamber. With a wave of his hand, several pill formulas materialized before him, precisely the second-tier formulas previously given to him by Elder Wu. The recovery pill swiftly replenishes spiritual energy. The Spirit Essence pill accelerates the absorption of spiritual energy, facilitating breakthroughs in cultivation. The Marrow Cleansing pill purifies the body and enhances innate talent. Various formulas flashed before his eyes. Second-tier pills indeed surpass their first-tier counterparts in both crafting techniques and efficacy. Yihan murmured to himself, and then focused on the formula for the Spirit Essence pill. Accelerating the absorption of celestial spiritual energy was precisely what he needed at this moment. You shall be the one, he declared decisively, and with a sweeping gesture. Various spiritual herbs appeared before him. These were the ones he had procured earlier, now perfectly timed for use. After meticulously studying the refining techniques for the Spirit Essence pill and committing them to memory, he commenced the refinement process. The crafting of second-tier pills proved significantly more challenging than that of first-tier ones. Despite his current threefold enhancement, he failed 5 times before finally succeeding. Fortunately, he managed to produce 5 pills. Not bad. Feeling the energy radiating from the Spirit Essence pill, Yihan nodded in satisfaction. He then took one and placed it in his mouth. Boom. In an instant, a surge of overwhelming energy erupted within him. The next moment, this power began to circulate through his meridians. So powerful, the ferocity of the energy rendered Yihan pale, prompting him to swiftly channel his techniques to absorb this terrifying force. Although the absorption process was excruciating, the results were undeniably remarkable. Just one Spirit Essence pill had elevated his cultivation by over half, filling him with joy. Another one. He swallowed again, and this time, prepared for the experience. The absorption went considerably smoother than with the first pill. Pop. Finally, after finishing the absorption of the second pill, a faint sound resonated within Yihan's body. He had broken through. Yi Han's face lit up with joy. After consuming 2 spirit essence pills, he had finally reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. Brother Yi. Brother Yi. At that moment, a voice filled with urgency pierced the air. It was Li Mainyang's voice, prompting Yi Han to furrow his brow and hastily step outside. As he exited the room, he saw Li Mainyang rushing towards him in distress. Brother Yi, something terrible has happened. Miss Ling. She has gone. What? Yi Han's expression shifted dramatically. How could she be missing? I don't know. She only left this note, and then disappeared, Li Mainyang said, handing him a piece of paper. Upon reading it, he found the words inscribed. Thank you, Brother Yi, for your care during this time. I have no way to repay you, so I can only return the favor in my next life. Brother Yi, do you think Miss Ling will be all right? Li Mainyang questioned anxiously. This girl must have gone looking for Lu Hong. Yi Han replied with resignation. Lu Hong, did you not mention that his power is formidable? If Miss Ling seeks him out, what if? Stay here. I'll go out for a bit. Yi Han interrupted, taking his leave with the 2-tailed spirit cat in tow. He dashed forward, the urgency of the situation propelling him onward, yet he saw no sign of Ling Shui, which deepened his anxiety. However, as he traversed a mountain path, 2 figures emerged in the distance. Can you believe this? What a frustrating turn of events. Such splendid weather, and here we are, forced to venture to that desolate place. While Elder Lu is enjoying himself with a beauty, one of the men in blue exclaimed angrily. Well, who can blame him for being an elder? He just contributed the blood spirit mushroom. But still, why haven't we encountered that loose cultivator? If we had, the mushroom would be ours. Indeed. I heard that fellow had a miserable fate. Even his corpse was claimed by a ferocious beast. Plus, he had a beautiful wife. What a shame she'll be left a widow. If I find her, I'll certainly enjoy that experience. The taste of a widow is truly. Suddenly, before the blue-clad man could finish his sentence, a lightning-fast figure appeared before him. Chapter 13. Do you think I will let you go? What? The blue-clad man barely had time to react before a fountain of blood erupted from his neck. In an instant, he collapsed to the ground. Before him, a small spirit cat materialized. Who dares to slay my disciple of the Blood Spirit Sect? The other man shouted in fury. Blood Spirit Sect. A chilling voice intoned as Yi Han approached with an icy demeanor. Who are you? Humph. Yi Han scoffed, raising his hand. In an instant, the 2-tailed spirit cat dashed towards the man, its sharp claws slicing through his leg with ease, severing it as though it were mere vegetable. The excruciating pain elicited a scream from him. What are you? He stammered. I am from the Blood Spirit Sect. If you kill me, they will not let you go. But Yi Han paid him no heed, seizing him by the throat instead. Now, you will answer my questions. Do you understand? Why yes. Where's Lu Hong? Yi Han demanded coldly. I don't know. Don't know? Yi Han coldly gazed at him, and then with a firm grip of his right hand, a long blade materialized in his grasp. With a sharp crack, the blade descended, severing the man's left leg. Blood gushed forth like an uncontrollable fountain. Do you understand now? Wanxiang City, Elder Lu has gone to Qinghua Courtyard. Please, do not kill me. The man cried out in sheer terror. Qinghua Courtyard. Yi Han murmured softly. He was well aware that Qinghua Courtyard was a renowned brothel in Wanxiang City. Do you truly believe I would allow you to return alive? Only for you to seek vengeance against me? Yi Han's gaze was icy as he regarded him. With a swift motion, he struck again, cleaving the man's neck cleanly in two. A burst of flames erupted from Yi Han's hand, reducing the 2 corpses to ashes. A gentle breeze swept through, scattering the remnants into the heavens. To ensure no trace remained, Yi Han meticulously cleansed the surrounding blood before departing. In Wanxiang City, Qinghua Courtyard stood as a veritable paradise for countless men. Within one of its chambers, an elderly man clad in a black robe, with an unseemly appearance, stared eagerly ahead. There, a woman of striking beauty, her figure graceful, approached with a seductive sway. What a beauty! The wait has been long, Lu Hong chuckled, pulling the woman into his embrace. Yet, at that moment, a frigid glimmer emanated from the woman's hand, a cold dagger. With a swift motion, the dagger sliced through the air, aimed at Lu Hong's throat. However, a disdainful smile suddenly appeared on Lu Hong's lips as he effortlessly grasped the dagger in his right hand. You think you can ambush me, little girl? He sneered. Though I am a man of desires, I am not a fool. You believe that with a mere disguise, I would fail to recognize you? His grip tightened around Ling Shui's throat. You must be the wife of that useless man. I must admit, you are indeed quite lovely. A pity that fool could not appreciate such beauty. You have no idea how pitifully he cried when he met his end at my hands. But worry not, I shall cherish you well. He laughed sinisterly. Ling Shui's face flushed with fury as she struggled against him. Yet, being merely at the qi refinement stage, how could she hope to resist the grasp of a foundation establishment expert? Soon, she found herself thrown onto the bed. My little beauty, tonight I shall indulge in you thoroughly. Fear not. I won't let you die too easily, he declared, lunging towards her. With a forceful tear, Ling Shue's garments were rent asunder, revealing her fair skin. This only heightened Lu Hong's excitement. My little beauty, here I come. As Lu Hong's face twisted with madness, Ling Shue turned pale with despair. She knew she had failed. Death did not frighten her, rather. It was the thought of not avenging Lin Hao and facing such humiliation before her end that tormented her. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the room. This incited a furious expression on Lu Hong's face. Who dares to offend me? With a sharp reprimand, he strode out. Upon opening the door, he found a handsome young man standing there, accompanied by a petite spiritual cat perched on his shoulder. Who else could it be but Yi Han? The depth of his cultivation was indiscernible, but it was evident he had surpassed the 5th foundation stage. As Yi Han gazed at Lu Hong, a frown creased his brow. He could not even gauge Lu Hong's cultivation level, a clear indication that it was at least at the 5th foundation stage or higher. Even with the presence of a two-tailed spiritual cat, a swift and decisive kill seemed improbable. Who are you? Lu Hong's expression turned icy, his eyes glinting menacingly as he regarded Yi Han. I am a member of the Wanxiang Pavilion, Yi Han replied. I apologize for the disturbance, but I wish to discuss a matter with you. Wanxiang Pavilion? Lu Hong's brow furrowed slightly. What business do you have? Earlier, I happened to notice a beautiful woman and, for reasons unknown, she ended up here. I wonder if you would consider parting with her? Beautiful woman? Lu Hong's expression hardened. There are no such women here. Leave at once if you know what is good for you, or I won't be courteous. 3 spirit essence pills, Yi Han interjected once more. Lu Hong stared at him in astonishment. What did you say? If you are willing to part with her, I will offer you 3 spirit essence pills. You surely know their value. Why do you want her? Lu Hong inquired, his gaze scrutinizing Yi Han with suspicion. That piercing stare sent a chill through Yi Han's heart. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and replied, It's nothing significant. She merely resembles a dear friend of mine, and I wish to have her. What do you say? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Hong nodded. If that is the case, then I shall acquiesce. With a wave of his hand, Ling Shue's figure was released. Yi Han felt a slight relief. He truly did not wish to engage in conflict here, as he lacked the assurance of a decisive strike. If Lu Hong were to escape, he would inevitably face retribution from the Blood Spirit Sect, a burden he could not bear at present. Thank you, Yi Han acknowledged. And with that, 3 spirit essence pills floated into Lu Hong's hand. As he prepared to leave, Lu Hong's voice rang out sharply. Wait. Yi Han's expression tensed. Do you have further matters to discuss? Not exactly, but I despise being deceived. If you claim to like her, then kiss her, so that I may be at ease. Damn it, the old fox. Yi Han inwardly cursed. Of course, that is not a problem. A slight smile graced his lips as he leaned in and kissed Ling Shue on the cheek, dispelling Lu Hong's doubts. Very well, I shall not detain you any longer, Lu Hong declared. With that, Yi Han took Ling Shue and departed. Chapter 14, I Want to Kill. As they journeyed onward, Yi Han soon exited the Qinghua courtyard with Ling Shue. It was then that he realized his heart was racing fiercely. He swiftly set Ling Shue down. Brother Yi. Ling Shue looked at him with a guilty expression. Very well, there is no need for further discussion. Since I have promised you, I shall undoubtedly seek vengeance for Lin Hao, though not at this moment. Do you understand? Let us return for now. Upon their return to Qingyang town, Yi Han wore a grave expression. Silently eliminating a formidable adversary at the 5th level of Foundation establishment was no trivial task. Despite his recent advancements in cultivation, he remained significantly distant from the Foundation stage. Even with the aid of his spiritual cat, he felt inadequately prepared. Moreover, his greatest concern lay with the Blood Spirit Sect. Should they become aware of his intentions, it would not only jeopardize him but also implicate Li Mingyang, an outcome he could not abide. Currently, he discerned 2 potential courses of action. First, to enlist another to carry out the assassination. Second, to await the enhancement of his own strength before taking action. He contemplated the first option, which seemed straightforward enough. The Great Chu was home to numerous assassination organizations, as long as one could afford the spirit stones. Dispatching a Foundation stage expert should pose no insurmountable challenge. However, the cost was exorbitant, and his current resources were insufficient. The second option, waiting until he became powerful enough, appeared daunting. Given his current pace of cultivation, reaching the 5th level of Foundation establishment could take several years. Sighing helplessly, Yi Han acknowledged his own weakness. After a moment of reflection, he ultimately chose the first approach. Although the price was steep, it was, at least, the most reliable method available at present. In the ensuing days, aside from engaging in dual cultivation with Li Mingyang, he devoted himself entirely to alchemy. Over time, his experience in refining pills deepened significantly. Now, even his success rate for producing second-tier elixirs had notably improved. Unbeknownst to him, half a month slipped by. After countless hours of tireless alchemy, his results proved commendable: 60 spirit origin pills, 30 recovery pills, and 50 bone cleansing pills. After taking stock of his concoctions, Yihan departed. However, this time he did not traverse the same path as before, having been marked previously. He had grown increasingly vigilant and opted for a different route each time to evade any prying eyes. Though it was somewhat cumbersome, safety remained paramount. After a winding journey, he finally arrived at Wanxiang City, immediately making his way to Wangyue Pavilion. Upon entering, he overheard a lamentation. Alas, how unfortunate for Taoist Ma to have perished at such a young age. How sorrowful for his wife to endure a life of widowhood. As Yihan approached Wangyue Pavilion, he listened to two men conversing as they strolled about. This was inevitable. During the recent conflict, the Tianyuan sect suffered a crushing defeat. Most of the scattered cultivators have perished, and even Mu Ningxiong suffered grievous injuries. It seems the Tianyuan sect is on the brink of collapse. Indeed, what a pity. I hope this battle concludes swiftly, otherwise it will be exceedingly difficult for us scattered cultivators. Yihan's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing the news of the Tianyuan sect's downfall. Although he was aware that it would be exceedingly difficult for the Tianyuan sect to triumph in this conflict, he was taken aback by the swiftness of their defeat. Particularly as Mu Ningxiong had sustained severe injuries. It appeared that he must expedite the enhancement of his strength. Yihan murmured to himself. He hurriedly made his way inside. Brother Yi, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing Yihan, Elder Wu rushed over. I apologize for the delay. I was held up by various matters. Yihan replied apologetically. Not at all. By the way, you brought the elixirs, right? Indeed. Yihan nodded and subsequently produced the elixirs, which caused Elder Wu's eyes to brighten with excitement. Such a quantity of second-grade elixirs? Yes, my master has been diligently refining elixirs during this time, and fortune has favored his efforts, Yihan explained. Oh. Elder Wu smiled faintly and said, Brother Yi, please wait a moment while I tally them. Certainly. Soon, Elder Wu completed the count. 60 spirit origin pills, 30 spirit recovery pills, and 50 body cleansing pills. Are the quantities acceptable? Absolutely. According to market prices, I shall offer you 100 inferior spirit stones for each spirit origin pill, 130 for each spirit recovery pill, and 200 for each body cleansing pill. Including these first-grade elixirs, the total comes to 24,000 inferior spirit stones. Please wait a moment. I will fetch the spirit stones for you. With that, Elder Wu departed. Before long, he returned with the spirit stones. Brother Yi, due to a shortage of inferior spirit stones, I have exchanged them for medium-grade spirit stones. I trust this poses no issue. Of course not. Yihan nodded. One medium-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 inferior spirit stones, so he had no objections. Shall I count them? No need, Elder Wu. I have complete trust in you, Yihan replied with a slight smile, as he took out 2,000 spirit stones and handed them to Elder Wu. Thank you for your trouble. Ha ha, not at all, Elder Wu laughed heartily. At that moment, an urgent voice echoed through the room, and a beautiful woman entered. What is it? The people from the Tianyuan sect have arrived again. They insist on seeing you, she reported. Upon hearing this, Elder Wu's expression turned serious. I understand. You may leave now. Yes. The woman nodded and promptly exited. Elder Wu, what is happening? Sigh, it concerns Mu Ningxiong. In this recent battle, the Tianyuan sect has suffered devastating losses. She too has been gravely injured. With her meridians severed, she urgently requires spirit recovery pills for her recovery. However, even our Wangyue Pavilion lacks such fourth-grade elixirs at present. Meridians severed. Yihan's countenance shifted in shock. He had not anticipated that Mu Ningxiong was injured so severely. Brother Yi, I will go see her now. Feel free to contact me if anything arises. All right. With that, Elder Wu departed, and Yihan also exited Wangyue Pavilion. However, instead of returning immediately, he made his way to a clothing store where he purchased a set of pitch-black attire, followed by a trip to another location to acquire a conical hat. Once fully adorned, he proceeded towards the northern part of Wanxiang City, moving cautiously along the way. He arrived at a place known as the Drifting Rain Tower, an exceedingly renowned assassin organization. It is rumored that in this place, as long as one possesses spirit stones, even a grand immortal could be assassinated. Although such claims may seem exaggerated, over the years, there has never been a report of failure from the Rainy Pavilion. Adjusting the hat atop his head, Yihan stepped inside. A chill enveloped him, oppressive and brutal. This was the immediate impression he received upon entering. Is there something you require assistance with, esteemed guest? A hoarse voice emerged, and Yihan turned to find an old man resembling a specter had inexplicably appeared behind him, causing his brow to furrow in concern. I wish to kill. Chapter 15. You must die? Those who come to the Rainy Pavilion are here to kill. May I inquire who it is you wish to eliminate? The old man chuckled with a grin that was disturbingly sinister. Suppressing his revulsion, Yihan slowly replied. Blood Spirit Sect, Lu Hong. Oh. Upon hearing the name, the old man cast a surprised glance at him. What is the matter? Is that not acceptable? Not at all. Across the entirety of Dechu and even Tianlan, there is no one we cannot handle at the Rainy Pavilion. However, Lu Hong is from the Blood Spirit Sect. What shall be the price? What price? 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. 50,000. Yihan inhaled sharply, realizing the exorbitance of the fee. He understood that while the pricing here was steep, he had not anticipated such a staggering amount. To put it into perspective, 50,000 low-grade spirit stones could easily hire a dozen foundation-building experts. Nevertheless, for the sake of his safety, he consented. Very well. But I have one stipulation. I must be the one to make the final move. Agreed. The old man nodded with alacrity. Subsequently, Yihan handed over the 50,000 spirit stones, a sum accumulated from his previous alchemical endeavors, leaving him financially stripped. 3 days from now at this hour. In the Tianqi Mountains, the old man provided an address. 3 days hence. Yihan nodded and then departed. The 3 days passed swiftly. Within a secluded mountain range, Yihan sat anxiously beneath a large tree, tightly clutching a low-level teleportation talisman he had purchased in recent days for precautionary measures. Though the Rainy Pavilion had never been known to have incidents of assault against its clients, he dared not be complacent. After all, one's life is singular. Any unforeseen occurrence would be lamentable. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed through the air. A figure clad in a ghostly mask approached, a black bag in hand. They are here. Upon seeing the individual, Yihan murmured softly to himself and cautiously stepped forward. Are you the client? The voice of the cloaked figure was raspy, their gaze sweeping over Yihan. Indeed. Yihan nodded, gripping the teleportation talisman tighter, prepared to act without hesitation at the slightest hint of danger. The person you seek is right here. His cultivation has been rendered ineffective, the black-clad figure stated. Understood. Yihan acknowledged, noting the figure's meticulousness. The cloaked man waved his hand, tossing the black bag towards Yihan, then, casting one last glance, vanished from sight. Phew. Upon witnessing his departure, Yihan exhaled a heavy sigh, the tension within him gradually dissipating. Unbeknownst to him, he realized that his shirt was already drenched with perspiration, indicating perhaps he had been overly apprehensive. A bitter smile crossed his lips. However, he harbored no regrets. Even if given the chance to relive the moment, he would act the same way. After all, in a world fraught with peril, exercising caution is hardly a vice. He then approached the black bag, unzipping it to reveal a pale figure enclosed within. Lu Hong. Who are you? We have no enmity. Why treat me thus? Lu Hong bellowed in rage. With a swift motion, Yihan delivered a resounding slap, instantly knocking out a couple of Lu Hong's teeth. No enmity, you say? Quite the contrary. Are you not the one from Qinghua Courtyard a few days ago? Lu Hong exclaimed, recognizing Yihan's voice. Impressive, Yihan mused, despite Lu Hong's power being extinguished. He still discerned his voice with remarkable clarity. He felt a wave of relief for not having acted recklessly earlier, for such an impulse could have led to his demise. With his identity unveiled, Yihan removed his conical hat. Who are you? Are you allied with that rogue? I wondered why you were so fixated on that woman. Alas, the blame lies with your own greed. But discussing this further is futile, Yihan remarked coldly, conjuring a frigid blade into his hand with a flick of his wrist. You dare to kill me? If you do, my blood spirit sect will not let you go. Its might surpasses your imagination, Lu Hong retaliated, fear evident in his voice. Is that so? Yihan replied with an unperturbed demeanor. He was well aware of the blood spirit sect's strength, yet he understood the principles of a man. There are lines one must not cross. You should never have killed Lin Hao. With those words, the icy blade descended upon Lu Hong's left arm, severing it cleanly. Blood gushed forth, and the excruciating agony elicited a piercing scream from Lu Hong. The first blow was for Lin Hao. This one is for those who perished at your hands. With another swift strike, Lu Hong's right arm was similarly severed. His complexion turned ashen, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. He felt a surge of loathing for his own greed in seeking Yihan's 3 spirit essence pills. Had he acted decisively then, he might have avoided this fate. No, please don't kill me. I possess spirit stones. Spare me, and I shall reveal the location of my treasure. Lu Hong pleaded desperately. Spirit stones? Yihan replied icily, and delivered yet another fatal blow. I am afraid I have no need for spirit stones. With a swift motion, blood spurted as Lu Hong's head was severed from his body, which slumped lifelessly to the ground, utterly devoid of life. Observing the lifeless body on the ground, Yihan let out a soft sigh. With a swift motion of his hand, a burlap sack enveloped Lu Hong's severed head, followed by a sudden blaze that reduced the corpse to ashes. After tidying up the scene, Yihan departed. Upon returning to Qingyang town, it was already dusk. Inside the room, Li Mingyang and Ling Shui were having dinner. Brother Yi. Upon seeing Yihan, Li Mingyang called out hurriedly. Yihan nodded. Then turned to Ling Shui. Come with me for a moment. With that, he walked toward a nearby room, causing Ling Shui to pause momentarily before she followed him. Brother Yi. Upon entering the room, Ling Shui addressed him. Yihan remained silent, tossing a black burlap sack onto the floor. Let us take a look inside. Oh. Ling Shui nodded and opened the sack, only to be struck dumb the next moment. Lu Hong? Her gaze shifted to Yihan, her eyes wide with shock. She was well aware of Lu Hong's formidable strength, and now he was. Yihan offered no explanation but simply stated, with Lu Hong's demise, Lin's revenge has been avenged, and you can now rest easy. Suddenly, Ling Shui knelt down, exclaiming, Brother Yi, your immense kindness is beyond my ability to repay. All I wish is to remain by your side, and I will serve you faithfully. Chapter 16, The Detoxification Pill. What are you saying? Lin Hao is my brother, and having promised to look after you, I shall uphold that promise. However, Lu Hong was an elder of the Blood Spirit Sect. His death will not go unchallenged. Thus, you should stay here for a while. If you need anything, feel free to speak with Mingyang. Yihan promptly assisted her to her feet. Brother Yi, she said. All right, let us go eat. With a wave of his hand, a flame engulfed Lu Hong's head, reducing it to ashes. After completing everything, the two exited the room. For the following days, Yihan remained home, concocting pills. This experience had imparted a crucial lesson. In this world, strength reigns supreme. If he possessed adequate power, there would be no need to venture into the Snowfall Tower, nor would he have to live in constant fear. Before he realized it, 10 more days had passed. One day, Yihan emerged from his room. Brother Yi. Ling Shui hurriedly approached him. Since Lu Hong's death, her respect for Yihan had only deepened. Whenever he was refining pills, she would remain close, ready to respond to his commands. Truly, you don't need to go to such lengths, Yihan sighed. He understood Ling Shui's desire to repay her debt, yet he did not wish for such an arrangement. It's nothing. It's what I ought to do, Ling Shui insisted. Shaking her head. Very well, how has your health been? With the detoxification pill, the toxins are somewhat manageable. Yihan nodded. But he was well aware that this was not a sustainable solution. It appeared he needed to procure a proper detoxification pill. Yihan murmured softly, issuing a few instructions before departing with utmost caution. He arrived at Wanxiang City, only to find, upon reaching the entrance, dozens of imposing figures standing menacingly outside. From their attire, it was evident that they belonged to the Blood Spirit Sect. Nearby, hundreds of individuals knelt on the ground, drenched in blood, their condition pitiable. The Blood Spirit Sect. Observing this scene, Yihan furrowed his brow. Halt! Just as he contemplated whether to approach, a thunderous voice rang out. A burly man with a prominent scar across his forehead strode toward him with an intimidating demeanor. Are you deaf, you fool? Didn't you hear me call? The man shouted, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. What business do you have, senior brother? Yihan inquired. Who the hell are you calling senior brother? The man snorted disdainfully and coldly remarked. You look suspicious. It's clear you're up to no good. Get out of here quickly, or I won't hesitate to take action. As he spoke, his large hand reached toward Yihan's storage pouch, displaying a practiced ease that indicated he had engaged in such behavior before. What a tyrant! Yihan felt a chill in his heart. However, he refrained from retaliating. After all, given his current strength, he was far from capable of confronting the Blood Spirit Sect. You are mistaken, senior brother. I am from the Wangyue Pavilion, here to deliver some items. The Wangyue Pavilion? At the mention of this name, the man's hand paused, his eyes scrutinizing Yihan intently. You are affiliated with the Wangyue Pavilion? Indeed, Yihan confirmed with a nod. Retrieving a token from his storage pouch, one that Elder Wu had bestowed upon him earlier, he then produced 2 spirit essence pills. This is a small token of appreciation. Not much, but a gesture nonetheless. Coughing lightly, the man accepted the offering, his expression softening slightly. Since you are a friend of the Wangyue Pavilion, then all is well. Thank you, senior brother. Might I inquire what has transpired? Ah, you see, our Lu Hong from the Blood Spirit Sect was slain, which has enraged the sect leader. We must find the culprit, the man replied. Indeed, Yihan felt a weight in his heart. In astonishment, he exclaimed, Elder Lu has been killed? Surely. In all of Dazhou, who would dare to harm him? Who knows? For this reason, my comrades have scarcely rested for days. Anyway, you may go? If you encounter a similar situation in the future, just mention my name, and they won't trouble you. Thank you, senior brother. With that, Yihan proceeded into the city. 2 spirit essence pills. How delightful it would be to indulge. Upon entering the city, Yihan sensed an exceedingly oppressive atmosphere. The once lively streets had turned eerily desolate. Particularly, those engaged in underground cultivation moved with utmost caution, fearful of inadvertently attracting trouble. Sighing softly, Yihan made his way to the Wangyue Pavilion. Upon arrival, he felt a familiar sense of bustling warmth. Navigating adeptly, he soon found Elder Wu. who greeted him with an expression of great joy. Brother Yi, have you encountered any issues? Old Wu inquired promptly. Nothing much, Yihan replied, shaking his head, and succinctly recounted the events at the city gate. This elicited a sigh from Old Wu. Recently, in a fierce battle, the Wuzhizong had suffered defeat, and now, the Blood Spirit Sect had undeniably ascended to the pinnacle of the Great Chu. Wuzhizong has fallen? Yihan expressed his astonishment. The Wuzhizong was not weak. How could they have succumbed so swiftly? What about the Tianyuanzong? Ever since their severe losses last time, their defeat was already inevitable, and subsequently, they were ambushed by the Blood Spirit Sect. Now their sect has been destroyed, and apart from a few survivors, the fate of the other disciples is grim. Old Wu explained. Is that so? Yihan's brow furrowed deeply. Previously, the Tianyuanzong and Wuzhizong had acted as checks on the Blood Spirit Sect, although domineering. The Blood Spirit Sect had shown some restraint. Now, with the Wuzhizong in ruins and Tianyuanzong obliterated, there was no one left in the Great Chu to restrain the Blood Spirit Sect. This was certainly not favorable news for him. Brother Yi, during this period, please remain vigilant. However, you need not overly worry. Even the Blood Spirit Sect would not dare to act recklessly against my Wanhua Pavilion, Old Wu reassured. Indeed. Yihan nodded, then produced the pills he had brought. Upon seeing the pills, Old Wu's expression brightened. Please wait a moment, I shall tally them for you. That would be much appreciated. Is there any need for such formalities between us? Old Wu began counting the pills. In no time, he returned with a pile of spirit stones. Brother Yi, here are your spirit stones, totaling 43,000. Please verify. That's unnecessary, Yihan smiled faintly, handing 3,000 stones to Old Wu. Old Wu, does the Wanhua Pavilion have any detoxification pills? Detoxification pills? Old Wu looked at him in surprise, then nodded, of course. Brother Yi wishes to acquire some detoxification pills. Yes, I plan to venture into the Beast Mountain range soon, and I want to prepare some in case of unforeseen circumstances. Is that so? Old Wu showed no suspicion and continued. We do have detoxification pills at Wanhua Pavilion, but being a third-tier pill, the price is. What price? Generally, it would require 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, since you are interested, I can take the liberty of offering you a discount of 30%, bringing it down to 28,000 low-grade spirit stones. 28,000? Yihan nodded, acknowledging the cost, albeit slightly steep. It was worth the investment. Then I shall trouble you. Old Wu, not at all. Just a moment, I will fetch them for you. After a brief interval, Old Wu returned with a fragrant azure pill. The aroma was refreshing, and just inhaling it made Yihan feel invigorated. Truly, it was a top-tier third-grade pill. Yihan murmured to himself, paid the spirit stones, and was about to take his leave when Old Wu called out to him. Is there anything else? Yihan asked, puzzled. It's nothing significant. Just that I may need to return to headquarters for a while. So during this period, please take extra care. If anything important arises, feel free to send me a message. Understood. Subsequently, Yihan departed. Watching his receding figure, a glimmer of hope flickered in Old Wu's eyes. Perhaps there was a semblance of optimism to be found. The streets were teeming with members of the Blood Spirit Sect, and they had captured numerous cultivators, including rogue practitioners as well as those from the Tianyuan Sect and the Wujidian. Following this fierce battle, the Blood Spirit Sect had ascended to become the foremost power in the Great Chu, a development that boded ill for others. Alas, yet another group has been apprehended. This marks the 5th batch today, does it not? The Blood Spirit Sect is becoming increasingly tyrannical, and it appears that the days ahead will be fraught with difficulty. A voice of resignation lamented. In a shadowy corner, an elderly man clad in white bore an expression of helplessness. There was little to be done. The Blood Spirit Sect now dominated the entirety of Great Chu. Those who had previously crossed paths with them had all been taken captive, and even the esteemed fairy Ning Shuang was being hunted. Should she fall into their hands, it would spell disaster. It would be prudent to speak less. If they overhear us, we shall find ourselves in trouble. Indeed, indeed. I am grateful for your reminder. The two hurriedly made their way into the distance. The Blood Spirit Sect. Yihan furrowed his brow. The current situation did not bode well for him, particularly in light of Lu Hong's demise. Should the matter come to light, it would lead to complications. He needed to devise a plan swiftly. With that thought, he exited Wanxiang City, remaining vigilant along the way. Yihan found himself on a secluded path when a voice called out from behind him, "Fellow cultivator, please wait." This caused Yihan to frown deeply as he turned around. There stood a familiar figure, Mu Ning Shuang, whom he had not seen in quite some time. However, she appeared pale, blood-soaked, and bore a gaping wound at her temple. "It is you?" Yihan spoke, gripping the teleportation talisman tightly. While Mu Ning Shuang had a commendable reputation in Great Chu, he could not be certain of her intentions, especially given the precarious situation of the Tianyuan sect. "Do you recognize me?" Mu Ning Shuang asked, her expression betraying confusion. "The renowned fairy Ning Shuang, I certainly do. What brings you to seek me? You must be an alchemist, am I correct? Upon hearing this, Yihan's wariness intensified. Please, do not misunderstand. I have come to propose a transaction. A transaction? Indeed. I noticed your visit to the Wanxiang Pavilion, so I surmised correctly that you are either an alchemist or have one backing you, which is quite accurate, is it not? Fairy, if you have something to say, please do so directly. Alas, Mu Ningxuang sighed. Surely, you are aware of the predicament facing my Tianyuan sect? Yes. I have heard some rumors. The Blood Spirit sect's power has surged. My Tianyuan sect has suffered grievously. Many of our disciples are severely injured from the previous battle, and now the entirety of Great Chu is under the control of the Blood Spirit sect. Thus, I am in dire need of a substantial quantity of healing elixirs. Healing elixirs? Yihan regarded her with a piercing gaze. It appears that the fairy has misunderstood something. Indeed, there is an alchemist behind me. But as you are well aware of the current situation, should the Blood Spirit sect discover that I am selling pills to you, I would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Thus, I regret to say that I must disappoint you, esteemed fairy, Yihan stated. Despite Mu Ningxiao's exquisite beauty, he is not a man who loses his wits at the sight of a lovely woman. Presently, the Blood Spirit sect is relentlessly pursuing the Spirit Element sect. Selling pills to them at this juncture would be ill-advised, would it not? Mu Ningxiao smiled at him, saying, if you are so fearful of the Blood Spirit sect, how could you then have killed Lu Han? Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from Yihan, but he quickly reined it in. I am unaware of what you speak. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. I wonder if the Blood Spirit sect would believe me should I divulge this information? Are you threatening me? Yihan's expression turned icy. You have misunderstood, my friend. I am merely compelled to resort to such measures. If I have offended you in any way, I hope for your understanding. Yihan's countenance darkened. He could hardly fathom how, despite his cautious demeanor, this individual still gleaned the truth. Rest assured, as long as you agree, this information will remain a secret forever. Moreover, I can assist you in concealing it. Even if the Blood Spirit sect is formidable, they could never suspect you. Speak then. How do you propose we collaborate? It is quite simple. We require healing pills, and I can assure you that the price will exceed the market rate. Twice the amount. Yihan declared directly. This caused Mu Ningxiao's expression to stiffen. My friend, you may be overstepping your bounds. Overstepping? Yihan sneered. If you are unwilling, so be it. I can always leave to Chu. No matter how powerful the Blood Spirit sect may be, finding me in this vast continent would not be an easy task. However, your situation is different. Of course, you may act now, but I cannot guarantee the outcome. Mu Ningxiao's demeanor turned cold. Yet, ultimately, she acquiesced. There was no other choice. Yihan was correct. He was but a solitary figure, and with the assistance of the Wanxiang Pavilion, leaving Chu would not pose a challenge for him. But she was different. She still had the members of the Tianyuan sect. Furthermore, with the Blood Spirit sect having slain so many of their disciples, she was unwilling to simply walk away. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. 10 days hence, at this hour, in this place, we shall exchange goods for payment. With that, Yihan departed. Watching his retreating figure, Mu Ningxiao let out a resigned sigh. After winding through several turns, Yihan finally returned to Qingyang town. Upon entering his room, he found Ling Shui collapsed on the floor, her complexion pale, while Li Meinyang paced anxiously beside her. Brother Yi. Upon seeing Yihan, Li Meinyang rushed over. What happened? What has transpired? Chapter 18. Detoxification, an unexpected turn? Alas, Li Meinyang sighed, then briefly recounted the situation. It turned out that earlier that afternoon, while she and Ling Shui were shopping, they had encountered an elderly man. Upon encountering the beauty of two individuals, a desire to tease them arose. Ling Shui, unable to contain her anger, took immediate action. Although she succeeded in driving away the elderly man, she sustained severe injuries and, compounded by a resurgence of toxins in her body, found herself in her current predicament. Who was that elderly man? Yihan inquired. According to Miss Ling, he is a rogue cultivator with some connection to a disciple of the Blood Spirit sect. The mention of the Blood Spirit sect caused Yihan's brow to furrow deeply. If he were merely a rogue cultivator, Yihan would not be overly concerned. However, the association with the sect altered the gravity of the situation. What should we do now, Brother Yi? Ling Shui asked anxiously. Do not worry. Yihan reassured her with a wave of his hand. He approached Ling Shui, supporting her as he administered a healing elixir. Upon consuming the pill, a hint of color returned to her pallid complexion. Before long, she regained consciousness. Brother Yi. I'm so sorry. She hastily apologized upon opening her eyes. This is not your fault. How do you feel? Yihan replied, shaking his head. Much better. I should be fine now. That is good to hear. Yihan nodded. What can you tell me about that elderly man? He is a rogue cultivator named Ma Tao. I have encountered him before, but I never expected to see him here. I heard he shares a close relationship with a disciple of the Blood Spirit Sect. Brother Yi, have I caused trouble? Ling Shui fretted. Rest assured, as long as I am here, nothing will happen. With that, Yihan retrieved an antidote from his storage bag. Take this. It should cure the poison afflicting you. But this is far too precious. I cannot accept it, Ling Shui protested vigorously. She was aware of the antidote's exorbitant price, amounting to tens of thousands of spirit stones, which explained Lin Hao's relentless efforts to amass wealth. I promised Lin Hao to take care of you, and I intend to uphold my promise. But there are no buts, just take it. Thank you, Brother Yi. Ling Shui relented, accepting the pill and swallowing it in one swift motion. In the next instant, a pale azure light erupted from her being. Her once ashen complexion began to regain its vitality. Suddenly, a ferocious aura burst forth from Ling Shui, and her expression twisted in agony. How could this happen? Yihan's countenance shifted. Could it be that the antidote was a counterfeit? Yet, Elder Wu had no reason to deceive him. So hot. Ling Shui moaned in distress as her body temperature soared, her face flushing crimson, her eyes appearing alarmingly red. Brother Yi, I feel as though I am engulfed in flames. It is unbearable. Her gaze grew dazed, and instinctively, she began to shed her clothing. In an instant, her fair skin was laid bare before Yihan's eyes. He felt a surge of alarm. This was an unforeseen turn of events, and he found himself at a loss for what to do. Brother Yi, suddenly. A wave of intense heat radiated from Ling Shui, and in the blink of an eye, she lunged toward Yihan. Brother Yi, Li Mainyang, standing nearby, was visibly worried. The temperature here is too high. You should leave while I handle this, Yihan urged urgently. Oh, Li Mainyang nodded repeatedly before rushing out. Meanwhile, Ling Shui's body continued to twist in Yihan's embrace. Her snow-white skin and alluring figure left Yihan parched. Suddenly, a soft sensation brushed against his lips, Ling Shui's lips, which had unexpectedly pressed against his at some point. In that instant, Yihan felt as if his mind had exploded. Damn it, Lin Daoyu, I'm sorry, brother. With that thought, Yihan could no longer restrain himself. He lifted Ling Shui and strode towards the bed. Soon, enticing sounds echoed throughout the room for a full hour. Only after that did Yihan finally descend from the bed, finding Ling Shui soundly asleep, and the intense heat had finally subsided. He exhaled softly, his gaze falling upon the crimson mark on the bed. Sighing once more, Yihan dressed and stepped outside. Brother Yi, is Ling? Miss Ling all right? Li Mainyang inquired, her cheeks flushed. The previous sounds had been too loud for her not to have heard. She's fine, she'll wake up shortly. He reassured her. Oh, that's good, Li Mainyang nodded, though her eyes appeared somewhat dim. All right, I'll rest for a bit. Just call me if anything comes up, Yihan said, making his way to the alchemy room. Alchemy experience, 20, talent, 2. Affinity, 20, bonus, for him? Yihan was momentarily taken aback by the suddenly appeared panel. The increase this time was actually double that of before. Could it be related to Ling Shui? He then opened his attribute panel. Cultivation level, Qi refining, 7th layer. Alchemy skill, 2nd rank, 300. Talent, low, 200-130. Upgrade available? Yihan was even more astonished. He gently jumped a little. Buzz. A strange radiance erupted from his body, and at that moment, he realized his understanding of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had deepened. Looking at the panel again. Talent, medium, 7600, medium talent. Yihan's face lit up with joy. Talent is of utmost importance to cultivators. For so many years, he had been rejected by every sect due to his low talent, leading him to become a wandering cultivator. Now, with a medium talent, it meant he could potentially advance to high talent, spiritual body, mid-grade spiritual body, or even higher. Talent determines a person's cultivation speed. With good talent, the pace of cultivation is undoubtedly accelerated. Excellent. Yihan nodded in satisfaction, convinced that as long as he continued to develop steadily, one day he would stand at the pinnacle of martial arts. In that moment, his earlier frustrations vanished completely. In the following time, he resumed refining elixirs. With a 4-fold enhancement, his alchemical speed surpassed that of before. In just a few hours, he produced numerous elixirs. Unbeknownst to him, nightfall approached. Yihan stepped out of the room, where Li Mainyang had prepared a sumptuous dinner. Only the figure of Ling Shui remained unseen. Miss Ling? She had awakened, though her complexion was far from healthy. Is that so? I shall go take a look. With that, Yihan proceeded toward Ling Shui's chamber. Chapter 19. Stay here, Brother Yi. Upon seeing Yihan enter, Ling Shui's expression grew somewhat complex. Alas, Yihan sighed. Then, with an air of apology, remarked, I am sorry, this has nothing to do with you. It is entirely because of me. Ling Shui shook her head. Although her consciousness had been hazy, certain memories lingered. Yihan nodded before taking a seat. What do you plan to do moving forward? I do not know. Ling Shue's gaze was clouded with confusion. Previously, her thoughts had been consumed with finding an antidote, but now that the poison was cured and Lin Hao was dead, she felt utterly lost and uncertain of her next destination. Perhaps you should stay, Yihan suggested. Stay? Yes, regardless of the circumstances. I promised Lin Hao to take care of you, and given the perilous state of the outside world, I worry for your safety if you were to leave alone. At least here, you would have someone to look after you. Ling Shui cast a complex glance at Yihan. Can I really? Deep down, she understood the reality. Previously, it was Lin Hao who supported her survival, albeit she had still been grievously poisoned. If she were to leave now, given her current strength, it was highly likely she would perish outside or fall prey to malevolent cultivators. Of course you can. From now on, you will be with Wanxiang. You will have a companion, and I will feel at ease. Yihan smiled, gently taking her small hand. From now on, let me take care of you both. Brother Yi. Ling Shue's cheeks flushed, and ultimately, she nodded in agreement. All right, let us eat first. After dinner, I have a few matters I wish to discuss with you. The two then proceeded outwards. The trio enjoyed a sumptuous dinner together. Following the meal, Yihan and Ling Shui returned to their room. What kind of ferocious beast injured you before? Yihan inquired. It was a mandala snake. A mandala snake? I see. The mandala snake was a unique and formidable creature, particularly due to the toxins within its body, which could elicit a peculiar reaction in its victims. Such symptoms were rare. But when the toxin erupted, the effects were strikingly apparent. Ling Shue's earlier state was likely a consequence of this. Yihan briefly explained the situation, causing Ling Shue's face to flush. So that is how it was. And one more thing, was that your first time? Ling Shue's face turned even redder as she nodded. Lin Hao was injured during his training in the ferocious beast mountains, and thus, I had never experienced such a thing. Yihan was momentarily taken aback. Is that so? I had not anticipated that. Yet, he felt a sense of gratitude toward Lin Hao. Otherwise, he would not have had the opportunity to experience his first bloodshed. Brother Yi. All right, it is nothing. Rest well. Yihan then took his leave and shortly thereafter arrived at Li Mainyang's room, which left her looking quite astonished. She had thought that Yihan would remain in Ling Shue's room today, but unexpectedly, regardless of the circumstances, you will always be my first woman. Therefore, no matter what the future holds, I will never abandon you, so you can rest assured. Li Mainyang's eyes reddened, and she suddenly threw herself into Yihan's embrace. All right, it's getting late. Let us retire early. Today, I will teach you some new techniques. Li Mainyang's face flushed, yet her eyes brimmed with anticipation. During their time together, she had realized that she was becoming increasingly dependent on Yihan, especially at night, where the sensations were. Hey, let us go. This section omits a million words. In the following days, Yihan's life was filled with joy. With Ling Shue's presence, the nights became exceedingly delightful. Furthermore, through continuous interaction, Yihan's alchemical skills became increasingly refined. Although he was still far from becoming a third-tier alchemist, he had already mastered the crafting of second-tier pills with remarkable proficiency. And so, time passed day by day. Unbeknownst to them, a week had slipped by. In a secluded inn in Yang Town, Yihan sat quietly by the window. A series of knocks echoed, and a striking figure entered, the enchanting Mu Ningxiang. At that moment, her face remained pale, her gaze somewhat dim, and her aura was notably weak. As Yihan looked at Mu Ningxiang, a wave of complex emotions washed over him. He recalled how radiant she had been when he first met her, and now she seemed so diminished. I'm fine. Just a minor injury, Mu Ningxiang said, shaking her head. A minor injury? Yihan murmured to himself. He had heard that Mu Ningxiang was injured at her source during a fierce battle. Without a recovery pill, it seemed that she might truly be suffering. However, he chose not to press further. Although he felt regret, Mu Ningxiang was not someone he was close to. And given that the entire Tianyuan sect was being pursued by the Blood Spirit sect, associating with him was not prudent. Fellow cultivator, have you brought the pills? Mu Ningxiang inquired. Indeed, Yihan replied, nodding. With a wave of his hand, several bottles of pills appeared on the table, eliciting a bright smile from Mu Ningxiang. She began to examine each vial closely. Do not worry, I haven't added anything extra, Yihan assured her. At his words, Mu Ningxiang's expression shifted, and she smiled in acknowledgement. That is only natural. These pills, according to market prices, should be valued between 100 to 300. However, as per our previous agreement, I will consider each at 400 low-grade spirit stones, totaling 200 pills, which amounts to 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. Do you have any objections? 80,000. Upon hearing this figure, Mu Ningxiang slightly furrowed her brow, but ultimately nodded, saying, no problem. Thank you, fellow cultivator. With that, she waved her hand, and a storage bag appeared on the table. Shall you count it? No need. I trust the integrity of Miss Mu, Yihan gestured, directly taking the storage bag. Witnessing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Mu Ningxiang's eyes. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave for now, eagerly anticipating our next encounter. With that, Mu Ningxiang's figure shifted and vanished into thin air. Sighing deeply, Yihan couldn't help but reflect on the unpredictability of fate. Just a few months prior, he was but a humble wandering cultivator. At that time, Mu Ningxiang was an unattainable presence, exalted and distant. Yet, in the span of mere months, he had acquired the leverage to engage in transactions with her, and moreover, he now held the initiative. Indeed, it is a striking revelation how circumstances can transform. With that thought, Yihan rose and gradually made his way outside. Chapter 20. Cleansing the Marrow. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Just as Yihan stepped out of the inn, a sudden, urgent voice pierced the air. He turned to see dozens of figures clad in the attire of the Blood Spirit Sect rushing towards him. Their imposing demeanor causing Yihan's expression to tighten. Had he been discovered? Instinctively, he flipped his right hand, conjuring a teleportation talisman. Just as he contemplated an immediate escape, an astonished voice rang out. Yi Xiaoga, is that really you? What are you doing here? It was Zhao, the burly man he had met previously at the entrance of Wanxiang City, who had generously gifted him 2 recovery pills. I thought you looked familiar. Yi Xiaoga, what brings you here? Zhao Chong inquired with a smile, his spirits lifted at the memory of the pills, which he had sold for 500 low-grade spirit stones, allowing him 3 days of indulgence at Qingfeng Source. I have some matters to attend to. By the way, Zhao Dage, what is going on? Yihan responded. Oh, we just received word that Mu Ningxiang from the Tianyuan sect has appeared here. We were on our way to capture her, but alas, she managed to slip away. Otherwise, I would have ensured you got a glimpse of the beauty of the Tianyuan sect. Oh, Yihan chuckled, though a sense of gravity weighed heavily on him. This was merely a temporary refuge he had found. The fact that the Blood Spirit sect received news of Mu Ningxiang's appearance indicated that there was a traitor within the Tianyuan sect. Fortunately, no one had discovered his association with her. Otherwise, it would have led to dire consequences. Yi Xiaoga, is something the matter? Huh, no, nothing at all. I just noticed you seemed a bit unsettled. If there is anything troubling you, feel free to share it with me, Zhao Chong confidently assured, patting his chest. Well, there are indeed some issues, Yihan replied, nodding. He discreetly retrieved 3 marrow-cleansing pills and handed them to Zhao Chong. Ah, Zhao Chong gasped in astonishment. He recognized the marrow-cleansing pills as high-grade second-tier elixirs. Each could easily fetch over 200 spirit stones, and leveraging his identity as a Blood Spirit Sect disciple, he could potentially sell these 3 for 1,000 spirit stones without much trouble. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones was a sum that would take him months to accumulate. And yet here they were, being gifted to him. Cough, Brother Yi, please speak freely. Although I do not wish to boast about other matters, I assure you there is nothing I cannot accomplish here. Indeed, Yihan nodded and then spoke. It is this way. Previously, there was a rogue cultivator named Zhang Tao who, relying on his acquaintance with a disciple of the Blood Spirit Sect, dared to bully my woman. Initially, I thought little of such a trivial character as Zhang Tao, yet considering his connections, I seek Brother Zhao's assistance in investigating who stands behind him. Oh, so it is this matter. A trivial issue. Brother, you need not worry. When I return, I shall provide you with a satisfactory report. No matter who it is. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on your woman disrespects me. Zhao Chong patted his chest confidently. Then I must trouble you, Brother Zhao. Ah, we are brothers. Why speak in such formalities? Well then, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. I will inform you once I have news. By the way, where should I reach you? Perhaps at the Wanhua Pavilion? Very well, I shall depart now. With that, Zhao Chong took his leave, and Yihan returned home. As he entered, he found Ling Shui and Li Meinyang engaged in conversation. Ling Shui's face was flushed, and it was unclear what they were discussing. Brother Yi. Upon seeing Yihan return, Ling Shui hurried over. After this period of nurturing from Yihan, Ling Shui had indeed grown more beautiful, which caused Yihan to reflect with a hint of melancholy. What a pity for Brother Lin. What were you discussing? Yihan inquired with a smile. Oh, nothing much, just some trivial family matters, Ling Shui replied, her cheeks reddening. Sister Xiaoxue did not say that just now. Brother Lin. You have no idea, Sister Xiaoxue, I did not. Ling Shui interjected, her face a lovely shade of crimson, appearing exceedingly adorable. Oh right. At that moment, Yihan suddenly spoke up, drawing the attention of both women. It is this. I have acquired some martial techniques and cultivation methods that I intend for you both to practice. During this time, Yihan realized that relying solely on himself was insufficient. Although Ling Shui had previously practiced, she had only reached the 4th level of qi refinement, while Li Meinyang had no cultivation whatsoever. Thus, he resolved to guide them in their training, with the aid of cleansing elixirs and various resources. He believed that even with modest talent, both women could achieve significant progress. Cultivate. Ling Shui was momentarily taken aback. She had long desired this, yet lacked resources. Relying solely on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was exceedingly slow. This was the predicament faced by most rogue cultivators, lacking resources and techniques, with poor aptitude. They could only depend on the meager absorption of spiritual energy, which was the most arduous path. Consequently, many rogue cultivators resorted to selling their bodies to risk their lives in the ferocious beast mountains, a common occurrence. Brother Yi, can I also cultivate? Li Meinyang asked excitedly. Yes, Yihan nodded. Previously, he might have been unable to assist her, but now he possessed ample cleansing elixirs. Upon hearing this, Li Meinyang's face lit up with joy. After all, who among them did not wish to cultivate? Prepare yourselves. We shall begin this evening, Yihan proclaimed before departing. Previously, he had sold elixirs to Mu Ningqiang, and thus owed a considerable share to Wangyue Pavilion, necessitating a swift replenishment. Fortunately, he now possessed a quadruple enhancement, alleviating his concerns. As time flowed by, nightfall enveloped the surroundings. Inside the chamber, Yihan sat cross-legged on the floor, flanked by Ling Shui and Li Meinyang, both of whom appeared anxious. There is no need for trepidation. The cleansing elixir will expel the impurities from your bodies, significantly enhancing your innate talents and facilitating your future cultivation, Yihan reassured them with a gentle smile. Both women nodded appreciatively, especially Ling Shui, who, as a former rogue cultivator, understood the rarity of the cleansing elixir. Very well, let us commence, Yihan declared, gesturing grandly. 2 elixirs materialized before the women, who, without hesitation, swallowed them whole. Instantly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from their bodies. They appeared as though they had labored strenuously all day, their bodies drenched in sweat, revealing their alluring figures, rendering Yihan parched with desire. Time passed swiftly, and an hour slipped away unnoticed. Ling Shui and Li Meinyang opened their eyes. What is that foul odor? Li Meinyang inquired, perplexed. In the next moment, she let out a shriek, noticing a large mass of dark substance clinging to her form. That is merely the impurities, a wash will suffice, Yihan explained. Oh, they replied. How do you feel? I feel utterly revitalized, and my ability to absorb spiritual energy has increased at least 2-fold. Ling Shui exclaimed with excitement. 2-fold, indeed, Yihan nodded. The cleansing elixir purges impurities, enhancing one's innate quality. Let us continue. He then provided them with several more elixirs. Thus, 3 hours passed. The impurities within the 2 women were nearly eradicated. Although their innate qualities were ultimately only elevated to the intermediate level, it was still commendable. This was, after all, a limitation of one's natural endowment. Even with the cleansing elixir, there was only so much improvement possible unless one possessed extraordinary treasures. Very well, the impurities within you have been sufficiently addressed. Go cleanse yourselves. As it is getting late, and you ought to rest, Yihan said with a smile. At the mention of rest, both women blushed and hurried into the bathroom. It must be noted that following the cleansing elixir's purifying effects, their skin, figures, and even their aura had improved remarkably. This prompted Yihan to linger longer than intended. It was not until 4 in the morning that he finally ceased, by which time the 2 women had long succumbed to slumber. Observing the figures of the 2 individuals, Yihan's expression revealed a faint smile. Perhaps, this is the life I have always desired. Unbeknownst to him, 3 days had swiftly passed once again. Yihan returned to the moon viewing pavilion. Friend Yi, just as he stepped through the door, a gentle voice resonated, and a young girl with a beaming smile approached him. Miss Li. Yihan was momentarily taken aback. This was none other than the attendant named Li Lan, who had welcomed him during his first visit. Is there something you need? Yihan inquired. Oh, someone came here looking for you previously, but you were not present. He left a letter for you, Li Lan replied, extending an envelope to Yihan. Oh, Yihan's eyes brightened. The only person who would seek him here, apart from Zhao Chong, would be no one else. His presence here indicated that matters had been settled. I understand. Thank you, he expressed gratefully as he took the envelope. He then proceeded further inside, navigating the familiar surroundings with ease. Before long, Yihan arrived at the inner chamber. However, instead of the usual elder Wu, a striking young woman of about 18 or 19 occupied his seat. The girl was remarkably beautiful, with a quintessential oval face, long, smooth hair, and a graceful figure that exuded elegance. Clad in a delicate, flowing gown, she radiated an exquisite charm. Her presence, akin to a lotus flower, enveloped one in a refreshing aura, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Greetings, Yihan approached with a smile. The young woman lightly nodded and glanced at Yihan. Elder Wu has informed me of the situation, so you may proceed as before. Understood. Yihan did not elaborate further, retrieving the elixirs from his possession. Upon seeing the vials, a flicker of surprise crossed the young woman's face, but she quickly regained her composure. Please hold on. I will tally them for you, she said. promptly beginning her count while Yi Han surveyed the surroundings. A minute later, the young woman concluded her assessment. Return Yuan Dan, 58 pieces, Shisui Dan, 108 pieces. According to the previous prices, the total amounts to 70,000 low-grade spirit stones. Do you agree? She inquired with a smile. Indeed. Yi Han nodded. Please wait a moment. I will retrieve the spirit stones for you. The young woman soon returned, carrying a storage bag. Everything is inside. Please verify. No need. I trust the reputation of the moon viewing pavilion. Yi Han waved his hand dismissively. Oh. The young woman looked at him with surprise and then asked, May I inquire your name, esteemed friend? Yi Han. Yi Han. The young woman murmured softly. Friend Yi, your ability to refine such a multitude of elixirs suggests you possess remarkable talent in alchemy. Have you ever heard of the Alchemy Conference? The Alchemy Conference? Yi Han's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He was indeed aware of it. It was a grand celebration for alchemists throughout the entire Tianlan domain. Almost all renowned alchemists in the Tianlan region will participate in this alchemical convention. However, gaining entry to this prestigious event is no simple feat. One must possess considerable fame or be recommended by a powerful faction. I wonder if you, dear friend Yi, have any interest in attending the alchemical convention? The young lady inquired once more. Your Grace, you jest. I am but a mere first-tier alchemist, unworthy of such an esteemed gathering, and my master would certainly disapprove. Yi Han replied, shaking his head. Oh, is that so? The young lady smiled gently. With a graceful wave of her hand, a golden letter materialized in her grasp. This is a letter from our Wanxiang Pavilion. Should you, dear friend Yi, have an interest, you may consider attending. A letter? Yi Han's expression shifted in surprise as he glanced at the young lady once more. It seemed her status within the Wanxiang Pavilion was quite significant. Such a letter is not something just anyone could acquire, let alone bestow upon another. It evidently attests to her distinguished standing. Truth be told, Yi Han harbored a certain longing for the alchemical convention, as it was a grand celebration for alchemists throughout the entire Tianlan prefecture. Nevertheless, thank you. I will ponder it. Though I cannot guarantee my attendance, Yi Han said as he accepted the letter. No matter. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave, she replied. And with that, Yi Han departed. Shortly after his exit, a figure emerged. It was Elder Wu. His gaze followed the direction in which Yi Han had just vanished. Did the young lady not mention she wished to assess him? Why did she directly hand him the letter? Elder Wu questioned, perplexed. The assessment has concluded. The young lady replied with a smile. Concluded? Indeed, he has personally concocted those elixirs, and his soul power is exceptionally formidable, surpassing even that of an average third-tier alchemist. Oh, Elder Wu was taken aback. Very well, keep a close watch on him. Should he encounter any peril, you may utilize the power of Wanxiang Pavilion. The young lady remarked before slowly departing. Elder Wu's expression, however, was one of astonishment. It was the first time he had witnessed the young lady place such importance on an individual. Yi Han, I hope you do not disappoint her expectations. Chapter 22, The Peculiar Spirit Beast. In Wanxiang City, at the Duel Inn. This establishment is rather ordinary in Wanxiang City. At this moment, outside the inn, Yi Han approached slowly. Is this the place? He murmured, glancing at the letter in his hand. He then stepped inside. Brother Yi. The moment he entered the inn, a voice called out. It was Zhao Chong. Brother Zhao. Yi Han exclaimed before walking over. Brother Yi, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you here for 2 days. I've been rather busy lately, so I apologize for the wait. Haha, no worries. Zhao Chong chuckled heartily and poured a cup of wine for Yi Han. Regarding that matter you mentioned last time, I looked into it. And the rogue indeed knows a disciple from my blood spirit sect. As he spoke, Zhao Chong's expression turned serious. Is his identity significant? That is not the case. He, like myself, is merely a squad leader. However, he boasts an uncle who is an elder of the blood spirit sect's outer gate. And he takes great pride in this connection. Oh, upon hearing this, Yi Han gained some insight. It was evident that Zhao Chong harbored some grievances against that disciple. And due to the influence of the aforementioned elder, Zhao Chong found himself at a disadvantage. What is there to boast about? Just because he has an elder uncle? What a farce. Without that connection, he would hardly be worthy of being compared to me. Zhao Chong, in a fit of anger, downed a cup of wine and continued. Forget him. The Zhang Tao you mentioned doesn't share a significant relationship with him. We are brothers, and he has taken good care of me in the past. Rest assured, when I return, I shall capture Zhang Tao and present him to you. Will this cause any trouble? Yi Han inquired. No worries. He is merely a loose cultivator. And Liamo would not dare to turn against me. Then I must trouble you, Brother Zhao. Hey, what are you saying? Are we still discussing such formalities as brothers? However, I do have a favor to ask of you during this visit, Zhao Chong said, scratching his head awkwardly. Feel free to speak, if I can assist. I certainly will, Yi Han nodded. Through their recent interactions, he had gained some understanding of Zhao Chong. Although he had a penchant for small gains, he would fulfill his obligations, and overall, he was quite decent. You see, I have been stuck at the peak of the Qi refinement stage for many years. Since you are a member of the Wanxiang Pavilion, you should be able to procure a foundation establishment pill at a lower price. A foundation establishment pill? Yihan replied, slightly taken aback. It is a third-grade elixir and rather expensive. Ahem. Well, you know my situation. Though I have some savings from the past few years, the price of a foundation establishment pill is exorbitant. Even the lowest quality one costs several tens of thousands of spirit stones. So I would like to ask you to help me buy one. That should be manageable. What grade does Brother Zhao desire? Yihan inquired. That doesn't matter much. A mid-grade one will suffice. However, according to market prices, a mid-grade foundation establishment pill goes for 40,000 lower-grade spirit stones, and I only have 30,000. 30,000. You say? Yihan murmured. Although he possessed the black iron card from the Wanxiang Pavilion, it only afforded him a discount of 20%. Even with this discount, a mid-grade foundation establishment pill would still cost 32,000. No problem, Yihan replied directly, though he would incur a loss. Having Zhao Chong bring Zhang Tao to him would surely be worthwhile. Thank you, Yi Xiaogu. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to call upon me. And I shall do my utmost, Zhao Chong said excitedly. No need for such formalities between brothers. Let us do this. Tomorrow at this time, we shall meet here, and I will bring the foundation establishment pill. Good. Rest assured, Yi Xiaogu, I will deliver that old rascal Zhang Tao to you tomorrow. The two shared a hearty laugh, and after a few more drinks, Zhao Chong handed over his remaining 30,000 spirit stones to Yihan and took his leave. Resources are indeed what everyone yearns for. Yihan murmured softly to himself. Even Zhao Chong, a person of slight standing in the blood spirit sect, was compelled to seek him out for a single foundation establishment pill. If it were those loose cultivators, they might find it nearly impossible to acquire such a pill, even after decades of toil without nourishment. After departing from the inn, Yihan did not return home directly. Instead, he made his way back to Jinfengzhai. With the recent sale of pills, combined with what he had previously sold to Mu Ningqiang, he now possessed over 100,000 spirit stones. Thus, he planned to purchase another spirit beast. While the two second-tier spirit cats he had before were decent, they paled in comparison to higher-tier beasts when encountering formidable foundation establishment cultivators. Upon arrival, a middle-aged man promptly approached him, eager to assist. What level of beast are you looking for, esteemed guest? What is the highest tier you have available? With a hint of surprise, the middle-aged man replied. Our highest tier is early third tier. Early third tier? Yihan felt a twinge of disappointment. Third-tier spirit beasts corresponded to human golden core cultivation. However, he understood that Zhenfeng Zhai was merely a shop within the vast Chu Empire, and possessing third-tier beasts was quite commendable. What is the price? Well, early third-tier beasts typically range from 100,000 to 200,000 spirit stones. However, due to recent events concerning the three major sects, we currently only have two available. Only two? Yihan murmured, taken aback by the limited availability. Let us see them. Very well, esteemed guest, please follow me. The middle-aged man promptly led Yihan inside. They soon arrived at the third floor, which was significantly larger than the second. Before them stood two cages. One contained a massive tiger. The fierce sun tiger, early third tier, possesses immense strength. Even golden core second-layer cultivators dare not provoke it, the middle-aged man quickly explained. Oh. Yihan's eyes sparkled with interest. If he acquired this beast, he would no longer need to worry about his safety. After all, the Chu Empire was merely a small nation among the dozens in the vast Tianlan domain. Even among the three major sects, there were few golden core experts. At that moment, Yihan gasped softly, noticing a small girl in the other cage not far away. Behind her were three fluffy tails. This, esteemed guest, is the other one, the middle-aged man said. Another one? Yihan exclaimed in astonishment. He understood that spirit beasts could transform, but such transformations typically occurred only after reaching at least the fifth tier. A third-tier transformation? This was something he had never heard of. Chapter 23, The Purple Spirit Mongoose. Alas, sighed the middle-aged man suddenly. Esteemed guest, I must confess, this is a spirit beast that has been rendered useless. Useless? What do you mean? It is well known that spirit beasts typically require at least the fifth tier to undergo transformation. This particular spirit beast, a purple spirit marten, has taken on its current form due to inadvertently consuming a transformation herb. Furthermore, its meridians are severely damaged, rendering it incapable of exhibiting the strength expected of a third-tier spirit beast. Is that so? Yihan nodded. The transformation herb is an exceptionally rare spiritual plant. Consuming it grants spirit beasts the chance to transform prematurely. However, the potency of the herb is fierce, and most spirit beasts cannot withstand it, leading to the common occurrence of their meridians being severed. Let us not dwell on it, esteemed guest. Why not consider purchasing this blazing sun tiger instead? Observe its stature and presence. It would be a perfect match for you, the middle-aged man suggested with a smile. Just as Yihan was contemplating the acquisition of the blazing sun tiger, an unusual glimmer caught his eye. Yihan paused slightly, his gaze drawn to the purple spirit marten. Its eyes were fixed on him, filled with a pleading expression. Such intelligence? Yihan's countenance reflected surprise. The greatest distinction between spirit beasts and humans lies in their intelligence, especially before reaching the 5th tier. Generally, spirit beasts merely act on instinct. Yet this purple marten displayed an unexpected awareness. Had it encountered something unknown to others? Esteemed guest, esteemed guest? Ahem. Yihan cleared his throat and declared, I shall purchase it. The middle-aged man's expression turned incredulous. He hadn't anticipated Yihan would choose this one. Although the spirit beast was partially transformed, petite and endearing in appearance, it was ultimately considered a discarded spirit beast. Many had previously observed its state and contemplated acquiring it as a unique companion. Yet upon hearing the price, they promptly declined. One must understand that the price of a 3rd-tier spirit beast could instead procure numerous beautiful maidens. Thus, it hardly seemed necessary. Are you certain, esteemed guest? The middle-aged man inquired once more. Yes, it shall be this one, Yihan affirmed. In truth, he was unsure of the reasons behind his decision. Perhaps it was the beast's pitiable state or the glimmer of wisdom in its eyes. Very well then. Though this spirit beast is deemed useless, it is still a 3rd-tier entity, so let us discuss the price. Since you are so straightforward, I shall refrain from being verbose. The usual price for an initial 3rd-tier spirit beast is 130,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, today I can offer a discount, and you may acquire it for only 110,000 spirit stones. 110,000? Yihan nodded. While the price was indeed substantial, it seemed reasonable. Very well. He promptly paid the 110,000 low-grade spirit stones and secured the spirit beast's soul contract. Safe travels, esteemed guest. The middle-aged man exclaimed with excitement as Yihan departed. On the street, Yihan walked slowly, the purple spirit marten following him in a daze. Observing her demeanor, Yihan began to wonder if he had been deceived. The intelligent gaze he had seen earlier was now absent. Had he truly purchased a worthless creature for 110,000 spirit stones? Yihan scrutinized the purple spirit marten, yet it displayed no reaction. Alas! Yihan let out a helpless sigh. Having already made the purchase, it was too late to regret. He then proceeded to acquire some spiritual herbs before setting off towards Qingyang town. As he traversed a secluded path, a sudden cacophony of sounds pierced the air from above. Not far away, 2 young maidens were sprinting frantically, their bodies stained with vivid crimson blood. Pursuing them were 8 menacing figures, their robust physiques exuding an intimidating presence. The pallor on the maidens' faces was striking, their breath shallow and labored, as their spiritual energy dwindled amidst the chaos. Observing this scene, Yihan furrowed his brow but had no intention of intervening. The 8 men did not appear to be of noble character, and he preferred to avoid entanglement in this murky affair. However, at that moment, the 2 maidens unexpectedly flew in his direction, prompting a darkening of Yihan's expression as he hastily attempted to flee. Wait, fellow cultivator. One of the maidens in green called out, her speed suddenly surging as she appeared before him. Please, we beseech you to save us. We are disciples of the Wuzhizong. If you assist us, we shall ensure that Wuzhizong rewards you handsomely. Wuzhizong. Upon hearing this name, Yihan paused. Among the 3 great powers of the Great Chu, Tianyuanzong, Zuolingzong, and Wuzhizong, he had only encountered the former 2, while Wuzhizong remained shrouded in mystery, seldom accessible to the general populace. His knowledge of Wuzhizong was limited to the existence of a certain Zhou Qingyao, renowned as the 3rd most exquisite beauty in the Great Chu's list of talented individuals. In the brief span of a few seconds, the 8 robust men rapidly closed in, surrounding Yihan. You dare to be so audacious? We are disciples of Wuzhizong, and you presume to act against us? Do you not fear the retribution of Wuzhizong? One of the maidens in white exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. Ha ha ha, Wuzhizong. Perhaps we would have been wary in times past, but now that you are in such dire straits, what threat do you pose? A burly man with a dark complexion laughed heartily, his eyes lecherously roving over the maidens. In all my years, I have yet to indulge in the delights of a Sect's women. I wonder what it's like to taste the fruits of your prestigious background. Ahem. This matter does not concern me. May I take my leave? Yihan coughed lightly. Leave? Where do you think you're going? Since you have stumbled upon us, you shall remain here today. I must say, I did not expect to find such a delicate little girl here. Excellent. I have a fondness for young maidens. You will all entertain me. Before the dark-complexioned man could finish his sentence, a flash of azure light illuminated the scene. In the next heartbeat, he gazed in disbelief at the area around his neck, where suddenly a stream of blood gushed forth. Beside him, a petite figure emerged. It was the purple spirit Mongoose. What? The dark-faced man exclaimed before slowly collapsing to the ground, his life force gradually waning. Chapter 24, Disciple of the Infinite Sect. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of all present were filled with astonishment. Even Yihan wore an expression of shock. He had not issued any command for the purple spirit Mongoose to strike. Had she slipped from his control? Yihan furrowed his brow. A spirit beast breaking free from its master was ominous news indeed. Meanwhile, the purple spirit Mongoose cast a cold glance at the remaining hulking figures. You all deserve to die? With the utterance of these words, she transformed into a phantom, darting through the crowd with remarkable agility. Soon, the remaining men lay sprawled on the ground, their life essence fading away. Yihan's expression hardened. Regret washed over him. A spirit beast that had escaped control, especially one of the third tier, if it turned against him, given his current strength, he would be utterly defenseless. However, just as he was about to voice his thoughts, the purple spirit Mongoose returned to him, nuzzling against his right hand. The icy glimmer in her eyes had reverted to a pitiful demeanor. This left Yihan astonished. Was it an act? No, he shook his head. He sensed that the purple spirit Mongoose was not merely performing. Perhaps she herself was bewildered by what had just transpired. Did she possess a dual personality, or was there another soul residing within her? Yihan pondered incessantly. Logically, the contract binding him to the purple spirit Mongoose should have prevented her from breaking free, even with her third-tier prowess. Thank you for saving us, friend. At that moment, the woman in white bowed respectfully. Coughing awkwardly, Yihan scratched his head. In truth, he had not intended to intervene. No need for thanks. It is the duty of a cultivator to act against injustice when the need arises. However, I am curious. How is it that two of you from the Infinite Sect ended up in such a predicament? Sighing, the woman in white replied, to speak frankly. After our defeat in that battle, our sect's master and elders fled, and we became separated during our escape. Ever since their separation, the two women had been forced to hide from the Blood Spirit sect, confined to a small space. However, after many days, their resources had been exhausted, and they had no choice but to risk venturing out in search of supplies. Little did they expect to encounter such trouble. Is that so? Yihan sighed softly. What are your plans moving forward? Before leaving the sect, we had an agreement to depart from Dechu and head to Dezhou. We intended to seek out the sect's stronghold, the woman in white said, her expression darkening as she glanced at her injuries. The Great Chu Empire is now entirely sealed off. It is not just that they are currently battered and bruised. Even at their peak, they could not escape. Perhaps this is our fate. The girl in white sighed helplessly, then slowly rose to her feet, supporting another girl clad in purple, limping forward with great effort. Sigh. Observing their weary figures, Yihan shook his head. Wait a moment. Do you have any further matters to discuss, my friend? Rest assured, the kindness you have shown today will be etched in our memories. If we ever encounter a powerful figure from our sect in the future, we will surely seek to repay you. I have no doubt about that. But given your current circumstances, leaving the Great Chu is not an easy feat, Yihan replied. If you trust me, I can assist you. Assist us? The eyes of the two girls brightened. No, this is our affair. If it were to implicate you. Yihan thought to himself that this person was quite decent. He could see that her concern was genuine, not mere pretense. Not to worry. I shall consider it a preemptive investment. Should you find a strong sect member in the future, perhaps you might speak a few good words on my behalf, thus fostering a good relationship. The girl in white's expression turned serious, and she nodded. Then I must trouble you, my friend. Under Yihan's guidance, the two girls followed him back to Qingyang town. Big brother Yi? Ling Shui looked at the two with a puzzled expression. They are from the Wuji sect. The Wuji sect. Upon hearing those three words, Ling Shui was taken aback. As a wandering cultivator, she had always envied the disciples of such sections. Now, however, her expression darkened slightly. Silly girl, what are you thinking? They have some matters to attend to, and will be staying here for a few days, Yihan said. Patting her head, he understood that as his strength grew and his horizons expanded, everything had changed. Initially, even someone like Lin Hao, who had a bit of a reputation among wandering cultivators, seemed lofty to him. Now, even those sect disciples appeared insignificant in his eyes. This was the transformation that strength brought. Ling Shui felt the same way. At first, as long as Lin Shan was with Li Meinyang, she, as a cultivator, had no worries. But now, all right, please arrange accommodations for them. During this time, I may be frequently out, and while I am away, this household will rely on you, Yihan said with a smile. Big brother Yi, you can rest assured. I will protect it with all my might. Ling Shui nodded earnestly. Yes, I trust you. Be sure to inform Meinyang as well. With that, Yihan departed. In the room, Yihan fixated his gaze upon the purple spirit Mongoose, hoping to glean some insight from it. The creature merely stood there, unresponsive. Sigh. Yihan let out a breath. Honestly, he had contemplated throwing the purple spirit Mongoose away, but the thought of the 11,000 spirit stones he had invested made him hesitate. Perhaps it is best to hold on a little longer. Ultimately, Yihan shook his head and commenced his alchemical endeavors. Once again, a night filled with fervent exchanges transpired. At dawn the following day, Yihan departed early. Soon, he arrived at Wanxiang City, first procuring a mid-grade foundation establishment pill before seeking out Zhao Chong. Returning to the same inn as the previous day. At this moment, Zhao Chong was already waiting there, a black bag in hand. Brother Zhao. Yihan nodded and approached him directly. What lies within this bag is courtesy of Ma Tao. Rest assured, this is entirely my doing, and it bears no consequence for you. Even if Zhang Liang were to pursue the matter, you would not be implicated, Zhao Chong said with a hearty laugh. Well then, I am most grateful, Brother Zhao. Yihan replied with a smile, gesturing grandly. A pill the size of a longan appeared in his palm. Chapter 25. Ling Shue's Affection. Foundation Establishment Pill. Zhao Chong's expression was one of ecstatic joy as he beheld the elixir. Brother Yi, I shall forever remember your kindness today. Why speak of such things? Yihan interrupted, his demeanor turning slightly solemn. Is there something troubling you, Brother Yi? Zhao Chong inquired perceptively. Indeed, the Tianlan Alchemy Conference is to commence soon. Although I am merely an ordinary alchemist, I wish to attend. However, as you are aware, the current situation makes departing from Daichu rather troublesome, Yihan explained. Oh. Zhao Chong's eyes brightened. He was well aware of the Alchemy Conference. A trivial matter, nothing to worry about. Just leave it to me, he declared, patting his chest confidently. Thank you, Brother Zhao. However, I plan to bring along my 2 women. Is that acceptable? Of course. 2 is no trouble at all. Even 20 would pose no issue. However, I must clarify one point. Please, go ahead. Currently, our Blood Spirit sect is pursuing the remnants of the other 2 sections. Your women are not affiliated with those sects, are they? Zhao Chong's expression reflected concern. Brother Zhao, you jest. What merit do I possess to attract women from esteemed sects? They are merely ordinary cultivators, Yihan reassured him. That's good. Rest easy. It's a minor issue. I shall handle it. Hearing this, Zhao Chong exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank you very much. Ah, you have aided me greatly. Such a favor is of little consequence. But to speak candidly, given Brother Ye's stature, the women of mere sects are hardly noteworthy. Even someone like Mu Ningxuan or Zhou Qingyao would be wholly deserving. However, it is somewhat regrettable regarding Mu Ningxuan. Regrettable? Yihan looked at him in confusion. Ah, Brother Yi, you may not be aware, but in a week, there will be an auction in Xinyue City, featuring the sale of revitalizing pills. Mu Ningxuan, having been injured by our senior brother Wanxiang, will undoubtedly attend. At that time, we shall ensnare her in a net, and senior brother Wanxiang himself will be present. So Xinyue City. Yihan's brow slightly furrowed. Xinyue City was the imperial capital of Daichu. Unexpectedly, this blood spirit sect. Brother Yi, I confide in you as I consider you a friend, so please, do not let this information slip, or we shall both face dire consequences, Zhao Chong urged hastily. Naturally. Well then, since that is the case, I shall take my leave. The matter you mentioned will be handled promptly, and I shall notify you directly via the communication talisman when it is done. With that, Zhao Chong departed, his face brimming with delight. Meanwhile, Yihan appeared somewhat hesitant. Logically, this matter should not concern him. Yet, the thought of Mu Ningxiang's pale visage lingered in his mind. Perhaps it would be wise to defer the decision for a few days. He then cast his gaze upon the pitch-black sack, a cold glimmer igniting in his eyes. This time, he did not linger. He returned home directly. Upon his arrival, he found Ling Shui laughing and chatting with the 2 women from the Wuji sect. Yesterday, Yihan had learned their names from them. The woman in white was named Lu Yu, and the one in green was Lu Yi. They were sisters. Brother Yi, Ling Shui exclaimed, rushing over upon seeing Yihan return. Yihan nodded, then smiled and inquired, how have you fared? Thanks to your elixirs, we are nearly recovered. Lu Yu expressed her gratitude. It is no trouble. Oh, by the way, I have made arrangements. In a few days, I will escort you away from Daichu. But for safety reasons, you must wear disguises. As he spoke, Yihan produced 2 human masks from his storage bag, which he had purchased for 500 spirit stones at the Wanhua Pavilion. With these, even a typical Golden Core realm expert would be unable to see through the deception. Looking at the masks, Lu Yu's eyes shone with appreciation. Though she and Yihan were not related by blood, he had gone to such lengths for their sake. All right, you both should rest now. Xiaoxue, come with me, Yihan instructed, lifting the sack and stepping aside. Ling Shui promptly followed suit. Once in the room, Yihan closed the window, causing Ling Shui's cheeks to flush. Brother Yi, it is still daytime. Smack. Yihan delivered a sharp slap to her head. What are you thinking? All right, open it and see. Oh. Ling Shui blinked in surprise before untying the sack. In the next moment, an elderly figure emerged. Zhang Tao. Ling Shui's expression was one of shock, She had not anticipated that Yihan would. In an instant, warmth filled her heart. She had merely mentioned it in passing, yet Yihan had acted. Foolish girl, since you are now mine, I will not allow anyone to bully you. Yihan said with a slight smile, then kicked Zhang Tao's body. A pained scream echoed as Zhang Tao awakened. Who are you? Where's this? How dare you lay a hand on me? I am a man of Qinshao. Smack. A resounding slap landed on Zhang Tao's face. You are nothing but a fool. Look at who she is. Yihan bellowed. You wretched woman? Bang. Another slap left Zhang Tao's face swollen. Regardless of who stands behind you. If you dare to harm my people, there will be no escape. Yihan coldly declared, his hand swiftly grasping a long sword that materialized in his grip. What do you intend to do? I am under Qin's protection. If you kill me, he will never let you go. With a swift arc of the sword, Zhang Tao's head fell to the ground. Then, with a flick of his wrist, Yihan conjured a flame that reduced Zhang Tao's body to ashes. Brother Yi, Ling Shui exclaimed, throwing herself into Yihan's embrace. Foolish girl, this is merely what I must do. But, Brother Lin, that's Shun. No need to worry. Yihan interrupted, waving his hand. In the past, he would have hesitated to act against someone backed by the Blood Spirit sect. However, times have changed. With his newfound advantage, he was confident that given time, not just Shun, but the entire Blood Spirit sect would pose no threat to him. This was the source of his confidence. Brother Yi, Ling Shui's eyes shimmered with tears. Affection level, 50, bonus, 5. A transparent panel appeared before Yihan, causing his expression to shift in surprise. It had reached 5? He was well acquainted with this bonus. The reason he could meet Mu Ningxuan's and Wangyue Pavilion's demands and master those alchemical formulas. Unexpectedly, this was quite satisfactory. Yihan nodded in approval, leaving Ling Shui momentarily bewildered. Brother Yi, are you speaking to me? Ah, yes. I was mentioning that you look lovely tonight. Perhaps we could explore a new position later. Chapter 26. Brother, do you desire beauty? Time flew by, and before he knew it, 5 days had passed. During this time, Yihan dedicated himself to alchemy. With a 5-fold enhancement, his alchemical speed had increased dramatically. However, a challenge arose. The demand for spiritual herbs was growing increasingly burdensome. One day, while cultivating in his chamber, Yihan was enveloped in a radiant glow, transforming him into a small luminous figure. Suddenly, a clear voice resonated from within him. In the next instant, Yihan opened his eyes. He had reached the 9th level of qi refinement. His face lit up with joy. After such an extended period, bolstered by abundant resources and elixirs, his cultivation had finally reached this milestone. He was but a step away from the foundation establishment stage. It seemed time to prepare some foundation establishment pills, he mused. Although his dual cultivation with Ling Shui and Li Mainyang had significantly enhanced his aptitude, he was still only of medium quality. Such aptitude made breaching the foundation establishment stage no simple task, requiring numerous foundation establishment pills. Moreover, the quality of these pills varied, influencing the outcome post-establishment. In the past, he would have been content with merely achieving foundation establishment. However, he was no longer the same. With newfound conditions in place, he naturally aspired for a superior foundation. Alchemical formulas. Yihan let out a faint sigh. The foundation establishment pill is a third-grade elixir, not to mention its cost. Even with wealth, acquiring it is not a guaranteed endeavor. Although he shares a favorable relationship with the Wangyue Pavilion, revealing his master's recent advancement to the 2nd tier when seeking the formula for the foundation establishment pill would be rather foolish. He was not inclined to expose himself so soon. With a resigned sigh, Yihan left the room. Upon exiting, he encountered 4 enchanting women engaged in playful banter. Li Mainyang, Ling Shui, and the sisters Lu Yu and Lu Yi from the Wuzhizong. Their interactions over the past few days had fostered a warm camaraderie. Although the occasional sounds during the night had rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward for the 2 sisters. Yihan nodded, then turned his attention to Lu Yu and her sister. How are your injuries faring? Thank you, Brother Yi. We are fully recovered, Lu Yu replied gratefully. That's splendid to hear. I must step out for a while. Remain here, and remember to message me if anything arises. With that, Yihan took his leave. As he proceeded, he soon arrived at Wanxiang City. In the familiar locale, he spotted Zhao Chong. Brother Zhao, Yihan called out. Yishao, you've come. Zhao Chong replied with a slight smile, his eyes gleaming with joy. Brother Zhao, your cultivation has improved significantly, and I owe you my gratitude. Had it not been for your support, I could never have achieved a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Today, I am in high spirits. Order anything you desire. It's on me. It's nothing. It's what I should do. However, now that you've advanced, your status in the sect must have risen. Zhao Chong said, then lowered his voice. Cough. Let us keep it low-key. Nevertheless, I have indeed attained a modest elevation. I've been appointed as the captain now. You wouldn't believe the look on Lin Hao's face when they announced my promotion. Absolutely priceless. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. Zhao Chong said, visibly elated. Congratulations, brother Zhao. Oh, by the way, about that matter I previously mentioned, I almost forgot. It's all sorted now, but it might be a bit troublesome. Troublesome? Indeed. The rogue factions from Wuzhizong and Tianyuanzong have been persistently harassing us, and many disciples have faced peril. Thus, leaving might pose some danger. However, you need not worry excessively. I will call upon the elders from my sect for assistance. Even if those rogues appear, we shall not be intimidated. Elders from the sect. Upon hearing this, Yihan furrowed his brow. What is the matter? Zhao Chong looked at him in confusion. Oh, it's nothing, merely a small concern. I feel it would be too much to trouble the elders for such a matter. With Wanxiang Pavilion backing me, they likely won't dare to act against me. So there is no need for such complications. Is that so? Zhao Chong nodded. Very well, but do remain vigilant. Oh, and there is one more thing. At that moment, Zhao Chong slapped his forehead, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Oh, what is it? Cough, cough, this is rather fortuitous. Did I not mention that with your status? The female disciples of the sect are of little consequence? Yesterday, we captured several disciples of the Tianyuanzong, among whom there are quite a few beautiful women. What do you think? Would you like to have a couple? I can arrange for two, and I assure you they are both untouched. Upon hearing this, Yihan's expression shifted to one of surprise as he recalled Mu Ningxue. Has Mu Ningxue been captured as well? He inquired. Not yet, but it won't be long. Came the reply. Are you truly interested in her? Yihan shook his head repeatedly. Not at all, merely a bit curious. How could I, with my mere qi refining realm, aspire to someone like Mu Ningxue? That would be akin to inviting disaster upon myself. Besides, she is a key target of the Blood Spirit sect. Pursuing her would mean opposing the entire sect, a feat beyond my current capabilities. Oh, I see, Zhao Chong nodded. That's a relief. Mu Ningxue is someone our senior Wang Yan has specifically set his sights on. Crossing him would not bode well. The two then enjoyed a hearty meal together. Yi, are you really not going to pursue them? Those girls are quite enchanting. It would be a shame to let this opportunity slip by. Zhao Chong asked once more after their meal. No, thank you, Yihan replied, shaking his head. Harboring two disciples of the Wuzhizong is already perilous enough. Bringing in a few female disciples from the Tianyuanzong would only compound the danger. Very well then. I will arrange your departure for 3 days hence. Just seek me out when the time comes. Thank you, brother Zhao, Yihan said, quietly producing 2 pills and handing them to Zhao Chong. Ah, this is nothing. We are brothers. There is no need for such formalities, Zhao Chong exclaimed, his face beaming with joy before he took his leave. Yihan then found himself on the bustling streets, pondering how to acquire the formula for the Foundation Establishment pill. As he walked slowly, a whirlwind suddenly swept through, plunging him into darkness. Damn! Yihan shouted as he instinctively commanded the purple spirit Mongoose to act. Wait, it's me. A familiar voice called out from behind him. Emerging from the shadows was a figure shrouded in black cloth. It was none other than Mu Ningxue. Chapter 27. Mu Ningxue's request him? Upon hearing her voice, Yihan furrowed his brow. What brings you here, fellow Taoist Mu? As he turned to face her, he was met with her delicate visage, now pale and devoid of the vibrant spark he had first encountered. Her brows were frequently knitted, revealing her evident distress. You are likely aware of the current predicament I find myself in. I have no choice but to seek your understanding, Yi Taoist, Mu Ningxue spoke apologetically. Sighing internally at her plight, Yihan reflected on the cruel twists of fate. Who could have predicted that the foremost prodigy of the Tianyuanzong would endure such misfortune? Very well, fellow Taoist Mu, please feel free to state your business. Thank you, Yi Taoist. Mu Ningxuang nodded slightly. Glancing around to ensure no one was in earshot before speaking, I wish to seek your assistance. Assistance? Yihan's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, not long ago, several disciples from my Tianyuan sect were captured by the Blood Spirit sect. I hope you can aid me in rescuing them. Are they the same individuals Zhao Chong mentioned? Yihan pondered inwardly. My dear friend, you overestimate my capabilities. I am but a mere cultivator, and the Blood Spirit sect is the foremost sect in Dechu. Do you truly believe I can effect their rescue? You underestimate yourself, Yi Daoyu, with your prowess. The Blood Spirit sect is hardly a formidable foe, especially since those captured are merely junior disciples. Given your connection with Zhao Chong, I believe it should pose no significant challenge. Boom. As Mu Ningxuang finished speaking, a frigid aura erupted from Yihan, his gaze turning icy. Have you been following me? Please, calm your temper, Yi Daoyu. I had no other choice. I carry the weight of the entire Tianyuan sect on my shoulders and must exercise caution. If I have offended you, I sincerely hope for your understanding. Humph. Yihan scoffed. He was well aware of the situation but despised the notion of being surveilled and manipulated. This had been the case before, and it remained so now. I apologize, but even so, I am powerless to assist. With that, Yi Han turned to walk away, leaving Mu Ningxuang's complexion increasingly pallid. Dao Yu, please wait. She called out, her figure flashing to position herself in front of him. Are you attempting to detain me by force? Yi Han's eyes grew cold as he conjured a few talismans in his hand, his forehead subtly shimmering. Mu Ningxuang was immensely powerful, and even in her current injured state, she was beyond his capability to confront. Thus, should the situation escalate, he would summon the purple spirit Mongoose immediately. You misunderstand. Dao Yu, that is not my intention. Mu Ningxuang shook her head, then gazed into the distance. I have no desire to be adversarial. However, you are my only option at present. I understand your sentiments, but you are well aware of the blood spirit sect's nature. I cannot risk my life for your sake, and I hope you can appreciate that. I understand. Mu Ningxuang nodded, then waved her hand, revealing a scroll in her grasp. This is the formula for the Foundation Establishment Pill. I see that your cultivation has reached the peak of Qi refinement. You should be able to establish your foundation soon. The formula for the Foundation Establishment Pill. Yi Han's eyes brightened. He had been grappling with where to procure such a thing. While I appreciate your goodwill, Mu Dao Yu, I must decline. Although I am not wealthy, I can afford to purchase the Foundation Establishment Pill. Yi Han refused, not being foolish. While the formula was indeed precious, it paled in comparison to his own life. Naturally, I have no doubt regarding your wealth, Yi Dao Yu. However, what if I could assist you in obtaining other formulas? What do you mean? Yi Han looked at her in astonishment. At this moment, what he lacked most was precisely a formula. With each passing day and increasing experience in alchemy, it was merely a matter of time before he broke through to become a third-tier alchemist. He still lacks even a recipe for a third-grade elixir. Although the Tianyuan sect has fallen into decline, it still possesses a considerable number of third-grade formulas. If you, Taoist Yi, could assist me, I would be willing to provide one. Yi Han furrowed his brow. To be honest, this was indeed a difficult request to refuse. I can help, but I can only do my utmost. I cannot guarantee success. Furthermore, I hope that this matter of surveillance will not recur, for should it happen again, even if I were to leave the Great Shu, I would not spare you, Yi Han stated coldly. Of course, there is no problem, Mu Ningxue readily agreed. With a swift motion of her hand, the formula for the Foundation Establishment Pill flew directly into Yi Han's grasp, leaving him somewhat astonished. Aren't you afraid I might abscond with the recipe? I have complete faith in your character, Taoist Yi. Moreover, with your talent, a mere third-tier alchemist is far from your limits. How could you forsake a partnership over a simple Foundation Establishment formula? Mu Ningxue replied with a smile. Oh, I must concede, Mu Ningxue truly lives up to her reputation as the foremost prodigy of the Tianyuan sect. Her audacity is indeed commendable. Very well. Yi Han accepted the formula and placed it into his storage pouch. This brought a glimmer of joy to Mu Ningxue's face. Then I shall trouble you, Taoist. Furthermore, if you require any elixirs or spiritual herbs in the future, the Tianyuan sect will be at your service. We shall discuss that later. Yi Han waved his hand dismissively. Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. Mu Ningxue is no benevolent soul. Her words undoubtedly carry ulterior motives. He was not yet prepared to acquiesce. Well, then I shall await your good news, she replied. After they discussed the details, Mu Ningxue took her leave. Sighing helplessly as he watched her depart, Yi Han lamented. It is indeed about strength. Although I have achieved some minor accomplishments in alchemy, my cultivation remains woefully inadequate. Neither the Tianyuan sect nor the Blood Spirit sect are entities I can afford to offend at this stage. I must establish my foundation swiftly. Having made up his mind, he moved forward, soon arriving at the entrance of a secluded estate, an area under Zhao Chang's jurisdiction. Who goes there? A cold voice rang out as two imposing men approached. Brothers, I come seeking Zhao to go. I hope you might grant me passage, Yi Han said with a smile. Looking for our captain? The two men exchanged puzzled glances. One of them scrutinized Yi Han before inquiring, Who are you, and what business do you have with our captain? I am Yi Han. Simply inform Zhao to go. And he will know, Yi Han replied. Yi Han. The man furrowed his brow slightly and nodded. Wait here. With that, he entered, while the other remained on high alert, watching him intently. Chapter 28. You must rise quickly, Brother Yi. Shortly thereafter, an astonished voice echoed as Zhao Chang rushed out. Zhao to go. Yi Han called out. Captain. This is the one seeking you, one of the men said. You fools. This is my brother. Are your eyes blind? Zhao Chang let out an angry exclamation and swiftly approached Yi Han. Brother Yi, there are some matters we need to discuss. Oh. Zhao Chang's eyes brightened. Let us step inside. It is quite crowded here. Under Zhao Chang's guidance, Yi Han entered the room. Upon entering, Yi Han was met with a disheartening scene. Within the hall, several bare-bodied women sat on the ground, their faces pale. Beside them, burly men grinned, their eyes glinting with lewd intentions. Ahem. You know how tense the situation is now, They could very well perish at any moment. I thought it best to allow them to relax a bit. Zhao Chang scratched his head and explained. Indeed, Yihan nodded. Although the Blood Spirit Sect had emerged victorious, the Tianyuan Sect and Wuzhizong had not surrendered. Attacks and treachery were rampant behind the scenes. Enough about them. Brother Yi, do you have something to discuss? Zhao Chang inquired. Well, I have considered your previous suggestion and believe you are correct. Life is fleeting. If one does not enjoy their youth, opportunities may dwindle with age. Yihan replied with a smile. Now you are speaking sense. With your capabilities, a mere few female disciples from various sects should pose no challenge. Wait here. I shall procure a few for you, and I assure you, they will meet your satisfaction. Zhao Chang was about to leave when Yihan called out. Hold on. Yes? Zhao Chang paused, slightly taken aback. Is there anything else, Brother Yi? Given my circumstances, you are aware I have numerous alchemists at my disposal. Therefore, the number I require may be considerable. How many disciples from the Tianyuan sect have you captured? Zhao Chang's expression hardened. That may be somewhat problematic. Problematic? Yihan continued. You may not know, but the sect is aware of the capture of Tianyuan disciples. Losing one or two is inconsequential, but if I were to take them all, it would be difficult for me to explain to the sect. How about this? I can help you find some other loose cultivators. They are expendable, and no one will raise an eyebrow. Loose cultivators. Yihan sighed inwardly. They were the most pitiable, lacking power, influence, and standing. They amounted to nothing before the sections. He had heard of their plight during his own time as a loose cultivator. Brother Zhao, you are too kind. However, if we resort to loose cultivators, I would not trouble you, he said, gesturing grandly. A storage bag materialized in his hand. Inside are some elixirs and spirit stones. Consider it a token of goodwill for your brothers. I hope you can assist me. Oh. Zhao Chang regarded him with curiosity before accepting the storage bag. Upon inspecting its contents, his face instantly lit up with joy. Ahem, since Brother Yi is so generous, to refuse would be remiss of me. Rest assured. This is a minor matter, easily managed, Zhao Chang declared with great exuberance. As for the sect, he added, the sect only desires the disciples. I shall find a few loose cultivators, disguise them a bit. Who would be the wiser? We are brothers. Would I allow my brother to suffer? With that, Zhao Chang departed. Meanwhile, Yihan stood by the window, contemplating how he would escape should Zhao Chang betray him. Although he had a degree of trust in Zhao Chang's character, who could guarantee that he would not turn against him? It was wise to be prepared. Ha ha ha, my dear Yi has been waiting long. A hearty laugh resonated moments later. Zhao Chang entered, accompanied by 8 women. They were all quite attractive, yet in their current state, they appeared rather disheveled, bearing numerous injuries. With 2 of them even having tattered clothing. Upon seeing Yihan, their expressions turned extremely anxious. What are you staring at? Call him master, Zhao Chang bellowed, causing the 8 women to tremble and hastily kneel on the ground. Master, Yihan coughed lightly. He could not deny that there was a significant difference between disciples of the sect and the women of the pleasure quarters. From now on, you shall serve my brother well. Should I discover anyone who dares to neglect their duties, beware, for I, Yi, shall not be lenient. I entrust you to him. If you ever need anything from my brother, do not hesitate to ask. I appreciate your assistance, Brother Zhao. Ah, what are you saying? It is merely a trifling matter. I shall take my leave now. Enjoy yourselves. Zhao Chang exited with a broad smile, a smile that Yihan understood all too well. While he appreciated beauty, he would never resort to coercing others. Everyone, please rise, Yihan instructed. The 8 women stood up, visibly trembling. Observing this scene, Yihan could not help but sigh internally. In prosperous times, beauties are treasures. In chaotic times, they are like mere weeds. Had it been in the past, women like them would have been held in high regard, yet now. Leave at once, he commanded, and with that, he led them away. Shortly after their departure, in a separate chamber, Master, you truly allowed him to take them away? What if the sect inquires? An elderly man spoke with a grave expression. What else could I do? Zhao Chang scoffed. But, Master, you have been with me for many years. Indeed, it has been 8 years. Had it not been for you back then, I fear. Since you have accompanied me for so long, you must understand the current situation. The position of captain is far from my ultimate goal, and with Li Mo lurking, I must become an elder of the sect. My only reliance for this is him. Therefore, is it not worth exchanging a few insignificant ants from Tianyuanzong for my future? Have I been short-sighted? The elder admitted, feeling ashamed. Enough, you may leave now. Today's events are best kept to yourself. Understood? Yes. The elder nodded and departed. As he left, Zhao Chang's expression turned serious. His gaze fixed on the direction Yihan had taken, filled with depth and contemplation. Yi Xiaoga, I have placed all my hopes upon you. I sincerely wish for your swift rise to prominence. Chapter 29, The Eccentric Madman. As they journeyed forth, Yihan soon arrived at a concealed chamber with his 8 companions. At that moment, The countenances of the 8 women were as pale as paper, and many were shedding tears profusely. Yi Han, however, chose not to comment. He had no intention of forming any bonds with these individuals. Knock, knock. Half an hour later, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Finally, they have arrived. Yi Han exhaled softly before opening the door. 2 figures materialized before him, Mu Ningxiong and an elderly woman appearing to be around 60 years of age. Her countenance grim and her eyes flickering with a chilling light. What a formidable presence. Yi Han furrowed his brow. This elderly woman exuded an overwhelming aura. Aside from the inscrutable Wu Lao, she was undoubtedly the most terrifying individual he had encountered. Moreover, from her gaze, Yi Han sensed a palpable hostility. You're here, Yi Han remarked. I owe you my gratitude. Mu Ningxiong nodded and removed the hat atop her head. Senior Sister Mu? Upon her appearance, the 8 women's faces brightened with joy. It's a relief to see you all safe, Mu Ningxiong sighed, her eyes filled with remorse. She then turned her gaze towards Yi Han, saying, Thank you. It's of no consequence. Since that is settled, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. As he spoke, Yi Han prepared to depart, feeling uncomfortable under the elderly woman's scrutinizing gaze. Wait. At that moment, the old woman called out, causing Yi Han's expression to stiffen. Is there something else? Yi Han inquired. Humph. The old woman scoffed before continuing. You possess quite the audacity, young man, to extort from my Tianyuanzong. Old Ling. Mu Ningxiong interjected urgently. Miss, have I spoken in error? This young man has taken advantage of our misfortune. I see him as nothing but a scoundrel. It would be better to eliminate him now. Boom. As her words fell, a tempestuous aura erupted from her being. In an instant, Yi Han felt as if an immense mountain pressed down upon him, his body uncontrollably descending. So powerful. Yi Han's complexion turned ashen, her might was overwhelming. Even at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, one would not compare to her. She was a formidable Golden Core realm expert. Mu Ningxiong, is this how your Tianyuanzong treats its guests? Yi Han bellowed, a radiant light shining from between his brows. Enough. At that moment, Mu Ningxiong cried out. The old woman's oppressive aura gradually dissipated. Miss, I have said enough. Mu Ningxiong's expression turned icy, and she addressed Yi Han, fellow Taoist Yi. Old Ling's demeanor is merely a reflection of the recent tumultuous events. I hope you can overlook this. As an apology, I am willing to offer 2 third-grade alchemical formulas. No need. Yi Han waved his hand dismissively. In the world of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevails. There is little left to discuss. However, that was under the condition of overwhelming strength, and now he is different. With the mastery of alchemy and his unique advantages, he possesses an equal standing among the various sections. Yet, he is also aware that the time to confront the Tianyuan sect has not yet arrived. With no hesitation, Yi Han took his leave. Miss, why do you stop me? This young man was met with a sharp slap from Mu Ningxiong. Do you realize how much we have lost because of your actions? Am I not merely a second-tier alchemist? Does our Tianyuan sect not? Absurd. Mu Ningxiong shouted again. A mere second-tier alchemist? Have you ever encountered such a young second-tier alchemist? Moreover, he is backed by the Wanhua Pavilion, whose power is beyond that of the Blood Spirit sect. If you harm him, our Tianyuan sect will have no escape. Do you understand? I humph. Once we return, you shall face the consequences yourself. I do not wish to see a repeat of this incident. Otherwise, the elderly woman nodded vigorously. Mu Ningxiong's gaze turned towards the direction in which Yi Han had departed, a sigh escaping her lips. Power, indeed, is paramount. Without it, one is rendered utterly powerless. On his way, Yi Han sighed helplessly. Mere talent without strength is woefully insufficient, even with the presence of the purple spirit Mongoose. The previous scene often replayed in his mind, causing him further distress. Enough. Yi Han sighed once more, then continued forward. Soon, he spent a considerable amount procuring numerous spiritual herbs. Foundation establishment pill. As he contemplated the impending foundation establishment, his gloom gradually dissipated. Quick, run, run. Just as he intended to return, a terrified voice echoed. He noticed dozens of figures running frantically, and behind them, an elderly man, tattered and bewildered, approached. Upon seeing the man, Yi Han's expression turned to one of astonishment. The old man appeared quite ordinary, resembling a madman, yet from his eyes, Yi Han sensed a chilling aura, as if facing a supreme being. However, that piercing gaze was fleeting, quickly reverting to that of a crazed old man. Help! Save me! A younger man shouted, sprinting away as though he had seen a ghost. The others, witnessing this, also fled in terror, leaving Yi Han even more bewildered. Could there be something amiss with this man? He then seized a middle-aged man. Brother, what transpired? Why do they all fear him? Who the hell are you to call me brother? Get the hell away from me. Or, before he could finish, a spiritual stone appeared in Yi Han's hand. You are my brother. You are my dear father. Can we speak now? Yihan inquired. Yes, yes, yes. The middle-aged man nodded, albeit nervously glancing at the mad old man. This place is unsafe. We should find a more secure location. All right, Yihan replied, following the man into an inn. At that moment, the figure of the old madman had vanished from sight. You may not be aware, but that madman arrived 5 days ago, asking everyone if they have seen his daughter. Who knows his daughter? However, his strength is astonishing. Those who dared not to respond found their legs broken. It was a pitiful sight, the man said with trepidation. Daughter? Yihan was taken aback. So that madman is searching for his daughter? Given his current state, one can only imagine the condition of his daughter. Indeed, many have suffered in recent days. Hence, everyone flees upon seeing him. Terrified of being caught and questioned about his daughter's whereabouts, fearing for their lives, the man said, relief evident on his face. Is there no one to intervene? Yihan inquired. Currently, the Blood Spirit Sect occupies most of the Great Chu territory. Under normal circumstances, such incidents would not go unchecked. However, the deputy sect leader of the Blood Spirit Sect came before, but was easily defeated and sent fleeing by the madman, and since then, no one dares to intervene. The man explained. What? Yihan was taken aback. The deputy sect leader of the Blood Spirit Sect couldn't withstand a single attack? It is known that the deputy sect leader ranks just below the sect leader in strength, and though Yihan was unaware of his exact cultivation level, he had defeated the Tianyuan sect and the Wujizong. He must be at least at the high stage of the Golden Core realm, if not in the nascent soul realm. To think that such a person, alas, there is nothing to be done. Now, everyone is too afraid to venture out. I shan't keep you any longer. I need to prepare some provisions as I plan to remain at home for a while, the man said hurriedly before departing. Yihan was left speechless, unsure of what to say. If such a formidable individual were to fixate on him, it would indeed be perilous. I should make my exit as well, he resolved, promptly leaving. After meandering about, he soon arrived at a town named Lu City, which was merely a short distance from Qingyang town. Just as he stepped out of Lu City, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching, and in the next moment, he found himself in a state of utter confusion. Before him stood the same tattered figure of the mad old man he had encountered previously. Damn! Yihan cursed inwardly, swiftly sprinting away. However, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. Despite Yihan's frantic pace, the old madman walked slowly, yet the distance between them did not widen. Rather, it seemed to diminish. What is happening? Yihan thought incredulously. Why is that old madman closing in on me despite his slow gait? Damn it, I must escape. Yihan gritted his teeth, pulling out a teleportation talisman. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated it. Instantly, he felt a wave of spatial energy wash over him, and he vanished from his original spot. As he regained his senses, he found himself amidst a dense jungle. Where's this? Yihan surveyed his surroundings and ultimately concluded that he must be at Lin Yun Mountain, a moderately renowned range in the Great Chu, situated several hundred miles from Qingyang town. He had been unexpectedly transported here? Never mind. As long as he had evaded that madman, a longer journey would be a small price to pay. With this thought, Yihan began to stride forward. However, as he stepped out with his right foot, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed nearby. A figure emerged slowly from the shadows. Who else could it be but that lunatic? Yihan felt a surge of frustration. His teleportation talisman was supposed to cover over 100 miles. How could he have ended up here? Was he deliberately pursuing me? Yihan's expression turned grave, and without a moment's hesitation, he took out another talisman. Yet just as he was about to activate it, a bony hand grasped his arm. Where's my daughter? Return her to me. A hoarse voice rasped from the madman. In that instant, Yihan felt his body freeze, unable to move. Xiling Weasel. Without a second thought, he shouted. A radiant light flashed from his brow, and in the next moment, the Xiling Weasel appeared beside him. Once a spirit beast reached the 3rd tier, the master could forge a soul contract, allowing them to summon the beast regardless of distance. Upon seeing the Xiling Weasel, a flicker of surprise crossed the madman's eyes. A twin body, he murmured, his gaze fixated on the Xiling Weasel, which seemed to be momentarily paralyzed. Suddenly, a frenzied roar erupted from the Xiling Weasel. Its previously vacant eyes transformed into a blood-red hue. Yihan's expression shifted in alarm. Wasn't this just how it had been before? Another roar escaped the creature's lips, and astonishingly, it broke free from its restraints, charging wildly at the madman. Its speed was so swift that Yihan could barely follow, reaching the madman in an instant, claws poised to strike at his throat. However, the madman showed no hint of fear. With a mere flick of his right hand, the Xiling Weasel was sent hurtling backward, crashing through dozens of trees before finally coming to a halt. Yet, undeterred by its injuries, the Xiling Weasel lunged at the madman once more. Since we have crossed paths, I shall grant you a boon. The madman's voice deepened ominously. He pointed a finger, and a beam of light erupted from his hand, directly piercing the Xiling Weasel's forehead. In the next moment, the creature's body slackened, collapsing slowly to the ground. Yihan's heart sank in shock. If even the Xiling weasel could not withstand him, what hope did he have? Just then, the madman unexpectedly released his grip and began to step forward, eventually vanishing from Yihan's sight. Yihan stood there, utterly bewildered. He was utterly oblivious to what had transpired. Sighing, Yihan hurried to the side of the purple spirit marten, sensing her breath and discovering that she was merely unconscious. Not deceased. A wave of relief washed over him. After all, that was a staggering 110,000 spirit stones. And her death would have been a catastrophic loss. At that moment, Yihan let out a soft exclamation as he noticed that the aura of the purple spirit marten seemed subtly altered from before. Yet, he could not quite articulate what was different. Unperturbed, he swiftly returned her and resumed his journey. An hour later, Yihan finally arrived back at Qingyang town, allowing his tense heart to finally ease. He had not anticipated encountering so many incidents on this trip. Fortunately, he had returned safely in the end. Foundation establishment. Foundation establishment. He fervently chanted within his mind. Without even taking a meal, he made his way directly to the alchemy chamber. After several hours of meticulous work, he successfully refined the required second-tier medicinal pills. He then retrieved a scroll, which contained the formula for the Foundation Establishment pill, a third-tier elixir. Yihan furrowed his brow, then opened his status panel. Yihan, Qi Refinement Level 9, Alchemy Skill, Second Tier 513555200, Bonus, 5, 65 more to go. Yihan's brow slightly knitted as he exited the room. Shortly thereafter, he brought Li Mainyang and Ling Shui to his chamber. Brother Yiyu, she coughed lightly. Oh, it's nothing, just missed you both a bit and wanted to rest early. Yihan replied with a faint smile, causing both women to blush. However, his next statement caused their expressions to change dramatically. Shall we do this 6 times today? What? Chapter 31, Foundation Establishment. The following day dawned bright and clear. Yihan slowly opened his eyes, finding Li Mainyang and Ling Shui still deep in slumber beside him. Recalling the previous night's fervor, he couldn't help but shake his head. He then accessed his status panel. Cultivation, Qi Refinement Level 9. Alchemy Experience, Second Tier 522052200, Upgradable. Talent, Mid-Tier 100200, at last. He had reached the 3rd tier. A slight smile graced Yihan's lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked to upgrade. Instantly, a peculiar wave of energy surged through him. In that moment, he felt his understanding of alchemy deepened significantly compared to before. Moreover, he discovered that his mastery of temperature control and other aspects of alchemy had vastly improved. The 3rd tier was indeed a realm far beyond the 2nd tier. As Yihan mused, in the realm of cultivation, an alchemist must reach the 3rd tier to be considered truly initiated. With his current alchemical prowess, he would attract many eager to recruit him into a sect. However, he had no intentions of joining any sect just yet. Thus, he began his alchemical endeavors. Yihan dove into the alchemy chamber and first refined a batch of 2nd-tier medicinal pills. Previously, it would take him approximately 20 minutes to produce a batch, but today, he completed it in merely 8 minutes. Furthermore, both the yield and quality surpassed his previous efforts, filling his heart with elation. With this, even amidst the chaos, he could secure a means of sustenance. Yihan thought to himself, and with a wave of his hand, the formula for the Foundation Establishment pill materialized in his grasp. Foundation Establishment. Yihan murmured softly, subsequently unrolling the scroll. Following the procedure outlined in the formula, Yihan commenced the alchemical process. He could not deny that the difficulty of refining a 3rd-grade pill was significantly greater than that of a 2nd-grade one. Even with a 5-fold enhancement, he still squandered 3 batches before finally achieving success. This batch yielded a total of 8 pills. Intermediate quality? Yihan pondered as he held the Foundation Establishment pill in his hand. Frankly speaking, achieving intermediate quality on his first attempt at refining the Foundation Establishment pill was quite commendable. However, he was not entirely satisfied. After all, this was for his own use. Given the opportunity, he naturally desired the best. Thus, he continued the refinement process. Over the next few days, Yihan remained in his room, engrossed in alchemy. This frenzied scene left Li Mainyang, Ling Shui, as well as Lu Yu and Lu Yi, all astonished. Nonetheless, they understood the gravity of the situation and refrained from disturbing him. Unbeknownst to them, 5 days had slipped by. Phew. In his room, Yihan exhaled deeply. 5 days of relentless refinement had indeed been exhausting. Fortunately, the results were promising. 13 superior quality pills, 40 upper quality pills, and 105 intermediate quality pills. Yihan gazed at the array of bottles on the table, a smile creeping onto his lips. According to market prices, an intermediate quality Foundation Establishment pill was worth at least 35,000, an upper quality one around 50,000, while a superior quality pill was a rare treasure, fetching no less than 80,000. This meant that should he sell these foundation establishment pills, he would strike it rich. Yihan's heart swelled with joy, yet he swiftly suppressed his excitement. Discretion was the better part of valor. He was well aware of this. Next came the moment of foundation establishment. With that thought, Yihan selected the 13 superior quality pills. However, he did not immediately attempt the foundation establishment. Instead, he took a bath, enjoyed a hearty meal, and engaged in meaningful conversation with Li Mainyang and Ling Shui. Once everything was in place, he began the process of foundation establishment. The Liang mountain range is a renowned mountainous area in Dechu, known for its abundant supply of Liang flowers, which causes the temperature here to be considerably higher than in other regions. Consequently, few dared to venture here, except those practicing fire attribute techniques. At this moment, within a cave, Yihan sat cross-legged. Beside him lay 13 resplendent golden pills. Indeed, the superior quality foundation establishment pills he had refined earlier. Commencing, Yihan recited in his heart, then directly took one pill and tossed it into his mouth. As the pill dissolved, a surge of formidable energy erupted from within his body. How powerful! Yihan was taken aback, and without a moment's hesitation, he quickly began to absorb this energy. It took nearly half an hour for him to fully absorb the energy. However, he was still far from achieving successful foundation establishment. Alas, it all came down to talent. Yihan sighed helplessly. Although he had previously enhanced his talent, it remained merely of average quality. Talent is akin to a funnel. Those endowed with superior talent can absorb 100 units of spiritual energy, retaining at least half, while someone of his lesser talent would be fortunate to absorb 20 or 30 units from the same amount. This explains why prestigious sects are discerning when selecting disciples based on their qualifications. Nevertheless, Yihan was unfazed. Despite his lackluster talent, he possessed an abundance of medicinal pills. Without hesitation, he consumed another. Boom! A surge of formidable energy coursed through him once more. One after another, as he ingested foundational pills. 1, 2, 3. His aura intensified significantly. Finally, upon consuming the 11th pill, a faint cracking sound reverberated within him. In the next instant, an overwhelming aura erupted forth. Boom! The intensity of this energy was terrifying. It radiated outward from Yihan, causing the ground beneath to shatter. Ultimately, the entire valley lay in ruins. He had succeeded. Yihan's heart swelled with joy. After years of arduous effort, he had finally reached the foundational realm. Moreover, he sensed that his current strength far surpassed that of ordinary foundational cultivators. After all, the premium foundational pills were not mere exaggerations. 2 premium foundational pills remained. Yihan glanced at the 2 pills beside him. Out of the 13 premium foundational pills, he had consumed 11. He contemplated selling the remaining ones. Initially, he intended to reserve them for Li Mainyang and Ling Shui for their future foundational cultivation. However, considering their considerable distance from that stage, and with the availability of the pill formula, he could easily refine more in the future. Yet, he faced a dilemma regarding where to sell them. Could it be at the Moonview Pavilion? Yihan shook his head. Despite the pavilion's reputable standing and the amiable nature of Elder Wu, he had just informed him that his master had reached the 2nd tier of alchemy. Presenting 3rd-tier pills now would be difficult to justify. Furthermore, the Moonview Pavilion was shrouded in mystery, and he wished to keep a low profile. If the Moonview Pavilion was out of the question, then what about other options? Just then, an idea struck him. He recalled Zhao Chong mentioning a forthcoming auction in the Imperial City. Selling the pills there could be a viable option, though he needed to proceed with caution. Subsequently, Yihan departed. Chapter 32, Zhou Qingyao. In the Great Chu Empire, Wanxiang City, Yihan arrived as usual. After providing his share at the Moonview Pavilion, he sought out Zhao Chong. Brother Yi, have you broken through to the foundational realm? Zhao Chong exclaimed, astonished upon seeing Yihan. He vividly remembered their first encounter when Yihan was merely at the 6th or 7th layer of qi refinement. How astonishing it was that he had progressed so rapidly. Moreover, he could sense that Yihan's aura was far more profound than his own. It was merely a fortunate breakthrough, Yihan replied with a slight smile. Having no intention of concealing the truth, he understood well that it was impossible to hide such an achievement. Fortunate? Zhao Chong looked on in disbelief. In the realm of cultivation, there exists no room for complacency. However, upon reflecting on Yihan's identity as an alchemist, he felt a sense of relief. Why do alchemists hold such esteemed positions? Beyond their ability to concoct elixirs, it is their capacity to amass wealth that is truly formidable. Within the cultivation community, wealth translates to resources. With ample resources, even the most unremarkable of beings can ascend rapidly. Congratulations to Brother Yi, then. Oh, I almost forgot. I intend to leave Dechu this time. Rest assured, everything has been meticulously arranged on your end, Brother Yi, Zhao Chong chuckled. That is good to hear. Let us proceed today, Yihan nodded. Since preparations are in place, it is only prudent to allow Lu Yu and Lu Yi to depart first. Shall we depart now? I must return for a while. Let us meet at Tianya City in an hour's time. Tianya City is a town located on the borders of Dechu. To make our exit, we must pass through there. Very well, I shall prepare. When you arrive, simply send me a message, and I will escort you out. Zhao Chong said before taking his leave. Yihan returned to Qingyang town. Brother Yi. Upon his arrival, Lu Yu and Lu Yi greeted him eagerly. Let us pack up. I will take you away. Really? Both women's faces brightened with joy. Although they had enjoyed their time here, their hearts longed to reunite with their sect. Indeed. Yihan nodded. Thank you, Brother Yi. Your kindness will not be forgotten, and should the opportunity arise, we shall repay you with our utmost effort, Lu Yu expressed reverently. It is nothing, merely a small act. Yihan waved his hand dismissively before departing. Soon after, Li Mainyang and Ling Shui approached. Upon hearing of their imminent departure, both felt a twinge of reluctance. An hour later, Yihan led them to Tianya City, where Zhao Chong was already awaiting their arrival. Brother Yi, I presume these two are your sisters-in-law? Zhao Chong inquired with a smile, causing both women to blush. However, since Yihan had mentioned this previously, they refrained from commenting further. How are things progressing? Yihan asked. Everything is ready. Let us set off now. Very well. Under Zhao Chong's guidance, they proceeded toward the city gate. Along the way, they encountered numerous disciples of the Blood Spirit sect, yet with Zhao Chong's protection, they passed through with ease. Finally, within a few minutes, they reached the city gate. There, dozens of figures stood guard, exuding an imposing aura, especially the white-haired elder at the forefront, who resembled a fierce lion, instilling an unshakable sense of dread. A Golden Core realm expert. Yihan furrowed his brow. This elder's cultivation was at least at the Golden Core level. Truly, the Blood Spirit sect is formidable. Zhao Chong, what brings you here? The elder questioned, his expression one of puzzlement. Ahem, Elder Ma, I see you are on duty today. Zhao Chong replied with a beaming smile as he casually produced several elixirs from his storage pouch. These are for my friends who wish to leave. What do you think? Oh, upon seeing the elixir, the old man's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Given the current circumstances, I trust you are well aware of the situation. However, since they are your acquaintances, I shall refrain from further comment. Yet, you must be cognizant of their true nature. Should you allow the disciples of the Wuzhizong and the Tianyuanzong to escape, the burden of responsibility will be beyond your capacity to bear. Certainly, rest assured, Elder Ma. Their background poses no issues whatsoever. As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward Yihan. He is from the Wangyue Pavilion. The mention of Wangyue Pavilion left the old man visibly taken aback. Wangyue Pavilion is a formidable presence, one that even the Shuling sect dares not provoke. Very well. The old man nodded, and with a grand wave of his hand, the crowd at the city gate parted, allowing passage. This brought a sigh of relief to Yihan. Let us proceed, Yihan declared, moving toward the exit. Buzz. Just as he approached the threshold, a terrifying surge of energy rippled through the air. The next moment, a radiant burst of 7 colors illuminated the surroundings. Boom. With a resounding explosion, 5 disciples of the Shuling sect were sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the city wall. Blood gushing from their mouths. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A shrill voice pierced the air, prompting the Shuling sect disciples to rush to the scene. The old man's expression shifting to one of grave concern. How audacious, to dare assault those of the Shuling sect. A chilling voice echoed, and in the next instant, a figure descended from the heavens. It was a woman appearing to be in her early 20s, possessing an ethereal beauty. Clad in a resplendent, multi-hued gown that accentuated her form, her countenance was frigid, emanating a relentless aura of lethal intent. A Golden Core expert. Yihan's expression turned serious. To his astonishment, another Golden Core powerhouse had emerged. Master, exclaimed Lu Yu, her excitement palpable, though she quickly covered her mouth. Ah, I wondered who it might be. It is none other than the illustrious Zhou Qingyao. What brings you here alone? The old man scoffed. Zhou Qingyao? Yihan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this individual was the preeminent talent of the Wuzhizong. It was no wonder Lu Yu and Lu Yi had exhibited such fervor upon her arrival. Fortunately, they had donned disguises beforehand. Otherwise, exposure at this juncture would spell disaster. To slay you will suffice. Zhou Qingyao retorted with a cold huff, summoning a pale blue long sword into her grasp with a flourish. Kill, she commanded, charging directly at the old man, who met her challenge without a hint of trepidation. Simultaneously, other disciples of the Shuling sect rushed to join the fray. Brother Yi, I must assist. You should leave at once. Zhao Chong urged as he approached hastily. Very well. Yihan nodded in agreement. He had no desire to become entangled in the conflicts of sects, nor did his cultivation allow for such involvement. Let us depart. With that, he took Lu Yi and Lu Yu by the hand, hastening toward the exit. Shortly after their departure, a wave of terrifying energy erupted from within the city. Chapter 33. Farewell to Zhou Qingyao and Wanxiang's murderous intent. As Yihan continued his journey, an hour later, he arrived at a mountain path. He had ventured far from Tianya City. With a heavy exhale, he expelled the remnants of stale air. The battle between Golden Core Realm experts was truly terrifying. Even from a distance, it left him feeling as if he were suffocating. Well, I will escort you no further, Yihan declared, producing a storage bag. Within it lay a collection of elixirs and spirit stones, which he believed would sustain them until they found their sect. No, this is far too precious. We cannot accept it, Lu Yu insisted, shaking her head vigorously. Why not? Since we have crossed paths, it is fate. These items are but trifles. As for your future, it is in your own hands. I sincerely hope you fare well, he replied. Although he had left the Dechu, the circumstances of the Wuji sect were far from favorable. When a power relocates to foreign lands, local factions are seldom welcoming. Yet, such matters were beyond his control. Thank you, Brother Yi, Lu Yu said, nodding earnestly, her eyes shimmering with tears. Focus on your cultivation. May we meet again someday, Yihan encouraged, gently patting her shoulder before slowly moving onward. Sister, Lu Yi called out, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Sighing, Lu Yu responded, Alas, Brother Yi is not of our world. He has a far broader sky to explore. Having witnessed Yihan's formidable prowess during their time together, she understood the depth of his strength. Let us be on our way, Lu Yu said resolutely. Indeed, the two women turned and walked in the opposite direction. It was time for him to head to the Great Commerce. Along the way, Yihan contemplated his journey. Apart from escorting Lu Yi and her companion, he intended to visit the Great Commerce. In the Tianlan domain, there were hundreds of nations, with the Great Commerce being the closest to Dechu. However, the Great Commerce was governed by the royal family, unlike Dechu, which was controlled by sections. His decision to travel to the Great Commerce was primarily due to the existence of an underground auction market rumored to possess anything one could desire, provided they had the wealth to purchase it. Currently, Yihan lacked nothing in spirit stones, but he was in dire need of alchemical formulas and cultivation techniques. Thus, he planned to investigate further. Going somewhere? I wonder where you think you are headed? A chilling voice echoed from above. Yihan looked up to see a bloodied figure racing through the air. Is that her? Yihan's expression froze. It was none other than Zhou Qingyao. Though she appeared utterly disheveled, drenched in blood with her garments in tatters and numerous grievous wounds visible upon her body. Pursuing her was a man adorned with a crown, his countenance sinister. Another Golden Core Realm expert? And not just any Golden Core. Yihan's brow furrowed deeply. The aura emanating from the young man was overwhelmingly potent, far surpassing that of the elder he had encountered previously. Damn it, how did such a person arrive here? Yihan's mind screamed, and he immediately dashed forward with fervor. However, whether by design or mere coincidence, Zhou Qingyao's trajectory and flight happened to align with this direction. Bang! Finally, after several moments, a resounding noise erupted as Zhou Qingyao's body could no longer sustain itself and plummeted from the sky, landing directly beside Yihan. Yihan was left speechless. What on earth is this? Simultaneously, the man also descended slowly. To his astonishment, there was yet another foundation-building ant. Upon noticing Yihan, the man's lips curled into a cold smirk. He intends to kill me. Yihan's expression grew icy as he sensed a chilling intent directed squarely at him. Wanxiang, this matter is between us. It has nothing to do with him. Release him. Whether you choose to kill or maim, I shall abide by your decision, Zhou Qingyao declared loudly. Wanxiang. Yihan's countenance turned pale with shock. So this is the Blood Spirit Sect's young master, Wanxiang? No wonder he exudes such a terrifying aura. Ha ha ha. Zhou Qingyao, do you truly believe you still possess the qualifications to negotiate with me? A mere foundation-building ant. And yet you plead for his life. It seems he is quite important to you. Thus, I am all the more inclined to eliminate him. You are indeed domineering. Yihan sighed helplessly within. He had already maintained a low profile, yet in the presence of a formidable figure like Wanxiang from a major sect, he remained nothing more than an expendable insect. You seem quite dissatisfied, Wanxiang sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Yihan. Indeed, Yihan replied with a slight smile. You are the young master of the Blood Spirit Sect, while I am but an ordinary loose cultivator. Nonetheless, even an ant strives to survive, and today, should you wish to take my life, it will not be so easily accomplished. Oh, is that so? Wanxiang raised an eyebrow in surprise, then scoffed. Is it? Boom. As his words fell, a terrifying aura surged toward Yihan with tremendous force. Quickly, too swiftly, the aura struck like a sharp arrow, reaching Yihan in an instant. The overwhelming pressure made him feel as though he might shatter entirely. A golden core cultivator possesses such formidable might. Yihan furrowed his brow. However, he did not remain idle. With a sweeping gesture, a multitude of talismans appeared in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. Explosive sounds erupted as all the talismans detonated simultaneously, creating a series of shimmering barriers before him to withstand the terrifying force. Yet, the pressure was too great. With each passing moment, the barriers formed by the talismans shattered one after another. Fortunately, their sheer number was sufficient. It took the destruction of over 50 barriers to barely withstand this dreadful assault. Observing this scene, Wanxiang wore an expression of astonishment. He had not anticipated that you possessed so many defensive talismans. But do you truly believe this will allow you to contend with me? Thud. As his words echoed, an even more ferocious aura erupted from his being. In the next instant, he seemed to teleport, appearing before Yihan in a heartbeat. Ant, prepare to meet your demise. Be careful, Zhou Qingyao shouted urgently. However, due to the severity of his injuries, he fell painfully to the ground before he could even make a move. Ants. Yihan's expression darkened, and a chilling aura erupted from him. Swiftly, he waved his hands, conjuring a large stack of talismans. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled all of them into the air in an instant. Suddenly, a cacophony of explosions erupted. Although the power of a single talisman might not be formidable, this stack contained over 100, and their simultaneous detonation unleashed a force that even Wanxiang was caught off guard and sent flying. Chapter 34. A Display of Means. Fool. An icy voice escaped Wanxiang's lips, his face contorted with rage. A wave of terrifying killing intent spread forth. In an instant, the ground within 1,000 meters around him began to fracture. This time, he was utterly enraged. Ants may seem trivial in your eyes, but in sufficient numbers, they can defy the heavens, Yihan replied coldly. Nevertheless, he felt fortunate that each time he visited the Moonlight Pavilion to sell elixirs, he had purchased some life-saving talismans. Without them, he might not have fared well. Good, good, good. Never has anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. Today, you have thoroughly provoked my wrath. I shall ensure you endure torment, or I shall not bear the name Wang. With a fierce gesture, Wanxiang summoned a blood-red long knife into his hand. Boom. The blade shimmered with a crimson light, exuding an aura so powerful it seemed capable of cleaving the very heavens asunder. In that moment, Yihan felt the chill of death creeping upon him. Powerful, excessively powerful. Wanxiang's strength was simply overwhelming. However, he did not intend to sit idly by. I told you, your desire to kill me is insufficient. With a thunderous roar, another series of explosions erupted. This time, Yihan spared no effort, launching all of the attack talismans he possessed. Do you think such tactics can ensnare me twice? Wanxiang scoffed, and with a swift step, his speed surged as he bypassed the talismans and appeared beside Yihan. Ant, I wonder how you think you can withstand this. At that moment, a peculiar light burst forth from Yihan. Instantly, a massive light barrier enveloped him. A formation? Wanxiang exclaimed in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Yihan possessed such a trick. Even Zhou Qingyao, standing nearby, was left utterly astonished. Regardless of the previous talismans or the current formation, these items were quite costly, and even she could not amass such a wealth of spirit stones in a short time. Yet, even if this individual had a protective formation, what of it? I have declared, today you shall die. Wanxiang bellowed, the blood-red sword in his hand poised to strike at Yihan with ferocity. As the winds howled and the ground trembled, the sky transformed into a blood-red expanse. As the radiant barrier surrounding Yihan began to shatter under the might of a single sword strike, he couldn't help but reflect on the vast disparity between his strength and that of the Blood Spirit Sect's foremost prodigy. A sense of resignation washed over him. However, he remained unperturbed. With a firm grasp of his hand, a peculiar light flickered at his brow. In an instant, a figure, swift as lightning, materialized before Wanxiang, delivering a fierce punch that caught him utterly off guard. What? The scene unfolded so rapidly that even Wanxiang had no time to react before he was sent hurtling away, crashing into 5 massive trees before finally coming to a halt. Spirit beast? Zhou Qingyao exclaimed in astonishment, her gaze shifting to the purple spirit mongoose. No, this is no ordinary spirit beast. At that moment, Yihan also paused, noticing that the purple spirit mongoose seemed transformed, especially in her eyes, which now conveyed an intelligence rivaling that of a human. Moreover, her aura had significantly intensified. What could have caused this change? Was it due to that enigmatic elder? Yihan pondered, yet he did not dwell on it for long. He issued a command, eliminate him. With a flash, the purple spirit mongoose lunged toward Wanxiang. How dare a mere spirit beast act so arrogantly? You seek death. Wanxiang bellowed in fury, his spiritual energy surging violently, his murderous intent growing colder. He was thoroughly enraged. Having thought himself able to easily dispatch such an insignificant creature, he could hardly accept his current predicament. A hum resonated as his blood knife flickered, unleashing a torrent of ferocious energy that surged forward. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying battle erupted between man and spirit beast, the ground erupting in chaos. Despite the purple spirit Mongoose's enhanced strength, she found herself at a disadvantage against Wanxiang's full might, her small face paling further. Alas, it seemed that relying solely on the purple spirit Mongoose to contend with him was futile. Yihan sighed in resignation, turning his attention to Zhou Qingyao. Your spirit beast cannot withstand Wanxiang. We must leave at once. Agreed, Zhou Qingyao replied. Yihan helped her to her feet, crushing a teleportation talisman in his hand. A brilliant light enveloped them, and in an instant, they vanished from the scene. After their departure, the purple spirit Mongoose flickered out of sight as well. An enraged roar erupted from Wanxiang's lips, his fury nearly causing his lungs to burst. Zhou Qingyao and that insignificant ant, you will both pay? I, Wanxiang, swear I shall not live as a man until I have avenged myself. In a remote valley of the great merchant empire, a brilliant light shone as two figures slowly emerged. It was Yihan and Zhou Qingyao. Are you all right? Yihan inquired, noticing Zhou Qingyao's pallid complexion. Her injuries were grievous, and without prompt treatment. I am fine, she asserted. Zhou Qingyao shook her head, yet her pallid complexion betrayed the fact that she was merely comforting herself. Sighing softly, Yihan produced a vial of healing elixirs from his possession. These were medicinal pills meant for treating injuries. Although they could not completely mend her wounds, they could provide temporary relief. Thank you. Zhou Qingyao accepted the elixir without hesitation and swallowed it whole. With the medicine, her complexion began to ease slightly. This time, I owe you a debt of gratitude. If the opportunity arises in the future, I shall surely repay your life-saving kindness, she declared. Not at all. Yihan waved his hand dismissively, explaining that had it not been for Wanxiang's intent to kill him, he would not have intervened. Why did you attack the members of the Blood Spirit Sect? Yihan inquired at that moment. How do you know? Zhou Qingyao replied, slightly taken aback. Actually, I was also. Yihan recounted the situation briefly, and when he mentioned escorting Lu Yu and Lu Yi away from Dechu, Zhou Qingyao's eyes brimmed with gratitude. However, her expression soon darkened again. Following our past battle, my Wuzhizong suffered a devastating defeat, with many of our sect's strong members lost. We had initially planned to seek refuge with the Tianshang sect, only to discover they were colluding with the Blood Spirit sect, resulting in my master's severe injury. So, you attacked the Blood Spirit sect to divert their attention and allow your master to escape? Yihan gazed at her in astonishment. Indeed, that was the only option available. However, my master is gravely wounded, and now all of Dechu and the neighboring nations are in collusion with the Blood Spirit sect. There is simply no way to acquire the recovery elixir, Zhou Qingyao lamented. Recovery elixir? Yihan murmured thoughtfully. He recalled that Mu Ningxuang had also suffered severe damage to her meridians at the hands of the Blood Spirit sect and required a recovery elixir for restoration. Yet, such elixirs were of the 4th tier, and not only were they scarce in Dechu, but they were also held tightly within the grasp of the major powers of the Tianlan domain, making their acquisition exceedingly difficult. Is that so? Yihan felt a genuine sympathy for her plight. To risk oneself for the sake of her sect was commendable. However, he was no saint, and did not feel compelled to expend all efforts to procure a recovery elixir for her. Regardless, I must express my gratitude for your help this time. Your kindness will not be forgotten, Qingyao. I will repay you if the opportunity arises, she continued, slowly rising to her feet and making her way outside. Sighing once more at her forlorn figure, Yihan felt a pang of regret but refrained from holding her back. At that moment, he recognized that he could offer no assistance. In the ensuing time, Yihan retrieved a vial of elixirs to restore his own strength. Half an hour later, he too departed from the valley. In the Great Shang, Tianling City stood as a bustling and prosperous town. The streets were teeming with people, and the air was filled with the calls of vendors, creating an atmosphere of vibrant activity. Meanwhile, at the entrance, a figure cloaked in black with a conical hat approached slowly. Is this Tianling City? Yihan murmured to himself. It has been a day since leaving the valley, and fortunately, he encountered no further dangers along the way, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, the previous battle had nearly depleted his hard-earned resources, and even the purple spirit mink had sustained injuries. Should he face another formidable opponent at the Gold Core stage, it could very well spell disaster. He must replenish his strength swiftly, Yihan mused, as he proceeded onward. Fortunately, there were many others dressed similarly to Yihan, so upon seeing him, the crowd merely cast a casual glance before diverting their attention elsewhere, causing no stir. As he continued on his path, Yihan observed a multitude of people and encountered sights he had never seen before. Compared to Wanxiang City, This place was indeed far more prosperous, he thought to himself. Yet, Yihan did not linger. He pressed forward. Before long, he arrived at an inn known as the Source of Light. At first glance, it appeared to be an exceedingly ordinary establishment, but Yihan knew it was the entrance to the black market. Good sir, will you be lodging or merely resting? A young attendant rushed over upon spotting Yihan. Treasure-seeking, Yihan replied. The phrase was a coded signal. Upon hearing this, the attendant's demeanor shifted, and he scrutinized Yihan closely. Ah, a fellow cultivator. I trust you are aware of the rules. Indeed, Yihan nodded, and with a swift motion of his hand, a storage pouch appeared, filled with tens of thousands of spirit stones. There was a rule in the black market. Entry required proof of wealth, with a minimum of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Seeing this, the attendant smiled slightly. Please, esteemed friend. With a nod, Yihan stowed the pouch and followed the attendant deeper into the establishment. Soon, he arrived at a concealed door. Esteemed friend, this is the place. May you find what your heart desires, the attendant said. Thank you, Yihan replied, tossing 10 spirit stones into the attendant's hands, which elicited a look of sheer delight from him. Thank you, esteemed friend. Without further ado, Yihan stepped inside. Brutality, fervor, and passion, these were Yihan's initial impressions upon entering. Before him, figures clad in black robes and wide-brimmed hats moved about, each person's eyes ablaze with excitement. The atmosphere resembled that of the underground markets on Earth. Moreover, Yihan beheld an array of wares on display. There were stunningly beautiful women, robust men, and various ferocious beasts. Even spirit treasures, which were nearly impossible to find in the outside world, were available here. Truly, this was the black market. Yihan thought in awe. It had long been rumored that in the black market, as long as one possessed wealth, nothing was unobtainable. And now it was evident that this was indeed the case. Yihan continued onward until he reached the entrance of a shop. There, he saw a paunchy middle-aged man drooling, while behind him, a group of despondent men and women sat in a stupor. Ladies and gentlemen, these are rare slaves indeed. Just look at this woman. Her skin is smooth, her figure exquisite, and she possesses a wealth of skills. If you were to bring her home, it would be quite remarkable. In the past, to capture this formidable man, we suffered the loss of several foundational cultivators. If we were to take him back, one could easily traverse the foundational realm without a care. The surrounding crowd was visibly excited by his words. However, upon seeing the price, most of them departed in haste. The cost was simply exorbitant. Moreover, those who frequented this place typically held some status and were not lacking in female company. As for bodyguards, the foundational realm was hardly impressive. The survival of the fittest was indeed manifest in its most exquisite form. Yihan sighed inwardly. He was already aware of this situation. It was unavoidable. Esteemed friend, would you care to make a purchase? At that moment, the rotund man turned his gaze toward Yihan, a broad smile adorning his face. No, thank you, Yihan replied, shaking his head. His reserves of spirit stones were limited, and he had not come for such matters. With that, he took his leave. He wandered to several other locations, but none met his expectations. Finally, 10 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of a shop. There, various scrolls were displayed enticingly. Passers-by, do not miss this opportunity. We have techniques, martial arts, alchemical formulas, and formations available. A young man shouted energetically. This caught Yihan's attention. Esteemed friend, is there anything you require? Come take a look. Yihan nodded and turned his gaze toward the offerings. Xianyang Gong, a third-tier technique, 3 million spirit stones. Jiling Shou, a fourth-tier technique, 50 million spirit stones. Goodness, are they all this expensive? Yihan was left speechless. He had thought himself somewhat affluent, but now it seemed he was still quite impoverished. Just then, his eyes fell upon a golden scroll. Bangshanzhong, a second-tier technique, 300,000 spirit stones. Bangshanzhong. Yihan's countenance brightened. He recognized this technique as a unique secret from the Kaishan Sect, which had never been made available to the public, leaving many eager buyers without a means to acquire it. Esteemed friend, do you fancy this? The Bangshanzhong is a top-tier second-tier technique. Mastering it would allow one to shatter mountains effortlessly. The young man exclaimed with a beaming smile. Chapter 36. The recipe for the King's Sealing Pill. Indeed, it is quite impressive, but the price is too steep. Yihan shook his head, preparing to depart. Ah, esteemed friend, please wait. The young man hastily called after him. Ahem, the price is negotiable. I see this is your first visit here. As a gesture of friendship, how about a 10% discount? Make it a 70% discount. Yihan countered directly. Esteemed friend, your bargaining is rather fierce. I invested a considerable amount to procure this item, at the very least. Let us settle for a 70% discount. Very well, I shall consider you a friend. The young man quickly agreed, retrieving the scroll. With a sigh of relief, Yihan felt reassured. 70% off meant he would pay 210,000 spirit stones. While still costly, it was somewhat justifiable. He promptly settled the payment and took his leave. In the time that followed, Yihan meandered about once more, acquiring a few essential items. However, his supply of spiritual stones was nearly depleted. Alas, money truly seems to slip away like water. With a resigned sigh, Yihan contemplated the reality of expenditures in this place. Yet, he understood well that one must invest if they wish to enhance their strength. Just then, a sudden chime reverberated through the air, causing the crowd to become enlivened with excitement. They all hurried towards a towering edifice at the center. Yihan paused, momentarily taken aback. Was something amiss? He then followed the throng. On the elevated platform, an elderly man in his 60s approached with a beaming smile. I am grateful to all of you for taking the time to be here. The trading event, held once every 5 days, is about to commence once more. As before, you may freely engage in transactions, he announced with a hint of caution. A trading event. Yihan mused. He had heard of such gatherings, which served as platforms for exchanging treasures. Most items were deemed unsuitable for public display, hence the necessity of this venue for trade. Let us begin, the elder declared succinctly, foregoing any further preamble. Soon, a man adorned with a ghastly mask ascended the stage, surveying the audience before sweeping his arm. A pale blue orb materialized in his grasp. Esteemed guests, this is the water spirit pearl, and I seek to exchange it for a foundational elixir. The higher the quality, the better. The water spirit pearl? Yihan pondered. However, this pearl was only beneficial to those cultivating water-based techniques, rendering it less useful for most present. Nevertheless, he lamented that if it could be exchanged for a foundational elixir, it would have been a splendid gift for his junior sister. The crowd murmured among themselves. Yet no one made a move to trade, which caused the masked man's brow to furrow slightly. I am willing to offer 3 medium-quality foundational elixirs. Finally, an aged voice echoed through the assembly. 3. The man's expression soured with disappointment. Though 3 medium-quality elixirs were substantial, he felt it fell short of the pearl's true worth. 3 high-quality foundational elixirs. Another voice chimed in. It was Yihan speaking. Although he had no intention of cultivating water-based techniques, he planned to acquire the pearl for either Li Mengyang or Ling Shui. Oh. The masked man's expression brightened at this declaration. The disparity between high-quality and medium-quality foundational elixirs was considerable. Very well, I will accept your offer, he agreed eagerly. Without further ado, Yihan waved his hand, sending forth 3 high-quality foundational elixirs. He had ample stock of them. In no time, the water spirit pearl was nestled in his palm. Excellent. Yihan nodded in satisfaction, securing the pearl. He then approached the platform once more, seizing 2 glimmering elixirs in his right hand. For these 2 supreme foundational elixirs, I seek only the formula, at least of the 3rd tier. What? Supreme foundational elixirs? Upon witnessing the 2 elixirs, the crowd was stirred with excitement. Indeed, if the superior foundation establishment pill is considered precious, then the exquisite foundation establishment pill is truly a rarity. Even some of the grand sects do not possess such high-quality pills. Who is this individual capable of presenting an exquisite foundation establishment pill? Could they be a disciple of a renowned alchemist? However, to craft such a pill, one must at least be a master, and it is unlikely that such a person would lack a formula. Regardless, this is an exquisite foundation establishment pill. Should one succeed in their foundational establishment, their strength would far surpass that of other foundational cultivators. The crowd began to murmur. I possess 2 formulas for 3rd-grade pills. I wonder if they might suffice? An aged voice interjected, belonging to a venerable figure clad in a black robe, holding 2 scrolls in his hands. Qingling pill, detoxification pill. Yihan murmured softly, then shook his head. To be frank, the value of these 2 formulas was not inferior to that of the exquisite foundation establishment pill. Yet he had no desire for them. The primary reason being that exquisite foundation establishment pills are exceedingly rare, often valued, yet unattainable. Sighing with resignation, the elder did not pursue the matter further. Subsequently, several others spoke up, but they only offered ordinary formulas, which Yihan continued to refuse. Ordinary 3rd-grade formulas were easily obtainable through collaboration with the Tianyuan sect. Thus he aimed to acquire some unique formulas this time. A formula for the King's Sealing Pill. Although these 2 exquisite foundation establishment pills may not suffice, a deep voice resonated through the gathering. A man clad in yellow stepped forward. The King's Sealing Pill formula? Yihan's eyes brightened. He was well aware of the King's Sealing Pill, which belongs to the pinnacle of 4th-grade elixirs. A single King's Sealing Pill enables a golden core cultivator to ascend a level without any adverse effects. One must not underestimate this advancement. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, particularly at higher levels where breakthroughs become increasingly arduous. Generally, A golden core cultivator requires at least 3 to 5 years. And for those of lesser aptitude, it could take a decade or even 2 to achieve a breakthrough. Yet now, a single pill could facilitate this elevation, underscoring its immense value. I only desire the Foundation Establishment pill, Yihan declared, and with a wave of his hand, dozens of superior Foundation Establishment pills appeared. Good heavens! So many? Is this fellow dealing in bulk elixirs? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Such a quantity and quality of Foundation Establishment pills would be unimaginable even for the grand sections. The man in yellow pondered for a moment before nodding. 2 exquisite pills and 10 superior ones. I can exchange for that. Agreed. Yihan responded without a hint of hesitation. Although these elixirs could fetch nearly 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones if sold, compared to the King's sealing pill formula, he deemed himself fortunate. The two executed the transaction with a flourish. Many others subsequently presented their treasures for exchange. However, Yihan found himself devoid of spirit stones and could only watch enviously. After approximately half an hour, feeling that he had gathered enough, Yihan decided to depart. However, shortly after he departed, 3 shadowy figures stealthily followed. Chapter 37, Zhou Tao. Bestowing elixirs. Attempting to take advantage of the situation, Yihan glanced over his shoulder, a cold smirk curling upon his lips, before he gradually continued his journey forward. Before long, he exited the black market. Once outside, he promptly produced a teleportation talisman, vanishing from sight in an instant. A teleportation talisman? What the hell? A voice of exasperation echoed. In a modest inn within a small town of the great merchant empire, Yihan gazed excitedly at the scroll in his hands. A sealing king pill. Based on current market prices, a single sealing king pill is valued between 500 and 10 million low-grade spirit stones. And it remains in high demand, if he were to refine one. Yet, he was acutely aware that he still had a long way to go before reaching the rank of a 4th-tier alchemist. Someday, I shall succeed. I hope Wanxiang does not perish too soon. In Yihan's heart, he had already placed Wanxiang on his list of adversaries to eliminate. Sigh. The most pressing matter now is how to return. Although there are ample resources here, he knew that to enhance his alchemical experience, he must go back. Moreover, he felt uneasy leaving Li Mainyang and Ling Shui at home alone. It seemed he needed to devise a plan. Days slipped by, and before he knew it, 5 days had passed. Throughout this time, Yihan remained at the inn. Aside from alchemy, he devoted himself to practicing the crumbling mountain palm. He had to admit that his innate talent was rather lacking. After 5 days, he had only grasped the fundamentals of the technique. Nevertheless, compared to before, his combat prowess had indeed improved significantly. It was time to acquire some spirit stones. Having said this, Yihan stepped out decisively. Soon, he arrived at a shop selling elixirs. The emperor's abode. Could it be a property of the royal family of the great merchant empire? Observing the signboard, Yihan felt a twinge of surprise. The royal family of the great merchant empire represented absolute authority. Never mind, he thought, waving his hand dismissively. He only wished to sell some elixirs for a one-time transaction. The ownership of the establishment was of no concern to him. With that, he strode boldly inside. Grandfather, I want the best. Please buy me the finest. Upon entering, he heard a spoiled voice. A girl of about 15 or 16 stood there, looking aggrieved. Beside her stood an elderly man with white hair. The old man's expression was one of helplessness. What an imposing aura. Yihan frowned slightly, directing his gaze towards the old man. Although the old man's presence was restrained, Yihan could still sense a suffocating power emanating from him. Peak golden core. Perhaps even nascent soul. How could such a formidable figure be present here? Yihan's expression grew serious. Such strength is top tier even across the entire Tinland domain. At that moment, the old man sensed Yihan's gaze, but, upon realizing that Yihan was merely at the foundation establishment stage, he paid him little heed. Sheer. It's not that grandfather is unwilling. It's just that throughout the entire great merchant empire, there is none to be found. The old man said with a resigned expression. I care not. I desire the supreme foundation building elixir. Was there not a rumor in the black market about the appearance of 2 such items? Grandfather, your strength is formidable. Why not seize them for me? Nonsense. The elder bellowed, a wave of pressure emanating from him. I have long instructed you to value harmony. To seize? Do you comprehend the vastness of this world and the multitude of powerful beings within it? If one were to rob the weak, what would happen when encountering those even stronger? Enough. Do not utter such words again. I shall find a way to acquire the supreme foundation-building elixir. But you must not grow complacent. Dedicate yourself to your cultivation and do not disappoint me. Oh, the girl stuck out her tongue, clearly intimidated by the elder. The supreme foundation-building elixir? At that moment, Yihan's eyes sparkled. After a brief contemplation, he approached directly. Young friend, do you have something to discuss? The elder inquired. Do you require the supreme foundation-building elixir? Oh, is it possible that you? Indeed, I happen to possess a few. observing this young lady's remarkable talent and intelligence. It would be a pity for her to miss the opportunity for foundation building. Thus I wish to gift her the supreme elixir, Yihan replied with a smile. Gift? The elder paused slightly, then chuckled softly. There is no need for gifts. However, if you have any, I would be willing to purchase them at a price of your choosing. The elder waved his hand dismissively. Is that so? Yihan felt a tinge of disappointment. He had intended to forge a connection, but since the elder was unwilling, he would not press the matter. Very well, let us settle on the market price. I have 3. With that, Yihan waved his hand, and 3 golden elixirs appeared in his palm, crafted over the course of 5 days. In total, he had produced 10 supreme foundation building elixirs during that time, yet he did not intend to reveal them all at once. Then I thank you, young friend. The elder nodded, showing no hesitation as he tossed a storage bag. Yihan, too, was quite agreeable. He promptly handed over the elixirs, accepting the storage bag without even a glance. Will you not take a look inside? No need. I heard your earlier words, so I naturally trust your integrity, senior. Oh, the elder regarded him with appreciation and said, young people like you are increasingly rare. Indeed, you are to my liking. I am Zhou Tao. Should you require anything in the Great Merchant, feel free to seek me out. Zhou. Yihan was momentarily taken aback. If his memory served him correctly, the royal family of the Great Merchant also bore the surname Zhou. Could he be of royal descent? I am grateful, senior. Ha ha ha, it is nothing. The elder waved his hand and then handed the elixirs to the young girl. Are you satisfied now? Thank you, grandfather. I knew you would treat me the best. Humph. You little rascal, knowing this yet still not cultivating diligently? Understood. The girl nodded eagerly and then hurried away. The elder acknowledged Yihan with a nod before departing. Soon after, a man approached. Thank you so much, kind sir, the man expressed with a face full of gratitude. Without you today, my humble shop would have been in dire straits. Oh, Yihan responded, slightly puzzled. Observing the elder, he assumed he must be a commendable individual. How could that be? Ah, dear brother, you are unaware that the young lady is quite the demanding one. In recent days, countless shops have fallen victim to her whims. But let us not dwell on that. Is there something you require assistance with? I wish to sell some elixirs. Do you accept such items here? Elixirs? The man momentarily paused, then quickly replied, of course, we do. May I inquire what type of elixirs you intend to sell? Rest assured, the prices will be fair, and I can offer you rates above the market value. That won't be necessary, just the market price will suffice. As he spoke, Yihan produced the elixirs. These were concocted over the past 5 days. So many? The man looked astonished. Is it too much? Yihan asked. No, not at all. We can certainly accommodate these. Please wait a moment while I fetch the spirit stones for you. Before long, the man returned. A total of 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Does that seem accurate to you? Yihan nodded. To be candid, this amount exceeded the value of the elixirs. But he understood that the man's generosity stemmed largely from the earlier elder's presence. It appeared that cultivating connections with formidable individuals would be beneficial for him. Yihan mused that having more allies opens more avenues. Moreover, the true prowess of an alchemist lies not merely in their craft, but within their network, an explanation for their esteemed reputation. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yihan took his leave. 700,000 spirit stones should suffice, he murmured, heading towards the eastern part of the city. Before long, he arrived at an unusual structure resembling a western castle, adorned with the inscription Star Moon Pavilion above the entrance. To be precise, the Star Moon Pavilion was not merely a shop, but rather a hiring organization where, with sufficient funds, one could enlist various powerful individuals. While this may have been an exaggeration, it certainly conveyed its considerable influence. Yihan's intention was to hire a bodyguard to escort him back to the Great Chu. Upon entering the palace, a young maiden approached him. Esteemed friend, how may I assist you? I wish to hire a Golden Core Realm expert. May I inquire about the cost? Yihan asked. Oh, the maiden looked at him in surprise, then promptly responded. Our pricing is contingent upon various factors. Generally, the cost for a Golden Core expert ranges from 300,000 to 800,000 spirit stones. Should there be additional requirements, the price may increase. Is it truly that expensive? Yihan replied, somewhat taken aback. It is merely for escorting over a distance. What level of expert are you considering hiring? Level? Indeed. The prices for Golden Core experts vary with their ranks. Based on your description, a 5th level Golden Core expert would cost approximately 500,000 spirit stones. A 6th level around 550,000, while a peak Golden Core expert would be slightly more expensive at 800,000. Is that so? Yihan nodded thoughtfully. Although he was unaware of Wanxiang's current cultivation level, he was certain it had not yet reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. His greatest concern upon returning was the possibility of Wanxiang laying an ambush along the way. Is there any information available? Yihan inquired. Indeed, there is. The woman nodded, producing a screen displaying a series of details. Husha, Golden Core 7th level, 600,000 Spirit Stones. Qingyan, Golden Core 7th level peak, 680,000 Spirit Stones. Ling Yuan, Golden Core 8th level, 730,000 Spirit Stones. At that moment, Yihan's gaze fell upon a particular entry. Qingling, Golden Core 9th level, 550,000 Spirit Stones. What is the meaning of this? Yihan asked, perplexed. Logically, one at the 9th level should command a higher price. Why is it so low? Oh, my friend, you may not be aware that Qingling's situation is rather unique. Unique? Indeed. Although she possesses a cultivation level of Golden Core 9th level, she suffered severe injuries during a failed attempt to break through to the nascent soul stage a few years ago. Her level remains unchanged. Yet her combat prowess has diminished significantly. A failed attempt at the nascent soul stage? Yihan's expression turned grave. It is well known that in the realm of cultivation, attempting to break through a major realm often leads to dire consequences, with failure resulting in an overwhelming likelihood of demise. It was surprising that she had survived. I'll take her, Yihan declared. This left the woman somewhat astonished. Friend, her current combat strength is only equivalent to the Golden Core 4th level. Are you certain? Indeed. Yihan affirmed with a nod. He was not seeking revenge on Wanxiang. His primary objective was merely to return home. The fact that she had survived a failed breakthrough suggested she held numerous hidden trump cards. Furthermore, the price was certainly appealing. Very well, the woman acquiesced, and they discussed the specifics of their arrangement. After Yihan paid 550,000 Spirit Stones, he took his leave. A day later, along a narrow path, Yihan perched atop a large tree. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air, and in the next moment, a graceful figure descended from the sky. It was a woman wearing a cat-faced mask. She has arrived, Yihan murmured, leaping down from the tree. He sensed her aura was unstable, indicating she had indeed sustained injuries. At that moment, she scrutinized him. Are you the host? Her voice was melodious, yet carried an air of aloofness. Yes. I assume they have informed you of the situation. All I require is for you to escort me into Dechu, Yihan replied. That is acceptable. But let me make it clear. If we encounter an overwhelmingly powerful foe, I will leave immediately. Yihan was momentarily speechless. So decisive? Not an issue, he nodded. His primary concern was Wanxiang. He hoped this individual would not pose any problems. Let us proceed, Qingling stated, moving forward without hesitation. Yihan felt a twinge of exasperation. Am I the host, or are you? Nonetheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and quickly followed her. Their journey continued smoothly. Along the journey, Qingling remained silent, which left Yihan feeling somewhat disheartened. Finally, after a day had passed, the two arrived at the border between Dechu and Deshang. Suddenly, the sound of rushing air pierced the silence. As 7 or 8 burly men emerged from all directions, swiftly encircling Yihan and Qingling brother. I told you, I heard the call of magpies this morning. Today is surely a day of fortune. Look, right at the start, we encountered 2 plump little lambs, a scar-faced man declared with evident delight. He then scoffed, ahem. This road is mine, and this tree is mine to claim, to pass through, but before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous explosion echoed, and he was sent flying away, replaced by a graceful figure. How swift! Yihan exclaimed in astonishment. He had been watching Qingling intently, yet even he failed to perceive her movement until she had already struck. Such audacity to harm my brethren. You must be tired of living. A hefty man in the crowd growled in anger. However, Qingling paid them no mind, her gaze fixed on Yihan. Shall they die, or shall they live? She inquired. Let them all perish, Yihan replied. Chapter 39. The 5 Ancient Ones of the Yuanying Realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Qingling drew her weapon and charged at the hulking men. How dare you? The stout man bellowed, also launching himself into the fray. The others followed suit. Yet the fierce battle they anticipated never materialized. Under Qingling's overwhelming assault, these men stood no chance. In less than a minute, they all lay sprawled on the ground, the earth stained crimson with their blood. Yihan gasped, taken aback by the sheer ferocity. Just then, Qingling began to cough violently, a stream of blood erupting from her lips, her complexion paling. Are you all right? Yihan asked, concern etching his features. I'm fine. Qingling shook her head, wiping the blood from her mouth and proceeding towards the fallen men's bodies. Under Yihan's watchful gaze, she skillfully collected their storage bags. However, rather than keeping them for herself, she handed them to Yihan. Yihan was taken aback. He could tell she was in dire need of spirit stones. Otherwise, she would not be engaged in such work. Yet, according to industry custom, all belongings during the period of employment belonged to the employer. Qingling spoke matter-of-factly and continued onward. Yihan, at a loss for words, accepted the storage bags and followed her. As they journeyed, They soon arrived at a grand mountain not far from Tianya City. Upon looking up, Tianya City unfolded before Yihan's eyes. However, compared to before, the city was now heavily guarded, with formidable figures present. 5 cultivators of the Golden Core realm stood watch, one of whom had reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. At this moment, Qingling suddenly spoke, her brows slightly furrowed. At the pinnacle of the Golden Core, Yihan's expression stiffened. He never anticipated that such a formidable opponent would arrive, indicating that the Blood Spirit sect held this place in high regard. Is there any assurance? He inquired. It is worth a try, though I cannot guarantee success, she replied. Although her strength was remarkable, having once been on the brink of the nascent soul stage, her current state made Yihan somewhat apprehensive. What if any issues arise? Should I wait a few more days? He pondered. Returning now would undoubtedly be perilous, especially with Wang Yan present. He wondered if Wang Yan was still around, for if he recognized him here, it would truly be perilous. Suddenly, Qingling's expression changed, and her figure seemed to teleport, instantly appearing before Yihan and embracing his waist. In the next moment, she flickered and vanished from sight. This scene unfolded so swiftly that Yihan barely had time to react before he found himself inside a cave. There are experts, Qingling quickly stated, her eyes fixed intently on the outside. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, several piercing sounds echoed, and 5 elderly figures appeared in midair. The aura emanating from these elders was terrifying, especially that of a white-clad elder, which instilled in Yihan a profound desire to kneel in reverence. A nascent soul expert. Yihan's complexion paled in shock. A nascent soul cultivator represented the pinnacle of power within the entire Tianlan region. As for Chu, he had only heard tales of the Blood Spirit sect's leader reaching such heights, albeit merely at the early nascent soul stage. Nonetheless, this power had already led to the downfall of both the Wuji sect and the Tianyuan sect, a testament to the terror of a nascent soul expert. What happened? Where did the person go? One of the gray-haired elders questioned in confusion. Did he manage to escape? Another elder's face twisted in anger. Alas, it is a pity. If we had found him, we might have obtained a significant opportunity, he lamented. Never mind. Let us search elsewhere, the white-haired elder stated before soaring away in another direction. Watching them depart, Yihan exhaled deeply, relieved. The aura of the nascent soul expert was overwhelmingly powerful. Thankfully, they were not specifically targeting him. Otherwise, he would have faced certain death, unable to employ any of his abilities. Power. It all comes down to power, Yihan sighed. Although he had transformed significantly since the past, having successfully established his foundation and possessing the spirit beast, the purple spirit Mongoose, along with an array of talismans and treasures, he still believed that against a golden core expert, he might have a sliver of hope to escape. But against a nascent soul cultivator, even the weakest one, he had no doubt that he would meet his demise. To think they would send 5 nascent soul experts simultaneously. It seems the person they seek is extraordinary, Qingling remarked, her expression tinged with curiosity. Indeed, Yihan nodded, acknowledging that even a fool could discern the gravity of the situation. From the previous conversations among these individuals, it became evident that their intentions were to acquire the treasures possessed by a certain individual. Such a coveted treasure, sought after even by those at the nascent soul stage, must be extraordinarily precious. However, he was acutely aware that he currently held no qualifications to contend for it. Suddenly, several piercing sounds echoed through the air. 4 figures emerged from within Tianya City, swiftly heading in the direction where the 5 nascent soul practitioners had departed. Among them, Yihan recognized a familiar silhouette, Wang Yan. Could it be that they too were after the same treasure? Yihan pondered. Nevertheless, he concluded that this was the perfect moment to enter the city. With that thought, he retrieved a human skin mask from his storage pouch. In an instant, he transformed into the guise of a middle-aged man, leaving Qingling astonished. Let us go? He urged. Indeed, their pace was swift, and within a mere 2 minutes, they arrived at the gates of Tianya City. Stop. A disciple of the Blood Spirit sect approached them. Tianya City is now closed. You must leave immediately, or else. However, his words were abruptly cut short as an overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens. In an instant, he was bent under the weight, his face paling considerably. A golden core expert. He cast a fearful glance at Qingling. Do you truly think your Blood Spirit sect is invincible? I intend to enter today, and I challenge anyone who dares to obstruct me. Qingling's voice was frigid, causing the man to tremble uncontrollably. Humph. With a cold snort, Qingling advanced into the city. Fellow cultivator, please wait. Just as Yihan stepped into the city, an elderly voice called out. An aged man, appearing to be around 70, descended from the sky. Impressive. Yihan's expression tightened. This individual's aura was significantly stronger than that of Wang Yan. It appeared that he was the pinnacle golden core expert Qingling had previously mentioned. Fellow cultivator, please wait. The elder reiterated, approaching Yi Han and Qing Ling. Observing this scene, Qing Ling furrowed her brow slightly and coldly remarked, "What? Do you intend to forcibly detain us?" "You misunderstand." The elder chuckled heartily, scrutinizing Qing Ling. "May I ask how to address you?" "I am not well acquainted with you," she replied tersely. The elder appeared somewhat awkward but quickly regained his composure. "You misunderstand. My blood spirit sect has always been open to all. We would be delighted to welcome you into the city." However, at this point, his expression grew serious. "What you may not know is that a mysterious powerful figure has recently emerged in the Great Chu. Numerous individuals have already fallen victim to attacks. Thus, for your safety, I would advise you to wait a few days until we resolve the matter regarding this formidable individual." "A mysterious expert?" Qing Ling regarded him with intrigue. "Indeed. This person possesses immense strength, yet is quite erratic, attacking anyone in sight. I am merely concerned for your safety," he explained. "Mad old man," Yi Han whispered to himself. He recognized that the individual speaking was the eccentric old man he had encountered previously. His curiosity was piqued. After all, the vice leader of the blood spirit sect had been effortlessly sent flying by a single strike. Yet, they remained unharmed. "I am merely here to attend to some matters, and I shall depart once completed," Qing Ling gently asserted, emphasizing her sole purpose of escorting Yi Han into the Great Chu to fulfill her commission. Beyond that, she harbored no additional concerns. "In that case, very well. However, do exercise caution, my friend. Should you require any assistance, feel free to visit my blood spirit sect. We will certainly lend our utmost support," the elder remarked with a smile. It must be said that his talent for winning hearts was commendable. With just a few simple phrases, he had garnered a favorable impression from a formidable golden core cultivator. Evidently, there was merit to the blood spirit sect's ability to triumph over the heavenly origin sect and the infinite sect. Yi Han mused inwardly. "No need for that," Qing Ling responded, shaking her head, and subsequently led Yi Han inside. Shortly after their departure, a disciple of the blood spirit sect hurried over. "Elder, are we simply allowing them to enter?" "Ah, what else can we do? This person's strength is formidable, and I cannot be certain of our ability to contend with them. Moreover, given the current internal and external troubles facing our blood spirit sect, it is unwise to make an enemy of such a figure," the elder sighed. "Very well. Ensure that this area is well guarded. No one is to enter until the young master returns, and instruct the disciples to keep a close watch on them." "Understood." Finally, they had returned. After leaving Tianya City, Yi Han felt a wave of relief wash over him. Truth be told, he had not anticipated that a simple outing would lead to such a series of events. Although he had expended a considerable amount of spirit stones, it could be deemed a fortunate escape. "With that, my task is complete," Qing Ling remarked, preparing to take her leave. "Wait," Yi Han called out hastily, producing several bottles of elixirs from his storage pouch. "Thank you for your assistance. Please accept these elixirs." He smiled warmly, having sensed her admirable character throughout their journey. Wishing to cultivate a favorable connection, Qing Ling's expression shifted slightly, taken aback. "These are merely common elixirs. They hold little value." "Very well then," Qing Ling acquiesced, nodding as she accepted them. "Take care on your journey. I hope we may meet again." Indeed. With that, Qing Ling departed, while Yi Han continued onward. In Wanxiang City, within an inn, Yi Han entered slowly, where Zhao Chong awaited him. "Brother Yi, you've returned so soon?" Zhao Chong exclaimed in surprise. "Yes. The alchemy competition is still some time away. I merely went to broaden my horizons and have now returned," Yi Han replied with a smile. "That makes sense." Zhao Chong nodded, refraining from further inquiries. "Did you seek me out for something specific?" "There is a small matter, indeed. However, along my journey, I observed that various towns are under strict scrutiny. Has something occurred?" Yi Han inquired. "Ah," Zhao Chong suddenly sighed. This caused Yi Han's expression to tighten. Sensing the gravity of the situation, "Is there truly a problem? In the days since your departure, a series of events have indeed transpired." Zhao Chong began, revealing that we had uncovered the hideout of the Tianyuan sect, intending to eradicate them entirely. However, at a critical juncture, an eccentric old man appeared. For reasons unknown, this madman attacked our blood spirit sect, resulting in significant losses for us and inciting the utmost fury of our sect leader, who consequently dispatched our strongest members. "He actually aided the Tianyuan sect?" Yi Han expressed his astonishment. "Indeed, our sect leader engaged in a fierce battle with him. Although he managed to escape, he sustained considerable injuries." At this point, Zhao Chong's expression suddenly turned grave. He glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before continuing. "Yi, you may not be aware, but that madman possesses the Tianqing decision." "The Tianqing decision?" Yi Han gasped. "It is said that thousands of years ago, the Tianlan domain was not as it is today, with various nations standing strong and powerful factions rampant. Back then, the domain was under the control of a force known as the Star Pavilion, renowned for its formidable strength. The most powerful among them was indeed the Tianqing decision. Yet, the circumstances surrounding the sudden disappearance of the once mighty Star Pavilion remained shrouded in mystery, leaving no one to ascertain what truly transpired or where they vanished, as if they had evaporated from existence, taking the Tianqing decision with them. Now, upon hearing this news, not only our blood spirit sect, but even the powerful individuals from other nations are stirred with excitement, Zhao Chong remarked with a sigh. The Tianqing decision is the very foundation upon which the Star Pavilion was established, and no one would wish to miss out on it. Moreover, if we could locate that madman, we might uncover the events of yore, and perhaps even lay claim to treasures from the Star Pavilion. After all, the Star Pavilion ruled the Tianlan domain for many years, and it appears that those 5 nascent soul experts were also pursuing him. Yihan pondered deeply, intrigued by the identity of this eccentric old man and his reasons for aiding the purple spirit Mongoose. Who, exactly, was the daughter he sought? Never mind. Such opportunities are beyond our grasp, Zhao Chong said, shaking his head. Indeed, Yihan nodded, acknowledging that even the most fortuitous chance requires the capability to seize it. To act recklessly would only lead to certain demise. Chapter 41, Journey to the Auction House. Oh, by the way, if you need anything, do not hesitate to express it, and I shall spare no effort to assist you, Zhao Chong added once more. Well, Yihan smiled slightly. Isn't the Imperial City auction about to commence? I wish to attend and see if there is anything I might need, so I hope Brother Zhao can help me acquire an identity. Oh, Zhao Chong's eyes brightened. He was well aware of the auction and had previously informed Yihan that a restoration pill would be featured. I can certainly arrange an identity for you. However, I must caution that our blood spirit sect may have operations during this auction, leading to potential chaos. No worries. I merely intend to observe for any necessities. As for everything else, I shall not interfere. Very well, your assurance brings me peace of mind, Zhao Chong nodded. Gratitude to Brother Zhao was expressed by Yihan as he quietly produced 2 bottles of elixirs and handed them to Zhao Chong. Ah, Brother Yi, you are too kind, Zhao Chong replied, accepting the elixirs with a smile. Then I shall take my leave. With that, Yihan departed. Upon his return to Qingyang town, Yihan entered to find Li Meinyang and Ling Shui engaged in their cultivation within the room. Brother Yi, the 2 women exclaimed, their faces alight with joy as they rushed towards him. Yihan, unfazed, embraced each of them. Have you missed me during my absence? He inquired. Of course. Sister Meinyang has been saying that she would prepare a surprise for your return, Ling Shui replied with a smile. Since arriving here, she had undergone a significant transformation. No longer did she live the perilous life of a rogue cultivator, risking her life daily in the Beast Mountains alongside Lin Hao for resources. Now, her worries had dissipated, and life had become far more enjoyable. Oh, Yihan's eyes sparkled as he turned his gaze toward Li Meinyang, causing her to blush. It's nothing much, really. My cultivation has made a breakthrough, she said, her cheeks flushed. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from her, revealing she had reached the 5th level of qi refinement. Yihan stared in astonishment. Given Li Meinyang's modest talent and limited training time, he hadn't expected such progress. I'm not sure why, but I just broke through while practicing, she added, somewhat bashfully. Yihan felt speechless, recalling his own arduous 10-year journey to reach the 3rd level of qi refinement. Yet, understanding dawned upon him. With his support, Li Meinyang had access to abundant cultivation resources, particularly elixirs, and her calm demeanor likely contributed to her rapid advancement. Well, since that is the case, I shall reward you splendidly tonight. Yihan chuckled heartily. What? Are you reluctant? He teased. No, not at all, just. All right. It's getting late. Let us have a meal before a sleepless night, he interrupted. The next morning, Yihan rose from his bed and made his way to the alchemy chamber. Time flew by, and before he knew it, a week had passed. During this week, his life had been akin to that of a celestial being, tranquil and content. On this day, having just finished his alchemical endeavors, Yihan surveyed the array of bottles on the table, a broad smile gracing his face. I should be able to earn quite a few spirit stones from this, he mused. He had prepared thoroughly, not only producing top-tier foundation establishment pills, but also a variety of other elixirs. Regrettably, he had no 3rd-tier recipes left aside from the foundation establishment pill, which could have increased his profits. It seems I must seek an opportunity to meet Mu Ning Xuan. Yihan pondered. After placing all the elixirs into his storage bag, he departed directly. Outside of Wanxiang City, upon a secluded mountain peak, Yihan sat leisurely in a tree, awaiting someone. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed nearby. A graceful figure approached, revealing a young woman of 17 or 18 years. Is that you? Upon seeing her, Yihan's expression revealed a hint of surprise, while the young woman appeared even more astonished. Emma Lord? This young lady was one of the 8 whom Yihan had rescued from Zhao Chong. He was taken aback to learn that Mu Ningxue had sent her today. Where is Mu Ningxue? Yihan inquired. My senior sister has urgent matters to attend to, and thus she sent me. I never expected to see you, my lord. I am truly grateful for your help last time. Without you, we might have. No need for thanks. Yihan waved his hand dismissively, and then produced a pill. You are aware of the specifics, correct? Yes, my senior sister had instructed me beforehand. The young woman nodded, and then retrieved a storage bag. My lord, please check if this is correct. No need for that. Yihan accepted it directly, as he held considerable trust in Mu Ningxue. Just as Yihan intended to depart, the young woman suddenly called out. Before I came, my senior sister asked me to convey a message to you. A message? My senior sister said that we were in the wrong previously, and to make amends. She specially instructed me to deliver these to you. As she spoke, she produced 3 scrolls. Third-grade pill formulas. Yihan's expression was one of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Mu Ningxue would be so generous as to present 3 third-grade pill formulas all at once. Although these formulas were somewhat inferior to the foundation-building formulas, they still held considerable value. My lord, my senior sister also expressed a hope that you would overlook past grievances and assist our Tianyuan sect in the future, if the opportunity arises. She will come to apologize in person. An opportunity? Yihan's expression hardened. It seemed that Mu Ningxue was aware that this auction was specifically targeting her. Nonetheless, she had resolutely decided to attend, underscoring her pressing need for the restoration pill. I understand. Yihan nodded and then departed. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at Wanxiang City. He first delivered the pills to Wangyue Pavilion, and then, after spending a considerable sum, acquired a multitude of talismans, formations, and treasures. Although he had no intention of intervening in this auction, it was prudent to exercise caution. Once he had completed everything, he sought out Zhao Chang. Under Zhao Chang's guidance, the two made their way toward the Imperial City. The Imperial City was the most opulent city in Dechu, housing the Imperial family. Although the Blood Spirit sect currently held dominion over Dechu, the royal family still retained their status, naturally attracting attention. Upon entering the Imperial City, Yihan was greeted by scenes of grandeur. In contrast to him, Zhao Chang appeared as though he were returning home, brimming with excitement. Along their path, numerous individuals greeted him with enthusiasm, exuding an air of prestige. However, at that moment, a sharp whip suddenly shot forth. Chapter 42. Chu Yu, the second princess of the royal family. Who goes there? A loud shout erupted from Zhao Chang, and in the next instant, his body swiftly dodged several meters to evade the terrifying lash. Humph. At that moment, a cold snort echoed. A woman, seemingly in her mid-20s, emerged. Her figure was striking, clad in leather that accentuated her silhouette exquisitely. Particularly, her aura exuded a sense of nobility and sanctity. Is it you? Upon seeing her, Zhao Chang's expression hardened, and his brows furrowed deeply. Die! The woman shouted furiously, and with a swift motion, her long whip struck down again, creating a sharp sound that resonated through the air. However, Zhao Chang remained undaunted. With a firm grip of his right hand, a long blade appeared. The blade descended with a thunderous force, stirring up a tempest. The clash of blade and whip soon echoed in the air, a powerful explosion of energy causing the ground to tremble beneath them. After several steps back, the woman was forced to retreat repeatedly. You! Zhao Chang scoffed coldly, and in a sudden movement, he lunged forward like a fierce tiger, seizing her by the neck. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? Zhao Chang stated icily. Her anger intensified at his words. If you have the ability, then kill me, she retorted defiantly. Zhao Chang let out another cold scoff before casting her aside. He then departed with Yihan. Brother Zhao, who was that just now? Yihan inquired. Puzzled. Ah, you are unaware, my young friend. That was none other than Princess Chu Yu of the great Chu royal family, Zhao Chang sighed. Chu Yu. Yihan exclaimed in astonishment. He had indeed heard of her. She was known as the little princess of Great Chu, alongside her sister Chu Yu. They were referred to as the royal beauties. Both were also ranked on the Great Chu's list of beauties, placing second and fourth, respectively. However, it was a pity that the royal family's power was not formidable, rendering their popularity somewhat lesser compared to Mu Ningxiang and Zhou Qingyao. But why? Yihan began to ask again. The royal family has always maintained a neutral stance, refraining from interfering in the matters between the 3 major sects, Zhao Chang explained. It is not unconnected to Mu Ningxiang, Zhao Chang added with resignation. Mu Ningxiang? Indeed, Chu Yu shares a close relationship with Mu Ningxiang. Ever since the Tianyuan sect was defeated and Mu Ningxiang was severely injured, she has been attacking anyone from my blood spirit sect, as if in a frenzy, injuring several disciples in the process. Then why hasn't the blood spirit sect taken action against the royal family? Yihan queried, perplexed. Logically speaking, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. The blood spirit sect has clashed with both the Tianyuan sect and the Wujiazong, yet has not taken any measures against the royal family, which puzzles me. Ah, My young friend, there are many intricacies involved here. I am not entirely sure of the specifics, but it seems there was some sort of agreement between the three major sects and the royal family, and the sects have repeatedly instructed not to take action against royal members. Otherwise, I would have. Is that so? Yihan nodded thoughtfully. It appeared that the situation in Great Chu was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Let us not dwell on this any longer. The auction house lies just ahead, and I have heard that there will be many splendid items on display. It will certainly be an eye-opener, Zhao Chong said excitedly. It was, after all, his first visit to this place. Despite being a disciple of the Blood Spirit sect, he found himself unable to afford the exorbitant items at the auction house. Yet, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Yihan's eyes as he yearned to glimpse the treasures within. However, the prerequisite was to acquire some spirit stones. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the auction house, already teeming with a multitude of people. Under Zhao Chong's guidance, they bypassed the queue and entered through a separate passage. Before long, a maid escorted them to a private box. Brother Yi, I have a matter to attend to and must step out for a moment. Please rest here. I shall return shortly, Zhao Chong said before departing. Yihan surveyed the box, which, though modest in size, approximately 20 square meters, was equipped with all necessary amenities. Moreover, numerous concealment formations adorned the surroundings, indicating that Zhao Chong had expended considerable resources for this arrangement. Yihan mused to himself that such a box was not easily attainable by ordinary individuals. In truth, Yihan could have access to this place by virtue of his identity. However, he was apprehensive about being recognized by Wanxiang, which prompted him to seek Zhao Chong's assistance. With that thought, he ventured outside, guided by the maid. He entered a lounge where an elderly man with a white beard awaited. Do you have items for auction at my establishment? The elder inquired with curiosity. It was not unusual for individuals to consign items for auction. However, Yihan's youthful appearance and modest cultivation raised doubts about the value of his offerings. Indeed, Yihan affirmed with a nod. Then, I trust you are aware of our auction house's regulations. We do not auction ordinary items, nor those lacking value. Of course, Yihan declared, sweeping his hand to reveal a vial of pills. What is this? Supreme Foundation Establishment pills. What? The elder's expression shifted to one of astonishment. While Foundation Establishment pills were not rare, Supreme ones were an entirely different matter. I have a total of 50. I wonder if your auction house can accommodate them? Yihan inquired. These 50 pills were the fruits of his recent alchemical endeavors, specifically prepared for this auction. He had no intention of attending any further auctions. Thus he felt no concern. The elder gasped as he absorbed the gravity of the revelation. 50 Supreme Foundation Establishment pills? Since when did we see such a quantity? That should pose no problem. However, according to our regulations, regardless of the final sale price, our auction house takes a 5% commission. Do you have any objections? 5%. Yihan was taken aback. It seemed rather steep, yet he understood this was standard practice in most auction houses. That is acceptable. Very well. I shall prepare accordingly, and shortly you will witness your pills being auctioned. As he spoke, the elder produced a silver token. This is a second-level membership token for our auction house. With this token, you will receive a 10% discount on any purchases. Oh. Yihan's eyes brightened at the prospect. This is indeed remarkable. Without the slightest hesitation, he promptly stowed away the token and departed. Shortly thereafter, a beautiful woman appeared. Madam Yao, the elder greeted respectfully. The woman acknowledged with a nod, then cast her gaze in the direction where Yihan had just left. A flicker of brilliance flashing in her eyes. Chapter 43. The auction commences, the Golden Spirit Pearl. Brother Yi, what brings you here? As Zhao Chong arrived at the entrance of the private box, he had just returned as well. Oh, just taking a stroll, Yihan replied. Zhao Chong nodded, his expression turning somewhat grave. Is something amiss? It seems we may be facing a bit of trouble this time. Trouble? Indeed. The sect has been preparing for this auction for quite some time, but I just received news that the Wuzhizong has invited powerful forces from other nations. If a conflict arises, it could be quite serious. Other nations? Yihan nodded. Mu Ningxue was not foolish. She understood that their Tianyuanzong simply could not contend with the Zulingzong. The only viable solution was to invite forces from other nations. However, the cost to invite these forces would undoubtedly be substantial. Regardless, I have grown up in the Zulingzong. It is my home, Zhao Chong said, his expression betraying his concern. Nothing is set in stone. There might still be a turning point, Yihan reassured him. Perhaps, Zhao Chong nodded, and chose not to elaborate further. The two then entered the private box. Meanwhile, the hall was becoming increasingly crowded. The vast space soon reached full capacity, with every face reflecting immense excitement. Among the crowd, Yihan recognized a few familiar figures, individuals he had met during his time as a wandering cultivator. However, it was evident that they were merely there to enjoy the spectacle. Outside the hall, Silhouettes began to emerge in the other private boxes, but due to the barrier of formations, he could not discern their appearances. Finally, after a few minutes, a series of crisp footsteps echoed, and a stunningly attractive woman gracefully made her entrance. By heaven, it's Madame Yao. Upon her arrival, the auction instantly became lively. With even Zhao Chong unable to contain his excitement, his gaze fixated on the woman's figure. Madame Yao? Yi Han inquired, somewhat perplexed. You don't recognize her. Brother Yi? Zhao Chong exclaimed in disbelief. Am I supposed to know her? Yi Han replied, bemused. Zhao Chong appeared speechless. Madame Yao was renowned across the entire Dechu as the most famous auctioneer, and her strength was formidable. To this day, no one had ever witnessed her true power. And her physique, her appearance. Listening to Zhao Chong, Yi Han couldn't help but glance over at her. He wondered if it was merely his imagination. But he felt as though Madame Yao was also looking in his direction. It must be an illusion, Yi Han thought. After all, he had never met this woman before. Why would she be looking at him? Upon the auction stage, a beautiful woman revealed a hint of a smile at the corners of her lips, enhancing her already alluring visage and igniting a fervor throughout the auction hall. Ladies and gentlemen, at that moment, she raised a hand, and the once bustling chamber fell into an immediate hush. What an audacious woman! Simultaneously, within a grand private box, a strikingly beautiful lady let out a cold snort. Her eyes filled with disdain. This individual was none other than Chu Yu, whom Yi Han had encountered previously. Beside her, Mu Ningxiong appeared pale, trembling uncontrollably. Ningxiong, are you all right? Chu Yu inquired anxiously. I'm fine, Mu Ningxiong replied, shaking her head, then turning her gaze towards a young man on the opposite side. Brother Ho, I'll be counting on you shortly. Rest assured, junior sister Mu. The blood spirit sect is hardly a concern for me. This time, I will certainly secure the restoration pill for you. When the opportunity arises, I will make Wang Yin aware of the consequences of daring to act against you. The young man chuckled, his eyes continuously roaming over Mu Ningxiong, which only heightened her pallor. Nevertheless, for the sake of the restoration pill, she refrained from voicing her discomfort. Esteemed guests, I am truly grateful for your participation in this auction amidst your busy schedules. I shall be your host for this event. Should there be any shortcomings, I hope for your understanding. Mrs. Yao announced once more from the auction stage. Her enchanting smile, coupled with her alluring figure, drove the attendees, particularly the male cultivators, into a frenzy. She is exquisite. My heavens, if I could find such a partner, I would willingly sacrifice 100 years of my life, exclaimed a burly man, brimming with excitement. Rest assured, with your mere second-tier qi cultivation, you won't last 80 years. You won't even reach 100, came the retort. Observing this scene, Yi Han felt a slight stirring within. He could not deny her exceptional allure. Yet, in comparison to her appearance, he valued her demeanor even more. Now, without further ado, let us commence the auction with the first item up for bid, the beautiful woman stated, gently clapping her hands. Instantly, a maid approached, carrying a box. Buzz. As soon as the box was opened, a brilliant light erupted forth. Inside lay a dark golden orb. This is the golden spirit pearl? A 4-grade golden spirit pearl? A man exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Immediately, all eyes turned towards the source of the commotion, the golden spirit pearl. Yi Han was equally astonished. Much like the water spirit pearl he had purchased in the black market, the golden spirit pearl was a rare treasure, particularly invaluable to cultivators of gold-attributed techniques. Moreover, this pearl was nearly 50% larger than the water spirit pearl he had acquired earlier. As you are all likely aware, a 4-grade golden spirit pearl is an exceedingly rare treasure, especially for those who practice gold-attributed techniques. Thus, without further ado, we shall begin the bidding. Starting at 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 10,000. 300,000. An elderly man's voice rang out as soon as the beautiful woman finished speaking. Do you think 30,000 is enough to acquire the golden spirit pearl? I shall bid 50,000. Another man boldly declared his offer. Is 50,000 a significant amount? I shall bid 70,000. 80,000. The price escalated rapidly, surging past 1 million in an instant. At that moment, Yi Han truly understood the sensation of spirit stones being treated as mere trifles. It seemed there were indeed an abundance of wealthy individuals. Yi Han mused inwardly. Although he had amassed a modest fortune recently, it paled in comparison to these affluent bidders. Nonetheless, he remained undeterred, convinced that one day his wealth would surpass theirs. After all, he was a potion master, one capable of swift advancement, a source of confidence in itself. Ultimately, amidst the continuous bidding, the price of the golden spirit pearl soared to 160,000, claimed by an elderly gentleman. This brought joy to the beautiful woman overseeing the auction. Next came the second item for bidding. Chapter 44. The Black Dragon Cauldron, Yi Han's Frenzy. Clap, clap. The The beautiful woman clapped her hands once more. Soon, several robust men carried a massive cauldron onto the stage. Judging by their pained expressions, the weight of this cauldron was certainly considerable. What is this? Yihan's expression shifted as he sensed a rich aura of spiritual medicine emanating from the cauldron. The Black Dragon Cauldron, a top-tier third-grade alchemical cauldron, capable of accelerating the alchemical process and enhancing the quality of the concocted elixirs. The beautiful woman smiled as she spoke. What? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. Even Yihan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. An alchemical cauldron, akin to a furnace, was essential for potion making. Yet the cauldron offered greater stability, particularly a third-grade one. If I could possess the Black Dragon Cauldron, my alchemical results would surely improve, Yihan contemplated. However, he quickly shook his head. The price of a third-grade cauldron was undoubtedly exorbitant. Although he had consigned 50 superior foundation establishment pills for auction, acquiring this third-grade cauldron might still prove challenging. Brother Yi, this cauldron. Zhao Chong, noticing Yihan's expression, remarked. Let it unfold naturally, Yihan replied. Though his desire was palpable, he did not wish to force the issue. Ladies and gentlemen. At that moment, the beautiful woman chuckled lightly, casting a seemingly casual glance toward Yihan's private box. While the Black Dragon Cauldron is indeed precious, it does harbor some flaws. Flaws? Indeed. The Black Dragon Cauldron has sustained some damage in the past, which may cause minor inconveniences during alchemy. However, rest assured, it remains fully functional for normal potion making. Now, we shall officially commence the bidding for the second item, starting at 1 million spirit stones, with increments no less than 100,000. 2 million. A man immediately raised the bid by 1 million. 3 million. Another soon followed suit. Given the current market value, a third-grade cauldron would typically command at least 7 million low-grade spirit stones. Despite the Black Dragon Cauldron's imperfections, bidders were unlikely to let such an opportunity slip away. For million. A clear voice chimed in. What? Zhao Chong was taken aback at Yihan's audacious bid. He was aware that alchemists were quite wealthy. Yet he never anticipated that Yihan would possess such immense riches. For million right off the bat? Good heavens. That amount was likely beyond what he could earn in several lifetimes. Meanwhile, Yihan wore a solemn expression. This time, he had produced 50 premium foundation establishment pills, valued at 100,000 each, along with some previous ones, allowing him to utilize nearly 6 million spirit stones. Offering 4 million at once was a clear testament to his earnest desire for this item. Upon hearing that voice, Mu Ningxue's brow furrowed slightly. Ningxue, what's wrong? Xu Yu inquired, puzzled. It's nothing, just that this voice sounds somewhat familiar, Mu Ningxue replied while shaking her head, uncertain herself. After all, the private rooms were protected by formations, and the voice emanating might not necessarily belong to the actual person. Oh, Xu Yu nodded, choosing not to press further, and turn her attention back to the auction stage. For million, is there a higher bid? The alluring woman spoke again, her signature smile gracing her face. 5 million. At that moment, an elderly man clad in black robes made his bid, eliciting gasps from the crowd. However, Yihan's expression darkened slightly. Gritting his teeth, he declared, 6 million. I'm all in. The pills could be refined again, but such an opportunity was rare and invaluable. Who on earth is in that private room? Which esteemed individual dares to call out 6 million? Goodness, murmured the onlookers. 6 million could purchase an ordinary fourth-grade alchemical cauldron, while the Black Dragon Cauldron was precious. It was clear that the realm of the affluent was beyond their comprehension. 6 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The enchanting woman continued. In that moment, the crowd exchanged glances, each shaking their heads in resignation. It wasn't that they were disinterested. Rather, the price was simply too exorbitant. Even the elderly man in black robes shook his head in defeat, opting to withdraw. 6 million once, 6 million twice, 6 million thrice. Congratulations to this esteemed friend for acquiring the Black Dragon Cauldron, the woman announced with finality. Phew. Upon hearing this, Yihan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. 6 million was his limit. Had there been another bid, he would have had no choice but to concede. Hey, brother Yi, do you need any lackeys? Zhao Chong exclaimed. Tears and snot mingling on his face. His mind was consumed by the thought of 6 million. If only he possessed such wealth. His standing in the blood spirit sect would surely soar. Yihan awkwardly scratched his head, knowing Zhao Chong was jesting, as he understood his character well. Although 6 million was a substantial sum, he would never compromise himself for it. All right, now we move on to the third item up for auction. The enchanting woman announced once more. The atmosphere in the room surged with renewed excitement, and bids began to pour in with increasing fervor. As time ticked away, the fierce competition sent the crowd into a frenzy. Finally, after half an hour, the woman smiled and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, the next item may be somewhat special." With a grand gesture, she waved her hand. A resplendent golden elixir materialized in her hand. Is it a foundation establishment pill? No. The luster and efficacy suggest it must be the legendary Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill, an elder exclaimed with palpable excitement. Indeed, it is the Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill. I trust everyone is well aware of its remarkable effects. Employing such a pill for foundational cultivation speaks volumes of its efficacy. We have prepared a total of 50 Foundation Establishment Pills, to be auctioned in groups of 10. 50 pills. Upon hearing this number, the crowd was utterly astonished. Even the previously silent private booths erupted with murmurs. After all, foundational cultivation is a rite of passage for every cultivator. While many present have already completed their foundational cultivation, they have descendants and family members. If they could procure this Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill, then, Lady Yao, please dispense with the suspense and announce the starting bid. At this moment, a voice resonated from booth 8. Very well, I shall not waste time. The starting bid for 10 Supreme Foundation Establishment Pills is set at 1 million spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increment of 50,000. Let the bidding commence. Upon hearing this, Yihan's expression turned to one of astonishment. He had anticipated a price of 100,000 for a single pill, totaling 1 million for 10, yet the starting bid was astonishingly set at 1 million. However, the ensuing frenzy of bidding left him even more astounded. 1,100,000, 1,200,000, 1,500,000, 2 million. I dare anyone to contest me. An elderly voice rang out, and the auction hall fell into silence. 2 million? Yihan's face lit up with joy. This price surpassed all his expectations, doubling his predictions. Truly, this is the nature of the auction house. 2 million once, 2 million twice, 2 million thrice sold. Now, we move on to the second group. As before, let the bidding begin. Amidst the excited chatter of the crowd, the 5 groups of 50 Supreme Foundation Establishment Pills were auctioned off with remarkable ease. Although the prices for the subsequent groups were slightly lower than the first, the average still hovered around 160,000 per group, summing to 800,000, a full 300,000 more than Yihan had anticipated. Chapter 45, Restoration Pill. Yihan mused, surprised at the overwhelming popularity of the Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill. However, he understood that the exorbitant prices were a direct result of their rarity. Once the supply increases, the prices will naturally decline. Following this, several more items were presented, each exceedingly precious yet equally exorbitant in price, leaving Yihan to gaze upon them with envy. Finally, after an hour, a maid approached carrying a box. As she opened the box, a pill the size of a longan, radiating a soft blue glow, captured everyone's attention. The Restoration Pill, a 4th-grade elixir, below the nascent soul stage, it can restore all, the elegant woman proclaimed. Though her words were brief, the atmosphere surged with excitement. Particularly within the private booth, Mu Ningxuan's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Rest assured, Sister Mu, no matter who it may be, I shall secure this restoration pill for you. The young man beside him patted his chest and said, Thank you, Senior Brother Ho. It's nothing, merely a trifling matter, he replied. Meanwhile, in another VIP room, Wanxiang wore a cold smile as he gazed at the restoration pill on the auction stage. Has it finally appeared? Mu Ningxuan, this time, I shall see where you can flee. The effects of the restoration pill need no further elaboration. I trust everyone is well aware of its significance. Let the auction commence, starting at 10 million spirit stones, with increments of no less than 1 million, 15 million, 18 million, 20 million. Voices rose one after another. A 4th-grade pill is incomparable to a 3rd-grade pill, especially a top-tier 4th-grade restoration pill. Its price is self-evident. After all, in the pursuit of cultivation, one battles against fate. No one can guarantee they will never be injured. With the restoration pill, one gains an additional chance at life, making even the highest price worthwhile. 25 million. At this moment, a voice rang out, and the previously vocal bidders fell silent. The price was too steep, exceeding their limits. Rest assured, Junior Sister Mu, it is merely a restoration pill. It is of little consequence, the young man in the box said with a light chuckle, though a hint of a sinister smile played at the corners of his mouth as he contemplated how to engage Mu Ningxuan further. 28 million. Suddenly, another voice echoed. It's him. Yihan furrowed his brow. He recognized the voice. It belonged to Wanxiang. To his surprise, Wanxiang was indeed present, and he had not even disguised his voice. In contrast, Mu Ningxuan's expression darkened even further. She was well aware that Wanxiang would come, yet she pressed on. 30 million. The young man gritted his teeth and spoke directly. To be honest, this price surpassed his budget, yet for the sake of Mu Ningxuan and the Tianyuan sect, he was willing to go all out. 30 million. My heavens, what are these people doing? Do spirit stones grow on trees? Exclaimed a lady in disbelief. I only earn 10 spirit stones per client visit. Even if I worked tirelessly, I couldn't amass 30 million. Indeed, these magnates were astounding. It would take him years of labor to earn such a sum. 30 million. Is there anyone else willing to bid? The elegant lady proclaimed, her excitement palpable. This price had far exceeded her expectations. While the restoration pill was remarkable, it was still merely a fourth-grade pill. Nevertheless, she quickly realized the situation and chose not to intervene in the personal vendettas of others. The primary goal of the auction was profit. 32 million. Wanxiang's voice rang out once more. This only intensified Mu Ningxuang's fury. By now, she understood that Wanxiang was deliberately targeting her. It seemed her desire to acquire the restoration pill would be fraught with difficulty. Yihan pondered this with a tinge of regret, yet there was little he could do. This price had far surpassed his limits, and he and Mu Ningxuang were not close enough for him to intervene. Ha ha ha, Mu Ningxuang, I know it is you. If you wish to obtain the restoration pill, you may, but only if you plead with me. Otherwise, you shall never acquire it, regardless of your wealth or any other means. The Tianyuan sect will forever be no match for my blood spirit sect, Wanxiang proclaimed with a booming laughter. His voice laced with mockery. Bang! A resounding crash erupted from Mu Ningxuang's private chamber as Chuyu slammed her palm down, shattering the table beside her. This is intolerable. Wanxiang is simply insufferable, she exclaimed. Enough, Mu Ningxuang sighed. Although Chuyu held a distinguished status, it paled in comparison to the blood spirit sect. Moreover, she did not wish for the royal family to incur hostility with the blood spirit sect on her behalf. Junior sister Mu. The young man beside her wore a grim expression, his gaze fixed upon her. The sum of 33 million had surpassed even his own reserves of spirit stones. He knew that no matter how much he bid, Wanxiang would still follow suit. Thank you, senior brother Ho, for your assistance this time. I shall forever remember your kindness, and should the opportunity arise, I will repay you, Mu Ningxuang stated, her weary form slowly retreating. Sigh. Chuyu let out a soft sigh and hurried after her, while the young man's countenance darkened. He had hoped to win Mu Ningxuang's heart, yet his plans had unraveled. 33 million once, 33 million twice, 33 million thrice, sold. Congratulations to this esteemed friend for acquiring the restoration pill, the elegant lady announced as no further bids were made. Following this, several more items were presented for auction. Although the atmosphere remained lively, it was noticeably less vibrant than before, with many attendees choosing to depart early. After all, the enmity between the Blood Spirit sect and the Tianyuan sect was well known. With Mu Ningxuang's presence, how could the Blood Spirit sect easily let her go? At last, after several minutes, the auction came to a close. Brother Yi, I must take my leave now, Zhao Chong stated, as he too was part of the Blood Spirit sect. Be cautious, Yihan nodded in reply. Having no intention of participating further, Zhao Chong departed, and Yihan, guided by a maid, arrived at a parlor. Tap, tap, tap. A series of crisp footsteps echoed as a striking figure entered, none other than Madame Yao from earlier. Her eyes scrutinized Yihan before she smiled and inquired. May I ask your name, dear friend? Yihan, he replied. Yihan. Madame Yao murmured softly, then continued with a smile, esteemed friend Yi. Your entrusted items have fetched a total of 8,300,000 spirit stones. According to our policy, we charge a 5% handling fee. However, since we are fated to meet, I shall waive the fee this time. Chapter 46. Farewell, old madman. HM. Upon hearing this, Yihan's brows furrowed slightly. Was she truly waiving the handling fee? No, let us adhere to the rules, he replied, unwilling to incur any debts of gratitude. Madame Yao merely smiled gently in response. Her enchanting smile clawed at Yihan's heart like a feline's paw, rendering him somewhat overwhelmed. What a terrifying tactic, he thought to himself. Fear not, my friend. I harbor no ill intentions. The reason I am waiving the handling fee is that I have a favor to ask of you. Help. Yihan gazed at her in confusion. Indeed, since you possess a premium foundation establishment pill, you must have a remarkably skilled alchemist behind you. Might I request an introduction? Rest assured, I shall not be remiss in my compensation, she added. Did she not realize that I crafted this elixir? Yihan pondered. Yet, considering his youth, it was reasonable. Doubts could arise over a second-grade pill, but a young third-grade alchemist? Such a rarity in the entire Tianlan domain seemed improbable. Regrettably, my master prefers not to meet others. I fear I am powerless in this regard. Yihan deftly fabricated a fictitious mentor. Is that so? The beautiful woman showed no sign of anger, instead smiling as she responded, what a pity. Might you convey a message to your esteemed master for me? That is not an issue. Yihan nodded. After all, it was merely a message for himself, nothing more. I would like to request that your master refine a pill for me. Refine pills? Yihan was taken aback. This auction house should have no shortage of alchemists. So why, the premium dragonflame pill? The woman's expression grew serious. The premium dragonflame pill? Yihan's face was a canvas of astonishment. The Dragon Flame Pill was a top-tier third-grade elixir, renowned for its ability to fuse bloodlines, particularly those of the dragon attribute. With its assistance, the success rate of such fusions could be significantly increased, and the premium variant was said to guarantee 100% success. Could she possess a dragon attribute bloodline? Yihan murmured inwardly. A dragon attribute was an exceedingly rare existence. Those endowed with such bloodlines were virtually unheard of, which explained Zhao Chang's earlier remarks about her unfathomable depth. Possessing a dragon attribute bloodline meant that even without complete fusion, her combat prowess would far exceed that of other cultivators of equal rank. Once fused, even transcending realms in battle would be entirely plausible. Very well. Regardless of whether my master agrees, I cannot assure success, and he may not even possess the ability to refine such a pill. Yihan spoke, though he was already a third-grade alchemist. However, the Dragon Flame Pill was a pinnacle third-grade elixir, and he was uncertain of his ability to create it, especially without the formula. No matter, the woman shook her head. With a wave of her hand, a scroll appeared in her palm. This is the formula for the Dragon Flame Pill, along with the materials needed for its refinement. I hope you can deliver this to your master. Yihan's countenance reflected shock. This was incredibly precious. Very well, I shall convey it to my master, but I cannot guarantee success. Regardless, I will provide you with a response. That would be a great help. The woman nodded, pulling out a storage bag. Inside are the black dragon cauldron you acquired at the auction, along with the remaining spirit stones. Please let me know if anything appears amiss. Never mind. I still trust the reputation of your esteemed auction house, Yihan said, waving his hand as he directly accepted the storage bag. After exchanging a few words, he took his leave. Not long after his departure, an elderly man approached. Madam, is it true that there is someone behind you capable of concocting supreme dragon flame pills? He inquired. Alas, this is my final opportunity. I must take a gamble. Even if I lose, I will accept it, Madam Yao sighed. However, just as her voice fell, a mouthful of fresh blood erupted from her lips. Madam, it's nothing. It's just an old ailment. A moment's rest will suffice. Exiting the auction house, Yihan donned a human skin mask, for he did not wish to be recognized by Wanxiang. After all, with his current strength, he was not yet capable of confronting the blood spirit sect. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds echoed through the air. Above, Wanxiang, exuding tremendous momentum, charged forward. In front of him, Mu Ningxue and the young man also joined the fray. The battle among the three was exceedingly fierce, despite Wanxiang being second. He maintained the upper hand, especially with Mu Ningxue, who was already gravely injured, appearing even more pallid. Meanwhile, elsewhere, disciples of the Blood Spirit sect clashed with those from the Tianyuan sect and other individuals unknown to Yihan. Sigh. Observing this scene, Yihan let out a resigned sigh and hurriedly departed. As he journeyed onward, Yihan encountered no obstacles and successfully returned to Qingyang town. However, just as he stepped through the door, a figure appeared before him. Yihan's expression shifted dramatically. The newcomer was none other than the mad old man he had encountered previously. Behind him, Li Mingyang and Ling Shui cowered in a corner, their faces ashen. Yet, aside from them, another figure emerged, the purple spirit Mongoose, radiating a pulsating violet light, emanating waves of terrifying energy. Observing this spectacle, Yihan furrowed his brow, discerning that the aura surrounding the purple spirit Mongoose was continuously strengthening. Brother Yi. Upon seeing Yihan return, Li Mingyang and Ling Shui called out simultaneously. But Yihan gestured for them to remain still, directing his gaze toward the mad old man. At this moment, the mad old man's eyes appeared unusually clear. With a swift motion of his hand, a colossal spatial storm surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, a massive black hole materialized before Yihan. Before he could react, the mad old man seized him and vanished into the black void. After a moment of disorientation, when Yihan regained his senses, he found himself atop a mountain peak. Before him stood the mad old man, hands clasped behind his back, gazing contemplatively into the distance. Senior, Yihan respectfully bowed. The old man nodded and then turned to face him. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure erupted from his body, and in that moment, Yihan felt as if his very being were about to be torn asunder, the excruciating pain compelling him to cry out in anguish. Senior, I harbor no enmity towards you. Why, The old madman snorted coldly. Then with a grand gesture of his hand, Yihan was sent hurtling backward. Fortunately, just as he was about to crash into the mountainside, the old madman appeared, halting his descent. Senior, is this your intention? Yihan inquired. I originally intended to kill you. Chapter 47. The Old Madman's Charge. What? Yihan's countenance shifted dramatically as several talismans materialized in his grasp. This old madman was far too formidable. With his current strength, he had no hope of resistance. Even with numerous talismans, he held no confidence in his ability to escape. However, Passively awaiting his fate was not in his nature. Humph. The old madman scoffed, then spoke nonchalantly. Rest assured, I shall not kill you now. Ah. Yihan was at a loss for words. What was going on? Nonetheless, the tension in his heart began to ease. I wonder how I have offended you, esteemed senior? Offended? The old madman fixed him with a cold gaze. You, young man, must be an alchemist, having achieved the 3rd rank at such a tender age. Indeed. You are extraordinary. Yihan's expression turned even graver. The reason I do not slay you is precisely because of your identity as an alchemist. This left Yihan even more perplexed. He had no understanding of the implications. However, at that moment, the old madman suddenly waved his hand, and an ancient tome appeared before Yihan. Upon its cover were inscribed 3 archaic characters. Tianqing? Tianqingju? Yihan was utterly astonished. Previously, he had heard Zhao Chong mention that this old madman practiced Tianqingju, and it was highly likely he was once affiliated with the Star Pavilion. Now, this is your reward. I require you to concoct the Yin-Yang fusion pill within 3 years. The Yin-Yang fusion pill? Yihan gazed at him in astonishment. The Yin-Yang fusion pill was a 5th grade elixir, and an exceedingly rare one at that. Such a pill, not only could he not concoct, but even the entire Tianlan sect might not possess anyone capable of doing so. The primary issue was the scarcity of 5th grade alchemists, coupled with the rarity of the materials required for the Yin-Yang fusion pill. Senior, you flatter me too much. Speaking of 3 years, I couldn't manage it even in 5. Yihan stated, setting aside whether I can elevate my alchemical skills to the 5th grade within 3 years, even if I could. The recipe and materials for the Yin-Yang fusion pill are beyond my reach. Humph, do you wish to perish? I do not wish to, but, at most, I shall take 5 years. I will prepare the recipe and materials. However, let me make one thing clear. If I discover that you harbor any ill intentions toward Xiaozi, I will ensure your demise is most unsightly. The old man declared coldly. Xiaozi? Yihan was utterly bewildered. Who was Xiaozi? Could it be the purple spirit weasel? Had he come here for the sake of the purple spirit weasel? Was the previous intent to kill him also related to the purple spirit weasel? Humph. Remember my words. Should you dare to lay a finger on Xiaozi, not only will you perish, but all those around you shall meet the same fate. The elder spoke once more, a terrifying aura erupting from his being. In an instant, the entire mountain peak trembled under the weight of this presence, fracturing relentlessly. Such strength, at least in the nascent soul realm, Yihan murmured, a wave of disbelief washing over him. Why had he drawn the attention of a formidable being? One at least at the nascent soul level? Very well, you may return, but treat Xiaozi with utmost care. With a sweeping gesture, Yihan's form vanished from sight. In the next moment, he found himself back in Qingyang town. Damn it! Yihan felt an urge to curse, perplexed by the absurdity of it all. Yet, when he beheld the ancient tome in his hands, a surge of excitement coursed through him. The celestial star technique. This was the sacred method of the Starry Pavilion, coveted even by powerful nascent soul cultivators. He could hardly comprehend his fortune in acquiring it. Calm down, Yihan reminded himself. The allure of the celestial star technique was overwhelming. Should it come to the attention of others, his life would be in grave danger. Thus, he must remain composed and avoid any missteps. Strength, after all, was paramount. Had he possessed the terrifying power of that old madman, he would have no cause for fear of others. After tidying up, Yihan returned home. Brother Yi. Upon seeing him safe, Lu Meinyang and Ling Shui rushed forward, tears streaming from their eyes. Rest assured, I am unharmed and shall remain so, Yihan replied with a reassuring smile. He then turned his gaze towards the azure spirit Mongoose, noticing that her aura had intensified significantly. Furthermore, he sensed that some transformation was occurring within her. In the days that followed, Yihan returned to his previous routine. Apart from alchemy, he devoted himself to cultivation, spending his evenings with Li Meinyang and Ling Shui. With the Black Dragon Cauldron, his alchemical efficiency soared, yet despite extensive study, he could not discern the source of its peculiarities, which left him somewhat perplexed. Fortunately, he was not one to dwell on trivialities. As long as his alchemy proved successful, he chose not to linger on doubts. However, his cultivation posed a challenge. Due to his innate talents, his progress in the celestial star technique was minimal, merely scratching the surface, even with ample resources at his disposal. This left him feeling quite vexed. One night, after an intimate exchange with Ling Shui, a sudden loud noise startled her, causing her to pale. Brother Yi, she exclaimed. I'm fine. Let me take a look, Yihan reassured her, gently patting her shoulder before cautiously stepping outside. As he entered the living room, a ghostly figure abruptly appeared before him. It was the azure spirit Mongoose. However, she seemed to have grown considerably, her eyes now shimmering with a wisdom akin to that of a human. I wish to speak with you, the azure spirit Mongoose stated coldly, her voice sending a chill through Yihan's very core. Very well, Yihan nodded slightly and followed her outside. At the entrance, the night was desolate, and the sky was dotted with twinkling stars. The purple spirit marten stood solemnly on the ground, gazing upward. Who exactly are you? Yihan could not help but inquire. Upon hearing this, the purple spirit marten turned her head but did not answer. Instead, she spoke. I require your assistance. Assistance? Yihan echoed. Indeed. My soul has not yet fully merged, and many of my memories remain unclear. Thus, I hope you can help me concoct the yin-yang fusion pill. In exchange, I will ensure your safety and the safety of your woman. The yin-yang fusion pill. Yihan regarded her gravely, then shook his head. No need. Someone has already informed me about it. He thought to himself, he is he, and I am I. They are entirely different entities, and I do not require his help. Yihan felt somewhat bewildered. It appeared that the purple spirit marten had recognized the mad old man, and their relationship seemed rather strained. Very well, Yihan acquiesced. He was unconcerned about the relationship between the two. After all, he needed to refine the pill, regardless of whom he assisted. Moreover, it could yield benefits for both sides. So why not? May I inquire about your circumstances? Why were you previously? There are many things I cannot recall. But one thing is certain. I hail from the demon clan. To be precise, my soul originates from the demon clan. Demon clan. Yihan's expression turned astonished. The demon clan is a completely different concept from spirit beasts. While spirit beasts are formidable demonic creatures, the demon clan is indeed a powerful race that can rival the human race. This purple spirit marten is unexpectedly. Chapter 48. Mu Ningxuan is expelled from the sect. My time is running out. If you require anything in the future, you may summon me directly. The purple spirit marten declared. With that, she vanished from sight. Yihan was left in a state of disbelief. Initially, he merely sought a Tier 3 spirit beast for protection, but unexpectedly encountered a situation that entangled him with that mad old man. Could it be that this purple spirit marten is the mad old man's daughter? Yihan pondered. However, he quickly shook his head. The mad old man was evidently human. How could a human possibly have a daughter from the demon clan? Moreover, the age difference between them was so vast. Was it possible that the mad old man harbored peculiar preferences, just like himself? An affinity for others' partners? Coughing lightly, Yihan reassured himself that this was merely an act of kindness, not a peculiar inclination. He then returned to his room and resumed his discussions with Ling Shui. His alchemical experience and aptitude surged considerably. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 10 days had elapsed. During this period, Yihan's life was exceedingly tranquil. One day, on the back mountain of Qingyang town, Yihan opened his eyes. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from within him. In the next moment, the previously clear sky turned dim, and a star materialized above. Boom! With a flick of Yihan's right hand, the star plummeted, creating a massive crater atop the mountain. At last, he has reached the first layer. Yihan exclaimed with excitement. After enduring arduous cultivation for over 10 days, bolstered by an accumulation of various resources, he has finally succeeded in mastering the first layer of the celestial star technique. It must be acknowledged that this technique is indeed formidable. He conservatively estimates that with his current strength, combined with the celestial star technique and other methods, he could easily overwhelm anyone below the 5th layer of the foundation establishment stage, even without the aid of the purple spirit Mongoose. The 5th layer of foundation establishment. This was something he had never even dared to contemplate before. It seems time to venture out. Yihan mused to himself. For the past several days, he had refrained from stepping outside to focus on cultivating the celestial star technique. Now it was time to sell some of the pills he had refined. After bidding farewell to the two women, he departed from Qingyang town. Before long, he arrived at the location where he had previously conducted transactions with the female disciple of Tianyuan's sect. My lord, you have finally come, the girl exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. What has happened? Yihan inquired, puzzled. The girl appeared extremely anxious. Her complexion turned pale as she hastily replied. The Blood Spirit sect has ordered that no shops in the Great Chu sell pills to us anymore. Moreover, after the last battle, our sect suffered heavy losses. And Senior Sister Mu. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Mu Ningxuan, what has happened to her? Yihan asked, alarmed. Senior Sister Mu has been expelled from the sect, and her whereabouts are currently unknown. What? Yihan was utterly shocked. Mu Ningxuan expelled from the sect? How could this be? What exactly transpired? In the previous battle, our Tianyuan sect suffered greatly, and we also injured a member of the Tiandao sect, which has left them extremely dissatisfied. In order to maintain cooperation with the Tiandao sect, the sect decided to expel Senior Sister Mu. But after all these years, had it not been for Senior Sister Mu, how would the sect have? Tears continued to fall from her eyes. This scene left Yihan deeply moved. It is often said that large sects are heartless, but this was an egregious act. For so many years, Mu Ningxuan had poured her heart and soul into the Tianyuan sect, only to be so cruelly cast aside in the end. My lord, the Blood Spirit Sect is now fully pursuing Senior Sister Mu, and the Tiandao Sect is searching for her as well. She is gravely injured. Could you possibly assist her? If you can help Senior Sister Mu, I would be willing to serve you faithfully in return for your kindness. The girl suddenly knelt before him. Yihan hurriedly helped her to her feet. Rest assured, if I encounter her, I will lend my aid, he promised, though he understood that such assistance would be within his capabilities. After all, while he sympathized with her plight, he could not jeopardize his own safety, especially with Li Mainyang and Ling Shui relying on him. Thank you, my lord. Do not mention it. Yihan waved his hand and then handed her the pills. The girl paid him with spirit stones before taking her leave. Sighing in resignation, Yihan set off towards Wanxiang City. Upon arriving in Wanxiang City, he made his way directly to the moon viewing pavilion. Old Wu, you have returned? Yihan was somewhat surprised to see Old Wu. Yes, I had some matters to attend to, but have now resolved them and returned, Old Wu replied with a smile, though he felt a twinge of unease within. In truth, he had not gone back at all. The reason for this suggestion was to allow the young lady to assess Yihan. Yihan nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and subsequently handed over the pills. So many? Upon seeing the pile of pills, Old Wu's expression reflected astonishment. Indeed, my master has recently made significant strides in alchemy, resulting in a notably increased success rate. Oh, is that so? Old Wu smiled gently, opting not to elaborate further as he began to count the pills. Before long, he had finished counting. A total of 300, valued at 150,000. Is there any issue? Old Wu inquired. Naturally, there is no issue. Yihan affirmed with a nod. The pills destined for Wanghua Pavilion were of the second tier, and thus their price could not be compared to that of foundational pills. Very well, I shall fetch the spirit stones for you. Great. Shortly, Old Wu returned with the spirit stones. Oh, by the way, there is something I must share with you, Old Wu began. Oh, the turmoil within Dechu will soon come to a halt. A halt? Yihan was taken aback. The three major sects of Dechu, with Blood Spirit Sect at the forefront, while the other two sects, despite their defeats, have not relinquished their ambitions. It seems implausible that peace could be achieved swiftly. It has been decreed from above. With the upcoming Alchemy Conference, no chaos is permitted among the nations. After this, Blood Spirit Sect will emerge as the sole power in Dechu. What of Tian Yuan Sect and Wuji Sect? To the victor belongs the spoils. The defeated shall dissolve. Those willing may join Blood Spirit Sect. Those unwilling may either wander as independent cultivators or leave Dechu. What? Yihan's countenance grew grave. This is excessively tyrannical. Alas, Yihan, remember that the realm of cultivation has always adhered to the principle of the survival of the fittest. Dechu is but a minor nation in the grand scheme of Tianlan domain and even the entire Cangzhou. Neither Blood Spirit Sect, nor Wuji Sect, nor Tian Yuan Sect holds any sway in the face of those greater powers, Old Wu sighed. Survival of the fittest, indeed. Yihan nodded, feeling a sense of unfairness. With Dechu soon to stabilize, the demand for pills will significantly diminish, so our previous agreement may no longer hold. However, there is no need for concern. Should there be pills in the future, you may still come to us, and we shall continue to purchase at the same price. I am most grateful, Old Wu. It is no trouble. Oh, regarding the Alchemy Conference. Chapter 49. A shift in circumstances. Farewell to Mu Ningxue. The Alchemy Conference. Yihan glanced at Old Wu. The Alchemy Conference is the grandest assembly in the entire Tianlan domain. Given my capabilities, I fear. Oh, it is not as you think. Old Wu waved his hand dismissively. Your talent is the most extraordinary I have ever witnessed, so you are no less than anyone else. Moreover, this Alchemy Conference will categorize the competitions based on the rank of the alchemists. Those who achieve noteworthy results will have the opportunity to be recognized by the Alchemist Guild, a rare and fortuitous chance. The Alchemist Guild. Yihan was filled with astonishment. The Alchemist Guild is a force established by a collective of alchemists, yet it differs from other sects in its influence. Joining the Alchemist Guild does not impose any constraints. One may pursue any endeavor they desire. Moreover, one can enjoy the privileges of the Apothecary Guild along with various other forms of assistance. It can be said that the Alchemist Guild is the aspiration of every alchemist. However, gaining admission into the Alchemist Guild is no simple feat. There are significant restrictions regarding talent, age, and other factors. Generally speaking, among 10 alchemists, having even one join the guild is considered an extraordinary achievement. If one can join the Alchemist Guild, they need not worry about formulas or the spiritual herbs necessary for alchemy in the future, Yihan mused. This is indeed promising. Very well, if time permits, I shall pay a visit, Yihan stated. I believe you can certainly succeed. However, I hope you can participate under the banner of our Wanghua Pavilion. Wanghua Pavilion? Indeed. There is a regulation within the Alchemist Guild stating that if one can send an apothecary into the guild, the affiliated faction will receive substantial rewards. As he spoke, Old Wu's expression grew grave. This is of utmost importance to our Wanyu Pavilion, and I hope you can agree. Likewise, should you have any needs in the future, do not hesitate to voice them. We will do our utmost to accommodate you. Yihan furrowed his brow slightly. To be honest, he held a favorable impression of Wanyu Pavilion. After all, it was during his most challenging times that Wanyu Pavilion extended their assistance. Out of both sentiment and reason, he felt inclined to help. Yet, to navigate through the rigorous selection process and gain entry into the Apothecary Guild is an immense challenge. He felt no confidence in this regard. Very well, I shall make an attempt, but I cannot guarantee my admission. Yihan nodded in agreement. I am grateful for your willingness. With that, Old Wu waved his hand, and a golden token appeared in his palm. This is the golden token of Wanyu Pavilion. With this token, you will enjoy a 30% discount on all purchases in the future. Oh, Yihan's face lit up with delight. This truly is a remarkable item. He accepted it without hesitation. I look forward to your alchemical competition, young friend Yi. Old Wu chuckled before taking his leave. Yihan also did not linger, making some purchases before departing from Wanyu Pavilion. Shortly after he left, in a room, Old Wu entered slowly. Before him, a beautiful young woman rose gracefully. Old Wu. He has agreed. Indeed. The young lady smiled and nodded, instructing her family to prepare. Miss, are you so confident in Yihan? Old Wu inquired with some confusion. He is more exceptional than you realize, and if I am not mistaken, he has likely reached the rank of a third-tier apothecary. What? Third tier? Old Wu was astounded. He recalled the first time he met Yihan, who was merely a first-tier alchemist. How much time has passed since then? If within such a short span, he could advance to the second tier, it would suggest that Yihan possesses remarkable talent and profound insights into alchemy. But to ascend to the third tier? That is simply extraordinary. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, one must cultivate a favorable relationship with him, even if it requires invoking the strength of the family. Such efforts are not to be spared, the woman said earnestly. However, should other families become aware of this, they are merely a bunch of inept individuals. Just wait and see. It won't be long before they realize who truly embodies the future of the Wanyu Pavilion. Indeed, as one traversed the bustling streets, the cries of vendors echoed in Yihan's ears. Do not miss out. Freshly forged spiritual artifacts. Come and behold the latest elixirs, guaranteed to be worthwhile. Spiritual beasts. Spiritual beasts at fair prices. Observing the lively scene, Yihan felt a myriad of emotions stir within him. For these people, the governance of the Great Chu was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the ability to live in peace. Perhaps the Blood Spirit Sect uniting all of Great Chu would not be an unfavorable outcome, Yihan mused. Suddenly, a loud shout pierced the air. Not far off, a group of anxious disciples from the Blood Spirit Sect rushed forth. Upon seeing them, the surrounding crowd instinctively parted to make way. Thankfully, these disciples were merely hurrying along and posed no harm to others. What has transpired? Why are these disciples of the Blood Spirit Sect in such a frenzy? A burly man in the crowd inquired, puzzled. Ah, you are unaware. Orders have been dispatched from above, mandating the Blood Spirit Sect to stabilize all of Great Chu within a week. All disciples have been mobilized. I've heard that many from both the Tianyuan sect and the Wuji sect have been captured. An elder beside him sighed. What of Mu Ning Shuang? As for the fairy, her condition is uncertain. She was injured in the last battle, and given her previous wounds, her situation is likely dire. Alas, what a pity. Nonetheless, this is not for us to deliberate. Let us focus on living well. We can only hope that the Blood Spirit Sect treats us kindly in the future. And that will suffice. Indeed. With that, the crowd dispersed, and Yihan departed from Wanxiang City. He had intended to seek Zhaochang for more information, but found his residence empty and thus left. Along the way, Yihan encountered numerous disciples from the Blood Spirit Sect, who had apprehended a considerable number of individuals, all of whom appeared to be in a woeful state. The rise of a power often comes hand in hand with bloodshed, Yihan reflected. He understood that such occurrences were, in fact, quite normal. Had the Tianyuan sect or Wuji sect emerged victorious, they would have acted similarly towards the Blood Spirit Sect. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, is an unchanging truth. Soon, Yihan arrived at a narrow path. Well, who do we have here? Is that not the fairy Mu? What has become of you? Once hailed as the greatest prodigy of the Tianyuan sect, a mocking voice rang out. A short distance away, 5 burly men gazed with sinister delight at a great tree, under which sat a pale, disheveled woman, none other than Mu Ning Shuang, who appeared utterly destitute in her current state. Bathed in blood and visibly aged, she no longer resembled the captivating beauty she once was. Instead, she appeared as a woman on the brink of death. Chapter 50. Are you willing? Witnessing this scene, Yihan was utterly astonished. How had Mu Ningxue transformed into this state? Haha, boss. Although Mu Ningxue is broken and battered, she is still the most beautiful woman of Tianyuanzong. Why don't we take her back and enjoy ourselves tonight? A burly red-haired man said with a wicked grin. You're right, let us do just that, but naturally. I shall be the first, he added with a laugh. With that, several men began to approach Mu Ningxue slowly. As they drew nearer, her face turned ghostly pale. At that moment, moving even slightly felt exceedingly arduous, leaving her powerless to resist. Is this the end? Mu Ningxue sighed helplessly, a single tear slipping down her cheek. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. A long sword materialized before Mu Ningxue, its formidable force sending the men sprawling backward. Who dares? An angry voice boomed. You are doomed. With a swift movement, Yihan appeared before the group of men as if teleporting. The sword danced menacingly, and within mere seconds, they had all collapsed to the ground without the slightest resistance. Yihan then waved his hand, and a ball of flame descended, swiftly reducing their bodies to ashes. The gentle breeze carried the ashes away into the vastness of the world. Sighing, Yihan turned his gaze toward Mu Ningxue. Is it you? Mu Ningxue exclaimed in surprise, never expecting to encounter Yihan here. However, seeing her current disheveled state, her head instinctively bowed. Are you all right? Yihan inquired. I want to die? Mu Ningxue nodded, struggling to stand and limping forward. Yet, her exhausted body trembled violently with each step, evoking deep sympathy. Sighing again, Yihan swiftly moved to her side. Where do you plan to go? Mu Ningxue's eyes were vacant. She did not know where to go. In this vast world, she had no refuge left. If you don't mind, come back with me. At the very least, you can recuperate from your injuries before leaving, he suggested, recalling their first meeting when she had exuded unparalleled beauty. And now, how cruel fate can be. I don't need it. Mu Ningxue shook her head. She did not wish to burden Yihan. With that, she attempted to move forward once more. However, her body had reached its limits, bending over. She collapsed onto the ground. Fortunately, Yihan reacted swiftly, catching her before she could fall. Where can you go in this state? Mu Ningxue managed a bitter smile, questioning where she could possibly go. Wherever she wandered, it would be the same. Where she would meet her end and be buried was inconsequential. Have you truly given up? Yihan exclaimed with fervor. Given up? Mu Ningxue gazed at him, her eyes brimming with helplessness. She had never desired to surrender, yet what could she do now? Her entire meridian system lay shattered, her cultivation reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, and she had been expelled from her sect. The Mu Ningxue I once knew was the foremost prodigy of Tianyuan's sect, a paragon ranked 6th on the Great Chu's list of extraordinary talents. The path of cultivation was one of defiance against fate. What of setbacks? If one were to entertain thoughts of surrender upon encountering obstacles, did they truly deserve the name Mu Ningxue? How could they face those who awaited and believed in them? Were they content with such a fate? Mu Ningxue's expression froze momentarily. Very well, I promised your junior sister that if I encountered you, I would certainly save you. With that, Yihan swiftly moved, lifting Mu Ningxue into his arms. If I have offended you in any way, seek your revenge once you have recovered. And with that, Yihan dashed forward. Not long after his departure, a figure pierced through the air. Wanxiang had arrived. Wanxiang furrowed his brow, perplexed. Had she escaped in this direction? Had someone rescued her? He scanned the surroundings, but ultimately found nothing, which ignited his fury. Yet, a sudden realization crossed his mind, and his expression turned cold. Mu Ningxue, I have told you, you will eventually belong to me. Even if you manage to escape this time, I wonder how you will evade me next. As he continued onward, Yihan pushed his speed to its utmost limit. Finally, after an hour, he returned to Qingyang town. Brother Yi, who is this bloodied figure you carry? Ling Shui asked. Astonished. Mu Ningxue. What? Ling Shui was taken aback. Mu Ningxue? But she is the foremost prodigy of Tianyuan's sect, a celebrated genius throughout Great Chu. She had always looked up to her as an idol, often wishing to emulate her prowess. To find such a person in this state was unfathomable. Brother Yi, what happened to her? The situation is a bit complicated. I will explain later. Please fetch a basin of hot water. All right. Ling Shui nodded eagerly before rushing out. Yihan gently laid Mu Ningxue on the bed. At that moment, due to excessive blood loss, she had lapsed into unconsciousness. Sighing at her plight, Yihan quickly retrieved a vial of medicine and administered it to her. As the elixir took effect, a surge of potent energy coursed through Mu Ningxue's body, easing her pallor somewhat. Her meridians were shattered, her cultivation devastated. After a thorough inspection, Yihan's brow furrowed deeply. In recent times, Mu Ningxue had endured continuous injuries, leaving her unable to recuperate properly. Her body was a chaotic mess. Had it been anyone else, they might have perished long ago. Yet she persevered through such agony. Brother Yi, the hot water is here. Ling Shui entered the room, carrying a basin of warm water. Please assist her with a thorough cleansing. And find her a change of clothes, she requested. Oh, Ling Xuan nodded and approached, while Yihan exited the room. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Li Mainyang. Brother Yi, has something happened? I heard from Xiao Shui about Mu Xianzi, whom Yihan nodded and succinctly recounted the events. The Tianyuan sect is truly reprehensible. Casting her out for the sake of the Tiandao sect, Li Mainyang exclaimed, her countenance filled with indignation. As a woman herself, she could easily envision the despair Mu Ningxuang must have felt at that moment of expulsion. Chapter 51, Mu Ningxuang's suggestion. It is merely the survival of the fittest. Yihan waved his hand dismissively. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the cultivation world. The Tianyuan sect was already in a precarious situation, seeking alternative pathways for survival. With Mu Ningxuang's meridians shattered and her cultivation obliterated, her sacrifice was deemed a means to ensure the sect's survival. Though shameful, it was an all too ordinary reality. Brother Ling, it is truly tragic for Miss Mu, if she departs in such a manner, Li Mainyang said, her voice laced with concern. I plan to let her recuperate here for a while, and once she regains some strength, we shall contemplate other solutions, Yihan replied. Though his expression bore a heavy gravity, this course of action was undoubtedly fraught with risk. Currently, neither the Blood Spirit sect nor the so-called Tiandao sect were adversaries he could contend with. Moreover, Mu Ningxuan's condition could only be remedied by a recovery pill, the price of which was beyond his current means. Brother Yi, Li Mainyang's expression grew somber. She understood that the safety she and Ling Shui enjoyed in the cultivation realm was entirely due to Yihan's efforts. All the pressure rested squarely on his shoulders. Rest assured, it shall be fine, Yihan replied with a reassuring smile. But enough. Are you not aware of my capabilities? Do not fret, this matter is trivial. You should go prepare a meal, he insisted. Very well. Li Mainyang nodded and subsequently departed. Yihan then proceeded directly to the alchemy room. Strength, after all, was paramount. He needed to elevate his prowess without delay. Yihan murmured to himself. With a swift motion, a vial of elixir materialized in his hand. Xingyuan pill. This potion was not concocted by him, but rather one he had previously procured, capable of rapidly enhancing spiritual energy. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed the entire contents of the vial. In an instant, a tremendous surge of energy coursed through his body. Absorb. Yihan promptly activated his cultivation technique, beginning to assimilate this energy. He could not deny that the Tianxing decision was indeed the foundation of the Star Pavilion, as the speed of energy absorption was incomparable to the techniques he had practiced before. In less than 5 minutes, the energy from the elixir was completely absorbed. Is that all? Yihan was left speechless. A single vial of elixir had only elevated his cultivation by a third. Regardless of the circumstances, he may not possess much, but he certainly has an abundance of elixirs. Subsequently, he produced several bottles and consumed them all in one go. Boom. Finally, after half an hour, a terrifying wave of energy erupted within him. He had achieved a breakthrough. Yihan felt a surge of joy in his heart. With the assistance of so many elixirs, his cultivation had finally reached the second layer of foundation establishment. Onward, Yihan did not linger and continued to swallow more elixirs. Time passed slowly, and before he realized it, nightfall arrived. At the pinnacle of the third layer of foundation establishment, Yihan opened his eyes. Without considering the consumption, his cultivation had successfully ascended to the peak of the third layer. The Zhenyuan Dan he had previously purchased was completely exhausted. However, he could sense that as his cultivation improved, the efficacy of the Zhenyuan Dan was diminishing. It seemed unrealistic to rely on Zhenyuan Dan for further advancement. Yihan mused. Yet, he understood. While elixirs can aid in cultivation, they are not omnipotent. Otherwise, alchemists would dominate the entire cultivation realm. Attaining the pinnacle of the third layer of foundation establishment was already a significant accomplishment. Given his current aptitude, it typically takes 3 to 5 years to advance even a single layer. To leap 2 layers in a single bound was commendable. Brother Yi, Miss Mu has awakened, came the voice of Li Mainyang. Oh, Yihan responded and promptly made his way outside. Soon, he arrived at the room where Mu Ningxuang was located. At that moment, Mu Ningxuang had changed into a new outfit, and her complexion appeared considerably better than before. However, her gaze remained dim and lifeless. Sighing inwardly, Yihan approached her slowly. How do you feel? He inquired. Mu Ningxuang cast a complex glance in his direction before replying. I have stabilized quite a bit. Thank you for your help. It's nothing. Yihan waved his hand. What are your plans moving forward? I don't know, Mu Ningxuang replied, shaking her head in confusion. She too was uncertain of what to do next. Gradually, she struggled to rise to her feet. Rest assured, I won't be a burden to you. I am better now. You should stay here to recuperate for a while. It's quite safe. Once things settle outside, if you wish to leave, I can escort you. I should eat, she added. With the assistance of Ling Shui, Mu Ning Shuang exited the room. At the dining table, both women gazed at Mu Ning Shuang with eager expressions, causing her to feel somewhat embarrassed. Ahem, don't misunderstand. They are all your admirers. Admirers? Mu Ning Shuang replied, her expression darkening. If this had been before, she would have felt indifferent, but now she found herself inferior even to these two. In the following days, Yi Han remained at home. Aside from alchemy, he devoted all his time to cultivating the Tianxing Ju. Alas, his innate talent was rather poor, and he struggled to enter the second layer. Nevertheless, with each passing night spent with the two women, his experience in alchemy steadily improved. One day, Yi Han emerged from the alchemy chamber. Just as he was about to step out, Mu Ningxue approached him. After several days of recuperation, her health had improved significantly. Aside from her cultivation meridians, which remained a challenge, she was nearly fully recovered. What brings you here? Yi Han inquired with curiosity, rather than responding. Mu Ningxue fixed her gaze intently upon Yi Han. The elixirs you sold to our Tianyuan sect, did you concoct them all by yourself? Over the past few days. She had been closely observing him. Well, you could say that, Yi Han admitted, not wishing to conceal the truth. Considering they were now living under the same roof, any attempt at secrecy seemed futile. Hiss. Mu Ningxue involuntarily gasped in astonishment. All by yourself? How is that possible? What's wrong? Yi Han asked, puzzled. Nothing. She shook her head, fully aware that this was a secret belonging to Yi Han. Are you planning to go out to sell elixirs? Mu Ningxue asked again. Something like that. I intend to gather some information, Yi Han replied. With your prowess, you need not resort to such measures. You could easily open a shop and avoid the hassle of wandering, Mu Ningxue suggested. Open a shop? Yi Han exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, if you had a shop, you would only need to focus on refining elixirs. Although you exercise caution, the cultivation world is fraught with danger, and one can never be too careful. Yi Han nodded. He had indeed contemplated this idea before, yet his current level of cultivation was insufficient to manage a shop, which would undoubtedly present numerous challenges. Most importantly, he was concerned about exposure. We can discuss this later. I am stepping out now. Do you need anything I can bring back? Yi Han offered. No, it's unnecessary. Mu Ningxue replied, shaking her head. Very well then. With that, Yi Han departed. This time, he headed straight to Wanxiang City. After selling the elixirs to Wangyue Pavilion, he sought out Zhao Chong. You've been injured? Upon seeing Zhao Chong's pale complexion, Yi Han questioned with concern. It's just a minor injury. It's nothing significant. Zhao Chong dismissed, though his furious gaze suggested otherwise. Since Zhao Chong was reluctant to elaborate, Yi Han chose not to press him. Yi Xiao, you must be cautious in the coming days. Zhao Chong suddenly spoke up. Cautious? What has happened? Yi Han asked, aware of the current turmoil. You know the situation well. To stabilize Dazhou, the sect has issued a strict edict, mobilizing the strong from various sections. Many are seizing this opportunity to act against others. Is that so? Yi Han nodded, comprehending Zhao Chong's implication. In essence, disciples of the Xianying sect were exploiting this moment to engage in unscrupulous deeds. However, you need not fret. With Wangyue Pavilion backing you, most would hesitate to act against you. Plus, I'm here. As long as we avoid those elders, everything should be fine. Zhao Chong reassured with a smile. Wangyue Pavilion. Yi Han murmured to himself. His relationship with Wangyue Pavilion was merely one of cooperation. Although Mr. Wu has consistently expressed his willingness to assist, Yi Han hesitated to trouble them. By the way, I do have a matter for which I would like your help. Yi Han began. If you have something to discuss, please do so. I shall exert every effort, Zhao Chong replied, patting his chest. It is nothing of great significance. I merely wish to acquire some recipes for third-grade elixirs, but I am uncertain where to procure them. Originally, he intended to make another visit to the great merchants area. In the black market, acquiring elixir recipes should pose no challenge. However, given the current chaos in the Great Chu and the presence of Mu Ningxue with him, he hesitated. Third-grade elixir recipes? Zhao Chong gazed at him, astonished, yet upon recalling Yi Han's identity as an alchemist, he soon understood. Third-grade elixir recipes are treasures coveted by major sects, and are typically not available for public sale. This made Yi Han furrow his brow. He was well aware of this fact. However, there exists another approach. At this moment, Zhao Chong grinned and said, Oh, what is that? Private transactions. Private transactions? Indeed. While the facade of Great Chu may suggest a monopoly by the three major sects, there are still many talented individuals. I happen to know a few. They should possess such recipes, although the price. The price is not an issue, Yi Han interjected. That's splendid. Allow me 3 days to arrange a meeting with them. I appreciate your assistance, Yi Han said, producing a bag of spirit stones. Young Master Yi, you are quite generous. Zhao Chong laughed heartily, already aware of Yi Han's magnanimity. This was one of the reasons he enjoyed assisting Yi Han. Well then, I must take my leave. I have other matters to attend to. With that, Yihan departed. He trusted Zhao Chang's ability to get the job done. After parting ways with Zhao Chang, he did not return immediately, but instead made his way to a marketplace known as Falling Dust. This place is renowned throughout Great Chu as a marketplace. Although termed a marketplace, it essentially functions as a private trading venue, albeit lacking the scale and secrecy of the great merchant's black market. While he had faith in Zhao Chang, he still wished to explore whether he could procure any elixir recipes here. As he walked through the market, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices. Don't miss out on this 30,000-year-old beast core. Come and see the 5th grade solar flame flower. And the secret realm maps. Come and purchase them. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another. Upon entering the marketplace, Yihan was met with a barrage of shouts from the vendors. However, he recognized that most of these individuals were untrustworthy, always eager to take advantage of unsuspecting customers. As he continued through the market, he soon arrived at its central area, where the number of merchants had increased. There were all sorts of elixirs, spirit tools, secret treasures, and even exotic beasts, yet Yihan found none of them appealing. Alas, was this trip in vain? Yihan sighed in resignation. Just then, his gaze was drawn to a corner where a man in black sat in a daze. The man was strikingly handsome, with sharp features and captivating eyes. Even as a fellow man, Yihan could not help but acknowledge his extraordinary good looks. Before him lay 2 objects, a broken sword and a scroll. He remained silent, his countenance cold, particularly his gaze, which seemed to devour the very essence of those who dared to look. Witnesses fled in terror. Yihan cast a surprised glance at him and slowly approached. If you're not buying, then leave, the man in black declared. His frosty stare enveloped Yihan, making him feel as though he were trapped in an icy dungeon, utterly uncomfortable. Such formidable presence. Yihan marveled inwardly. Just a single glance exuded such terror. What price do you ask for your items? He inquired. 30 million spirit stones, no negotiations. Yihan was rendered speechless. What absurdity. He hadn't even inspected the items, yet the price was set so exorbitantly high. It was no wonder no one dared to purchase them. After all, who would come here with such a vast sum of spirit stones? 3 million. I'll take it, Yihan boldly asserted. Boom. The moment his words fell, a tempestuous aura erupted from the man, nearly tearing Yihan apart. What? The intensity arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, allowing Yihan to regain his composure. How terrifying. Leave. The man in black snorted, then resumed his silent vigil. Yihan was at a loss for words, choosing to depart without further comment. Not long after, the man in black began to gather his belongings and left. Yet, in his retreat, Yihan discerned a hint of desolation. Clearly, he was a man with a story. Yihan mused, then took a turn, purchased some talismans, and returned home. Chapter 53. A profitable venture. Time flew by, and 3 days vanished in an instant. In Dechu, at Jinyang Mountain, a peak of some renown. At the mountain's entrance, Zhao Chang paced anxiously, his expression fraught with concern. Suddenly, a figure flashed into view. Brother Yi, you've finally arrived. Zhao Chang exclaimed with a smile. What's the matter? Yihan asked, puzzled. It seems this affair has escalated rather significantly, Zhao Chang replied. Escalated? Yihan's confusion deepened. We're merely here to procure some 3rd-grade pill formulas. How could it have? Cough, cough. Well, I might have exaggerated a tad to attract more people, and unexpectedly, a multitude has shown up. Many people? Yihan's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, a bit more than anticipated. You'll see once you enter, Zhao Chang hurriedly stated, dashing inside. Yihan shook his head and followed suit. Upon entering, he was utterly taken aback. In the valley, there were hundreds of individuals, each radiating an overwhelmingly powerful aura. The weakest among them was at the foundation establishment stage, and many were beyond his ability to perceive. Just then, amidst the crowd, he spotted a familiar figure. Is it him? Yihan was astounded. The individual in question was none other than the man clad in black whom I encountered yesterday in the marketplace. At this moment, he remained as aloof as he had been the day prior, sitting coldly in a corner. Fortunately, this time, Yihan had donned a mask made of human skin. Thus the man failed to recognize him. Brother Yi, do you see? Zhao Chang said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Yihan, too, felt at a loss for words. However, since he was already present, he resolved to proceed with determination. Ahem, esteemed guests, Yihan coughed lightly, and immediately the crowd fell silent. Are you the fabled disciple of the medicine god? An elderly man inquired. The disciple of the medicine god? Yihan gazed at Zhao Chang, bewildered. Zhao Chang wore an expression of utter embarrassment. Realization dawned upon Yihan. It appeared that Zhao Chang had boasted about him being the disciple of the medicine god to attract such a crowd. Predecessor, you are mistaken. I am not a disciple of the medicine god. What? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in outrage. What do you mean by that? Are you mocking us? Indeed. Had I not heard you were the disciple of the medicine god, I would not have come here at all. What nonsense is this? How audacious! You dare to deceive us? You must be tired of living. Angry voices reverberated through the air, causing Zhao Chang's countenance to darken significantly. Esteemed guests. Yihan spoke once more. Although I am not a disciple of the medicine god, I am an alchemist. I have come to procure some alchemical formulas. And if you possess any, I would be willing to purchase them at a fair price. Humph, alchemical formulas are exceedingly precious. Do you think you can afford them? A burly man scoffed. True, my supply of spirit stones is limited, but what is the most vital aspect of an alchemist? It is the art of alchemy. With a grand gesture, Yihan produced numerous vials of elixirs that appeared around him in a dense array, their quantity unfathomable. So many? The crowd gasped in surprise. Such a plethora of elixirs. It is likely that even an ordinary sect would not possess this many. This was, in fact, quite reasonable. For an ordinary person, practicing alchemy was no simple feat. Setting aside the failure rate, the number of successful concoctions was exceedingly low. Yihan, however, was different, with a five-fold enhancement. Both his success rate and the quality of his potions were far beyond what others could achieve. This was precisely why he dared to venture here. Your elixirs are indeed numerous, yet they consist primarily of second and third-grade potions. I fear they may not suffice for an exchange, a man in yellow interjected. Though his tone was markedly more cordial than before. My primary interest lies in third-grade formulas. I am willing to purchase them at market prices. Even if I lack sufficient spirit stones, I can offer these elixirs in exchange, and I assure you, the pricing will not disappoint you. However, I may not be able to afford formulas of fourth grade or higher at this moment. Nevertheless, if you place your trust in me, I can guarantee that once I advance to the fourth grade, or even higher, I will offer you a complimentary refining service, Yihan asserted. This situation had indeed exceeded his expectations, yet he remained unfazed. What is the greatest advantage of an alchemist? Alchemy. The possession of elixirs signifies the availability of resources. How can we trust that you can ascend to the rank of a fourth-grade alchemist, or even higher? It is essential to understand that advancing as an alchemist is no simple feat. If you were to leave, who would we turn to? Empty promises hold no value. You must present something tangible. At that moment, as discussions ensued among the crowd, Yihan waved his hand, and a golden invitation letter materialized in his grasp. This is an invitation to the Alchemist Conference, a shocked man with yellow hair exclaimed. They were well aware of the Alchemist Conference, which was currently being heralded throughout the entire Tianlan domain. Securing an invitation to this esteemed gathering is no easy task. One must have a powerful faction as a sponsor, along with exceptional alchemical talent and strength to even be considered. Generally speaking, alchemists who are eligible to attend the conference are expected to achieve the rank of fourth-grade alchemist without any unforeseen complications. This is my assurance, Yihan continued. And of course, this transaction is based on mutual consent. I will not coerce anyone. Those interested may stay, while those who do not believe may depart. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances. Eventually, an elder clad in black robes stepped forward. Since you are so sincere, I shall refrain from further objections. I possess a recipe for a detoxification elixir. I do not seek spirit stones. I only wish for you to concoct a longevity elixir for me after you ascend to the rank of fourth-grade alchemist. A longevity elixir? Yihan gazed at him in astonishment. As the name suggests, it is a potion that enhances one's lifespan. Observing the elder's demeanor, Yihan understood that his time may be limited. Very well, Yihan replied without hesitation. Although the longevity elixir is of considerable value, even more precious than the detoxification recipe, he did not mind. After all, given the trust the elder placed in him, assisting him later would pose no difficulty. Thank you, the elder said respectfully. It is nothing. Please write down your address. Once I ascend to the rank of fourth-grade alchemist, I shall deliver the longevity elixir to you. Excellent. Chapter 54, Conditions. I possess a recipe for a Fire Sun elixir, and I wish to exchange it for a Foundation Establishment elixir. Another voice resonated, belonging to a bald man. Certainly, Yihan readily agreed. With a wave of his hand, several vials of elixirs soared through the air. The Fire Sun elixir recipe is a third-grade recipe, valued at approximately 2 million low-grade spirit stones in the market. I will offer you 10 Supreme Foundation Establishment elixirs, 30 upper-grade Foundation Establishment elixirs, and 100 mid-grade Foundation Establishment elixirs, Yihan declared. During the previous auction, the price for 10 Supreme Foundation Establishment elixirs was around 160,000. Although the auction had inflated the prices, when combined with other grades of Foundation Establishment elixirs, the total value far exceeded 2 million. This caused the bald man's expression to brighten with delight. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly handed over the recipe. Soon after, many others began to present their own recipes. However, The majority opted for spirit stones and elixirs, for the readily available options are undoubtedly the most reliable. Naturally, a few, akin to the previous elder, chose to place their trust in Yihan. In response, Yihan agreed to each of them. Just then, a figure approached, the man in black. His expression remained icy, and a flicker of seriousness passed through his eyes. Finally, he clenched his teeth and spoke. I desire a Hunyuan pill. The mention of the Hunyuan pill left everyone astonished, including Yihan, whose gaze instinctively turned toward him. The Hunyuan pill is a 5th-grade elixir. A rarity not only in Dechu but throughout the entire Tianlan domain, where very few possess the ability to concoct it. It is known that for alchemists, reaching the 4th grade is a pivotal threshold. An alchemist with commendable talent and diligence may achieve the status of a 4th-grade alchemist, which is plausible. However, becoming a 5th-grade alchemist is nearly unfeasible without extraordinary fortune, as it entails overcoming an insurmountable barrier, the comprehension of the heavenly Tao. 5th-grade elixirs inherently contain a trace of this understanding. Otherwise, they cannot be formed at all. Among the millions of alchemists in the Tianlan domain, only a scant few ascend to the 5th grade, each one a paragon of exceptional talent. I do not possess the formula for the Hunyuan pill, nor do I have spirit stones, but I can offer you this broken sword in exchange. What do you think? The man in black regarded Yihan with a serious expression, his eyes filled with reluctance. Are you out of your mind? The value of a 5th-grade elixir is immeasurable. Do you truly believe that this broken sword could suffice? Zhao Chong remarked, speechless. The man's face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, the worth of the broken sword pales in comparison to that of a 5th-grade elixir. Nonetheless, it is all he had to offer. If this is insufficient, feel free to voice your desires. I can procure anything for you. I merely hope that when you ascend to the status of a 5th-grade alchemist one day, you will concoct a Hunyuan pill for me. You truly are deranged. The prestige of a 5th-grade alchemist is unparalleled. How can you? Zhao Chong began. But Yihan abruptly interrupted him. He then directed his gaze toward the man in black. I have no need for your sword, but if you genuinely believe in me, I can offer you a choice. A choice? Indeed. 5 years, in which you will assist me with 3 tasks. How does that sound? 3 tasks? The man in black stared at Yihan in astonishment. Rest assured, the tasks I assign will not conflict with your principles. The man furrowed his brow. 3 tasks in exchange for a 5th-grade elixir? That seems fair enough, but I have one condition. Oh, what condition? I require to witness your prowess firsthand. The Alchemist Conference is approaching. If you can secure a position within the top 10, I shall acquiesce to your request. The top 10, Yihan exclaimed, gazing at him in surprise. The top 10 alchemists at the Alchemist Conference signify the opportunity to join the Alchemist Guild. Unexpectedly, this individual proves capable. Yihan readily agrees. While he cannot guarantee success, he believes securing a position within the top 10 is certainly achievable. The man in black nods decisively, then with a grand gesture, sends a communication talisman flying towards Yihan. This is my messaging talisman. Once you secure a top 10 position, you may contact me. With that, he vanishes into thin air. Brother Yi, you're being rather hasty, Zhao Chong whispers. He feels Yihan's decision is too rash. What is the price of a 5th-grade elixir? It is hardly something to be taken lightly. No worries. Yihan waves his hand. For some reason, he senses that this individual is extraordinary, though he cannot quite discern why. The transaction continues, yet despite the crowd, few possess any actual elixir formulas. After all, these individuals are mostly solitary cultivators. Obtaining a single formula is exceedingly rare. At last, the morning passes, and the trading concludes. Brother Yi, this has been quite fruitful. Zhao Chong exclaims with excitement. Indeed, it has been quite satisfactory. Yihan replies with a nod of approval. He has acquired 8 3rd-grade formulas and 2 4th-grade formulas. And although he has incurred a fair amount of debt, it is all worthwhile. With a wave of his hand, a large bag of spirit stones appears before Zhao Chong. Brother Yi, this is all you deserve. By the way, there is one more matter I wish to discuss. Yihan smiles. Please, don't hesitate. Well, given the number of formulas acquired, I intend to have the alchemists behind me work tirelessly on their production. However, due to the scale, I am in need of a place to sell them. I wonder if you have any suggestions? Selling? You could go to Tiandan City, Zhao Chong suggests. Tiandan City? Surely you jest, Brother Yi. Are you not aware? Tiandan City is the largest alchemy city in our Tianlan domain. Not only do profound cultivators frequent it, but various sects and dynasties also procure elixirs there. Once you establish agreements with certain sects or dynasties, you need not worry about such matters. Is that so? Yihan nods, acknowledging that it is indeed a commendable option. Then I shall trouble you, Brother Zhao. It's a trivial matter. However, one point to note is that both sects and dynasties have an immense demand for elixirs, and they are quite discerning regarding quality. I hope this will not pose an issue for you. Yihan smiles slightly, With a five-fold enhancement and the Black Dragon Cauldron, I believe the rest is manageable. Very well, grant me 10 days, and I shall provide you with an answer, Zhao Chong states confidently. While he may not possess overwhelming strength, his social skills are certainly commendable. After a brief conversation, the two part ways. At that very moment, in a tranquil valley several 100,000 miles away, a figure slowly enters. It is the same man in black whom Yi Han had encountered before. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a peculiar rune flickered before him. Moments later, a burst of radiance erupted, and in the next instant, a crystalline coffin materialized before his eyes. Within the coffin lay a stunning young woman, seemingly in her 20s, peacefully resting. At the sight of her, the expression of the man in black softened immensely. Where? It won't be long now. I shall soon awaken you. Chapter 55. The Refinement of the Dragon Flame Pill and Mu Ningxuan's Request. Upon returning to Qingyang town, Yi Han immediately immersed himself in the alchemy chamber. This time, he invested a substantial sum to procure an abundance of spiritual herbs, all in pursuit of a grand endeavor. The extent of his efforts stirred feelings of distress in both Ling Shui and Li Meinyang, who understood all too well that Yi Han's relentless determination was rooted in his desire to provide them with a secure environment. In stark contrast, Mu Ningxuan was utterly astonished. Each time Yi Han emerged, she could sense the overwhelming fragrance of potent herbs emanating from him, a scent characteristic of third-grade elixirs. The sheer quantity of such elixirs left her bewildered. As time trickled by, half a month passed unnoticed. Inside the chamber, Yi Han opened his eyes. Gazing at the myriad of elixir bottles before him, a smile of joy graced his lips. With such an abundance of third-grade elixirs, he anticipated a significant profit. He then waved his hand, and a scroll appeared in his grasp. The Dragon Flame Pill. It was the formula previously bestowed upon him by Lady Yao, who had also supplied him with 3 sets of materials. Yet, he had been too occupied lately to make any moves. The Dragon Flame Pill was a top-tier third-grade elixir. Although his alchemical experience was nearly sufficient, the process of refinement would not be straightforward. Yi Han mused, contemplating Lady Yao. The Dragon Flame Pill's effect was to harmonize the inherent bloodline power within one's body, yet achieving complete integration necessitated the exquisite Dragon Flame Pill. Exquisite. Yi Han sighed softly. Presently, he could guarantee 1 or 2 successful elixirs from each batch of foundational pills, but he was uncertain regarding the Dragon Flame Pill. Well, let us give it a try. He then settled cross-legged on the ground, thoroughly familiarizing himself with the refinement process of the Dragon Flame Pill. Subsequently, he elevated his state to its zenith and commenced the refinement. The essence of the Dragon Flame Pill lay primarily in its draconic characteristics, thus requiring the inclusion of dragon essence fruit among its materials. This fruit was exceedingly rare. He wondered where Lady Yao had procured it. A few minutes later, Yi Han rose, ready to begin the refinement. The steps involved were not dissimilar to those of other third-grade elixirs, tempering and condensing. Following the prescribed procedures, he completed each phase meticulously. Suddenly, as he transformed the dragon essence fruit into liquid form, a resounding dragon's roar erupted. In that moment, a wave of dizziness washed over him. The next instant, with a deafening crack, the essence of the dragon essence fruit was reduced to ashes. Could it truly affect the soul? Yi Han's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated that the dragon origin fruit would present such unforeseen circumstances. His initial attempt at refining it was a complete failure. Sighing in resignation, Yi Han began his second attempt. Armed with the knowledge gained from his first experience, he approached this endeavor with heightened caution. As he refined the dragon origin fruit, he concentrated all his mental energy within his mind, successfully resisting the resonating dragon's roar. The next step involved fusion. Fortunately, with a 5-fold enhancement, the fusion process would be significantly less challenging. Yi Han mused to himself, acknowledging that the 5-fold enhancement not only improved the success rate of elixir creation, but also greatly enriched his alchemical experience. After navigating the second stage without further incident, only the final phase of elixir formation remained. Taking a deep breath, Yi Han focused intently as he embarked on this last step. The process of forming the elixir was exceedingly protracted, yet Yi Han was no novice in alchemy and possessed considerable experience. Finally, after 10 minutes, the elixir began to coalesce. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, and in the next moment, a formidable presence wreaked havoc within the room. What? Yi Han's expression shifted dramatically as he rapidly sealed the entire room with his spiritual energy. However, the overwhelming force proved too much to contain. With a resounding crash, the room was obliterated. Hearing this commotion, Ling Shui, Li Meinyang, and Mu Ningxue rushed towards him. Brother Yi, Ling Shui called out anxiously, while Li Meinyang dashed inside without hesitation. In contrast to their concern, Mu Ningxue's gaze remained fixed on the pale golden elixir suspended in the air. Is that the Dragon Flame Elixir? She had only heard tales of it and had never witnessed one until now. Ahem, I'm fine. Yihan coughed a couple of times before gradually rising to his feet. Damn, it seems I need to find another location, he thought to himself. Although he had set up numerous defensive formations in this room, the increasing potency of the elixirs had rendered this space inadequate for his needs. He then gazed at the elixir in the sky. Of superior quality? Yihan felt a twinge of disappointment. Although he had succeeded, the quality was merely that of a superior grade. Well, it will have to do, he said, beckoning the elixir back to him. He then surveyed the ruins that had once been his room. Ahem, it appears we need to relocate. Relocate? Li Mainyang exclaimed in surprise, observing the expression on her face. Yihan let out a soft sigh, understanding the significance of this place to her. However, it was evident that this location was no longer suitable for his alchemical pursuits. I will handle this matter. Now, allow me to tidy up. You may exit for the time being. Oh, Ling Shui and Li Mainyang nodded, obediently departing. Their trust in Yihan had reached absolute heights. They would unconditionally support whatever decisions he made. Miss Mu, have you seen Muningshua? Yihan inquired, puzzled by her lingering presence. Did you just refine the dragon flame elixir? Muningshua asked. Indeed, but regrettably, it is only of superior quality. Yihan replied. Muningshua was left speechless. What exactly is the dragon flame elixir? That was indeed a top-tier third-grade elixir, with a refinement difficulty that rivals that of a fourth-grade pill. To produce a superior quality on the very first attempt is a rarity in this world. Yet, Yihan remains unsatisfied? A prodigy, an unparalleled prodigy, Mu Ningxu mused. Previously, she had only regarded Yihan's alchemical talent as formidable, but she had never anticipated it to be of such an extraordinary caliber. Despite having encountered numerous alchemists, none could compare to Yihan. May I request a favor from you? Mu Ningxu spoke again, her expression turning grave. Is it the restoration pill you seek? Yihan reassured her, rest assured. If the opportunity arises, I shall assist you. No, Mu Ningxu shook her head. I wish to ask you to concoct a golden spirit pill for me. The golden spirit pill? Yihan gazed at her in astonishment. It too is a fourth-grade elixir, but its effects greatly benefit those who cultivate metal-based techniques. Yet, Mu Ningxu does not practice such techniques. Why would it be for someone from your Tianyuanzong? Yihan inquired. My master has shown me immense kindness, and for many years, his cultivation has stagnated without any breakthrough, she replied. Your master? Yihan furrowed his brow. It was surprising that Mu Ningxu, having been expelled from her sect, still held such regard for her master. However, her expression darkened as she added, but I currently have nothing to offer you. Realizing the inappropriateness of her sudden request, she felt despondent. Very well, if the opportunity presents itself, I shall assist you. Yihan nodded in agreement, moved by her sincerity. Thank you, she expressed her gratitude. Not at all. You may leave for now. I need to tidy up, he replied. Chapter 56. Farewell, Madame Yao. After a night of fervor, Yihan opened his eyes and accessed his panel. Cultivation, Foundation Establishment Level 3. Alchemical Skill, 3rd Grade, 3,510,000. Talent, Medium Grade, 850,1000. Sighing, he thought, I am still far from advancing to a 4th-grade alchemist. But my talent will likely elevate soon. Medium-grade talent is already considered quite high among the disciples of various sections. As for the more formidable spiritual bodies, to be frank, he had yet to encounter them and could only speculate about the caliber of such individuals. Let us continue refining. After a brief wash and a light meal, Yihan proceeded directly to the alchemy chamber. Following the chaos of yesterday, he had merely erected some wooden boards as a makeshift partition. Hopefully, I can concoct a premium dragon flame pill today. Otherwise, future attempts may prove challenging, he pondered. After elevating his vitality to its zenith, he commenced the refinement process. Perhaps it was the pleasant mood from his dual cultivation with the 2 women yesterday, or the anticipation of imminent talent elevation. Today, his state was unprecedentedly favorable. Each step unfolded with remarkable ease, and soon he arrived at the final stage. Condense the pill, it must succeed. A resounding dragon's roar echoed, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy that surged through the room. Humph! Yihan snorted coldly, gesturing with a flourish of his hand. Dozens of defensive talismans materialized in his hands. With a cacophony, they soared in all directions within the room. Fortunately, I had long been prepared, contemplating a detonation. Just as Yihan believed he could protect the room, a more terrifying wave of energy surged forth. In the next moment, those defensive talismans shattered like glass. Layer upon layer, Yihan was also violently propelled outward by this overwhelming force. Following that, another tremendous crash echoed through the air. The room was utterly devastated, the ground pockmarked and uneven. Upon hearing the commotion, Ling Shui and Li Mainyang hurriedly rushed over. I gazed at the ruins that had once been a room, both women wearing expressions of astonishment. I am unharmed. Yihan, covered in dust, rose to his feet, his eyes fixed intently on the elixir hovering above. Within that elixir, a fiery red dragon soared gracefully. It has succeeded, Yihan exclaimed with joy, realizing he had indeed refined the supreme flame dragon pill. Alas, the alchemy chamber was now completely in ruins. Supreme flame dragon pill? At that moment, Mu Ningxuang approached, her eyes wide with shock. Although it was still a flame dragon pill, the distinction between high grade and supreme grade was incomprehensible. She could not help but recall the supreme foundation pills that had appeared at the auction house. Could they also have been refined by Yihan? It seems this place is no longer usable. I must find a new location swiftly, Yihan contemplated. Originally, he had not intended to move so soon. But with the room utterly destroyed, there was no choice. Fortunately, he was not short on resources. He possessed an abundance of wealth, especially with so many third-grade pills at hand. Brother Yi, what kind of pill is this that it is so formidable? Ling Shui inquired, astonished. Oh, it is the flame dragon pill, a favor from a friend, and today it has finally been successfully refined. Oh, and I must step out for a moment. You two stay safe at home. Ling Shui obediently nodded. Yihan then glanced at Mu Ningxuang before departing. This time, he did not head to Wanxiang City, but instead made his way to the Imperial City. Since the flame dragon pill had been successfully refined, it was only fitting to deliver it. In an underground chamber of the auction house, a beautiful woman sat pale and slumped against the floor, surrounded by ferocious fire dragons that roared continuously. The terrifying aura caused the entire room to shake violently. Suddenly, she spat out a mouthful of blood, her complexion growing even more ashen. Just then, a sigh broke the silence as an elder in a green robe approached. Junior sister, why must you do this? If this continues, you will truly perish. Perish? The beautiful woman sighed softly, her eyes flashing with determination. Perhaps. Why are you still so obstinate? If Lin Shixiang were to know, he would not. Enough. The beautiful woman shouted, an icy glare erupting from her, causing the elder in green to shudder uncontrollably. Fortunately, the momentum arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. What does life matter, and what does death signify? If I cannot avenge Brother Lin, what purpose does living serve? Yet, there is no room for hesitation. This decision has long been made, and my brother need not persuade me further. The elderly man in the azure robe let out another sigh. Very well, but the headquarters has issued a final ultimatum. Should you fail to return, it may lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman's expression hardened. With a reluctant nod, she replied, I understand. Having said that, she departed. As she exited the underground chamber, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. A young woman, appearing to be in her 20s, rushed towards her. Xiaozhu, madam, someone is looking for you. Looking for me. The beautiful woman paused slightly. Who is it? I don't know, but they said they came for an appointment. An appointment. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes brightened, and she hurriedly made her way outside. At the entrance of the auction house, Yihan casually stood there. Suddenly, a swift sound sliced through the air, and a striking figure appeared. It was Madame Yao. Startled by her sudden appearance, Yihan instinctively took a few steps back. Yet, upon recognizing her, he quickly composed himself. Madame Yao, please, there is no need for alarm. Your presence here is greatly anticipated, Madame Yao exclaimed with excitement. I am honored to fulfill my promise, Yihan said with a slight smile as he produced the elixir. Boom. As she beheld the elixir, a tremor coursed through Madame Yao's body, a terrifying aura erupting from her. Perhaps overwhelmed with anxiety, her form quivered incessantly. Madame Yao? It's nothing. I truly cannot express my gratitude enough. I am at a loss as to how to repay your kindness. Do not mention it. Since there is nothing more to discuss, I shall take my leave. With that, Yihan intended to depart. Master, wait a moment. Madame Yao suddenly spoke. Is there something else? And no, it's just that your kindness weighs heavily upon me, and I wish to repay you. Please, come with me. I have some collections you might find intriguing. Collections? Yihan's eyes lit up. The depth of her power remained elusive to him, a testament to her strength. Surely, the items she has collected must be extraordinary. Would that be inappropriate? Not at all. Master, please follow me. With that, Madame Yao grasped Yihan's hand and led him inside. Chapter 57, Bloodline Rebound. Reverse push? As they proceeded, Yihan followed Madame Yao into a spacious chamber. The room was vast, spanning several hundred square feet, adorned with a myriad of treasures. Xinyu fruit. My heavens, a 5th-grade spiritual artifact. Is that the Tianyang flower? Yihan felt as if he had stepped into a treasure trove, his excitement palpable as he surveyed the items before him. Undoubtedly, many of these treasures exceeded the worth of the dragon flame pill. Do you have a preference, master? Madame Yao inquired with a smile. Oh well. Please, take your time. Feel free to select whatever catches your eye. Well, if that's the case, I shall take a good look, she said. I have matters to attend to. so I shall take my leave. If you find something to your liking, feel free to take it." With that, Madame Yao departed. Damn, truly impressive. As expected of a big shot, Yihan thought to himself, gazing intently at the treasures before him. Truth be told, he desired each of these items. Yet he understood that a single dragon flame pill did not hold such immense value. What should he choose? Meanwhile, Madame Yao entered a secret chamber. At that moment, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed upon the pill in her hand. The supreme dragon flame pill. Brother Lin, it won't be long before Qian'er avenges you. I shall spare none of those who conspired against you, she vowed without a hint of hesitation, swallowing the dragon flame pill whole. Boom. A ferocious aura erupted from her. And in an instant, 5 fiery dragon phantoms appeared. Roar, roar, roar. The dragons raged, unleashing torrents of terrifying energy that battered her body. Fortunately, the protection of the dragon flame pill shielded Madame Yao from harm. She began to merge with the 5 fire dragons with all her might. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the fire dragons were continuously refined, Madame Yao's aura grew increasingly powerful, exuding a faint yet terrifying pressure, one that belonged to divine beasts. Finally, after 5 minutes, she successfully fused with all 5 fire dragons. In an instant, a colossal fire dragon phantom emerged behind her. It is done, Madame Yao exclaimed with joy, her right hand waving as the fire dragon coiled around her. The overwhelming power shattered the room into fragments. The thunderous tremor reverberated, and Yihan sensed it immediately. What is happening? Yihan frowned, realizing the energy was far beyond his capacity to withstand. I should leave quickly. With that, he chose a light blue longsword and made his way to the exit. However, just as his right foot stepped out, an overwhelming force of suction erupted from within the room. The power was too formidable. Yihan was unable to resist and was swiftly drawn in. Bang, bang, bang. He crashed through several walls and found himself in a vast chamber. In the center of the room sat Madame Yao, her face flushed and surrounded by waves of terrifying energy. What? Does she intend to kill me? Yihan's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he attempted to summon the purple spirit weasel. Yet, at that moment, the pull intensified, making it impossible for him to summon it in time as he was propelled toward Madame Yao. At that moment, Madame Yao's expression turned grim. Rebound? How is this possible? Bloodline backlash was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Over the years, she had only read about it in ancient texts, never expecting to experience it today. In that instant, she felt as though her entire being was being torn apart, the excruciating pain causing her to tremble uncontrollably. A trickle of fresh blood seeped from the pores of her skin, and even the essence of life was gradually dissipating. Was it all to end in vain? Madame Yao's complexion turned ashen. No, I refuse to accept this. The vengeance for Master Lin remains unavenged. How can I succumb to death so easily? Her gaze then fell upon Yihan, who was hastening towards her. Alas, with a resigned sigh, she moved her hands. A radiant, crystalline light began to swirl around her. The brilliance intensified, soon enveloping Yihan. What do you intend to do? Yihan cried out in desperation. Master, I am deeply sorry, Madame Yao said apologetically. Then, her entire being trembled, and a force of fusion resonated before her and Yihan. Yihan's expression was one of astonishment. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease enveloping his body, akin to soaking in a bath of milk. Conversely, Madame Yao's complexion became more vibrant, her eyes flickering with a sense of helplessness. Yihan had yet to utter a word when suddenly, a pair of fiery red lips pressed against his. The light became even more dazzling. My goodness, is this a reversal of roles? Yihan internally shouted. He was not foolish. He could discern that Madame Yao was in an unusual state. However, the disparity in their strengths rendered him incapable of resistance. Soon, a soft sensation manifested against his chest. And inexplicably, Madame Yao's garments vanished. Master, I am left with no choice. I hope you can understand. Madame Yao expressed her regret once more, before directly pinning Yihan beneath her. Then, my goodness. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. An hour later, Yihan finally felt able to move. He hastily rose, only to find Madame Yao gazing somberly at the crimson stain on the ground, her eyes reflecting an intricate mix of emotions. Are you all right? Yihan asked cautiously. Madame Yao's expression shifted repeatedly before she ultimately shook her head in resignation. You should leave. This is what I owe you. I will repay you when the opportunity arises. Yihan felt a bit awkward. What has transpired feels peculiar, but upon reflection, he realized he had indeed been at her mercy. Very well. Yihan nodded and hurriedly departed. Not long after he left, a tear fell from Madame Yao's eye. Soon, the tears began to flow more abundantly, and before long, she was weeping inconsolably. Damn it! As Yihan walked down the street, he wore a look of bemusement. He never expected such an encounter. Yet, He had to admit that Madame Yao was indeed delightful. That sensation, never mind. Let us consider it a mere dream. Yihan sighed. He was well aware that he and Madame Yao belonged to entirely different worlds. With his current capabilities, he simply could not match her. Alchemy experience 50. Aptitude 10. At that moment, the familiar interface reappeared. Experience increased by 50. Aptitude rose by 10. Yihan was taken aback. During the weekends with Ling Shui and Li Meinyang, Yihan found that his alchemy experience only increased by 10, and his aptitude merely by 1. Was this perhaps related to cultivation and physique? Yihan pondered. Madame Yao's cultivation and physique were far beyond what the two could compare to. Thus, he decided to seek out Zhaochang first. Shaking his head lightly, Yihan departed. Chapter 58. Tiandan City, a choice of transactions. Tianfu City is an ordinary town in Dechu. Inside an inn in Tianfu City, Yihan leisurely sat in his room. Soon, a figure rushed in. It was none other than Zhaochang. Brother Yi. Zhaochang greeted with a smile. Yihan nodded, and then said, "Come, have something to eat." "Thank you." Zhaochang wasted no time, and began to devour the food voraciously. After a few minutes, he leaned back in his chair, satiated. "What is the situation?" Yihan inquired. "Rest assured, Brother Yi, you know I get things done. I've already made contact, but this time I reached out to two sects. Indeed. One is the Tianming sect of the Great Tang, and the other is the royal family of the Great Shang. Both are interested in your elixirs. What do you think?" "Brother Yi, the Great Shang royal family?" Yihan was momentarily taken aback as he recalled Jiang Tao. He had encountered that individual before in the Great Shang and found him quite agreeable. "That's not a concern. What about the pricing?" "Oh, the Tianming sect. Being one of the two major sects of the Great Tang, cannot compete with the Great Shang royal family, so their prices will be lower. However, they have a good reputation. As for the Great Shang royal family, that girl is rather headstrong. I nearly lost my temper with her," Zhaochang hurriedly explained. "Headstrong? That girl?" Yihan thought back to the little girl he had previously encountered. Could it be her? "I have arranged for us to meet them today. Shall we go and discuss it in person?" "That sounds good." Yihan nodded. This was different from selling elixirs at a shop. It was indeed best to make the trip. "Then let us depart." The two left the inn without delay. As they journeyed, they soon exited Dechu. Fortunately, after orders from above, the Blood Spirit sect had ceased to blockade the exit of Dechu, which relieved Yihan. After winding through various paths, they quickly arrived at a vast town, Tiandan City. Gazing at the three large characters at the city gate, Yihan felt a surge of excitement. He had only heard of this place before and had never visited. In truth, it was inevitable. He had once been a mere wandering cultivator, struggling daily for survival. He had neither the time nor the means to visit here, let alone the major towns of Dechu. However, with his alchemy skills rising, his strength, status, and even wealth had transformed drastically from his former self. This was the change brought about by power. "Brother Yi, let us proceed. The inn is not far off. But be prepared. That little girl from the Great Shang Empire is not easy to deal with," Zhaochang remarked. Yihan nodded. At long last, he comprehended why so many individuals aspired to join the grand sects, even at the cost of their lives. Take Zhaochang, for instance. His prowess may not be remarkable, yet his breadth of knowledge surpasses that of many wandering cultivators who possess greater cultivation levels. This is the confidence instilled by the grand sections. Soon, the two arrived at a luxurious inn. Inside a private room, Yihan beheld two figures, a middle-aged man around 40 years of age and a young maiden of 17 or 18. This was indeed the same person he had encountered before, though her aura was significantly more potent than it had been previously. It appeared she had successfully established her foundation. "Is it you?" The young lady's expression was one of surprise upon seeing Yihan. "I never expected to meet the princess again." Yihan smiled and replied, "Oh, how did you know I was a princess? Throughout the entire Tianlan domain, I can scarcely think of anyone else of your age who possesses such demeanor. Aside from the illustrious princess Zhou Shi of the great merchant empire." Upon hearing this, Zhaochang wore an astonished expression. He had not anticipated that Yihan's ability to speak boldly would surpass his own. "You certainly have an eye for talent," the young girl said proudly. "However, while we may be familiar, I am here representing my great merchant dynasty, and if the quality does not meet expectations, I shall not be lenient." "That is only natural." Yihan nodded, then turned his gaze toward the middle-aged man. "This esteemed friend must be Senior Li Yi, am I correct?" "Senior is too grand a title. Please, just call me Brother Li," the middle-aged man replied with a smile. "Very well." Yihan wasted no time and got straight to the point. "I assume both of you are aware that I possess several elixirs, the majority of which are of the 3rd grade. As he spoke, Yihan waved his hand, and several vials of elixirs appeared on the table. The middle-aged man's eyes brightened at the sight. "May I take a look?" he inquired. "Of course." The middle-aged man picked up a vial and poured out an elixir. "This is a 3rd grade detoxification pill. Its quality should be classified as superior, correct? Indeed, Yihan confirmed. The quality is certainly satisfactory. However, as you are aware, our Tianming sect is currently facing some issues, which has heightened our demand for elixirs. I wonder. This is not a problem. I have brought a considerable quantity of elixirs. Yihan waved his hand again, producing several more vials. Hiss. The middle-aged man gasped at the sight. One must understand, the higher the grade of the elixir, the lower the success rate in crafting it. A typical third-grade alchemist might successfully refine 20 third-grade elixirs in a month, which is quite commendable. Yet, Yihan had astonishingly. Your elixirs are impressive. But I would like to inquire if you have any fourth-grade elixirs as well? Zhou Shi interjected. Currently, I do not, Yihan replied, shaking his head. Is that so? The young girl appeared somewhat disappointed. The great merchant empire stands as the pinnacle of the Tianlan domain, and as its sole ruling dynasty. Its resources are incomparable to those of other sections. Although the third-grade elixirs are commendable, they still fall short of our expectations. However, since you are acquainted with one another, I am willing to accept all your elixirs at the highest market price, the young girl declared with remarkable boldness. The essence of the matter could be distilled into a single word, wealth. This scene rendered the middle-aged man somewhat awkward. My friend, we naturally desire the elixirs, but we may not be able to meet such a high price. However, if you are amenable, we could establish an agreement for long-term collaboration with our Celestial Destiny sect. He proposed. Is that so? Yihan murmured softly. One option involved a one-time transaction at a higher price, while the other entailed a prolonged partnership at a reduced rate. Nevertheless, he had heard of the Celestial Destiny sect, which was rumored to be embroiled in conflict with another prominent sect of the Great Tang Empire. And the situation appeared dire. Partnering with them would essentially be akin to gambling. Chapter 59, Nebula Sect. If you could sell your elixirs to our Celestial Destiny sect, we would also be willing to grant you one request, as long as it is within our capabilities, the middle-aged man continued, noticing Yihan's hesitation. Yihan regarded him thoughtfully, unable to deny the allure of such an offer. Very well, under these circumstances, I shall sell you the elixirs. He then turned to Princess Zhou Shi, expressing his apologies with a respectful gesture. Your Highness, I fear I have let you down. Humph, in that case forget it. Zhou Shi replied without anger, and with that, she departed, which relieved Yihan's heart. He then smiled at the middle-aged man. Brotherly, let us discuss the details of our collaboration. Of course. Brotherly responded with evident excitement, surprised that Yihan had chosen to partner with him. In the following time, the two deliberated on the terms of their collaboration, which were quite straightforward. Yihan insisted that for each transaction, a minimum of 70% of the price be paid up front, with the remainder settled annually. Though Brotherly found this somewhat excessive, he reluctantly acquiesced. They agreed to conduct their first transaction in 2 days, after which Brotherly took his leave. Brother Yi, why did you opt for the Celestial Destiny sect? Zhao Chang inquired, puzzled. In terms of strength, influence, and other factors, the Celestial Destiny sect pales in comparison to the Great Merchant Imperial City. Logically, collaborating with the Great Merchant would be the optimal choice. It is easy to add embellishments, but providing essential support in times of need is a different matter. Yihan smiled, revealing that he too was taking a gamble. If the Celestial Destiny sect emerged victorious in battle, given his status, he would no longer have to worry about the Blood Spirit sect. Although partnering with the Great Merchant Dynasty might yield a higher price, it was evident that they did not prioritize or demand third-grade elixirs as much. Spiritual stones can be earned again, but opportunities are fleeting. Zhao Chang appeared somewhat bewildered, struggling to grasp the meaning behind Yihan's words. Oh, by the way, I plan to purchase a house here. Do you have any recommendations? Yihan added. Qingyang town is still rather small. As his alchemical skills advanced, his horizons, resources, and understanding transcended his former self. The realm of Dechu appeared rather diminutive to him now. Thus, he resolved to procure a residence here, intending to bring Ling Shui and Li Mainyang over. Purchase a house. Zhao Chang inhaled sharply. Brother Yi, in the city of Tiandan, land is as precious as gold. The prices for properties here are exorbitant. However, he quickly recalled Yihan's esteemed identity as an alchemist, which eased his apprehension. After all, would an alchemist lack for spirit stones? Especially one like Yihan, who had just secured a lucrative collaboration. I've heard that the residences to the east of the city are the finest, boasting complete facilities and exceptional geographical conditions. Not to mention that they are part of the Star Cloud Sect's domain, which affords protection from the sect itself. The Star Cloud Sect? Yihan paused, slightly taken aback. The Star Cloud Sect is one of the two most powerful sects in the Tianlan domain, possessing immense strength, unmatched even by the Grand Merchants dynasty. In truth, the Star Cloud Sect has always harbored grand ambitions, as evidenced by its very name, for it is the celestial pavilion that reigns over the entire Tianlan domain. Why would they establish enterprises here and offer them for sale? Yihan inquired, puzzled. I am not entirely certain, but perhaps they have some plans in mind. Regardless, with the protection of the Star Cloud Sect, traversing the Tianlan domain in the future would pose no threat, Zhao Chang expressed with excitement. The Star Cloud Sect represented an unattainable aspiration for him. If he could leverage Yihan to forge a connection with the sect, would that not be fortuitous? All right, let us proceed to take a look, he acquiesced, and the two made their way directly towards the eastern part of the city. Before long, they arrived at the area governed by the Star Cloud Sect. It was undeniable. The place was indeed bustling with activity. The individuals here exuded formidable strength. Even the guards possessed a foundational cultivation of the 5th or 6th level. Such prowess, if found in Dechu, would be regarded as that of a sect elder. Yet here they merely stood as gatekeepers. Halt! This is sacred ground of the Star Cloud Sect. Uninvited guests must leave immediately. Just as Yihan approached, a chilling voice rang out. A man clad in green stepped forward. Impressive, Yihan murmured to himself, recognizing the man as at least a peak foundation cultivator. He quickly addressed the figure. Esteemed elder, we merely wish to view the residences. View the residences? The man in green regarded him with astonishment, then snorted coldly. You think you can purchase property here based on your status? How dare you speak so? Zhao Chang retorted, offended. Fortunately, Yihan intervened swiftly, wearing a smile as he asked, what qualifications are required to buy a house here? Humph, this territory is governed by the Star Cloud Sect. To purchase property here, one must meet 3 criteria. 3 criteria? Indeed. First, a minimum of 30 million spirit stones. Second, a contribution to the Star Cloud Sect, at least a Tier 2 contribution. Third, you must demonstrate your worth, for these residences are not meant for the unworthy. What? Yihan was taken aback. There are so many conditions just to buy a house. The initial matter is quite manageable. During this period, he has amassed a considerable amount of spirit stones, and with the recent transaction with the Destiny Sect, he can indeed produce 30 million spirit stones. However, he remains perplexed regarding the meaning of this contribution level. What does this contribution degree signify? Yihan inquired. His brow furrowed in confusion. Naturally, it pertains to contributions made to our Xingyun sect, such as donations or services rendered on behalf of our sect, came the reply. Yihan felt somewhat speechless. In essence, does this not simply equate to monetary contributions? He mused. What sum is required to achieve a second-level contribution? Oh, so you genuinely wish to purchase property here, the man in blue attire remarked, astonished at Yihan's ambition. He continued. A first-level contribution necessitates a minimum of 1 million spirit stones, while a second-level contribution demands 10 million. Of course, if you possess other valuable assets, those may suffice as well. However, I would advise you to abandon such hopes. This is not a place for the likes of you. There's no need for your concern. Esteemed senior, might I inquire about the third condition you mentioned? Yihan pressed further. Our Xingyun sect is the foremost sect in the Tianlan domain, comprised of the most exceptional talents from across the realm. Although this is merely a territory under our jurisdiction, it is not a place where just anyone can reside. Therefore, to dwell here, one must demonstrate their worth. The inept are unworthy of such a privilege. Oh, Yihan responded with a gentle smile, then gestured grandly. A confidential letter materialized in his hand. Might this suffice? The man in blue regarded Yihan with curiosity before taking the letter. An invitation to the Alchemy Conference. Are you an alchemist? Indeed, I am merely a third-tier alchemist, Yihan replied, nodding. Does this meet the requirements? Given your status as an alchemist, it certainly does. The tone of the blue-clad man shifted dramatically. I was remiss, since you are an alchemist. The previous contribution requirement is nullified. Furthermore, should you wish to purchase property here, you will be entitled to a minimum discount of 10%. Is that so? Yihan expressed his surprise. While alchemists hold a prestigious status, he was taken aback by the level of esteem the Xingyun sect afforded them. May I inquire as to your tier as an alchemist, esteemed master? The blue-clad man asked with evident respect. What difference does the tier make? Yihan questioned. Indeed, there is a distinction. The higher the tier of the alchemist, the greater the benefits. Should you be a 4th-tier alchemist or above, not only would you reside here free of charge, but you would also enjoy the monthly benefits provided by our Xingyun sect. Such generosity. Yihan was even more astonished. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The 4th tier represents a critical threshold for alchemists. Once one surpasses the 4th tier and attains the 5th, they essentially become among the elite of the entire Tianlan domain. Thus far, Yihan had not heard of any 6th-tier alchemists emerging in the Tianlan domain. In the realm of cultivation, the paramount factors are wealth, companions, techniques, and land, with wealth reigning supreme. Simply put, wealth equates to resources, and among various resources, elixirs are of utmost significance. Therefore, the Xingyun sect's strategy is undoubtedly aimed at attracting alchemists. It is no wonder that the Xingyun sect boasts such formidable strength. Yihan acknowledged. The might of a faction truly lies in its resources. It is not merely the presence of top-tier experts that is essential. A well-structured system is equally indispensable. I am but a mere third-grade alchemist, Yihan remarked. What? A third grade? The man in the blue robe was taken aback. It was not that third-grade alchemists were rare. Rather, Yihan appeared exceedingly youthful, having achieved such a rank at such a tender age. I must have been blind to overlook this. I beg your pardon, master, the blue-robed man stammered, his eyes filled with trepidation. No matter. Does this mean I am now qualified to purchase property here? Indeed, master. As a third-grade alchemist, you are entitled to a 50% discount. Furthermore, should you choose to join our Xingyun sect, you would not only have your pick of residences, but also enjoy the privileges of an outer elder of our sect. Outer elder? Zhao Chang's expression instantly lit up with excitement. Becoming an outer elder of the Xingyun sect is a coveted aspiration for many. However, Yihan shook his head. He had no intention of joining any sect, primarily due to his secrets. He was reluctant to let anyone discover them. The Xingyun sect had too many powerful individuals. Who could say whether someone might uncover the truth? Very well, master, please follow me. The blue-robed man responded respectfully, nodding his head as he led the two inside. The residences here were impressively spacious, each occupying at least 1,000 square meters, complete with a plethora of amenities. Additionally, the premises were perpetually guarded by formidable members of the Xingyun sect, ensuring unparalleled safety. Sir, these are the properties available here. Do any of them catch your eye? The blue-robed man inquired respectfully. They are quite impressive, but I currently lack sufficient spirit stones. I will need a couple of days, Yihan replied. Not to worry. This is not an issue. You may move in first, and you can settle the payment later when you have the spirit stones, he assured. Oh, that would be most helpful, Yihan nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he selected a seaside residence, completed the necessary paperwork, and returned with Zhao Chang. He intended to bring Li Mainyang and Ling Shui over after parting ways with Zhao Chang. Upon entering Qingyang town, however, Yihan noticed an unusual expression on the faces of the two women. What is the matter? What has happened? Yihan inquired, his brow furrowing. Miss Mu. Li Mainyang's face was etched with concern. Mu Ningxuang, what has happened to her? Yihan then realized that Mu Ningxuang had gone missing. Just earlier, news from the Blood Spirit sect had reported the capture of remnants from the Tianyuan sect, who were to be executed publicly in Wuxiang City 3 days hence. Upon hearing this, Miss Mu hastily departed. What? Yihan's expression hardened. Mu Ningxuang's cultivation had been utterly destroyed. This was tantamount to seeking her own demise. Brother Yi, what should we do now? Miss Mu won't come to harm, will she? Li Mainyang asked. After spending time together, she had grown quite fond of Mu Ningxuang, having already come to regard her as a sister. Do not worry. She will be fine, Yihan reassured her. Mu Ningxuan was not foolish. She understood that until the very end, she would not perish in vain. With 3 days remaining, there was still time to act. Brother Yi, however, felt a hint of helplessness from Ling Shui of the Blood Spirit sect. The Blood Spirit sect was the overlord of the entire Dechu. Initially, she and Lin Hao had merely offended a disciple of the sect, which had nearly led to dire consequences. Foolish girl, have I ever deceived you? Yihan gently patted her shoulder and smiled. You should prepare, I will take you to a place. Where to? Both women looked at him with puzzled expressions. Home. A new home that belongs to us. A new home? Indeed, I have purchased a house outside. From now on, we shall reside there. Now, go and get ready. All right. Ling Xuan nodded and departed, while Li Mainyang lingered with reluctance. Brother Yi, we are leaving. If Linger returns, do not worry. I will have someone keep watch here. If Linger comes back, I will know immediately and return to fetch her. Yihan reassured her with a smile. He understood Li Mainyang's concern that Ho Ling might not find them. Yet, he was also aware that Ho Ling and that powerful individual would likely not return for several years. Very well. Ultimately, Li Mainyang nodded in agreement. Soon, they had finished packing. Let us depart. Yihan glanced at the familiar house, though it did not belong to him, having lived there for so long. And having earned his first fortune there, he felt a twinge of reluctance. However, as the saying goes, one must strive for greater heights. With that thought, the three boarded a spirit boat, soaring into the horizon. This spirit boat had been purchased by Yihan, serving no other purpose than to facilitate their journey. Before long, they arrived at Tiandan City. Brother Yi, is our new home here? Ling Shui was astonished as she gazed upon the bustling city. She had heard of Tiandan City, but it had previously only existed in legends for her. Li Mainyang was even more overwhelmed. Her experience paled in comparison to Ling Shui's, and she was taken aback by the splendor of the city. Indeed, Yihan smiled and nodded. With a wave of his hand, the spirit boat flew towards the eastern part of the city. Chapter 61, Zhang Tian's Favor. Master, you have arrived. Upon reaching their destination, The young man in blue hurried over. Master? The two women were even more astonished. Having cultivated themselves, they could sense the immense power emanating from him. To think such a formidable individual would address Yi Han as master. Ahem, I will explain this to you later, Yi Han said with a light cough. Then turned to the young man in blue. I appreciate your assistance, senior. Do not mention it. I am Zhang Tian, and if you do not mind, you may simply call me Xiao Zhang. I cannot bear the title of senior, he replied modestly. Then I shall call you Brother Zhang. Very well. Now, shall I take you inside? Yes. Under Zhang Tian's guidance, the three approached the exterior of the house. This is our future home? Ling Shui was utterly astonished. This was her first encounter with such an opulent residence, and it was simply breathtaking. From now on, we shall reside here, Yi Han remarked with a smile as he pushed open the grand door. However, in the next moment, he stood frozen in astonishment. Flanking the courtyard were neatly arranged several stunning maidens. Ahem, allow me to clarify. These are the servants designated to attend to you and your two esteemed ladies. Zhang Tian explained with a slight cough. Yi Han was at a loss for words and glanced at Ling Shui and Li Meinyang, noticing their somewhat somber expressions. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, there is no need for this. But I appreciate your intentions, Brother Zhang. However, this is truly unnecessary. If I have any future needs, I shall seek your assistance, he added graciously. Very well, Zhang Tian nodded, and with a grand gesture, the maidens departed. Then I shall take my leave for now. Should you require anything, Master, do not hesitate to command, Zhang Tian said before exiting. No wonder people aspire to elevate their status. The treatment here was indeed remarkable, Yi Han mused. Brother Yi, you truly need not have done this, Li Meinyang interjected, sensing that Yi Han's decision stemmed from their presence. What do you mean? I have always cherished tranquility. Having these individuals around could be rather bothersome. However, given the size of this place, it would be prudent to have a few servants. How about this? When you both have time, you can see if any suitable candidates are available for purchase to serve you, Yi Han suggested, waving his hand. 2 storage rings materialized before them. Brother Yi, this place is unlike Qingyang Town. Everything requires spirit stones, so please take these. If you ever find a need for them, feel free to use them, he offered. Tears welled in the eyes of both women, especially Li Meinyang. Initially, she sought merely a protector for herself and Ho Ling, never anticipating Yi Han's generosity. Why are you crying? Come now, let me show you around. I have heard that the beds here are exceptionally soft. We can enjoy a restful night later. Yi Han chuckled, embracing both women as they ventured inside. Thus commenced another night of fervor. The following morning, Yi Han sat solemnly by the window, his expression grave. To be honest, his relationship with Mu Ningxiong was not particularly profound. Yet, each time he beheld her pitiful countenance, a wave of sympathy washed over him. Sigh. Yi Han exhaled, then made his way outside. Upon exiting, he encountered Zhang Tian. Master. Zhang Tian approached with great enthusiasm. Brother Zhang. Yi Han nodded in acknowledgement. What troubles you, master? Zhang Tian inquired, noticing Yi Han's troubled demeanor. It's nothing. Oh, by the way, I heard there is a place for undertaking commission tasks here. Is that correct? Indeed, master. Is there something troubling you? Rest assured, feel free to speak. I assure you, there is nothing I cannot handle here, Zhang Tian boasted confidently. Well, it's like this. Yi Han briefly recounted the situation. So, you mean to say that the Blood Spirit Sect intends to target your wife? Cough, my lady. It is not so, merely I, the master. Fear not, it is just a trifling Blood Spirit Sect. How audacious they must be to lay hands on the masteress woman. Thus, I shall gather my forces and ensure they comprehend the consequences of offending a great personage. With that, Zhang Tian hastily departed. Yi Han found himself somewhat speechless. However, he refrained from further comment. If the nebulous sect were to intervene, it would indeed be fortuitous. Before long, Zhang Tian returned with a dozen formidable figures. Each possessed an imposing aura, with several being at the Golden Core realm. Master. In haste, I could only assemble these individuals, yet it matters not. Dealing with a mere blood spirit sect is hardly a challenge, Zhang Tian asserted. Thank you, gentlemen. Your kindness shall not be forgotten. Should I require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to speak. I shall certainly oblige, Yi Han replied. Ah, master. Do not say such things. It is our honor to serve you, Zhang Tian responded directly. Very well, Yi Han nodded, acknowledging Zhang Tian's commendable nature. If opportunity permits, aiding him would be agreeable. Shall we depart now, master? Let us go. Thus, the group set forth toward the Great Chu with great vigor. Meanwhile, in the Great Chu, at the gates of Wanxiang City, thousands stood in close formation, their gazes fixed upon the city walls. There, dozens of figures were suspended, all belonging to the Celestial Yuan sect. At the forefront stood an elderly man with hair as white as snow, the sect leader, Lin Hao. His pallor was striking, drenched in blood, and he appeared utterly wretched. Surrounding them, disciples of the Blood Spirit sect coldly regarded their captives, led by none other than Wanxiang. Ha ha, Lin Hao. Did you truly believe that allying with the Heavenly Blade sect would spare you from calamity? Wanxiang laughed heartily, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. Blood Spirit sect. Your collusion with the Heavenly Blade sect will not end well for you, Lin Hao retorted angrily. Ha ha ha, Lin Hao, you have lived many years, yet remain so naive. In this world, the law of the jungle prevails. It is an unchanging truth. Blame your weakness. Rest assured, I shall take good care of your beloved disciple. Lin Hao's expression darkened at the mention of Mu Ningxuang, guilt flooding his heart. Enough, the time has come to send you on your way, Wanxiang bellowed, raising a cold longsword in his hand. The Celestial Yuan sect has conspired with outsiders and wantonly harmed the innocent. Today, the Blood Spirit sect shall enact justice upon these traitors and restore clarity to the Great Chu, Wanxiang proclaimed, lunging towards Lin Hao with his blade. Stop! An urgent voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 62. What is the Blood Spirit sect? Humph, have you finally decided to show yourself? Upon hearing the voice, Wanxiang snorted coldly, a sly smile playing upon his lips. In the distance, a figure emerged. Two figures approached, revealing Mu Ningxiang and Chu Yu. Upon seeing Tuo Ba Hao, pale and hanging on the city wall, Chu Yu's face turned ghostly white. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be the fairy Mu. Have you finally decided to emerge after hiding for so long? Wanxiang jested. Wanxiang, are you even human? Chu Yu shouted angrily. So it's Princess Chu Yu. Why not be a good princess and stay out of this? Wanxiang retorted. You, Wanxiang, your target is me. Release my master and his companions, and I shall submit to your whims, Mu Ningxiang declared resolutely. She understood well that even with Chu Yu's assistance, they were no match for Wanxiang. Moreover, she had come with a determination to face death. Ningxiang, Chu Yu cried anxiously. However, Mu Ningxiang shook her head and replied, Little Yu, thank you. But this is my affair, you need not involve yourself. With that, she slowly advanced toward the city tower. Her slender silhouette resembled a warrior severing their own wrist, evoking deep sympathy. Ningxiang, don't. Please, hurry and go. Tuo Ba Hao shouted urgently, his eyes filled with guilt. Yet, Mu Ningxiang did not heed his words and continued forward. With each step, a tear fell. Alas, why must you do this? Is it your master who has wronged you? A day as a teacher is a lifetime as a father. My master's kindness is as heavy as a mountain, and I can never repay it. Ningxiang, oh, how touching is the bond between master and disciple. Wanxiang scoffed coldly, then seized Tuo Ba Hao by the throat. Mu Ningxiang, do not say I lack respect. Kneel and bow to me 3 times, and I may consider sparing this old fool. Scoundrel! Wanxiang, do not go too far. Chu Yu shouted in fury. Too far. Wanxiang regarded her with a chilling gaze, a terrifying aura erupting from him, causing Chu Yu to stagger back several steps. Do you truly believe yourself a princess? In my eyes, you are merely a worthless being. Chu Yu's face burned with rage. Yet she understood that both she and her family were far from being Wanxiang's adversaries. Even if she fought desperately, she could not contend with him, and it could jeopardize her family. Wanxiang, wait for me. One day, I will surely kill you. Huh, just you? Wanxiang dismissed her threat, turning his cold gaze to Mu Ningxiang. Fairy Mu, what do you think? Is my proposal not fair? He laughed. The esteemed first prodigy of Tian Yuan sect is reduced to groveling like a dog today. What prodigy? Before BR her complexion turned even more pallid, her fists clenched tightly. Ningxuang, no? You must leave, hurry. Tuo Ba Hao shouted furiously, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupting from him at that moment. Humph, planning to self-destruct? Without my consent. Even death is a luxury you cannot afford, Wanxiang scoffed, slapping his hand down decisively. In an instant, Lin Hao was sent flying, his spiritual energy dissipating while torrents of blood poured from his mouth. Master! Mu Ningxuang cried out anxiously, her delicate fists tightening further, filled with frustration and helplessness. At that moment, Wanxiang grasped Tuo Ba Hao's body again, lifting him up. What now, Mu Ningxuang? Do you wish to watch your master perish before your eyes? Mu Ningxuang's face burned with rage. Her fists, gripped so tightly, sank into her flesh, blood trickling from her hands. Ultimately, however, she reluctantly released her grip, her expression resolute as she gazed at Wanxiang. Very well, but I require your assurance that you will release my master. Certainly, Wanxiang declared. I swear to release this useless waste. Now kneel. His laughter resonated throughout the entirety of Wanxiang City, though inwardly, he sneered. The surrounding crowd displayed expressions of utter fury. Damn it, this is too much. Killing is one thing, but this Wanxiang is simply. Alas, what can be done? The victor takes all. Now that the Blood Spirit sect has triumphed, who can oppose them? It is a pity for Miss Mu, such a fine person, and now. Perhaps it's best to remain silent. If the Blood Spirit sect hears, it could lead to trouble. Voices echoed around her. At this moment, Mu Ningxuang felt an overwhelming despair. Yet, for the sake of her master, what could she do? A figure suddenly flashed through her mind. Yihan, I can only repay your kindness in the next life. With that thought, she slowly bent her body. No, Chu Yu shouted anxiously. Ningxuang, it is my fault. Tuoba Hao said weakly. Ha ha. Wang Yin laughed maniacally, while the onlookers shook their heads helplessly. Everything felt like a dagger piercing Mu Ningxuang's heart, rendering her even more ashen. Boom. Just as her legs were mere inches from the ground, a deafening roar erupted. In the next moment, a gentle voice sounded from behind her. Foolish girl, why must you do this? Yihan. Mu Ningxuang gasped in shock. Slowly turning her head to see Yihan standing behind her, an expression of deep sorrow on his face. Alas, Yihan sighed, then placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, pulling her behind him as his gaze turned to Wang Yin. It is you? Wang Yin recognized Yihan as well, his murderous intent surging forth, engulfing the entirety of Wanxiang City. Yihan, be careful, Mu Ningxuang cried out in distress. Yet, Yihan displayed no hint of fear. You wretched fool, daring to lay a hand on my master? You must truly seek death. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated. A figure clad in a blue robe abruptly materialized before Yihan. It was none other than Zhang Tian, with a mere flick of his right hand. An overwhelming aura surged forth from him, causing Wang Yan's murderous intent to shatter like delicate spring snow. What? Wang Yan's expression changed dramatically. Who are you to meddle in the affairs of my Blood Spirit sect? Ha ha ha, what is Blood Spirit sect to me? Does the Nebula sect fear your Blood Spirit sect? Zhang Tian retorted disdainfully. Nebula sect? How can it be? You dare impersonate members of the Nebula sect? Wang Yin bellowed in fury. The mention of the Nebula sect left the crowd in astonishment. Even Wang Yin wore an incredulous expression. How could he not be aware of the Nebula sect? It was the most formidable force in the entire Tianlan domain. Although the Blood Spirit sect was powerful in Dechu, it was categorically not on the same level as the Nebula sect. Zhang Tian scoffed, then waved his hand. A jade token soared forth. The Heavenly Star token. My heavens, they truly are members of the Nebula sect. An elder exclaimed in shock. The Heavenly Star token was unique to the Nebula sect, forged from special materials that could not be replicated. Moreover, no one in the Tianlan domain dared to counterfeit it. Mu Ningxuang was equally taken aback. She had not anticipated that Yihan had ties to the Nebula sect. No, it's impossible. Wang Yan's face turned pale. How could the boy he once pursued be affiliated with the Nebula sect? Even if you were from the Nebula sect, what does it matter? This is a matter of Dechu. What right do you have to intervene? Wang Yan seethed. Boom. His words had barely left his lips when Zhang Tian instantly appeared before him. With a decisive strike, a thunderous crash echoed as Wang Yin was sent flying. Does the Nebula sect require justification for its actions? Zhang Tian's voice was as cold as ice. What sheer dominance? Yihan was profoundly astonished. Is this the might of a Nebula sect disciple? Even Wang Yin is rendered powerless. Zhang Tian let out a cold huff, then turned his gaze toward Yihan. Master, how shall we proceed? Yihan remained silent, directing his attention toward Mu Ningxuang. Who bullied you? Mu Ningxuang's expression was grave. Those individuals were all tormenting me. At that moment, Chu Yu rushed over, seething with rage. Oh, is that so? Yihan coldly snorted, then pointed his right hand at the Blood Spirit sect disciples. Eliminate them all. Understood. Zhang Tian nodded, and with a swift motion, he obliterated each of the Blood Spirit sect disciples with a single punch, reducing them to mere pulp. Hiss. Observers gasped in astonishment at this spectacle. Is this the Nebula sect? Utterly terrifying. However, in stark contrast to the onlookers, Wang Yan's expression was one of sheer loathing. You dare smack! Zhang Tian delivered another resounding slap, causing several of Wang Yan's teeth to fly from his mouth. What are you? How dare you shout at the master? He scoffed. Zhang Tian coldly snorted again, then delivered a kick that sent Wang Yin sprawling. In a swift motion, he appeared before Yihan. Master, a powerful individual approaches from the sky. Although we are not afraid, their strength is formidable, Zhang Tian whispered. Indeed, Yihan nodded. He had not come to annihilate Wang Yin this time. With a wave of his hand, several strong members of the Xingyun sect soared into the air to rescue those from the Tianyuan sect. He then turned his gaze toward Wang Yin. Wang Yin, I know you are discontent. I offer you this chance. 1 year from now, I will seek you out for a fight to the death, and I shall ensure you meet your end with clarity. Master, Zhang Tian exclaimed, astonished. He had not anticipated Yihan would utter such words. Do not concern yourself. Yihan waved his hand dismissively. He recalled their first encounter, where he had only been able to flee for his life. This vendetta must be avenged. A year's time would suffice. He glanced back at the members of the Tianyuan sect. Let us depart. Yes. Zhang Tian nodded, and with a grand gesture, he led everyone away. Whoosh! Not long after their departure, a robust figure descended from the sky, Wang Bo, the leader of the Blood Spirit Sect. Father! Wang Yin shouted in fury. The Xingyan Sect. Wang Bo's expression was icy, yet he ultimately shook his head in resignation. The Xingyan Sect was not one he could afford to offend. We'll discuss this later. With a wave of his hand, he took Wang Yin away. At the border of the Great Chu, Yi Han and his companions landed slowly. What are your plans moving forward? Yi Han inquired of Mu Ningxue. Although he had rescued her this time, her future path was hers to navigate. Mu Ningxue's expression was conflicted. She, too, was uncertain about her next steps. Why not come with me? Yi Han suggested. Indeed, Miss Mu, Zhang Tian chimed in. Although the Blood Spirit Sect may not dare to act openly, we cannot predict their clandestine maneuvers. Furthermore, they are all severely injured. Encountering any nefarious individuals could lead to significant trouble. Mu Ningxue glanced at the members of the Tianyuan sect, and then nodded. Then I shall trouble you. Oh, how can this be considered a trouble? The master has come specifically for you. Alas, the master is truly exceptional. If I were a woman, and someone treated me like this, Zhang Tian's words were abruptly cut short as he caught a glimpse of Yi Han's gaze. He immediately closed his mouth. Ahem, well, never mind. You all carry on. Brother Zhang was merely speaking nonsense. Do not take it to heart. The previous promise remains valid. If you wish to leave in the future, you may do so at any time. I will not obstruct you, Yi Han said. To be honest, Yi Han could not articulate his feelings toward Mu Ningxue. While it was true that he found her undeniably appealing, after all, who could resist a woman like her? To say he was particularly enamored would not be accurate either. Upon this visit, I primarily felt a sense of pity for her and wished to offer assistance. Mu Ningxuang nodded in acknowledgement and then turned her gaze towards Chu Yu. Little Yu, I sincerely thank you this time. I shall repay you when the opportunity arises. Why say such things? Do we truly need to speak of this between us? However, you must exercise caution in the future. The Blood Spirit Sect will not let this matter rest easily, Chu Yu replied, shaking her head. Indeed, but you have also offended them this time. Rest assured, though the Blood Spirit Sect is formidable, they currently dare not act against us. I shall take my leave now. As she spoke, Chu Yu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Once we part today, who knows when we shall meet again. Take care. Yes, take care. With that, Chu Yu departed, while Yi Han escorted them back to Tianjin City. When Mu Ningxuang beheld Yi Han's new abode, her expression was one of utter astonishment. This is my new residence? You will be staying here for the time being, correct? As for your master and the others, I shall find a way to assist them in their recovery. Yi Han said with a smile. Having said this, he prepared to leave when Mu Ningxuang called out to him. What is it? It's nothing, thank you. Not at all. By the way, Ling Shui and the others have missed you greatly. They will surely be delighted to see you return safely. With that, Yi Han took his leave. Watching his retreating figure, a glimmer of light shone in Mu Ningxuang's eyes. Perhaps he would prove to be a commendable choice after all. Chapter 64, Mu Ningxuang's Decision. After exiting the room, Yi Han sought out Zhang Tian directly. Master, Zhang Tian greeted with a smile. Please, just call me Yi Han. I cannot bear the title of master, Yi Han replied, shaking his head. With a sweeping motion, a large storage bag materialized in his hand. Oh, then I shall refer to you as Brother Yi. This is a small token of appreciation. I owe you much, and though it may not be substantial, it should suffice to buy some drinks for the brothers. This is too much. I cannot accept this, Zhang Tian protested. Brother Zhang, there is no need for such formalities between us. Unless you do not consider me a brother, Yi Han countered. Very well then. Zhang Tian nodded, accepting the storage bag. His heart brimming with joy. To have such a young third-tier alchemist as a brother was indeed a stroke of fortune. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. We can converse more when time allows. Understood. With that, Yi Han departed. As he made his way forward, he soon found himself on the bustling streets. Observing the lively thoroughfare, he felt a sense of contentment swell within him. Having spent many years in this world, previously living in constant trepidation for mere survival, he now contemplated the prospect of opening a shop here. However, he merely entertained this thought for a moment. The pressing concerns remained, earning a livelihood and preparing for the Alchemist tournament. Having made a promise to Elder Wu, it was imperative that he fulfill it. Moreover, if he could secure a position among the top 10 and gain entry into the Alchemist Guild, his foundation would undoubtedly be strengthened. After wandering for a while and acquiring a plethora of spiritual herbs, Yi Han returned home. As night descended, Brother Yi, you have returned. Upon seeing Yi Han, Ling Shui joyfully rushed over with a beaming smile. What has you so cheerful today? Yi Han inquired with a smile. I heard from Sister Ning Shuang about your exploits today. It was truly remarkable. Even the formidable Wang Yin was subdued by you, Ling Shui exclaimed with excitement. At this moment, Her heart was entirely devoted to Yi Han, making her happiness grow with his accomplishments. Hearing her words, Yi Han turned his gaze towards Mu Ningxuang, who immediately appeared somewhat guilty. It's nothing. I owe it all to Brother Zhang. Yi Han waved his hand and then asked Mu Ningxuang, how are your masters? I have arranged for their accommodation, and with your elixirs, they should recover in no time. That is reassuring. Yi Han nodded and moved toward the table. Let us dine. I am eager to see what delicious dishes await us. Sister Mei Niao has prepared a plethora of delicacies. Today, we can truly indulge. Ling Shui said excitedly as she joined him. The four of them enjoyed a sumptuous dinner, and as Yi Han shared laughter and warmth with the two women, a wave of envy washed over Mu Ningxuang. This scene did not go unnoticed by Li Mei Niao, though she chose to remain silent. Well, it is getting late. You should rest now. I have some matters to attend to, Yi Han stated before taking his leave. Yes, Ling Shui nodded and began to tidy up. Meanwhile, Li Mei Niao approached Mu Ningxuang. Brother Yi is a good man, she remarked. Mu Ningxuang was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in agreement. Indeed, their time together had made this evident. What we women truly desire is a stable home, Li Mei Niao continued. A home? Mu Ningxuang sighed. She was acutely aware of the reality. The Tianyuan sect had been destroyed, leaving her homeless. Miss Mu, I can see that Brother Yi has feelings for you. If you are willing, this can be your home, Li Mei Niao offered. Mu Ningxuang exclaimed in surprise. Although I have not ventured into the realm of cultivation, I am well aware of its brutality. Li Mei Niao shared a glimpse of her past, which shocked Mu Ningxuang. She had not anticipated that Li Mei Niao had such a history. However, all of that is behind us now. The time spent with Brother Yi has been the happiest of my life. So Miss Mu, I urge you to stay. Mu Ningxuang's expression grew serious. She was not naive. She understood the implication of Li Mei Niao's words and had contemplated much during this time. But rest assured, Brother Yi is a kind-hearted man. If you stay, he will treat you well. Moreover, your experience surpasses mine. You could assist Brother Yi in ways I cannot. Surely, you can see that he is extraordinary, destined for a vast future, and only you can aid him. So can I? Mu Ningxuang gazed ahead, her thoughts complex. She had long recognized that Yi Han was indeed exceptional. She, after all, was merely a disciple of the Tianyuan sect. How could I possibly refuse? Li Meinyang smiled softly and then grasped her hand. From now on, stay here with us, and together we shall assist Brother Yi. Mu Ningxuang gazed at her in a daze, ultimately nodding her head. She was uncertain whether her choice was the right one. However, as Li Meinyang had noted, after so many years, particularly this time, she had grown weary of it all. A stable home was indeed a commendable choice. Moreover, she found Yi Han to be a person of considerable merit. Isn't that so? Let me tell you, Brother Yi is quite remarkable, though he does have a rather exceptional prowess in certain aspects. Subsequently, Li Meinyang began to divulge some secrets about Yi Han, causing Mu Ningxuang's cheeks to flush. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, a thrill coursed through her heart. Truly, the residence of the Xingyuan sect was far superior to any other place. Inside the room, Yi Han surveyed the alchemical vials on the table with satisfaction. Back in Qingyang town, during the alchemical processes, he had to arrange everything himself, be it the flames, defensive formations, or other elements. Here, however, everything was provided, eliminating the need for his manual intervention. This significantly reduced the time he spent on alchemy. He then glanced outside at the now darkened sky. It was time to rest. While alchemy was of great importance, rest was paramount, as it was the foundation of his rise. After a brief tidying up, he left the room. Before long, he arrived at the bedroom of the two women. I'm here, Yi Han chuckled as he pushed the door open. However, in the next moment, he was taken aback. Upon the large bed, Ling Shui and Li Meinyang were nowhere to be seen. Instead, it was Mu Ningxuang who occupied the space. Yi Han wore a puzzled expression. Mu girl, what happened? Mu Ningxuang's face flushed crimson as she quietly replied, they had something to attend to, and today they asked me to stay here. Something? What could it be? Yi Han was even more bewildered. Oh, I see. Well then, rest early, he said, preparing to leave. Just as he was about to exit, Mu Ningxuang suddenly rose from the bed and approached him. Is there something else? Yi Han stared at her, bewildered. I wish to follow you from now on, Mu Ningxuang declared, biting her silver teeth. Her face was now even more flushed, resembling a perfectly ripe apple, irresistibly enticing. Follow me. Yi Han looked at her in astonishment. He was not naive. By this point, he could discern the implications. Did Meinyang say something to you? He was well aware of their personalities. Ling Shui would never divulge anything. Only Li Meinyang would. She's just talking nonsense. Don't pay it any mind. No. Mu Ningxuang shook her head. I know I am unworthy of you, but what are you thinking? How could someone as beautiful as you believe that? Then, may I follow you? Mu Ningxuang murmured softly, her cheeks now as red as a baboon's rear. looking exceedingly adorable. Are you serious? Yihan asked, gazing at her intently. Yes. Yihan found himself somewhat at a loss for words. To speak candidly, he had never contemplated such matters. However, he was certainly not a paragon of virtue. Turning away a beautiful woman who appeared before him would surely invoke divine retribution. With a resigned nod, Yihan gently embraced Mu Ningxiang, and together they strolled towards the bed. Soon, a cascade of alluring sounds filled the air. Chapter 65. The Deceptions of Literature. Morning dawned with brilliant sunlight. Yihan opened his eyes, only to slap himself sharply. The pain. Was this real? He murmured softly, glancing to his side. There lay Mu Ningxiang, peacefully resting. Before her, there was a crimson stain. Oh no, Yihan exclaimed. Had he truly slept with Mu Ningxiang? The sensation was surreal. To be honest, it felt almost dreamlike. After all, in the past, Mu Ningxiang was a goddess, exalted and untouchable. Although circumstances had changed, a part of him still felt unsettled. At that moment, a soft murmur broke the silence as Mu Ningxiang slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Yihan, her cheeks flushed crimson, particularly as memories of the previous night flooded back. Are you all right? Yihan stammered awkwardly. Yes. Mu Ningxiang nodded, her face still tinged with color. As she rose and delicately retrieved Yihan's clothes. What are you doing? I'm just helping you get dressed. I heard that after such an encounter, a woman should serve well. Yihan was momentarily speechless. Where did you learn that? From books, Mu Ningxiang replied, her expression one of curiosity. Do you really read that kind of literature? Yihan asked, a touch of surprise evident in his voice, not expecting someone like her to indulge in such reading. Am I? Enough. Yihan smiled gently, taking her small hand in his. The things in books are misleading. So refrain from reading that kind of material in the future. I can dress myself. As for everything else, let us keep it as it has always been, understood? But my master used to say, never mind, it's still early. You should rest a bit longer. With that, Yihan donned his clothes and departed. As she lay quietly in bed, Mu Ningxiang's eyes darted around, lost in thought. Brother Yi up so early? Upon entering the living room, he was greeted by the radiant smile of Li Meinyang. Yihan was at a loss for words. He was well aware that yesterday's events had been orchestrated by her. Yet, he understood her intentions were for his own good. I'm sorry. I was wrong. If you're upset, please feel free to punish me, she said playfully. Oh, is that so? Yihan chuckled, playfully teasing her waist. Just wait for me tonight. After a light meal, Yihan retreated to the alchemy chamber. Alchemy experience, 30, talent, 5, affinity, 50. As he prepared to engage in alchemy, the familiar interface reappeared, catching him by surprise at the substantial increase. He couldn't help but recall the events at the auction house. It appears that this matter pertains to one's cultivation and innate talent. Yihan contemplated internally before he accessed his panel. Cultivation, Foundation Establishment Level 4, Alchemy, 3rd grade, for 016100000. Qualification, Medium Quality 8901000. Bonus, 5, quite satisfactory. Yihan nodded with contentment. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his qualifications would improve. He then commenced his alchemical pursuits, perhaps due to his uplifted spirits. Today's endeavors proceeded remarkably smoothly. His speed in alchemy had significantly increased, allowing him to complete what would typically require a full day in merely half a day. And the quality of the elixirs surpassed his prior efforts, yielding several exquisite third-grade pills of exceptional quality. It was time to fulfill his transaction, he mused. Today marked the appointed time with the Destiny Sect, and it was also an opportunity to retrieve his spirit stones. After all, he had yet to fully settle the payment for this residence. Although Zhang Tian assured him there was no issue, he preferred not to delay. After securing the elixirs in his storage ring, Yihan departed, returning to the same inn as before. However, this time, besides Li Yi, there was a young woman in her mid-20s. She was quite beautiful, clad in a form-fitting short dress that accentuated her exquisite figure, exuding an air of competence. Yet, her demeanor was notably frigid. Brother Yi, you have arrived, Li Yi exclaimed, promptly standing upon seeing Yihan enter. Indeed, and may I inquire who this is? Oh, allow me to introduce. This is Elder Ling Xian of our Destiny Sect. Ling Xian? Yihan felt a flicker of recognition, as if he had encountered the name before, but could not recall the specifics. Nonetheless, he chose not to dwell on it. In that case, let us proceed directly to the matter at hand, Yihan stated. Certainly. Li Yi nodded, then waved his hand, summoning a storage ring into his grasp. According to our prior agreement, for each transaction, we shall remit 70% of the spirit stones. As for the remainder, we shall settle it a year hence. Does that pose any issues? Of course not. Yihan affirmed. This was indeed acceptable. However, just as he extended his hand to receive the storage ring, the young woman abruptly pressed the ring onto the table. Yihan furrowed his brow slightly, while Li Yi wore an expression of discomfort. Your name is Yihan, correct? The woman inquired, her voice as pristine as her appearance. Is there a problem? You understand the current circumstances of our Destiny sect. A 70% price is somewhat excessive for us, and I would like to propose a reduction. Oh, Yihan's expression turned frosty. Are you attempting to breach the agreement? Breach the agreement? The woman shook her head. No, it is not a breach. However, I hope for a lesser amount. In the spirit of this transaction, should you require assistance in the future, our Destiny sect could. That won't be necessary. Yihan interjected, declining outright. He was no saint, and the prior terms had been established. A sudden change was unacceptable. He then stood up, turning to leave. Hey, Brother Yi. Li Yi quickly rushed over. Brother Yi, please do not be upset. Elder Ling did not mean it that way, Li Yi hastily explained. My elixirs are not without demand, and the reason I chose you is due to Brother Li's sincerity. If you are unwilling, we can annul the agreement at any time. Yihan replied coldly, now completely unafraid of the Tianming sect. Yes, indeed, but you are aware of the circumstances of our sect. And Elder Ling speaks in the interest of the sect, so please do not take it to heart. Li Yi smiled apologetically. Is that so? Yihan scoffed. I naturally trust Brother Li's character, but since your sect lacks sincerity, let us consider our previous cooperation nullified. And no, Brother Yi, please. This time we accept our fault. I offer my apologies, and I shall drink 3 cups as penance. How does that sound? Li Yi quickly downed 3 cups. Since Brother Li has said so, I shall refrain from further comments. But the transaction must proceed as per our prior agreement. Yes, of course. Li Yi nodded, then signaled to the woman. This made her expression tense. Sky escape shuttle. The woman suddenly exclaimed, waving her hand to reveal a delicate little boat that appeared in her grasp. Upon seeing this, Yihan's eyes lit up. He could tell that this object was extraordinary. Chapter 66, Sky Escape Shuttle, Ling Xian. Elder Ling Yu. Li Yi gazed at the woman in astonishment. The Sky Escape Shuttle is a 4th-grade spiritual treasure. When fully activated, even a typical golden core cultivator cannot catch up. I can provide this for you, but you must offer us a lesser price. Each transaction shall require us to pay 60%, Ling Xian stated coldly. In her eyes, Yihan discerned both reluctance and helplessness. This caused Yihan's brow to furrow. A 4th-grade spiritual treasure is indeed quite valuable. Very well, but the prior agreement still stands. All spiritual stones must be settled within a year, Yihan contemplated before speaking. Agreed. The woman nodded, tossing the Sky Escape shuttle over to him. Observing this scene, Li Yi let out a resigned sigh, but he quickly regained his composure. Now, Brother Yi, shall we commence our transaction? Indeed. Yihan nodded and laid out all the elixirs on the table. Upon seeing the multitude of bottles, Li Yi and the woman named Ling Xian were both astonished. What is it? Do you not require this many? And no, the more, the better. Li Yi shook his head, then began to count. Yihan paid him little mind. Instead, he scrutinized the woman. In her gaze, he noticed a profound sense of reluctance. This person possesses remarkable resolve. For the sake of her sect, she. Yet admiration aside, Yihan would not be shy about claiming what he was entitled to. After all, he was not a philanthropist. There is no issue with the elixirs. The total comes to 70 million spiritual stones. According to our previous agreement, we shall provide you with 42 million spiritual stones this time. Li Yi smiled and nodded, then rummaged through his storage ring to retrieve the spiritual stones. Very well. Yihan nodded, feeling quite exhilarated inside. 42 million. This has been his most lucrative endeavor to date. With this fortune, he should be free from worries about spirit stones for the foreseeable future. Brother Yi, would you like a little something? No, I trust Brother Li's integrity, Yihan replied, shaking his head and putting away the storage ring. Well, since there is nothing more to discuss, I shall take my leave. Until next time. After saying this, Yihan departed. Shortly after his exit, Li Yi's expression grew grave. Junior sister, for the sake of our sect, this is nothing. Ling Xian shook her head, her face resolute. Alas, Li Yi sighed once more. After leaving, Yihan promptly sought out Zhang Tian, handing him the remaining spirit stones before taking the 3 women for a leisurely stroll through the streets. With wealth comes indulgence. Anything that caught their fancy was immediately purchased. The lavish spending left the other women in a state of excitement. Damn, where did this rich fellow come from? If only I could be his woman. Cut it out. Did you not notice how stunning the women by his side are? Look at yourself. Shut your mouth. I am as beautiful as a flower. More like a ghost, if you ask me. On their way back, the sky had darkened. Upon seeing the room filled with their purchases, Ling Shui and Li Mei were overjoyed. Women, regardless of the place, have a penchant for shopping, and they were no exception. However, compared to them, Mu Ningfrost appeared somewhat troubled. What's wrong? Yihan inquired. We really didn't need to buy so many. Can we trust these spirit stones? It's fine. I will earn more spirit stones in the future, Yihan replied apologetically. It's just unfortunate that I couldn't find a restoration pill throughout the entirety of Tianjin City, otherwise. Restoration pills are exceedingly rare, he acknowledged. He understood well that such elixirs were typically controlled by major sects and rarely made available. Otherwise, Mu Ningfrost wouldn't have risked attending any auctions. It's all right. I've grown accustomed to it, Mu Ningfrost said, shaking her head. She had come to terms with the situation, even without the pill. Living a stable life was a commendable option. Rest assured, no matter how challenging it may be, I will acquire it. Mu Ningfrost smiled gently, trusting Yihan's words. During this time, she had also perceived his intentions, which warmed her heart. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Yihan languidly opened his eyes. It seemed imperative to devise a method to enhance their cultivation levels, he mused. Both Mu Ningfrost, Ling Shui, and Li Mei were considerably weak, and given the current perilous circumstances, only by elevating their cultivation could he ensure their safety. Relying solely on himself would not suffice. However, he was not in a rush. He had ample time to proceed slowly. In the days that followed, Yihan returned to his previous routine, each day filled with abundance and natural ease. His alchemical skills and aptitude surged steadily. Before he knew it, half a month had slipped by. On this day, Yihan sat in his chamber and opened the panel. Qualification 10-351-000, upgradable, at long last. The opportunity to upgrade had arrived. Yihan murmured softly, without the slightest hesitation, clicked the upgrade button. A powerful aura erupted from his being. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn towards him, converging into his body. The influx of spiritual energy was immense. Alarmed, Yihan swiftly activated the celestial star technique to begin absorbing this energy. Approximately half an hour later, a faint sound resonated within him. Suddenly, a surge of violent energy exploded forth, sweeping across the entire room. He had broken through. Yihan's face lit up with joy. After so much time devoted to diligent cultivation, his realm had finally ascended, reaching the 5th layer of foundation establishment. Furthermore, from his recent training, he could discern that his rate of absorbing spiritual energy had more than doubled. Truly, with a superior spiritual physique, this speed was indeed formidable, Yihan thought to himself. Now he understood why the prestigious sects were so stringent in their selection of disciples based on qualifications. The disparity in qualifications dictated an entirely different pace of cultivation. With my current qualification, I could likely join even a typical prominent sect, Yihan mused. Superior qualifications are considered quite commendable throughout the Tianlan domain. Suddenly, a sound of something slicing through the air disrupted his thoughts. A bright light flew into the room. Yihan furrowed his brows slightly. With a swift motion of his hand, he captured the light, revealing a note. Upon unfolding the note, his expression turned serious. The Alchemy Conference is finally about to commence. Chapter 67, Journey to the Alchemist Conference. In Tianjin City, at the Moon Viewing Pavilion, Yihan sat on a stool with a smile on his face. Before him, Elder Wu gazed at him with astonishment. Little Yi, I never expected that after some time apart, you would come all the way here. And with the Xingyun sect as well. Yihan waved his hand dismissively. Good fortune? Elder Wu looked at him with disbelief. He did not buy into the notion of luck, but he understood that it was a secret of Yihan's. Enough of that. You must be aware of the purpose of your visit, Elder Wu continued. Yihan nodded. It was indeed Elder Wu who had sent him the message prompting his arrival. This Alchemist Conference is unlike any other. The number of geniuses attending is unprecedented, and even the people from the Medicine King Valley have made an appearance, Elder Wu sighed. The Medicine King Valley. Yihan exclaimed, taken aback. The Medicine King Valley was not merely a sect, it was a family renowned for generations for their mastery in alchemy. It held a prestigious reputation throughout the Tianlan domain. Indeed, the Medicine King Valley had traditionally remained independent and had never participated in the Alchemist Conference. But for some unknown reason, they were present this time. Yihan's expression grew solemn. There was no doubt regarding the alchemical prowess of the Medicine King Valley. Countless factions throughout the Tianlan domain aspired to forge connections with them. The Valley of the Medicine King stands unparalleled in the art of alchemy within the entire Tianlan domain. Even the Alchemist Guild pales in comparison in certain aspects. This time, aside from the Valley of the Medicine King, other prodigious alchemists have emerged, making this Alchemist Conference a confluence of extraordinary talents. Is it truly a confluence of talents? Yihan murmured softly. Ever since he acquired his golden finger and began his studies in alchemy, he had yet to witness others in the craft. This time, he was certain that old Wu would be at ease, as he would spare no effort. Young Master Ye's reputation is well understood by me, rest assured. Regardless of the outcome, the Wangyue Pavilion shall express its gratitude with generous rewards. There's no need for that, Yihan replied, shaking his head. The Wangyue Pavilion had assisted him during his most challenging times, and he felt compelled to repay that kindness. At that moment, Old Wu suddenly sighed, his expression growing grave. Old Wu, what has transpired? The rules of this competition differ from those of the past. There will be no division by rank. Instead, all participants will compete together. Otherwise, with your prowess, especially with the likes of the Valley of the Medicine King in attendance, Old Wu sighed again. Initially, I believed that with Yihan's alchemical skills, if things were as before, he could secure a place among the top 10 in the second-tier alchemist category. If Yihan were to join the Alchemist Guild afterward, it would also be beneficial for our Wangyue Pavilion. But now, oh, Yihan murmured, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Yet he felt no fear. Enough of this. I trust in young Master Ye's talent. Even if he faces defeat this time, in the next competition, he will undoubtedly sweep away numerous exceptional talents. Well then, I shall prepare. 3 days hence, I will send someone to escort you. Very well. With that, Old Wu departed, and Yihan returned home. Upon arrival, he encountered Mu Ningxue. Has something happened? She inquired. The Alchemist Conference is about to commence. Yihan nodded in affirmation. The Alchemist Conference? Mu Ningxue exclaimed, astonished. She was well aware of its significance, but Yihan's mention of it raised her concerns. In truth, I had promised the Wangyue Pavilion long ago that I would participate. Are you worried? No. Yihan shook his head. He felt no apprehension. As a third-tier alchemist with a 5-fold enhancement, he believed that even if he did not secure first place, a top 10 finish was certainly within reach. His primary contemplation was how to navigate his life following a potential membership in the Alchemist Guild. Forget that for now. Come with me to the conference. Perhaps we might encounter a restoration pill, which could help with your injuries. Yihan smiled. Restoration pill. At the mention of those words, Mu Ningxue's eyes sparkled with hope. The Alchemist Conference was the grandest gathering of alchemists in the entire Tianlan domain, teeming with skilled practitioners. The possibility of such a pill was not entirely out of reach. Though she did not voice it, she deeply wished for her recovery. Very well. Mu Ningxue nodded, warmth swelling in her heart. Silly girl, now that you are mine, I shall take good care of you. Yihan gently patted her shoulder and embraced her tenderly. Mu Ningxuan did not resist, but quietly savored the warmth emanating from Yihan's body. 3 days swiftly passed. Brother Yi, are we truly going to the Alchemist Conference? Ling Shui inquired with excitement in the room. The Alchemist Conference is the grandest event in the entire Tianlan domain. Previously, she had no qualifications to participate. However, now yes. This time I will take you all to explore. Yihan nodded. Both Ling Shui and Li Mainyang had limited exposure to the world. It was a perfect opportunity for them to broaden their horizons. This experience would undoubtedly benefit their future cultivation. I wonder how many distinguished figures will attend the Alchemist Conference. Li Mainyang expressed her enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Mu Ningxuan remained silent, merely smiling at the side. Over the past few days, she had discovered that although this life was simple, it was filled with happiness. All right, you all prepare, we shall set off shortly. After an hour, at the entrance of Tiandan City, a flying ship descended from the sky. Wow, it's actually a 4th-tier spirit treasure. My goodness, judging by the emblem, it must be from the Wangyue Pavilion. Indeed, the Wangyue Pavilion is quite affluent. But why would their ship come here? Ah, you're unaware. The Alchemist Conference is about to commence, and they must be here to escort someone. Really? Tiandan City has such notable figures? Of course. Tiandan City is a renowned city. It's just that we don't know which powerful person is so esteemed that the Wangyue Pavilion would personally come to greet them. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, Yihan approached with the 3 women. Master Yi, a middle-aged man descended, respectfully bowing. And you are? I am Li Si, an attendant of the Wangyue Pavilion. Here to escort you as per the young lady's instructions. Young lady? Yihan was momentarily taken aback. Who could this young lady of the Wangyue Pavilion be? Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it and nodded. Then I shall trouble you, brotherly. Master, you are too kind. Please, under Li Si's guidance. Yihan and the others boarded the flying ship. True to the reputation of the Wangyue Pavilion, the ship was extraordinarily luxurious. Yihan couldn't help but marvel at its grandeur, feeling as if an entire largen had been transported aboard. Moreover, the individuals present possessed formidable prowess, each at least at the peak of foundational cultivation. Even Mu Ningxuan's expression reflected her astonishment. Chapter 68, Lu Xiaoxiao's request. Depart. With Li Si's command, the ship soared into the sky, vanishing from the sight of the crowd in the blink of an eye. On board the ship, Yihan gazed at the receding landscape below. Reflecting deeply, he recalled his initial arrival, when he was nothing, compelled to tread cautiously even around slightly formidable rogue cultivators, fearful of inadvertently offending them. Yet now, even a force as esteemed as the Wangyue Pavilion treated him with utmost respect. The Yuling boat, classified as a 4th-grade spiritual treasure, is a rarity even within the esteemed Wangyue Pavilion. typically reserved for the reception of distinguished guests. The fact that they have dispatched the Yuling boat this time suggests that they hold you in high regard, Mu Ningshuang remarked. Oh, is that so? Yihan replied with a faint smile. He remained indifferent to such matters. Although the spiritual boat was remarkable, it did not belong to him. This thought led him to recall the Tiangong shuttle gifted to him by the woman from the Destiny Sect, which was also a fourth-grade spiritual treasure. It surely must possess comparable merits. As he journeyed forth, Yihan soon arrived at the venue of the Alchemist Conference, Yuan City. This city is characterized by its status as the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild, the most formidable alchemical force in the entire Tianlan domain. Consequently, it was bustling with activity. The airship came to a halt before an opulent villa. Master, this is the place. The young lady is awaiting you inside, Li Si said respectfully. Oh, Yihan nodded, instructing Ling Shui and the others to wait outside while he entered with Li Si. The villa was vast and extravagantly adorned, every aspect. From the architecture to the decorations, and even the pillars at the entrance, exuded affluence. Under Li Si's guidance, Yihan entered a grand sitting room where numerous individuals had already gathered. They appeared youthful and distinguished, each exuding a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs, indicating their identities as alchemists. Upon Yihan's arrival, many turned to regard him, but when they noticed that he was not clad in the customary robes of an alchemist, they averted their gazes. Yihan paid them no heed and simply found a place to sit. Soon, the sound of light footsteps echoed in the room. A young woman gracefully emerged. Is it her? Yihan's expression shifted to one of astonishment, for he recognized her as the person he had encountered at Wanhua Pavilion. Miss Lu. The crowd rose in unison. Masters, please take your seats, Lu Xiaoxiao said with a warm smile. Then her gaze settled on Yihan. Master Yi, I apologize for not revealing my identity during our previous encounter due to certain circumstances. I hope you can forgive me. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others shifted, and several pairs of eyes turned to scrutinize Yihan, some harboring an unfriendly glint. Yihan sensed the hostility in their gazes, but understood that her intentions were not malicious. Miss Lu, you worry unnecessarily, he responded with a wave of his hand. That's a relief, Lu Xiaoxiao replied with a slight smile, then surveyed the room. Esteemed guests, you are all aware of the significance of this Alchemist Conference for our Wanhua Pavilion. Thus, I kindly ask for your cooperation. Regardless of the outcome, our pavilion will prepare generous rewards for everyone. Furthermore, those who achieve commendable results will be met with even greater compensation. Should anyone secure a position within the top 10, Wanhua Pavilion promises to fulfill one request to the best of our ability. Oh, the crowd was filled with expressions of delight. Although the Moonlit Pavilion was not a sect in the traditional sense, its wealth and strength were undeniably comparable to those of other sects, with rumors suggesting that its true power rivaled that of esteemed entities such as the Azure Cloud sect. Thus, any request made was truly deserving of the Moonlit Pavilion. Yihan murmured inwardly, realizing that in the entire Tianlan region, perhaps only they possessed such confidence. Miss Lu, rest assured, we will spare no effort this time. We will ensure that the Moonlit Pavilion reclaims its place in the Alchemist Association. Voices of excitement echoed around him. However, Yihan remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Lu Xiaoxiao. From her eyes, he sensed a hint of melancholy, though it was well concealed. Thank you all. I have already arranged accommodations for everyone. Lu Xiaoxiao spoke again, clapping her hands. Instantly, dozens of enchanting women gracefully entered the room. Upon seeing them, the crowd's expressions brightened even further. We look forward to the performance of all the masters at the conference, they said before departing. Just as Yihan intended to leave, Lu Xiaoxiao suddenly called out to him. Miss Lu, is there something else? Yihan asked, puzzled. Lu Xiaoxiao sighed. Surely you have noticed. Those individuals may possess decent alchemical talent, but it is unrealistic for them to stand out at the Alchemist Conference. Yihan remained silent, indifferent to the fate of those individuals. Master. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. I wonder if you would be willing to join the Moonlit Pavilion? Join the Moonlit Pavilion, Yihan exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by her unexpected invitation. By joining us, the Moonlit Pavilion will fully nurture your talents, and your authority will be equal to mine. Everything within the pavilion will be at your disposal. Why? Yihan inquired, skeptical of the reasons for such special treatment. Because you are worthy. Worthy? Indeed. A third-tier alchemist under 30 who can refine top-tier pills like the Flame Dragon pill to perfection is an extraordinary genius. Have you investigated me? Yihan furrowed his brow. Please do not misunderstand, Master. I have not conducted an investigation. It is merely coincidence, Lu Xiaoxiao replied apologetically. Is that so? Should you choose to join us, I could personally grant you a restoration pill. A restoration pill? Yihan glanced at her, feeling a sense of helplessness within. It seemed she had thoroughly researched his circumstances. I fear I may disappoint Miss Lu, I do not intend to join any faction. However, should you ever require my assistance, I will certainly help to the best of my abilities. As for joining the moonlit pavilion, I must decline. Yihan shook his head. This response caused a flicker of disappointment to cross Lu Xiaoxiao's face. If that is the case, I shall not press the matter. In the time to come, should you have any needs, please feel free to express them. Very well. Subsequently, Yihan departed. Observing his retreating figure, Lu Xiaoxiao let out a resigned sigh. Chapter 69, I demand an apology. Brother Yi. Upon seeing Yihan emerge from within, Li Mainyang hurried over. What transpired? Mu Ningxuang inquired. Nothing of significance. Let us settle down first, Yihan replied. Following the guidance of a maid, Yihan was led to a lavish villa. It must be acknowledged that the Wangyue Pavilion is indeed affluent. This villa rivals the residence Yihan purchased in Tiandan City, and in certain aspects, it surpasses it in opulence. Inside the room, Yihan sat quietly. Behind him, Mu Ningxuang gently massaged his shoulders. Lu Xiaoxiao wishes for me to join the Wangyue Pavilion, Yihan remarked. Hearing this, Mu Ningxuang exhibited no surprise. Did you decline? Indeed, that is prudent. While the Wangyue Pavilion is powerful, it harbors numerous internal complications, and joining would inevitably entangle you in those matters. Furthermore, you currently lack the strength to navigate such complexities. Absolutely. Yihan nodded, affirming that this was the rationale behind his refusal to join. He then turned to face Mu Ningxuang. One cannot overlook that Mu Ningxuang, having grown up in the Tianyuanzong, possesses insights and experiences that far surpass those of Li Mainyang and Ling Shui. This pertains to the realm of awareness. Thus, Yihan resolved to bring them out to experience the world. What is it? Under Yihan's gaze, Mu Ningxuang blushed. Yihan smiled gently and embraced her. Thank you, he whispered. Mu Ningxuang looked at him in astonishment, then offered a soft smile, leaning quietly against his chest. This is Master Ye's abode. You cannot enter. An anxious voice interrupted. Suddenly, a loud slap echoed in the air. You, a mere maid, what right do you have to block me? Summon Yihan to come out. Another arrogant voice rang out, prompting Yihan to furrow his brows. He quickly stepped outside. Upon exiting the room, he saw a tearful young girl covering her face, while beside her stood a middle-aged man, around 40, who was angrily berating her. Is it him? Yihan's expression hardened. This man was the same one he had encountered earlier in the hall, one of those who had cast hostile glances his way. Yihan, you have finally decided to show yourself, the middle-aged man scoffed. Master Yi, I. The girl looked at Yihan with guilt. Yihan nodded, then fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man. Now, I give you 3 seconds to apologize. Apologize? Ha ha ha. Yihan, have you lost your mind? I am an alchemist. You expect me to apologize to a mere girl? Before he could finish, a resounding slap struck his face, sending him flying. Several of his teeth were shattered from the force. Do you think being an alchemist makes you noble? Yihan let out a cold snort, then abruptly lifted the man off the ground. Apologize. His gaze was chillingly frigid, causing the middle-aged man to tremble uncontrollably. He had no doubt that if he did not apologize, he might face dire consequences. Why, yes, I'm sorry. Not to me, but to her. Yes, I'm sorry. The middle-aged man reluctantly uttered those words, yet his eyes betrayed a simmering rage within. Yihan unceremoniously threw him to the ground. Now speak. What brings you to me? I am Yihan. I have noted this incident. I am here to inform you that Miss Lu is not someone of your ilk can be worthy of. Keep your distance from her, or else? Oh, or else what? Yihan's cold stare pierced through him. Instantly, the middle-aged man's face changed, and he began to retreat hastily until he finally fled. Yihan made no attempt to pursue him, but instead waved his hand, conjuring a vial of elixir that appeared in his palm. I apologize for the trouble you endured. Please accept this. No, I cannot accept it. It's too precious, the young girl protested, waving her hand. Yet, Yihan firmly pressed the elixir into her grasp. Thank you, master. Not at all, Yihan replied, shaking his head. In his heart, he held the belief that all individuals were equal. A maid was not inferior, nor was an alchemist superior. He then returned to the room with Mu Ningxiang. Really, you could have let the Moonlight Pavilion handle it, Mu Ningxiang remarked. After all, that middle-aged man is also an alchemist. Offending him over a maid is not the wisest course of action. I understand. Yihan nodded, fully grasping Mu Ningxiang's sentiment. She was humiliated because of me. If I didn't intervene, how could I justify it to her? Moreover, anyone who dares to bully my own shall not escape my wrath. Watching Yihan, Mu Ningxiang felt a warmth in her heart. Who wouldn't desire a shoulder to lean on, someone willing to risk everything for them? All right, you should rest well. I must prepare for the events of tomorrow. A day swiftly passed. The next morning, sunlight streamed down upon the earth. In his chamber, Yihan slowly opened his eyes. This was one of the rare nights he had not spent in slumber. The Alchemist Conference. Yihan murmured, then stepped outside. Soon, he arrived in the hall, where Lu Xiaoxiao and the others had already gathered, including the very middle-aged man from the previous day. Anger filled his gaze as it fixed upon Yihan. However, Yihan paid him no heed. This scene did not escape Lu Xiaoxiao's notice. Yet, she chose not to comment, instead addressing the assembly, esteemed masters. I entrust everything to you. Under her guidance, the group set forth with great purpose towards the front. Yuan City, Central Square. This was an expansive plaza, covering tens of thousands of square meters. Surrounding the square were vast viewing platforms. At this moment, the observation platform, capable of accommodating millions, was already teeming with people. In a corner of the eastern platform stood Mu Ningxue, Ling Shui, and Li Mainyang, their excitement palpable. They're coming, they're coming. Ling Shui exclaimed with fervor. Her gaze fixed ahead. A group was slowly approaching, unmistakably led by Yihan. Is this truly the Alchemist Conference? Yihan murmured to himself, taking in the bustling scene. His eyes then turned towards the square, where numerous alchemical platforms stood. The sight of so many alchemists working together promised to be a remarkable spectacle. Chapter 70. The Alchemist Conference begins. Ha ha, I wondered who it was. It turns out to be you, Lu Xiaoxiao. A hearty laugh echoed as a man clad in black strolled forward, accompanied by several alchemists behind him. Upon seeing this individual, Lu Xiaoxiao's expression turned icy. Zhao Cheng, I never imagined that you would lead the gathering of the Gathering Flame Pavilion this time. It seems they have no one else left. Gathering Flame Pavilion. Upon hearing this name, Yihan's expression shifted to one of surprise. The Gathering Flame Pavilion was indeed a prominent merchant association, notorious for its rivalry with the Moonlight Pavilion. It was no wonder the atmosphere was charged with tension from the outset. Don't get too proud, Lu Xiaoxiao. Do you truly believe that this ragtag bunch behind you can achieve anything at the Alchemist Conference? I will show you that the championship of this conference will undoubtedly belong to my Gathering Flame Pavilion, Zhao Qing sneered, his eyes brimming with fury as he glanced at an elder behind him. Yihan also took note of this individual, sensing that he was no ordinary man. So it is Master Liao. I did not expect the Gathering Flame Pavilion to summon you from your seclusion, Lu Xiaoxiao remarked gravely. Your Gathering Flame Pavilion has shown me kindness, the elder replied, a hint of discomfort in his expression. Master Liao was a renowned alchemist, and with his presence, Lu Xiaoxiao's group might as well retreat to avoid embarrassment. Zhao Cheng wore a mocking expression. Lu Xiaoxiao's companions seethed with anger. Yet they found themselves at a loss for words, fully aware of Master Liao's formidable prowess. Sighing, Lu Xiaoxiao cast a glance at Yihan, only to find his expression as calm as a tranquil sea, which sparked a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Turning her icy gaze back to Zhao Cheng, she declared, Since you are so confident, would you dare to wager with me? Wager? Zhao Cheng looked at her in astonishment. He knew Master Liao's strength and could hardly fathom why Lu Xiaoxiao would propose such a bet. Was there someone capable among her companions? His eyes scanned the individuals behind her, yet he found no one of note. What are the terms of your wager? Zhao Qing asked, confidence radiating from him. Quite simple. Let us wager on the highest achievement of this conference. If you win, I shall grant you control over the Qian domain. Conversely, should you lose, you will no longer have the audacity to covet the Qian domain. What do you say? What? The crowd's expressions shifted to one of astonishment. The Qian domain, that place is no less than the Tianlan domain. Given its vastness, one can only imagine the immense value it harbors. Now Lu Xiaoxiao exhibits remarkable audacity. Yihan's eyes brimmed with astonishment. To wager the entire management rights of the Qian domain is a feat few would dare to undertake. Even Zhao Cheng gazed at her in disbelief. Lu Xiaoxiao, have you lost your mind? Lost my mind. Are you daring enough to challenge me? Lu Xiaoxiao chuckled lightly. Zhao Cheng found himself at a loss for words. The management rights of the Qian domain were beyond his authority. If you lack the courage, then leave, you worthless fool. Lu Xiaoxiao snorted. Her words only intensified Zhao Cheng's fury. Yet, he could think of no retort and merely shot her a cold glance before departing. With a sigh of relief as he left, Lu Xiaoxiao turned to the others. Let us proceed. Under Lu Xiaoxiao's guidance, the group swiftly arrived at a chamber, the resting area of the Wangyue Pavilion. Lu girl, I didn't expect you to be the one representing the Wanjiu Pavilion this time. An elderly voice resonated, belonging to an old man with silver hair. His demeanor was gentle, and 5 azure stars adorned his chest, gleaming brilliantly. A 5th-grade alchemist. Yihan was taken aback. This man was indeed a 5th-grade alchemist. Master Ma. The others promptly rose to their feet, respectfully bowing, indicating his significant stature within the alchemical community of the Tianlan domain. Grandfather Ma. Lu Xiaoxiao greeted him with a smile. Indeed, it appears you are well prepared for this occasion. However, the old man's expression turned grave. You are likely aware of the current circumstances. The various major forces, such as the Yaowang Valley and the Jian Pavilion, are arriving with great fervor, eager to distinguish themselves at this alchemist convention, which will not be an easy feat indeed. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded. She was acutely aware of the challenges ahead. Nevertheless, do not burden yourselves with anxiety. Focus on performing well, regardless of the outcome. Showcasing your true capabilities is what matters. The future of the alchemical realm in the Tianlan domain will rely on you, the elder concluded before taking his leave. To think that even Elder Ma has come. This alchemist convention is evidently unlike any before. Indeed, Elder Ma is one of the 3 fifth-grade alchemists of the Alchemist Guild. If we could receive his guidance, it would be invaluable. Alas, one must consider that Master Ma's standards are exceptionally high. To earn his counsel, the group exchanged thoughts, while Yihan remained quietly seated in the corner, attentively listening. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao approached him. May I have a word with you? Startled, Yihan nodded slightly. The two slowly stepped outside. This scene caused the middle-aged man's expression to darken instantly. Within a tranquil courtyard, Lu Xiaoxiao sat on a bench. Her expression one of helplessness, her gaze fixed ahead. Beside her, Yihan stood quietly, and neither spoke a word. The atmosphere rendered Yihan somewhat awkward. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Xiaoxiao simultaneously opened her mouth. Since childhood, my greatest dream has been to lead the Wanxiang Pavilion back to the Alchemist Guild. But is the Alchemist Guild truly that remarkable? Yihan queried, perplexed. Although the Alchemist Guild is the foremost alchemical force in the Tianlan domain, the Wanxiang Pavilion is not without merit, leaving him bewildered as to why Lu Xiaoxiao was so insistent. Is it not remarkable? Lu Xiaoxiao gazed at him in astonishment, then let out a faint sigh. It appears you are unaware of the true strength of the Alchemist Guild. Strength? Yihan was intrigued. In truth, the Alchemist Guild in the Tianlan domain is merely a branch of the entire guild. The guild itself, even across the eastern continent, is a dominant power. Only by joining the Alchemist Guild can our Wanxiang Pavilion truly seize the opportunity for resurgence. Resurgence? Yihan was astounded. To him, the Wanxiang Pavilion already seemed quite formidable. Yihan, do you realize how vast this world is? The eastern continent comprises 8 domains, boundless and immense. Not to mention the larger central continent, or even the realms beyond. We are but insignificant figures, and at any moment, calamity may befall us. Thus, only through relentless ascension can we hope to take control of our destinies and protect those we cherish. Lu Xiaoxiao looked skyward, her eyes filled with yearning. Yihan gazed at her in surprise, taken aback by her lofty aspirations. To be honest, he had never contemplated such grand ambitions. His only desires were a stable life, improving his alchemy skills, and earning a bit more to live comfortably. We lack the formidable backgrounds of other sacred lands, nor do we possess the extraordinary talents of prodigies. Therefore, to ascend, we must seize every opportunity. As she spoke, Lu Xiaoxiao directed her gaze toward Yihan. Yihan, would you be willing to join our Wanxiang Pavilion? If you consent, I will grant any request you may have. Yihan was further astonished. He had not anticipated that Lu Xiaoxiao would place such importance on him. Had she discovered his hidden potential? No, it was impossible. He reassured himself that his greatest secret remained undisclosed, even to those who were closest to him. I am not currently inclined to join any faction, Yihan replied, shaking his head in refusal once more. His reasoning remained the same, without absolute certainty. He did not wish to place his safety in the hands of others. Alas, Lu Xiaoxiao sighed in resignation, then slowly rose to her feet. It is getting late. The Alchemist Conference is about to commence. With that, she departed. From her forlorn silhouette, Yihan sensed her disappointment. Nevertheless, he held no regrets. He was not one to forsake his own aspirations for the sake of another. In the square, as the crowd swelled, the atmosphere here had reached a fever pitch. All eyes were eagerly fixed upon the figures above in the square. My goodness, it was young Master Yu, who had achieved the rank of a third-tier alchemist 3 years ago. I never anticipated his presence here. And there was Zhao Yun, too. Wait, is that Master Liao? Surely not. He is a towering figure in the realm of alchemy within the Tianlan domain. What brings him here? Excited voices erupted throughout the square, propelling the ambience to an exhilarating climax. Meanwhile, Yihan's gaze swept over the surrounding individuals. Truly, this was the Alchemist Conference. Yihan could not help but marvel inwardly. During this time, he had already identified numerous prodigious alchemists. Each one exuded a formidable aura, with several surpassing Wang Yan. It is worth noting that Wang Yan is hailed as the foremost genius of Dechu. Just then, Yihan's attention was captivated by a young woman clad in a pink gown. She was strikingly beautiful, as if she had stepped out from a painting. Yet, beyond her appearance, Yihan was more intrigued by the energy she emanated. Surrounded by spiritual essence and accompanied by the great Tao, this was a spirit body. Yihan was utterly astonished. What is a spirit body? It signifies unparalleled potential. It is said that every spirit body is a favored child of heaven. entitled to privileges beyond the reach of others. This thought led him to recall Madame Yao. She must also possess a spirit body. Wanxiang, the unparalleled prodigy of the Medicine King Valley, naturally endowed with a wood spirit body, is one of the most favored contenders for the championship at this Alchemist Conference. At that moment, a voice broke through Yi Han's reverie. A young man approached him with a leisurely stride. Yi Han was momentarily taken aback. He did not recognize this individual. "I am Lu Hong," the young man said with a smile. "Lu?" Yi Han was surprised, realizing that this man must be related to Lu Xiaoxiao. "I am Yi Han," he replied, nodding. "I have certainly heard of the esteemed Yi Master." The young man continued, his gaze then shifting to Han Xianer, filled with admiration. Such innate talent. It seems the rise of the Medicine King Valley is merely a matter of time. Indeed, Yi Han did not dispute this. With her innate spirit body, particularly the wood spirit body most suited for alchemy, it would be no surprise if she achieved the rank of 5th tier or even 6th tier alchemist. However, I believe, Yi brother, that your innate talents are not inferior to hers. Lu Hong remarked once more. "Oh, well, the event is about to commence. If you have matters to discuss, let us converse after the Alchemist Conference concludes." With that, Lu Hong departed, leaving Yi Han somewhat speechless. Was it necessary to be so enigmatic? Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it, and redirected his attention to the others. Time passed steadily. Finally, after 10 minutes, a sound of air splitting resonated. In the next moment, a figure appeared in the square. It was Master Ma, whom they had seen earlier. As Master Ma subtly raised his right hand, the once bustling square fell into an immediate silence. "What remarkable power," Yi Han murmured softly. Although this individual did not deliberately exude his aura, Yi Han could sense that his strength was formidable, at the very least at the nascent soul stage. "Esteemed guests," Master Ma spoke again, "I am delighted that you could take time out of your busy schedules to be here. On behalf of the Alchemist Guild, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you all. The Alchemist Conference is a cherished tradition in the Tianlan domain, aimed at discovering more talented alchemists to illuminate our alchemical realm. However, due to certain circumstances, this year's conference will differ from those in the past." At this point, Master Ma's gaze swept over the contestants, including Yi Han. "You need not worry. As long as you demonstrate your true abilities, regardless of the outcome, there is an opportunity for you to receive an invitation from our Alchemist Guild." What? Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. Regardless of the outcome, there is an opportunity? Even Yi Han felt a surge of curiosity. What precisely did the Alchemist Guild intend to accomplish? Now, we come to the crux of this Alchemist Conference, which I am sure you have all been eagerly anticipating. Master Ma said with a faint smile, waving his hand. Instantly, 3 beams of light appeared before him, each containing a distinct object, a swirling blue flame, a small bronze cauldron, and a red scroll. Chapter 72, The First Test. The Azure Lotus Fire is a Tier 1 spiritual flame, the value of which I trust you all comprehend, Elder Ma remarked, looking at the blue flame with a smile. Boom. In an instant, the crowd erupted in excitement. Even the participating alchemists gazed at it with fervent eyes. Could it truly be a Tier 1 spiritual flame? Yi Han was equally astonished. Spiritual flames, as the name suggests, are extraordinary flames born of heaven and earth. They yield exceptional results whether used for alchemy, cultivation, or other purposes. Furthermore, spiritual flames are classified by rank: celestial, earthly, mysterious, and yellow. Among them, celestial spiritual flames, known as exotic fires, are each unique treasures. As of now, Yi Han had yet to hear of anyone possessing such a rare gem. Truly, the Alchemist Guild's generosity is impressive, Yi Han mused. Simultaneously, Elder Ma directed his gaze toward the small bronze cauldron. The Xianyu Cauldron, a Tier 6 spiritual treasure. Once again, the crowd was taken aback. It is worth noting that even Tier 4 spiritual treasures are considered the pinnacle in the Tianlan domain, and this Tier 6 artifact surpasses that. With a slight smile, Elder Ma then held up the final scroll. The Alchemist Sage's manuscript is a compilation of a renowned alchemist's lifelong experiences in the art of alchemy. Hiss! A chorus of gasps echoed through the crowd. Even Han Xianer from the Medicine King Valley now looked at it with fervent eyes. The Alchemist Sage's manuscript. Yi Han's expression was one of profound excitement. To be regarded as a master alchemist, one must possess at least the rank of a 7th-tier alchemist and above. His experience is undoubtedly a supreme treasure, particularly for those in the alchemical arts. Its worth surpasses even that of a 7th-tier spiritual artifact. These 3 items are the rewards for the champion of this Alchemist Conference. As for the other rewards, our Alchemist Guild naturally offers substantial prizes. Therefore, whether for personal ambition or for these accolades, I implore all of you to demonstrate your true capabilities, Master Ma proclaimed loudly. Instantly, the atmosphere in the venue grew even more fervent. With a grand gesture, he summoned hundreds of figures, each bearing a box. The boxes radiated a dazzling light, rendering their contents obscured. It is well known that the fundamental element for an alchemist is the spiritual herb. Thus, today's first trial involves the identification of herbs. Within these boxes lie 500 varieties of medicinal materials selected by our guild. Successfully identifying 100 and articulating their effects will suffice for passing. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement. Identifying herbs is not particularly challenging, as alchemists engage with spiritual herbs daily. Observing the confident demeanor of the participants, Elder Ma allowed a smile to grace his lips. Very well, with that said, I request all contestants to step forward, he announced. In an instant, everyone eagerly ascended the stage. Yihan naturally accompanied the other members of Wanxiang Pavilion. Soon, thousands of alchemists gathered in the square, igniting fervor among the onlookers. Look, it's Brother Yi. In the crowd, Ling Shui exclaimed excitedly, her eyes filled with enthusiasm as they turned towards Yihan. Li Mingyang shared a similar sentiment. Although Mu Ning Shuang did not overtly express her feelings, her gaze towards Yihan was also brimming with excitement. Now let us commence. You have a total of half an hour, Elder Ma stated. Instantly, the participants sprang into action, and Yihan approached one of the individuals. The contents were indiscernible to the naked eye. Was it perhaps discernible through spiritual perception? Yihan pondered. He then focused, extending a formidable wave of spiritual sense towards the box. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. He felt his spiritual sense obstructed by a powerful force, unable to penetrate. Yihan glanced at the others and noticed their expressions mirrored his own. Ha ha ha, I almost forgot to mention that these herbs are protected by formations. Breaching these formations is no simple feat. Elder Ma laughed heartily. Understanding dawned on Yihan as he nodded and attempted once more. Soon, a formidable resistance surged against him again. Yet this time, he did not retreat, but rather intensified his spiritual sense. Finally, after 2 minutes, his spiritual perception broke through. However, in the next instant, he was left bewildered. Inside lay a peculiar flower, one he had never encountered before. Yihan found himself at a loss for words. It became apparent that the Alchemist Guild had orchestrated this challenge deliberately. The same applied to the others as well. The expression on their faces was one of great concern. Ha ha ha, there is something I forgot to mention. This time, many of the spiritual herbs are rather uncommon. So whether you can complete it in half the time will depend on your luck, Elder Ma said with a hearty laugh. This left everyone looking incredibly grim. After overcoming the formation, they discovered an unfamiliar spiritual herb. How could they possibly succeed under such circumstances? Yihan felt a heavy weight in his heart. Most of those present were second and third-tier alchemists. Their spiritual senses could hardly be strong enough. Breaking through those formations would take at least several seconds. And there was a chance of encountering herbs they did not recognize. Completing the task seemed utterly unrealistic. Wait, an idea suddenly struck Yihan. The Alchemist Conference was meant to unearth talented alchemists. It could not possibly present an insurmountable challenge. There must be another way. Without hesitation, Yihan made his way to another box. This time, he unleashed his full power from the outset. His immense spiritual sense surged like a tidal wave, crashing forward. Soon, the protective formation was breached, and the herbs within came into view. Morning Glory, Yihan murmured softly. The Morning Glory was a rather ordinary spiritual herb, so he recognized it. It seemed that the test was not about identifying the herbs, but rather about honing observational skills. Yihan used half an hour, 100 types of spiritual herbs. With the spiritual senses of second and third-tier alchemists working at full capacity, they should be able to decipher one in 30 seconds. Therefore, to succeed, one must identify familiar herbs. Otherwise, it would be quite challenging. How intriguing! Yihan chuckled softly, then quietly stepped aside. What is going on? What is he doing? Has he already given up? Surely not. While it is difficult, to concede so early seems unreasonable. Considering it. The Alchemist Conference is indeed the most challenging competition in the Tianlan region. Over the years, very few have progressed to the second stage. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao also gazed at Yihan with a solemn expression. He was the one she was most optimistic about. What is this? Elder Ma's expression flickered slightly. Then a hint of a smile appeared on his lips. Have you noticed? Indeed, Yihan paid little mind to the gazes directed at him. Instead, he dispersed his spiritual sense entirely. However, he did not attempt to dismantle the formations on the boxes, as his spiritual sense had not yet reached that level. Instead, he carefully sensed the fluctuations of the formations. Just as I suspected, there are varying strengths to the formations. The one for the Morning Glory is evidently weaker than that of the peculiar flower, meaning that by identifying the differences between the formations, the test could be completed. Yihan's heart leaped with joy as he diligently focused his senses to observe. At the same moment, the others hurriedly attempted to break the formations to discern what spiritual herbs lay within. Yet, as time passed, Their expressions grew increasingly grim. This is impossible. It simply cannot be done. Indeed, the Alchemist Conference has presented us with an utterly unattainable assessment. Are they merely toying with us? Such indignation arose among the crowd. Enough. Elder Ma's thunderous voice cut through the murmurs, silencing all present. This is the first and last warning. Should anyone dare to raise their voice again, I shall revoke your qualifications. With that, his gaze fell upon Yi Han, seemingly nearing completion. Just as his words faded, Yi Han, who had been standing at a distance, opened his eyes. Chapter 73. What else does he possess? What is he truly? He moved. What is happening? He appears somewhat different. Confidence. Yes, confidence radiated from his countenance. Has he discovered a solution? This cannot be. Amidst the whispers of the onlookers, Yi Han gradually approached. Soon, he stood before a woman, where a box rested securely in her hands. Buzz. His consciousness surged forth, penetrating the box in mere seconds, revealing a fruit resembling a peach before his eyes. The flame fruit. It was indeed as I envisioned, Yi Han mused, before swiftly moving to another individual. Just as before, he resolved it within moments. The spiritual herb within was of the more common variety. Thus, Yi Han's consciousness continued to whirl. 1 type, 2 types, 3 types, 100 types of spiritual herbs flashed through his mind. Among the 500 types, only 120 were familiar to him. Unless one possessed extensive knowledge to recognize every spiritual herb, attempting to forcibly decipher them was utterly unrealistic, Yi Han pondered. He then found a quiet spot and sat down. What on earth? Why has he sat down again? Has he completed it already? How is that possible? He merely wandered around for a bit. How could he have finished? Did no one notice how grave young Master Yu's expression is? What is he, that he might surpass young Master Yu? Exactly. He is merely putting on a show, knowing he cannot succeed, and is now resigning himself to failure. Yes, that is it. I have completed it. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Wanxiang gracefully approached Elder Ma. Oh, Elder Ma's eyes sparkled, and he nodded. Then take a break. When the time is up, simply write down the names and effects of the spiritual herbs you have chosen. Good. Wanxiang nodded and slowly made her way to Yi Han. Goodness. Is she really going over to that fellow? Could it be that she harbors interest in him? How is that possible? Wanxiang is the most talented prodigy of the Medicine King Valley, born with a wood spirit body. What does he possess beyond being more handsome, taller, stronger, and more skilled in alchemy than I? What else is he? What does he need then? Why is she coming over here? Yi Han felt a twinge of surprise at Wanxiang's approach. You are formidable. However, the championship shall undoubtedly belong to me, Wanxiang declared, locking her gaze on Yi Han. Yi Han was momentarily taken aback. However, Wanxiang chose not to utter another word and departed from Yi Han's side. Time passed gradually, and soon, a number of individuals completed their tasks. These were individuals of extraordinary talent and formidable strength, among whom was the figure of Master Liao. Truly, as a seasoned alchemist, his depth of knowledge was beyond my comparison, Yi Han mused. He was aware that his exposure to alchemy was limited, and he lagged behind others in many aspects. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, for he possessed unique advantages that others lacked. Finally, half an hour had elapsed. As Elder Ma announced the conclusion, a chorus of lamentations erupted. I was merely 10 types short. This is unacceptable. Why, with my exceptional talents, am I unable to surpass the first hurdle? They cheated. I am the foremost alchemist, so why should they succeed? In response to such individuals, Elder Ma waved his hand dismissively, sending them flying out. Now, write down the names, effects, and serial numbers of the spiritual herbs you have identified. If you have 100 correct, you may advance. You have 10 minutes, Elder Ma declared. Instantly, the crowd sprang into action. Yi Han, however, completed his task with ease and then turned his gaze towards the others. He observed 3 distinct expressions on their faces. One group, like Wanxiang and Master Liao, appeared calm and self-assured. Another group wore serious expressions, brows furrowed, while the last group had clenched jaws and pale faces. 10 minutes passed silently. At Elder Ma's signal, everyone submitted their written answers. Thus, the first round concluded. We will announce the list of those advancing in 1 hour. Do not be disheartened if you do not succeed. With continued effort, there will always be opportunities to become a top-tier alchemist, Elder Ma stated before departing. Yi Han returned to his position at the Wanhua Pavilion. How did it go? Lu Xiaoxiao hurriedly approached him with concern. I believe there should be no issues, Yi Han replied, prompting a sigh of relief from Lu Xiaoxiao, who genuinely feared that Yi Han might falter, which would spell disaster for the Wanhua Pavilion. For the next hour, Yi Han engaged in meditation to recuperate. After an hour had passed, Elder Ma reappeared. Ahem. He cleared his throat, immediately drawing the attention of the crowd. Brother Yi will surely succeed. He will advance. Ling Shui said anxiously. Indeed, Brother Yi possesses the strength to do so, Li Mainyang nodded in agreement. Mu Ningxue fixed her gaze on Yi Han, fully aware of his exceptional alchemical skills. However, this was the Alchemist Conference, and all present were formidable alchemists. Distinguishing oneself among such talent was no simple feat. Thank you for your patience. Elder Ma began with a slight smile, surveying the participants, his gaze lingering momentarily on Yi Han. After the first round of evaluations, a total of 83 individuals will advance. What? 83? Is that truly the case? Out of thousands, so many were eliminated in the first round? The expressions of the onlookers were filled with astonishment. Meanwhile, the competing alchemists furrowed their brows, their faces pale, with several trembling in nervousness. Below, I began to announce the names of those who advanced, and Elder Ma commenced his proclamations. Those whose names were called were overwhelmed with excitement. For this Alchemist Conference was the most prestigious alchemical contest in the entire Tianlan region. To progress to the second round was a testament to one's prowess. Even if they could not advance further, their future prospects would undoubtedly improve. Conversely, those whose names were not mentioned appeared ashen-faced. And the last one, Yi Han. A few seconds later, Elder Ma announced the conclusion of the announcements. To the selected participants, you have 5 minutes for adjustments before the second round of assessments begins. However, I must caution you, the second round will be significantly more challenging, so I hope you are prepared. More difficult. The faces of the crowd grew even graver. Concurrently, on the side of Wangyue Pavilion, Lu Xiaoxiao wore a rather displeased expression. Out of the 100 individuals from Wangyue Pavilion, only 5 had advanced. Miss Lu, rest assured. We will do our utmost, a black-clad elder spoke. Yi Han had previously noticed this individual, a seasoned alchemist. Then I must trouble Master Lu? Lu Xiaoxiao nodded, her gaze shifting to Yi Han. Master Yi, I also rely on you. Not at all. I shall give it my all, Yi Han replied, fully committed to his promise. He was eager to gauge the gap between himself and the top-tier talents. Moments swiftly passed, and Yi Han and the others stepped onto the plaza. What? This kid actually advanced? One exclaimed. What is his name? How could he, despite his lackadaisical attitude, progress while Master Nyo was eliminated despite his hard work? It's unfair. There must be some hidden agenda. Damn it. Could he be the illegitimate child of some elder from the Alchemist Guild? The crowd buzzed with chatter, creating a lively atmosphere. In a corner of the gathering, a man in black fixated his gaze on the stage. This was the individual who had previously made an agreement with Yi Han. Yi Han, the man murmured softly. First, congratulations to all who advanced. We shall now commence the second round of assessments, Elder Ma declared, waving his right hand once more. Soon, several types of medicinal herbs appeared before each participant. Ironwood, rock iron fruit, and sangsher grass. Yi Han furrowed his brow slightly. Recognizing these items as they belong to the category of spiritual herbs, known for their toughness. It is well understood that for alchemists, aside from identifying spiritual herbs, the most crucial skill is refining them. The items before you are notoriously difficult to refine. Thus, the second round will involve their refinement, Elder Ma explained with a smile. Refine them? The crowd expressed surprise. While these spiritual herbs were indeed hard, the notion of refining them did not seem overwhelmingly difficult, making the second round appear deceptively simple. Ahem, Elder Ma cleared his throat. Please allow me to finish. Refinement merely involves mastering the flame and wielding one's mental fortitude. Therefore, you will all use the same flame, and you have only 10 minutes. What? The crowd gasped in shock. 10 minutes? How could that be possible? These 3 elixirs, even one alone, require at least 8 or 10 minutes to complete all 3. It appears that this assessment focuses on the mastery of flames, Yi Han pondered. Generally, alchemists refine elixirs one by one to ensure a higher success rate. Completing 3 within 10 minutes is virtually impossible. Thus, the only viable approach is to perform them simultaneously. Achieving this demands not only profound control over the flames, but also precise manipulation of mental energy and a steady mindset, all of which present formidable challenges. The flames to be utilized are of the yellow-grade spiritual fire, the Xiang fire, Elder Ma declared, with a wave of his hand. A dark red flame materialized before Yi Han and the others. Is this the Xiang fire? Yi Han gazed in astonishment at the flames. He could sense that this Xiang fire possessed a higher temperature and greater ferocity than ordinary flames. If the yellow-grade spiritual fire is this formidable, how powerful must the earth-grade Qinglian fire be? Yi Han felt a surge of excitement. If he could acquire the Qinglian fire, would his alchemical speed significantly increase? And would the quality of his elixirs improve? Let us commence, he proclaimed, and with that, Yi Han and the others moved towards the platform in the square. I must remind you, each of you possesses only one portion of the elixir, so please exercise caution, Elder Ma reiterated. Ultimately, his words held little weight, as the time allotted was scarcely over 10 minutes. Even with a second portion, there would be insufficient time. With a gentle exhale, Yi Han steadied himself. To be candid, refining elixirs before such a large audience, especially with numerous top-tier alchemists present, caused him a degree of anxiety. Nonetheless, as the saying goes, since he was here, he must give it his all. Calming his emotions, Yi Han commenced his task. With a decisive gesture, 3 elixirs soared into the air before him. However, before he could conjure the flames, a resounding crash echoed beside him. He turned to see an elderly man in a tattered robe, his face ashen. Gazing at the charred remains before him, Yi Han stared in shock. Reduced to ashes? A failure, Elder Ma announced, and the elderly man collapsed to the ground. His complexion pale. To fail so early in the process? Soon after, 3 more loud thuds resounded, indicating that yet another trio had faltered. This caused the expressions of the remaining participants to turn grave. A group of fools. Do they truly believe that spiritual fire is akin to ordinary flames? They thought they could forcefully stoke it and deserved to fail. A mocking voice rang out. In the crowd, a young man clad in blue regarded the others with disdain. Yu Ming. Yi Han recognized him. He had heard that this individual was a prodigy from Wulong Manor, having trained under a renowned alchemist from a young age, far surpassing his peers in alchemical prowess. Humph. Yu Ming scoffed, then shifted his gaze towards Han Xianer. It is rumored that Miss Han from the Medicine King Valley possesses extraordinary talent, particularly in the art of alchemy, where she surpasses all others. Today, let us engage in a contest to see who can ascend more swiftly. Upon hearing this, Han Xianer glanced at him and shook her head, stating, "You are not worthy." She then turned her gaze towards Yi Han. Yi Han felt a chill run down his spine. What animosity is this? Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from Yu Ming, his eyes fixed coldly on Yi Han. Just a mere waste. Does Miss Han truly believe he surpasses me? He sneered. You are not even a fraction better than him. Han Xianer retorted frostily. Yi Han was at a loss for words. He had no intention of creating enemies. Yet the situation was unfolding as expected. Yu Ming's eyes glinted with a frigid light. Very well, I shall eagerly await to see what prowess this so-called waste possesses. With a grand gesture, he summoned flames that swiftly enveloped the 3 spirit herbs before him. He cast a menacing glare at Yi Han. Kid, if you have any sense, you'd better concede right now, or else what? Yi Han scoffed. He did not seek trouble, yet he was unafraid of it. Especially since he resided within the territory of the Xingyun Sect. He had no fear of retaliation from this man. You wish to show off in front of me? With a flourish, he summoned flames that surged into the air. Truly, this was spirit fire, remarkable indeed. As he beheld the flames before him, Yi Han was taken aback. He now understood why the previous contestants had failed. Although the spirit fire was powerful, controlling it was quite a strenuous endeavor. Chapter 75, Soul Confrontation. Since you seek death, do not blame me. Yu Ming's face contorted with fury. A terrifying storm of spiritual energy surged toward Yi Han. Instantly, Yi Han felt as if his head had been struck by a hammer, his complexion paling dramatically. You dare. Upon witnessing this, Lu Xiaoxiao shouted in anger. Humph. I merely lack proficiency in control. My spiritual power unintentionally leaked. What of it? Yu Ming provoked. Indeed, the risks inherent in alchemy are well known. Many an alchemist has met with failure. Lu Xiaoxiao, are you afraid? If so, perhaps you should send that boy home to nurse. Xiao Cheng chimed in, laughing heartily, his eyes glinting with cold malice. Lu Xiaoxiao's expression darkened significantly as she turned to Elder Ma, who sighed softly. Even alchemists find perfect control over the soul a challenging feat. Such occurrences are inevitable. However, everyone present embodies the future of our Tianlan domain. So I hope we can maintain a sense of calm. His words were quite clear. Such situations are to be expected. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? Even Master Ma acknowledges it. Lu Xiaoxiao, I suggest you and your Wangyue Pavilion concede. It would be a shame for such a young alchemist to inadvertently become a fool. Zhao Cheng laughed once more. On the stage, Yu Ming let out a cold sneer. A voice echoed in Yi Han's ear. Kid, dare to compete with me for women? Have you even looked in the mirror? Do you think you are worthy? Yi Han responded with a cold smile. He had always preferred to avoid conflict. Yet this person had the audacity to confront him upon their first meeting. To endure any longer would be to lose his own dignity. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying surge of spiritual power erupted from Yi Han. The entire plaza was engulfed by howling winds. Elder Ma's expression was one of astonishment. He could clearly see that the tempest was not an accident, but a manifestation of Yi Han's might. The boy's spiritual strength was astonishingly formidable, which explained how he had so effortlessly found a solution earlier. Young master, you is it? Yi Han chuckled lightly, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy. If one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate. But if one dares to challenge me, I shall repay them doubly. Of course, this was contingent upon his own safety. Had it been in the past, Yi Han would not have acted so boldly. But circumstances had changed. With the protection of the Xingyun sect, He felt no fear of retribution from Yu Ming and his backing. Boom. The immense spiritual force surged toward Yu Ming, who was sent flying as if struck by a train, spewing blood profusely. The 3 spirit herbs before him were reduced to ashes. Oh, this spirit fire is indeed too difficult to control. It seems I must learn more from young Master Yu, Yihan remarked nonchalantly. Yu Ming felt as though his lungs would explode from rage. He charged at Yihan, seething. You bastard. Just then, a chilling voice rang out. Elder Ma waved his hand, unleashing a violent aura that swept across the plaza. Poor Yu Ming was sent hurtling backward once again. This is the Alchemist Conference. Should this happen again, you will face dire consequences, Elder Ma stated coldly. The icy glare sent shivers down Yu Ming's spine. Aye. You have already failed. Retreat, Elder Ma declared. Failed. Yu Ming's face turned ashen. He could scarcely believe his defeat, yet the reality was undeniable. Kid, you have guts. Just wait. With that, he stormed away in fury. Sighing softly, Elder Ma then said, let us continue. With Yu Ming no longer a hindrance, Yihan swiftly resumed his refining. He had to admit that controlling spirit fire was significantly more challenging than ordinary flames. Fortunately, Yihan possessed a 5-fold enhancement. This enhancement was not limited to the quantity of pills he could refine. It also applied to his control over fire. Before long, he became adept at managing the spirit fire. Supported by his immense spiritual strength, the 3 spirit herbs gradually began to dissolve. In stark contrast, the other participants appeared pale. Simultaneously refining 3 spirit herbs was a tremendous drain on spiritual energy, and lacking Yihan's formidable power made their efforts arduous. Bang! 5 minutes later, another resounding explosion echoed through the air. A pale-faced man clad in yellow sat on the ground. Alas, even Master Zhou has faltered. It seems that the number of those who can advance is exceedingly scarce. What exactly is the Alchemists Guild aiming to accomplish? The previous Alchemist conferences have never been like this. I am uncertain, but I have heard whispers that there may be some significant developments concerning the conference. Perhaps this trial is related to those happenings. Is that true? As time passed, the sound of failures echoed. Bang, bang, bang. Ultimately, fewer than 30 individuals remained in the arena, among whom at least 10 appeared ashen, their bodies swaying precariously. This indeed appears to be quite arduous, Yihan mused. These individuals possessed commendable alchemical skills, yet at this moment, he merely felt a sense of melancholy. Finally, after 2 minutes, Yihan came to a halt. In his hands appeared 3 vials of spiritual liquid, the culmination of his refinement of the 3 types of spiritual herbs. Success! A faint smile graced his lips. He then glanced at the others, noticing that Han Xiener and Master Liao had also completed their tasks. Upon meeting his gaze, Han Xiener offered an apologetic look. This girl. Yihan shook his head helplessly, fully aware that her actions were not intentional. Time's up, Master Ma announced loudly, prompting the crowd to cease their efforts. Some faces lit up with joy, while others were clouded with sorrow. Observing the participants, Master Ma let out a slight sigh before declaring, the results are clear to all. 18 individuals will advance. 18. The onlookers were taken aback by the revelation, their expressions reflecting disbelief. The challenge was indeed formidable. Thus, today's competition concludes. Tomorrow, we shall commence the final round. I hope everyone will strive even harder. He concluded before departing. Yihan too made his way back. Master Yi, I have arranged a banquet. Shall we proceed now? Lu Xiaoxiao approached with a smile, her respect for Yihan evident. A banquet? Yihan gazed at her in surprise, eliciting a grimace from the middle-aged man nearby. No, I wish to rest and reflect, he replied, shaking his head. He was not fond of such gatherings, and having gained many insights from today's competition, he desired solitude to process them. Very well. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded reluctantly. Until tomorrow then. Yihan offered a brief farewell before departing. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Xiaoxiao sighed deeply. Miss Lu, do not concern yourself with that ungrateful lad. Allow me to accompany you instead. The middle-aged man hurriedly interjected with a smile. Leave me be. Lu Xiaoxiao retorted angrily before storming away, leaving the man's countenance darkened with displeasure. Yihan, Lu Xiaoxiao, mark my words, one day, you shall learn the consequences of crossing me. Chapter 76. The finals begin. That night, under a desolate moonlight, the sky adorned with countless stars. Yihan stood calmly by the window. Beside him, Mu Ningxue sat gently. Are you worried about Yu Ming? After a moment of silence, Mu Ningxue spoke. Yes. Yihan nodded. Although, with his current status and strength, he was not afraid to confront Yu Ming directly. The hidden dangers were more concerning. His greatest worry was still for Mu Ningxue and the others. Regardless of whether it is me, or Xiao Xue and Mei Nyang, since we have chosen you, we are determined to stand by your side. Therefore, you need not compromise your own well-being for our sake. Mu Ningxue looked at Yihan and said. During their time together, She had come to understand Yi Han's character. However, just as Yi Han was about to say something, Mu Ningxue moved closer and gently embraced him. Your future is destined to be extraordinary. In the days to come, you will encounter many more individuals like you Ming. For these challenges, we cannot assist you. I only hope that we will not become a burden to you. Songrong, Yi Han gazed at her in astonishment. To not be envied is to be mediocre. And my man is a prodigious talent. Therefore, Yi Han, no matter what the future holds, I do not wish for you to sacrifice your happiness for us. If one day you reach the pinnacle of greatness, just remember that there was once a woman named Mu Ningxue, and that will suffice. Yi Han found himself at a loss for words. Mu Ningxue was different from Ling Shui and Li Meinyang. She seldom displayed her emotions openly. Yet her heart was profoundly engaged. I promise you, regardless of what lies ahead, you, along with Xiao Xue and Meinyang, are the most significant people in my heart. Yi Han declared earnestly. Yes, I believe you. Mu Ningxue nodded, and then rested her head gently against Yi Han's chest, quietly savoring the tranquility of the night. Meanwhile, within a luxurious inn, Yu Ming's countenance was dark and foreboding, and fragments lay scattered around him. Yi Han, his voice was chillingly cold. The temperature in the room plummeted to frigid levels. A mere setback, and you succumb to despair? How can you face your ancestors? An angry voice boomed as a burly man with a square jaw entered. Father? Yu Ming looked at him in surprise. This man was none other than his father. Yu Shang. Father, what brings you here? Humph. If I hadn't come, would you have gone to seek revenge on Yi Han? Yu Shang scoffed. You fool. Yi Han is now under the scrutiny of the Alchemist Guild. It is all but certain he will join them. Causing him trouble now would be tantamount to courting death. But enough is enough. Have my teachings all gone to waste? Yu Shang continued, his voice cold and filled with murderous intent. That brat, how can I let this go? No one who dares to offend those of Wulong Manor has ever lived to tell the tale. But the Alchemist Guild, do not concern yourself with that at this moment. Furthermore, your master will be returning soon. Is that true, my master? Yu Ming exclaimed, exhilarated. Indeed. After this, you shall accompany your master on a journey. Remember, this world is vast. The Tianlan domain is but a small speck. Even if one dominates here, what significance does it hold? Only by broadening your horizons can your strength truly elevate. Once you become formidable, figures like Yi Han, Han Xiener, and others will pale in comparison. Yu Shanggong spoke earnestly. Father, it's all right. I shall handle matters here. Minger, remember this. Your talent is the finest we have seen in generations, and henceforth, the future of Wulong Manor rests upon your shoulders. I will do everything in my power to assist you. Thank you, father. Yu Ming respectfully nodded. Sighing, Yu Shanggong remarked. Ah, foolish child, I am your father. At that same moment, within a peculiar valley, a man clad in black sat upon a massive stone. Beside him lay a stunning woman, peacefully resting within a crystal coffin. You err, I must depart for a time. When I return, I promise to awaken you, the man murmured. His eyes filled with nostalgia. In the Alchemist Guild, within a hidden chamber, 3 elderly figures sat gravely. Among them was Elder Ma. Elder Ma, are you saying that a peerless prodigy has emerged at this Alchemist Conference? Exclaimed a man in red, excitement evident in his voice. Indeed, be it in soul power, mastery over flames, or other aspects, his prowess is nothing short of perfection. Elder Ma nodded, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. I did not expect that. Apart from the girl from Yaowang Valley, such a figure would also appear. It seems our plans must be adjusted, another elder in white remarked solemnly. Upon hearing the word plans, both their expressions turned serious. Truly, if he is willing to join our Alchemist Guild, he would indeed be the ideal candidate. However, sigh, I will discuss this with him, but those higher-ups, humph, a bunch of useless individuals. Were it not for them, we would not be in this predicament. One day, I shall confront them, the elder in white scoffed, his eyes burning with indignation. It must be this way. I hope Yi Han will agree. A night swiftly passed. The following morning, sunlight bathed the earth, and the city of Yuan was abuzz with activity, particularly in the square. Although the conference was still some time away, the area was already teeming with people, and the excitement was even greater than the previous day. Who do you think will claim the first place this time? I believe it should be Han Xiener. She is the heir of Yaowang Valley, a cut above the rest. Huh. My senior sister Zhao Yun is a prodigy of unparalleled talent. Han Xiener is nothing in comparison. I think that young man, Yi Han, who appeared yesterday, is quite remarkable too. Perhaps he stands a chance at first place. What a pity for young Master Yu. Were it not for his circumstances, with his strength, he would surely secure a top 5 position. As the crowd continued their discussions, time gradually passed. Finally, after a brief hour, Yi Han and his companions made their entrance, instantly igniting the previously bustling square into a fervor. Ladies and gentlemen, Elder Ma appeared, his face adorned with a smile as he surveyed the excited crowd. After yesterday's fierce competition, 18 prodigies have bravely forged ahead into the final third round, where one will emerge as the champion of this grand event. As his words echoed, names resounded from the crowd. Han Xianer, Zhao Yun, Qingfeng, Qingfeng. Their voices soared to the heavens, reverberating throughout the realm. Brother Yi. In a corner, Ling Shui and Li Meinyang also shouted in excitement, yet their voices were too faint and quickly drowned out. Chapter 77. The Three-Pattern Qing Spirit Pill. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, I shall not linger on idle chatter. The third round of the competition officially begins. Elder Ma proclaimed loudly, turning his gaze towards Yi Han and the others. The rules this time were quite simple. Alchemy, with a time limit of 3 hours. The ultimate victor would be determined based on the grade, quality, and efficacy of the elixirs produced. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively sighed in relief, as they were genuinely concerned about facing bizarre challenges. Alchemy was indeed their forte. Alchemy, Yi Han murmured, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. While he might lag behind in other areas, he held no fears when it came to alchemy, especially with his five-fold enhancement. This was no trivial matter. Very well. With that said, I declare the third round of the Alchemist Conference officially underway. Boom. Instantly, the atmosphere surged once more, as all present erupted in cheers. The 18 participants, including Yi Han, made their way toward the plaza, perhaps influenced by the events surrounding Yi Han and Yu Ming yesterday. They all chose alchemy platforms that were quite distant from one another. Yi Han selected a position on the eastern side. With a sweeping motion of his hand, dozens of spiritual herbs materialized before him. This time, he aimed to concoct the Break Spirit Pill, one of the top-tier third-grade elixirs. Simply put, the Break Spirit Pill is capable of breaking barriers and elevating one's cultivation level. Such pills can enhance the cultivation of foundation establishment practitioners by 2 levels without any side effects, and the residual potency will provide considerable benefits for future cultivation. Although it pales in comparison to the 4th-grade King Sealing Pill, it is already regarded as elite within the 3rd grade. Fortuitously, he had previously acquired this pill formula. Looking at the recipe, Yi Han mused, otherwise, it would have been challenging to produce a superior formula with his current abilities. Such is the disadvantage of being a lone cultivator. Without hesitation, he commenced the alchemical process, but not before elevating his entire state to its peak. Simultaneously, he cast his gaze upon the others, who were also beginning their alchemical endeavors. However, his attention lingered the longest on Han Xianer, with her innate wood spirit body. She possessed a unique understanding of flora that others could not rival. Her hands danced gracefully as waves of potent energy resonated around her. Boom. Suddenly, a bluish-white flame manifested in her hand. Could this be the spirit fire? My heavens, the flame is bluish-white, scorching yet not hot. This is the earth-level spirit fire. Ancient spirit flame. How is it possible that she possesses such a spirit fire? Ancient spirit flame. Yi Han was utterly astonished. The ancient spirit flame is indeed not inferior to the azure lotus fire, another earth-level spirit fire. The Medicine King Valley is truly affluent, having such flames in their possession. While the crowd marveled, a sudden clang resonated through the air. From amidst the throng, a woman clad in green waved her hand, and a magnificent golden cauldron appeared before her. Surrounding the cauldron were intricately carved enigmatic runes, and upon its body rested a luminous moon. The Golden Moon Cauldron. Could it truly be the Golden Moon Cauldron? A gasp of astonishment erupted. The Golden Moon Cauldron is a 5th-grade spiritual treasure. Who is this person to possess such a remarkable artifact? You may not know this, but she is Zhao Yun, the granddaughter of Elder Zhao from the Alchemist Guild. What? Elder Zhao? The renowned 5th-grade alchemist among the 3 great alchemists of the Alchemist Guild? No wonder she possesses such treasures. Before long, others began to reveal their own treasures as well. Various cauldrons and spirit fires, artifacts seldom seen in the outside world, emerged one after another. Alas, how wonderful it is to be wealthy. Yi Han couldn't help but sigh. He currently possessed only a 4th-grade cauldron, a defective item he had purchased at an auction. Observing these individuals, he pondered why those smaller sects failed to produce formidable alchemists. Although alchemists can earn a fortune, their expenses are equally terrifying. Sects like Tian Yuan Sect and Wu Ji Sect are simply unable to nurture powerful alchemists. However, he remained undeterred. Since they are all bringing forth their treasures, he too would have to unleash his potential. Yi Han murmured softly, and then his gaze sharpened. With a 5-fold enhancement, he unleashed his full power. In that moment, a tremendous force of spiritual energy surged around him, causing gusts of wind to howl violently. In an instant, dozens of spirit herbs soared into the air. With a grand gesture, Yi Han enveloped all the herbs in flames. My heavens, is he attempting to refine them all at once? Has he lost his mind? Simultaneously refining dozens of spirit herbs? Even a fifth-grade alchemist would not dare to attempt such a feat lightly. Could simultaneous refinement enhance the quality of the elixirs? This notion seemed unheard of. On the high platform, Elder Ma gazed at Yi Han in astonishment. Simultaneous refinement? Not only him, but even Han Xiener and the other participants stared at Yi Han with incredulity. Has he gone mad? Fortunately, they were not ordinary individuals and quickly focused their minds on alchemy. In no time, flames of various colors soared into the air, captivating the onlookers. The sight of an alchemist, particularly one of such exceptional talent, was a rare spectacle. Soon, the fragrance of elixirs wafted through the air. Wow, how delightful. Truly, he is a genius in alchemy. This medicinal aroma must be at least of third-grade quality. Ah, how remarkable. In comparison to them, we are still woefully inadequate. Just then, a dazzling radiance enveloped the heavens and the earth. On Han Xiener's side, a tricolored brilliance shimmered. Tri-patterned. Could it be the tri-patterned spirit pill? Elder Ma gazed in astonishment at the cauldron before Han Xiener. Swiftly, the tricolored light converged towards the cauldron. In the next moment, a pale blue pill emerged into view, adorned with 3 circles of various colored patterns, resplendent in its brilliance. It truly is the tri-patterned spirit pill, Elder Ma murmured, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. The tri-patterned spirit pill? Yi Han also turned to look. The spirit pill is among the most elite of third-tier pills, distinguished by its intricate pill patterns. The more patterns, the higher the quality, and 3 patterns already denote an exceptional standard. Boom. Just as the crowd marveled, a sudden thunderous sound erupted. There, beside Zhao Yun, golden light appeared above the golden spirit cauldron, which soon coalesced in the air, transforming into a golden phoenix. A phenomenon? How could this be? It is impossible for a third-tier pill to manifest such an anomaly. Rather, it should be the manifestation of pill patterns. Nevertheless, it remains exceedingly formidable. Chapter 78. Blessings from Heaven and Earth. Ka. The golden phoenix spread its wings, its dazzling radiance enveloping the entire square. At this moment, every eye was fixated upon the sky. Soon, the ethereal golden phoenix gradually merged, ultimately revealing a golden pill to the astonished spectators. Could this be the legendary Spirit Phoenix pill? An elder exclaimed with excitement. No, the Spirit Phoenix pill is a 6th-tier concoction, although Zhao Yun possesses exceptional talent. How could someone of such youth be a 6th-tier alchemist? Judging by its luster and form, it must be a 3rd-tier Golden Sun pill. A Golden Sun pill? The elder nodded. Indeed, a 6th-tier pill cannot be produced by anyone in the entire Tianlan region. The Golden Sun pill is among the finest of 3rd-tier pills, and having previously triggered the manifestation of pill patterns, its grade must be quite high. However, it remains uncertain who among Han Xiener's tri-pattern spirit pill and this one holds superiority. Oh, it is unexpected that this year's Alchemist Conference would witness the simultaneous emergence of 2 unparalleled prodigies, both strikingly beautiful. As the crowd engaged in fervent discussion, Master Ma on the high platform wore a broad smile, stroking his beard. This girl, I did not expect her to truly succeed in refining such a pill. He then turned his gaze towards Yi Han. Whether in the first round or the second, Yi Han had provided him with great surprises. He too was eager to see if Yi Han could create yet another miracle. Not only him, Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes were also fixed intently on Yi Han. Yi Han, can you once again conjure a miracle? Buzz. At that moment, a violent energy fluctuation surged forth. In the blink of an eye, the once bright sky suddenly dimmed. Following this, at Yi Han's location, a towering pillar of light ascended into the heavens, piercing the sky. Instantly, the atmosphere trembled, and subsequently, blue blossoms began to cascade from above. What? Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd was left in a state of profound astonishment. Even Elder Ma gazed at the sky with an expression of disbelief. Could this be a divine blessing from the heavens? Such a phenomenon is exceedingly rare. It is said that when something reaches its pinnacle, the will of the universe bestows its favor. Generally, such blessings are reserved for cultivators who attain a certain realm or when a divine artifact emerges. And now what is this? Yi Han, too, wore a look of surprise. To be honest, he was equally perplexed by the occurrence. Could it be that today I am in exceptional form? Yi Han pondered. Ever since he assimilated his insights from the previous day, he felt remarkably well, which was why he dared to refine dozens of spirit herbs at once. Unexpectedly, the blue flowers continued to fall, transforming the entire square into a sea of azure. The radiant blue light shimmered, and the enchanting fragrance captivated all, leaving them in a state of rapture. How beautiful! Is this truly a celestial phenomenon? I never anticipated that after Zhao Yun, another could invoke such an extraordinary sight. A prodigy, an unparalleled prodigy. Exclamations of astonishment erupted. Even Han Xiener and Zhao Yun stared blankly at Yi Han. Suddenly, a colossal sound reverberated through the air. In an instant, All the blue flowers seemed summoned, converging before Yihan. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a pill of pure ice blue emerged. A gentle breeze swept by, dispersing the rich aroma of the elixir. How delightful! My heavens, upon inhaling this scent, I feel as though my cultivation is on the verge of a breakthrough. How miraculous! Is this the spirit-breaking pill? Why does it differ from the ones I encountered previously? Could it be a pill never before seen? Yihan waved his hand, and the pill soared into his grasp. Yihan gazed at the pill in astonishment, for he noticed 5 vibrant blue flowers adorning its surface. These blossoms were so lifelike, akin to blooming flowers in full splendor. From within, he sensed an overwhelming surge of energy. Typically, a spirit-breaking pill can elevate a foundational cultivator by 1 level, and a high-quality one might allow for a 2-level breakthrough. What could this one achieve? Yihan speculated. Subsequently, many others completed their refining, yet none experienced phenomena comparable to those of Yihan and Zhao Yun. At last, 3 hours swiftly passed. Elder Ma approached the square, surveying the crowd. As everyone had completed their refining, the next phase would be the evaluation segment. To ensure fairness, we have enlisted 30 alchemy masters who will determine the final results of this alchemist convention based on their individual assessments. With that, dozens of maidens stepped forward, cautiously collecting the elixirs produced by each participant. Not long after, a group of elderly men with silver hair made their entrance. These individuals were renowned alchemists from the Tianlan region. Yihan, however, was indifferent to their presence and chose instead to sit quietly, awaiting the proceedings. Time passed slowly, and at last, after half an hour, Elder Ma reappeared. Instantly, the audience turned their excited gazes towards him, curious about who would emerge victorious. I wonder who will take the first place, someone mused. I believe Wanxiang and Zhao Yun should perform quite well. Indeed, although Master Liao's elixir did not evoke any extraordinary phenomena, its quality appears commendable. It may well secure a spot in the top 10. Everyone is remarkable, but I am most astonished by that individual named Yihan. Ahem. Elder Ma cleared his throat, and the hall fell silent. I assume everyone is eager to hear the results, so I shall dispense with the preamble and announce the final standings. 10th place, Zhao Han. 9th place, Ning Sa. 8th place, Liao Yuan. 3rd place, Zhao Yun. 2nd place, Han Xianer. And as for 1st place, at this moment, a smile graced Elder Ma's lips as his gaze turned toward Yihan. Congratulations. After the evaluations by numerous alchemy masters, your Breaking Spirit elixir is deemed the finest of this competition. Thus 1st place rightfully belongs to you. Boom. With this declaration, the crowd erupted in excitement. All eyes fixated on Yihan. Hooray! Brother Yi is first. Ha! Brother Yi is the champion. Ling Shui shouted with exuberance. I knew Brother Yi could do it. Li Mainyang chimed in, equally thrilled. Though Mu Ning Shuang did not join in the raucous cheers, her eyes sparkled with excitement. 1st place? Yihan was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, he had never anticipated securing the top position. Yet, he felt no apprehension. Since he had achieved it, he would accept it with grace. As for the future, he would cross that bridge when he came to it. Chapter 79, Joining the Alchemist Guild. 2nd place? In contrast to the jubilation surrounding her, Han Xianer wore a look of disappointment. However, she quickly reconciled her feelings. She had witnessed Yihan's prowess firsthand. Moreover, she possessed both spirit fire and a wood spirit body, while Yihan had none of those advantages. Yihan, she cast a glance at him, determination flickering in her eyes. Now, it was time for the award ceremony. Elder Ma spoke with a smile, and with a wave of his hand. 3 luminous orbs materialized before Yihan, those very treasures unveiled prior to the competition. Exhaling deeply, Yihan gazed at the items before him. These were treasures he had once deemed unattainable, yet now they lay before him. Thank you, esteemed elder. Yihan respectfully bowed. Ha, no need for thanks. These are rightfully yours, Elder Ma replied with a hearty laugh, waving his hand once more to reveal several more treasures. He proceeded to bestow them upon the other participants, each item more precious than the last, igniting fervent excitement among the onlookers. After a full hour, the awards ceremony finally concluded. Next came the pivotal moment. At this moment, Elder Ma spoke once more, and the crowd fell silent in anticipation. The Alchemist Conference, beyond the rewards, held paramount importance in the opportunity to join the Alchemist Guild, a dream cherished by many alchemists. Elder Ma scanned the faces of Yihan and his companions before declaring, This conference has unveiled to me the promising future of our alchemical realm in the Tianlan domain. Therefore, Zhao Han, would you be willing to join my Alchemist Guild? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man named Zhao Han was visibly thrilled. Do not rush to respond, Elder Ma continued, before you answer. I must convey that our Alchemist Guild is distinct from other factions. Here, you will face no restrictions. As long as you do not act against the interests of the guild, we shall devote ourselves to your training and we will not interfere in your personal matters. This is crucial for you to understand. His message was clear. The guild would solely assist in matters of alchemy, leaving aside issues of enmity, profit, or rivalry. This principle had allowed the Alchemist Guild to flourish, earning the respect of various powers within the Tianlan domain. Now, you may tell me your decision, he urged. I am willing, Zhao Han replied without hesitation, fully aware of the opportunity at hand. Excellent. Elder Ma exclaimed with a hearty laugh, then turned his gaze towards another individual. Li Ming, do you consent? I am willing, came the prompt response. Elder Ma extended invitations one by one, predominantly to those ranked among the top 10. Although he had previously stated that anyone could have a chance regardless of their results, the invitations naturally gravitated towards those with talent and strength. So far, none had declined. Ultimately, only Han Xiener and Yi Han remained. Upon seeing Han Xiener, Elder Ma's expression turned somewhat helpless. Han Xiener, would you be willing to join my Alchemist Guild? She glanced at him, then shook her head. I fear I must decline your kind offer. Refused? Yi Han murmured to himself, though he understood her predicament. After all, Han Xiener hailed from the Medicine King Valley. While there were no restrictions on joining the Alchemist Guild, it would not bode well for the valley's reputation, rendering her refusal quite reasonable. Sighing softly, Elder Ma did not press further. His gaze shifted to Yi Han, brimming with excitement. Yi Han, would you be willing to join my Alchemist Guild? Rest assured, upon your acceptance, we shall fulfill any request you have, and from this moment on, we will devote ourselves to nurturing your potential. It was evident that he held Yi Han in high regard. Thank you for your esteemed recognition, Master. I am willing to join, Yi Han affirmed with a nod. The Alchemist Guild was distinctly different from the Wanxiang Pavilion, and thus he agreed to join. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Elder Ma exclaimed thrice, a testament to his elation. In light of this, the Alchemist Conference has reached its conclusion. After expressing his gratitude for everyone's support and exchanging some pleasantries, Master Ma departed with Yi Han and his companions, who also left with a sense of reluctance. The headquarters of the Alchemist Association, situated in the heart of Yuan City, is an imposing palace. As Yi Han proceeded, he encountered numerous formidable figures, each possessing at least the cultivation of the Golden Core stage, with several even at the nascent Soul stage. These individuals serve as the esteemed guests of the Alchemist Guild, maintaining order within the association. A gentle voice resonated, and a striking woman approached. It was Zhao Yun. She regarded Yi Han with a curious expression, which made him feel somewhat awkward. Is there something on my face? He mused. Zhao Yun, momentarily taken aback, then spoke. Yi Han, I concede defeat this time. But it won't be long before I surpass you. Thus, I declare my challenge to you. A challenge? Yi Han was taken aback. Indeed. Within 3 years, maximum 3 years, I will undoubtedly exceed you. Just don't cry when that happens, she declared confidently before departing. 3 years. Yi Han chuckled lightly. If it were regarding other matters, he might hesitate. Yet in the realm of alchemy, he was certain he could outpace her in just a year, considering he possessed a unique advantage. Thus, he paid no heed to her declaration of war. Subsequently, under the guidance of a maid, Yi Han received some items symbolic of the Alchemist Guild, including garments and tokens. Is this the insignia of a third-rank alchemist? He murmured, gazing at the 3 stars on his attire. Ha ha ha. Congratulations on your induction, young friend Yi. Boomed a hearty laughter. An elderly man clad in white approached, exuding an extraordinary presence. As he passed, others bowed in respect. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Lin Hao, he announced. Lin Hao. Yi Han was taken aback. He had heard of this name. He was the president of the Alchemist Guild in the Tianlan region and one of the 3 renowned 5th-rank alchemists. To meet such a person was beyond his expectations. Why so formal? If you don't mind an old man, just call me Old Yun. Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively. Yi Han nodded, not wanting to dwell on the matter, which pleased Lin Hao. However, soon his demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Old Yun, is there something amiss? Yi Han inquired. Alas, Lin Hao sighed. There are too many ears here. Follow me. Under Lin Hao's guidance, Yi Han entered an ancient room. I presume you have been curious as to why this Alchemist Conference differs from those of the past, Lin Hao stated. Indeed, Yi Han acknowledged. Actually, it all stems from one significant matter. Lin Hao sighed again, casting a glance at Yi Han. Have you heard of the Dan Tower? Dan Tower. Yi Han was even more astonished. He was familiar with the Dan Tower. It is rumored that tens of thousands of years ago, a magnificent tower suddenly emerged. Its origins remain shrouded in mystery, and the reasons for its abrupt appearance are unknown. After extensive research over a prolonged period, it was ultimately discovered that the tower possessed the remarkable ability to rapidly enhance one's spiritual power. This revelation ignited a fierce conflict among the major factions, culminating in a war, which was finally quelled by the intervention of an unparalleled powerhouse. In the aftermath, it was decreed that the tower would be shared among all. The tower opens its gates every 50 years, and our Alchemist Guild is granted 10 slots each year for entry. However, as he spoke, his expression grew increasingly grave. During the last opening of the tower, our members from the Tianlan domain were trapped within, and they remain so to this day. Trapped inside? Yihan inquired, perplexed. Indeed. That individual is my revered master and the founder of the Alchemist Guild in the Tianlan domain. For years, we have exhausted every possible means to rescue them. Our research has revealed that the defensive array of the tower weakens significantly every decade. So, you intend to send someone in during that time? Yihan questioned. Beginning to grasp the intentions behind the Alchemist Guild's recent shift, they sought to find a person of formidable spiritual power to execute the rescue. Precisely. It is a matter of necessity. Since the tower's inception, no one has survived inside for more than 50 years. Thus, merely entering the tower demands an exceptional level of spiritual strength. This upcoming conference will alter the rules precisely for this reason. As he spoke, his gaze turned to Yihan, filled with anticipation. Is that so? Yihan's expression also grew solemn. The tower. He had only heard tales of it. What lay within remained a mystery to all. I shall consider it. Well, you need not feel pressured. We will not coerce you, if you are unwilling. It is perfectly acceptable. We have made ample preparations. Lin Hao nodded, then continued, as per our previous agreement, you may now present one request. One request? Yihan's face lit up, and he replied, I require a restoration pill. Lin Hao paused slightly, taken aback. The request was neither excessive nor extravagant. Rather, it was surprisingly simple. This need not be a burden. If you require a restoration pill, I can personally ensure you receive one. Perhaps consider another request? No. This will suffice, Yihan replied with a smile. He wished to avoid incurring any debts of gratitude to others. Were it not for Mu Ningxue's urgent need for the restoration pill, he would not have spoken up. Very well then, Lin Hao conceded with a resigned nod, instructing someone to retrieve the pill. In the ensuing moments, the two engaged in a dialogue, and before long, a maid approached, carrying a box. Yihan, truly, will you not reconsider any other requests? Lin Hao persistently inquired. I am grateful for your kind offer, but at this moment, this is all I require. Should I have further needs in the future, I will not hesitate to seek your assistance. Ah, very well. Should you ever require my help, do not hesitate to ask. Thank you, esteemed elder. Upon receiving the elixir, Yihan let out a sigh of relief. In recent days, he had frequently observed the dimness in Mu Ningxuan's eyes. How could he not understand her yearning? Finally, he said, Senior, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. All right, do visit often when you have the time. After bidding farewell to Lin Hao, Yihan departed. Not long after his exit, an elder entered, the esteemed Master Ma. His gaze followed the direction in which Yihan had departed. Would he acquiesce? Alas, one could only rely on fate. However, we must also prepare ourselves. If that group above discovers anything, it could spell trouble. After leaving the Alchemist Guild, Yihan made his way directly to the Wanxiang Pavilion. At this moment, Lu Xiaoxiao and others were already waiting there. Master Yi, I cannot express enough gratitude for your assistance this time, Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her excitement palpable. From the very beginning, she had held Yihan in high regard, yet she had not anticipated his triumph in securing first place. Thus, Wanxiang Pavilion had greatly benefited from this outcome. Not at all, Yihan waved his hand dismissively. I merely wished to repay the kindness shown to me by Elder Wu back then. Indeed, Lu Xiaoxiao nodded. Then with a flourish of her hand, a storage ring materialized in her grasp. This is a small token of appreciation from Wanxiang Pavilion. I hope you will accept it. A token? Yihan glanced at her. As a prominent trade guild spanning the Tianlan region, how could Wanxiang Pavilion's gesture be anything but significant? Very well. I shall accept it. Yihan did not refuse, which brought immense joy to Lu Xiaoxiao's countenance. However, just as she was about to say something further, Yihan interjected. Miss Lu, if there is nothing else, we should be heading back. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future. Lu Xiaoxiao's expression dimmed slightly. Yet she did not press the matter. Until we meet again. Indeed. With that, Yihan took his leave. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Xiaoxiao sighed softly. What's this? Are you smitten with him? A gentle voice inquired. A young man stepped forward. It was Lu Hong, whom Yihan had encountered previously. Smitten? Lu Xiaoxiao shook her head. My heart belongs solely to the guild. I shall not entertain thoughts of anything else. With that, she too departed, leaving Lu Hong to sigh in resignation. Why must it be this way? His gaze turned toward the direction Yihan had gone. Yihan, perhaps only you, he murmured. A peculiar smile suddenly gracing his lips before fading away. At the entrance of Yuan City, Brother Yi, are we returning now? Ling Shui asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. She had expected to linger here a bit longer. Yes, Yihan affirmed with a nod. While Yuan City was indeed splendid, it was not yet the right time for him. Although he had achieved first place in the Alchemist Conference and joined the Alchemist Guild, Yi Han was acutely aware that his current strength was still far inferior to that of others, especially those from the great powers. He even lagged behind other alchemists. As his rise had been too swift, it seemed he must seek an opportunity to establish his own influence, Yi Han pondered. Regardless of how the Alchemist Guild and the Moonlit Pavilion regard themselves, they are ultimately merely factions belonging to others. It is only one's own power that can truly provide a sense of security. However, he remains unhurried. At present, he possesses an abundance of time, and the establishment of a faction necessitates careful consideration of various elements. It cannot be accomplished in haste. The most pressing matter now compels his gaze towards Mu Ningxue. Let us return home. Chapter 81. Breakthrough. Invitation from the experts of the Xingyun Sect. Time flows like water, and before one realizes, 3 hours have elapsed. Under the full propulsion of the escape sky shuttle, Yi Han returned to Tiandan City in a mere 3 hours. Upon arriving at his residence, he was greeted by the sight of Zhang Tian, who rushed over with an expression of excitement. "Master!" Zhang Tian exclaimed hurriedly. Beside him stood an elderly man clad in plain robes. The old man bore an unremarkable appearance, the sort one would struggle to identify in a crowd. Yet, the aura emanating from him was exceedingly formidable. He was a nascent soul expert. Yi Han felt a jolt of astonishment. How could such a powerful figure be present here? "Brother Zhang," Yi Han greeted with a smile, subsequently allowing Mu Ningxue and the other 2 women to return first. "Ha ha ha, congratulations, Master. We've already heard about the Alchemist Conference. It's truly remarkable," Zhang Tian shouted in excitement. However, upon noticing the elderly man beside him, his expression immediately shifted. "This is Elder Hao from our Xingyun sect." At that moment, the elder approached, regarding Yi Han with a look of astonishment before nodding in satisfaction. "Indeed, a young genius. Senior, you flatter me," Yi Han replied, maintaining a demeanor of humility and composure. Such composure and poise in a young man are increasingly rare. "Now, I shall not mince words. I come on behalf of the Xingyun sect to congratulate you on securing first place at the Alchemist Conference. And I would like to extend an invitation for you to join our sect as an honorary elder. Pray tell, what are your thoughts on this?" "Another invitation?" Yi Han felt no surprise. "Thank you, Senior, but I currently have no intention of joining any faction. I fear I may disappoint you." Yi Han respectfully declined. Upon hearing this, the elder displayed no signs of anger. Instead, he smiled and nodded, as if he had anticipated Yi Han's response. "Since you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter. However, if you find yourself with time in the future, do visit our Xingyun sect." "Very well. I shall make it a point to visit when I can," Yi Han replied, though he did not wish to join. He would not refuse the opportunity to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Xingyun sect. After exchanging a few more words, Yi Han took his leave. "Elder, what shall we do next?" Zhang Tian inquired. His ability to resist temptation and his steadfast character indicate that he will accomplish extraordinary feats in the future. "You have done well this time, and I shall report this to the sect. The rewards you deserve will certainly be forthcoming." "Thank you, Elder." Zhang Tian's face lit up with joy. From now on, maintain a good relationship with him. This is your opportunity, as well as that of our Xingyun sect. Do you understand? "Indeed." With that, the elder departed as well. Zhang Tian returned with an expression of eager anticipation. Upon entering the room, Yi Han was greeted by Mu Ningxue, who awaited him. "Has the Xingyun sect also come to invite you?" she inquired. "Indeed," Yi Han nodded, revealing no secrets. "As your reputation gradually spreads, more and more factions will seek to invite you." "I am somewhat concerned," Mu Ningxue said, her expression grave. "Yi Han is truly exceptional. Naturally, the major powers will not relent. However, once you align with a particular faction, others may resort to any means to obliterate you. After all, no one wishes for their rival factions to harbor such an extraordinary individual." "Indeed," Yi Han sighed, knowing full well the truth of her words. This was one of the reasons he had declined to join any faction. Rest assured, there should be no immediate danger. As for the future, I will devise a good plan. He waved his hand dismissively, then turned his gaze toward her. "But let us not dwell on that for now." With a flourish, a delicate box appeared in his hand, releasing a fragrant aroma of elixir. Mu Ningxue was taken aback. She recognized that scent all too well, having encountered it before at the Alchemist Guild. Yi Han smiled gently and handed the box to her. "Take it." Mu Ningxue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She was not foolish. She understood that Yi Han had likely paid a considerable price for this elixir. "Silly girl, why are you crying? I have said it before. You are my woman, and I will treat you well. Not just you, but also Mei Nyang and Ling Shui. I will protect you all." Tears streamed down Mu Ningxue's face, but she quickly wiped them away, fixing her gaze intently upon Yi Han. "Thank you. Is that something we need to say between us?" "Indeed," Mu Ningxue replied, nodding emphatically, her resolve silently strengthening within. She vowed to do her utmost to assist Yi Han in the future. I shall go find Xiao Xue and the others. If there's anything, just call for me. With that, Yi Han departed the room, leaving Mu Ningxuang staring blankly at the elixir box in her hands. Since her injury, she had endured countless hardships for this elixir, and now, she sighed softly. Slowly, she settled into a meditative position. Meanwhile, Yi Han arrived in the hall, where Ling Shui and Li Meinyang were diligently practicing. Observing their earnest expressions, Yi Han could not help but sigh. Although the two did not speak of it, he was well aware that their relentless training was for his sake. Big brother Yi? A voice broke the silence, as Li Meinyang opened her eyes. Yes, Yi Han replied with a warm smile, moving closer to the two women. With a wave of his hand, 2 storage rings appeared before them. These contain some cultivation techniques I have collected over the past few days, perfectly suited for your training. Thank you, big brother Yi. The 2 women gratefully accepted the rings without hesitation. Train diligently. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me or Ningxuang. With everything settled, Yi Han prepared to continue his endeavors. Yi Han entered the alchemy chamber, but this time he did not engage in the art of potion making. Instead, with a swift motion of his hand, a jade blue elixir materialized in his grasp, the broken spirit pill, the very one he had crafted during the Alchemist Conference. He pondered how many levels of strength this pill might allow him to transcend. Without further hesitation, he consumed it. The moment the elixir touched his tongue, it dissolved instantly, unleashing a torrent of ferocious energy within him. Such power! Yi Han's expression shifted, overwhelmed by the sheer ferocity of the energy. At that moment, he felt as though his body might burst from the intensity, prompting him to swiftly channel the celestial star technique. Instantly, the energy coursed through his meridians, radiating outward. As he absorbed this energy, his cultivation level steadily ascended. Half an hour later, he heard 2 muffled thuds reverberate through the air. Had he truly broken through 2 levels consecutively? Yi Han's face lit up with joy, and without a moment's hesitation, he devoted himself to absorbing the remaining energy. Finally, after an hour, the energy of the broken spirit pill was completely assimilated. Although it did not propel him to a higher tier, he had made significant progress, reaching the pinnacle of the 6th level of foundation establishment. Feeling the surge of power within, Yi Han was filled with exhilaration. This level of cultivation was quite commendable in the Tianlan domain. Now, he needed to contemplate his future path. Chapter 82, Xinyuan Yun. Unrivaled beneath the transformation realm, the future path. Yi Han murmured to himself, his expression turning serious. Despite his outwardly impressive standing, he was acutely aware that the dangers lurking in the shadows were far more daunting than before. Setting aside the previous fallout with the Blood Spirit Sect for the sake of saving Mu Ningxiang, this recent Alchemist Conference had introduced formidable adversaries, including the middle-aged man, Yu Ming, and Zhao Chong, all backed by powerful factions, far beyond his current capabilities. Damn it, how have so many enemies suddenly appeared? Yi Han found himself at a loss. He had always exercised caution, yet it seemed he would indeed need to establish his own influence, even if he could not compare to the larger sects. At the very least, he could ensure his own safety. However, the thought of how to build such a foundation left him perplexed. Sigh. I suppose I'll take it one step at a time, he mused, letting out a faint sigh before leaving the room. Meanwhile, Mu Ningxiang had finally refined the restoration pill. A powerful aura radiated from her being. Did you succeed? Yi Han inquired with delight. Yes, not only have I recovered, but my cultivation has also advanced, Mu Ningxiang replied, her expression brimming with joy. Oh, Yi Han exclaimed in surprise, not expecting such an outcome. What is your current cultivation level? 5 levels of golden core. Yi Han gasped, but quickly regained his composure. After all, Mu Ningxiang was the most talented disciple of the Tianyuan sect. He had witnessed the combat prowess of Wang Yin and Zhou Qingyao, both at the golden core level. Thus, it was only natural for Mu Ningxiang to reach the golden core realm as well. Reflecting on Zhou Qingyao, he realized he had not heard any news of her since their last encounter. Uncertain of the current circumstances, Yi Han smiled and remarked, "It seems I may need your protection in the future." Mu Ningxue nodded, fully aware that Yi Han was jesting. Given Yi Han's current standing, it would be an arduous task for even a nascent soul master to pose a threat to him, let alone a golden core cultivator. Very well. You both should rest at home for now. I have a matter to attend to, Yi Han stated before taking his leave. Not long after, he found himself on the bustling streets of Tiandan City, which remained as lively as ever. Just as he considered browsing for potential purchases, a shadow suddenly appeared before him, a man clad entirely in black. Is it you? Yi Han exclaimed in surprise. The figure was none other than the black-clad man he had encountered previously. Xinyuan Yun pays respects to the master, the man declared respectfully, kneeling on one knee. This left Yi Han utterly astonished. What is this? I had previously mentioned that should you place in the top 10 at the Alchemist Conference, I would fulfill your earlier request, and for the next 5 years, I shall accompany you. Yihan felt somewhat at a loss for words. Please rise. Yes. The black-clad man nodded respectfully. Yihan scrutinized him closely, pondering the significance of the surname Xian Yuan. Indeed, a rare name typically associated with individuals of notable stature. Yet, considering the man's temperament, Yihan was certain he was not an ordinary person. There is no need for you to accompany me, as per our previous agreement. You need only assist me with 3 tasks. Yihan waved his hand. The thought of a grown man trailing him at all times was somewhat uncomfortable. Understood. Xian Yuan nodded in agreement, falling silent as he stood quietly behind Yihan. An awkward atmosphere settled between them, making Yihan feel somewhat awkward himself. Cough, cough. If I may be so bold as to inquire, what is your current level of cultivation? Yihan asked, clearing his throat. Please don't misunderstand. I merely wish to plan ahead should I require your assistance in the future. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan's countenance turned pale, his fists clenched tightly. His eyes filled with a mix of grief and indignation. What's this? Yihan furrowed his brow at the sight. However, Xian Yuan quickly regained his composure. As for my current level of cultivation, I am not entirely certain, but beneath the God transformation realm in this Tianlong domain, I believe no one is my match. Hiss. Yihan inhaled sharply. Invincible beneath the God transformation? Truly remarkable. Should the master have any commands, please do not hesitate to express them. Xian Yuan declared before vanishing without a trace. Yihan was left speechless but did not dwell on it for long. A surge of excitement coursed through him. With such a formidable ally, his safety was assured. Now, it was time to seek out a shop. Yihan contemplated, having previously considered opening a store. Previously, he lacked the necessary strength, but now the situation has changed. With the identity of an alchemist guild member and the backing of the Xingyun sect, opening a shop here should pose no difficulties. Without hesitation, Yihan proceeded forward. Before long, he discovered a shop front. Although the rent was exorbitant, he effortlessly secured the lease. In the following days, aside from engaging in profound discussions about life with the 3 women, he devoted himself to alchemy within his chamber. Unbeknownst to him, 10 days slipped by. His shop was soon fully renovated, and today marked the grand opening. He flung open the door and stepped outside. Upon arriving at the shop, he observed Ling Shui, Li Mainyang, and Mu Ning Shuang busily attending to various tasks. Behind them, a group of disciples from the Tianyuan sect were also diligently occupied. Previously, Yihan had suggested enlisting the help of the Tianyuan sect, to which Mu Ning Shuang had readily agreed. After all, the Tianyuan sect had become a mere shadow of its former self, and those disciples required resources for their cultivation, making this arrangement mutually beneficial. Big brother Yi, you're here? Upon seeing Yihan, Ling Shui rushed over. How are the preparations coming along? Yihan inquired with a smile. Everything is nearly ready. Moreover, thanks to our prior promotions, many people have already gathered outside. Once we open, we will surely reap significant profits. Ling Shui exclaimed with excitement. In truth, making money was secondary. What brought her the greatest joy was the opportunity to finally contribute to Yihan's endeavors. Oh, is that so? Yihan nodded, untroubled by the prospects. Soon, the sun rose high in the sky, and everything was in place on Yihan's end. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the shop officially opened. Firecrackers erupted, creating a lively atmosphere. Ha ha ha, congratulations on your grand opening, master. The first to enter was Zhang Tian, accompanied by a group of disciples from the Xingyun sect. Following the conclusion of the Alchemist Conference, his respect for Yihan had grown significantly. Brother Zhang, Yihan greeted with a smile, harboring a fondness for him. Shortly thereafter, many others arrived, including representatives from various shops. According to local customs, neighboring businesses would come to show their support for a newly opened establishment. And Yihan welcomed each one warmly. Ha ha ha, young Master Yi, it has been a while. An elderly voice rang out. An old man gradually entered the shop. Old Wu, what brings you here? Yihan exclaimed, astonished at Wu Lao's unexpected arrival. He had not informed anyone else of this occasion, so the visit took him by surprise. You are being quite inconsiderate, young Master Yi, not informing me of such an event. Wu Lao remarked. It is merely a trivial matter, hardly worthy of your esteemed presence. Yihan quickly replied. You are far too modest. How can you consider this a triviality? Wu Lao chuckled heartily, observing Yihan's expression. With a grand wave of his hand, dozens of burly men entered, each carrying enormous crates. What is this? Time was of the essence, and I had little opportunity to prepare. This is but a humble token of my regard, and I hope that brother Yi will not take offense. Wu Old was overly polite. Yihan did not decline, for after all, the gesture was presented before him. To refuse would seem rather impolite. Upon seeing Yihan accept the offering, Wu Old's expression brightened. Subsequently, under the arrangement of Mu Ningxiang, the shop officially commenced its operations. With the backing of the Xingyun Sect and the Wangyue Pavilion, the public placed immense trust in this establishment, leading to a swift depletion of all medicinal pills. Yihan was not surprised by this. At that moment, he and Wu Old had retreated to a sitting room. Wu Old, I presume you have matters to discuss on this visit? Yihan inquired. You are perceptive as always, Wu Old nodded, but his expression quickly turned grave. Indeed, there are pressing issues concerning Dechu. Dechu? Yihan's countenance hardened. Indeed, ever since you saved Mu Ningxiang, the Blood Spirit Sect has been utterly incensed, allying with 3 other sects to seek vengeance. Vengeance. The mention of the word sent a chill through Yihan. He knew he must confront Wang Yan. Now, your status is no longer ordinary, and with the support of the Xingyun Sect and the Alchemist Guild, they naturally dare not act against you. But, what do you mean? Alas, even before my arrival, Wang Yan had already besieged the entire Dechu royal palace, and there is also one named Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong. Yihan's expression grew even colder. If there was anyone in Dechu he held concern for, it was certainly Zhao Chong. After all, he had aided him greatly before. Should any harm come to Zhao Chong due to him, it would be intolerable. What has happened to him? Rest assured, he is unharmed. Though he has been expelled from the sect by the Blood Spirit Sect, I have arranged for his departure from Dechu. But the Blood Spirit Sect will undoubtedly not relent. At this point, Wu Old's expression bore a hint of remorse. Brother Yi, you are well aware of the situation with our Wangyue Pavilion, so I hope you can. It is of no concern. Yihan shook his head. The Wangyue Pavilion is a commercial entity. They do not meddle in the rivalries between sects, and Yihan understood this well. Thank you, Wu Old nodded. You mentioned that the Blood Spirit Sect has surrounded the Dechu royal family? How could they dare to act against them? Yihan asked again. Alas, previously, there was an agreement between the Dechu royal family and the 3 major sects, and a powerful entity stood behind the Dechu royal family, which deterred the Blood Spirit Sect. However, for some reason, the Blood Spirit Sect has now established contact with the Huangquan Pavilion. Huangquan Pavilion. Upon hearing those 3 words, Yihan's expression grew more solemn. The Huangquan Pavilion is one of the 2 dominant powers in the Tianlan domain, the other being the Xingyun Sect. Due to various circumstances, the overall strength of the Huangquan Pavilion surpasses that of the Xingyun Sect. Yet, the Blood Spirit Sect is merely a faction of Dechu. How could they? The Huangquan Pavilion, even our Wangyue Pavilion, does not dare to provoke lightly. Thus, I have come to warn you. If there are no pressing matters, it is best not to leave Tianan City, Wu Old said gravely. Not to leave. Yihan's brow furrowed deeply. Had it been earlier, he might not have departed. However, Chu Yu owed a debt of gratitude to Mu Ningxuan, and given Mu Ningxuan's character, she would undoubtedly not remain indifferent to the situation. As for himself and Mu Ningxuan, Yi Xiaoga need not worry. The young lady had already made arrangements, and even the Huangquan Pavilion would have to show us some respect. Mr. Wu remarked with a smile. Thank you. Yihan nodded. Yes, you only need to heed one thing. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now, and we can converse again when time permits. All right. After speaking, Mr. Wu departed. Yihan, however, sat in the room with a solemn expression. Wang Yan, Huangquan Pavilion. Buzz. At that moment, an extraordinary radiance burst forth from his body. In the next instant, an enigmatic rune materialized at his brow. Tap, tap, tap. Following that, a series of crisp footsteps echoed, and a tall figure gradually emerged. It was a woman who appeared to be around 20 years of age, with a delicate visage, an alluring figure, and an air of seductive charm, resembling a captivating deity. Utterly breathtaking. It's you? Yihan was astonished. This person was none other than the purple spirit Mongoose. Yet, at this moment, her physique, countenance, and demeanor were completely transformed from before. If her previous self had resembled a neighborly girl, now she embodied a sultry sister next door. Moreover, Yihan sensed a noble aura emanating from her. What brings you here? Yihan gazed at her in surprise. During this period of relative safety, he had not summoned the purple spirit Mongoose, never anticipating such a profound change. I must take my leave. The purple spirit Mongoose suddenly spoke. Her voice was irresistibly enticing, causing even Yihan to shudder involuntarily. This allure was not superficial. It resonated deeply within one's soul, innate and profound. Leave. There are matters I must attend to. But rest assured, our previous agreement still stands. Furthermore, as she spoke, the expression of the purple spirit Mongoose abruptly shifted to one of gravity. If you encounter that old madman again, please convey a message. The events of yesteryear are now behind us. Yihan appeared bewildered. What do you mean? Enough. At that moment, the purple spirit Mongoose waved her hand, and an unusual surge of energy erupted from her. In the next instant, Yihan felt a heavy sensation in his head, followed by the sudden disappearance of his connection with the purple spirit Mongoose. Hiss. Yihan inhaled sharply. It is known that a soul contract cannot be severed, even by a typical transformation realm expert, and her strength clearly did not reach that level. Take care. Yi Han spoke. The purple spirit Mongoose glanced at him, then waved her right hand again, producing a jade talisman before Yi Han. Take this. If one day you manage to leave the Eastern Continent, you can use this talisman to find me. Leave the Eastern Continent. Yi Han's expression turned grave. The Eastern Continent was vast and boundless. Even now, he had not ventured beyond the Tianlan domain. Very well. Yi Han, without hesitation, stowed away the jade talisman. I shall take my leave now. I hope we shall meet again. As for the yin-yang fusion pill, should you truly succeed in its refinement, send me a message, and I shall seek you out. With that, the figure of the purple spirit Mongoose shimmered and gradually vanished from sight. Chapter 84. Farewell, Zhao Chong. Watching the departing silhouette of the purple spirit Mongoose, Yi Han felt a twinge of reluctance in his heart. Yet he understood that with his current strength, he was not capable of persuading the Mongoose to remain. It is what it is, he mused, shaking his head slightly, and then he rose to his feet. Before long, he returned to the shop, where Mu Ningxiang and Ling Shui were diligently at work. Observing their earnest yet joyful expressions, Yi Han silently resolved to himself. Brother Yi, we are about to strike it rich. Ling Shui exclaimed, her eyes gleaming as she gazed upon the mountain of spirit stones piled on the table. It was the first time she had ever seen such an abundance of spirit stones. Recalling her days as a rogue cultivator, when she had to toil fiercely for even a single stone, she felt a swell of emotions. Indeed, Yi Han replied with a smile, glancing at Mu Ningxiang, who was engrossed in her tasks, choosing not to interrupt her. I have a matter to attend to. You all stay here, he stated. Leaving? Mu Ningxiang looked up in surprise. Is something the matter? Nothing significant, merely a trivial affair. Oh, then do be careful, she replied, unconcerned, for with Yi Han's current status, few dared to challenge him in the entire Tianlan domain. Nodding, Yi Han departed. 10 minutes later, at the gate of Tiandan City, Yi Han stood quietly in place. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air. A figure clad in black approached. It was none other than Xianyuan Yun. Master. Indeed, Yi Han acknowledged with a glance. I would like to request your assistance with a task. Certainly. Xianyuan Yun responded without question, which took Yi Han slightly by surprise. However, he did not inquire further and waved his hand. The runaway sky shuttle materialized before him. Let us go. In a flash, the runaway sky shuttle, a fourth-tier spiritual treasure, demonstrated its remarkable speed. In less than half an hour, Yi Han arrived at the territory of Great Chu. Just as he was about to enter directly, he furrowed his brow upon spotting a figure in the distance. Brother Zhao? Indeed, it was Zhao Chong, but he appeared quite disheveled, covered in blood with numerous wounds marring his body, some so deep they revealed bone. Beside him, several men clad in the garb of the Blood Spirit Sect were assaulting him fiercely, led by a middle-aged man in yellow attire. Humph, Zhao Chong, you might as well surrender. For daring to betray the Blood Spirit Sect, you are only destined for death, the yellow-clad man declared coldly, his eyes brimming with disdain. Cease your insolence. Li Jiao, do not presume I am unaware of your machinations, Zhao Chong exclaimed with fury. Ha ha, and what of it? Zhao Chong, I have long warned you that engaging with me will lead to dire consequences. Blame your own foolishness. The man in the yellow attire laughed maniacally, then gestured with a sweeping motion. Dispose of him. With that command, the individuals behind him surged forward to attack. Their prowess was formidable, and Zhao Chong, already grievously injured, stood no chance against them. In less than 3 moves, he was struck squarely in the chest by one assailant, sending him hurtling through the air, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. Simultaneously, the onslaught from the others commenced. As he beheld the ferocity of their attacks, despair enveloped Zhao Chong. Is this the end? Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. In the blink of an eye, a tall figure materialized before him. Brother Zhao, it has been a while. Yi Han greeted with a calm demeanor. You, Yi Han. Zhao Chong was taken aback, astounded by his unexpected arrival. Be careful. He suddenly recalled something and shouted urgently. Yet, in the next instant, he was left speechless. Yi Han waved his hand, and a brilliant blue flame erupted forth. The flame spread, transforming into a radiant blue lotus, causing the temperature in the atmosphere to rise dramatically. With a flick of his right finger, the blue lotus shot towards the disciples of the Blood Spirit Sect with astonishing speed. They were caught off guard and were incinerated to ashes before they could react. What? Zhao Chong was filled with terror. He had always known of Yi Han's prowess in alchemy, but had not anticipated his combat strength to be so formidable. That blue lotus, in particular, instilled a fear in him. He felt that even he would be reduced to cinders in an instant. In stark contrast, the expression of the man in yellow turned grim. Who exactly are you, and why do you meddle in the affairs of the Blood Spirit Sect? The Blood Spirit Sect? Yi Han scoffed, then, in a blur, appeared right before the yellow-clad man. Is your sect truly so powerful? Boom. With a single punch, the unfortunate yellow-clad man was sent flying, crashing through several trees before finally coming to a halt, blood erupting from his mouth like a fountain. Too weak, Yihan remarked, shaking his head. Although this man had reached the foundation establishment stage, Yihan had attained the pinnacle of the 6th layer of foundation establishment, practicing the celestial star technique and wielding Earth-grade spiritual fire. The man in yellow seethed with rage, yet he understood that he was no match for Yihan. To act recklessly would lead to his demise. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang to his feet and darted away into the distance. Do not let him escape, or it will be over, Zhao Chang shouted in desperation. Escape? Is that even an option? Yihan's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he waved his hand once more, the azure flames transforming into a piercing arrow that shot forth with great velocity. Bang! With a resounding explosion, the figure clad in yellow was obliterated, scattering flesh and blood across the ground. Exhaling softly, Yihan felt a myriad of emotions surge within him. The foundational cultivators, who once loomed large in his eyes, could now be effortlessly eradicated. He then approached Zhao Chang, producing several healing elixirs which he offered, inquiring, "How are you faring? Still alive?" Zhao Chang shook his head, accepting the elixirs and swallowing them whole. Soon, his complexion brightened considerably. "Brother Zhao, I apologize. If it weren't for me," Zhao Chang interrupted him, "there's no need for such words between brothers. Moreover, this isn't your fault. Li Jiao has harbored ill will towards me for some time. Even without you, he would have eventually made his move. What do you plan to do next?" Yihan asked. Zhao Chang's expression darkened. He was merely a second-tier foundational cultivator, relatively unremarkable in Dechu. However, returning to Dechu was now impossible, and venturing elsewhere seemed daunting. "Perhaps you could accompany me," Yihan suggested. "Really?" Zhao Chang's eyes lit up. "Of course, we are brothers. This is nothing significant," Yihan reassured. Hearing this, Zhao Chang felt deeply moved. He recognized that their past interactions had been purely transactional, but now, "Thank you," Zhao Chang nodded earnestly. Chapter 85. The Terrifying Xian Yuan Yun. Now let's not dwell on that. I have matters to attend to in Dechu. Would you like to accompany me? Yihan asked with a smile. To Dechu? Zhao Chang was momentarily taken aback. The Blood Spirit Sect had completely seized control of Dechu, allying with several other formidable factions, with rumors circulating that even the Huangquan Pavilion had been drawn into their fold. Venturing to Dechu now would likely be perilous. Not a problem. Yihan waved his hand dismissively, casting a glance at Xian Yuan Yun, who stood not far away. Is it him? Zhao Chang recognized him instantly and whispered, Brother Yi, how do you know him? Due to certain matters. I promise to explain when the time is right. For now, let us depart. Fine. Today I shall risk my life alongside you. Damn the Blood Spirit Sect. After all these years of fighting for them, they dare to hunt me down. Such indignation cannot be tolerated. Zhao Chang exclaimed furiously. Indeed, let us unleash our fury together today, Yihan agreed. And with a swift motion, they soared towards Dechu. Dechu, the imperial city. As a stronghold of the Dechu royal family, the atmosphere was typically vibrant. Yet today, a heavy aura of impending violence pervaded the city. Above the palace, thousands of figures hovered in the air, with Wanxiang at the forefront, flanked by an elderly man shrouded in black cloth. Below them, a middle-aged man adorned with a crown wore a furious expression. This man was none other than the emperor of Dechu, Chu Jianghe. Wanxiang, does your blood spirit sect intend to breach the original agreement? Chu Jianghe demanded angrily. Ha ha ha, Chu Jianghe, you truly are naive. Had it not been for the person backing you, our blood spirit sect would have long since reduced the entire imperial city to ruins. With Elder Gui present today, do you truly believe I would fear you? Wanxiang erupted into maniacal laughter, his eyes glinting with coldness. The intensity of his gaze intensified further upon seeing Chu Yu. Chu Jianghe's expression darkened considerably. He could sense the formidable strength of the so-called Elder Gui. Chu Jianghe, you should blame your royal family for their lack of discernment. How dare you conspire with the remnants of the Tianyuan sect against my blood spirit sect? However, I am a magnanimous person. If you surrender Chu Yu and Chu Yu, I may spare your life. What say you? Upon hearing this, Chu Yu's complexion turned ashen. Beside her stood a woman who bore a striking resemblance to her elder sister. The Grand Princess of the Great Chu, Chu Yu, ranked second on the Great Chu beauty list. She glanced at her sister, then at the distance where Chu Jianghe stood. A flicker of resolve crossing her eyes. Sister, you are a princess. The onlookers, including Chu Jianghe, Chu Yu, and other members of the Great Chu royal family, gasped in astonishment at the sight. Yet, Chu Yu remained silent, her gaze fixed on Wanxiang. Wanxiang, if you spare my family, I will accompany you and submit to your will, she said, her voice tinged with melancholy and resignation. Ah, I wondered who it was. Is that not the illustrious Princess Yu, second on the Great Chu beauty list? Wang Yan sneered, his eyes greedily assessing her figure, revealing no attempt to conceal his avarice. Hearing his words, Chu Yu's face paled even further, yet she understood this was her only option. In that case, our Chu clan will depart from the Great Chu. We will pose no threat to you. Nay, nay, nay. Wang Yan interrupted her mid-sentence. It seems you still do not grasp the situation. The Blood Spirit Sect has set its sights on the Great Chu, and you shall all be mere trophies in my possession. Why should I concede to your demands? None of you shall escape today, but fret not, for your filial piety shall be rewarded. I shall take good care of you tonight, and you and your sister will witness my prowess. Ha ha ha. Wang Yan laughed maniacally. With a grand gesture, he commanded, seize them alive. Yes, in an instant, the powerful members of the Blood Spirit Sect surged toward the Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, Wang Yan respectfully turned to the elder clad in black beside him. Elder Gui, I am grateful for your assistance this time. Humph. The elder in black scoffed. I do not involve myself in the matters of the Great Chu. However, do not forget our prior agreement. Should any issues arise, it will not just be you at stake. The entire Blood Spirit Sect shall face utter destruction. Do you comprehend? At that moment, Wang Yan trembled slightly and nodded earnestly. Of course. Now, let us conclude. After speaking, Wang Yan's figure moved swiftly, charging directly towards the two sisters. Chu Yu and Chu Yu. The force of his punch was undeniable. As the foremost youth of the Great Chu, his strength was formidable. In an instant, Chu Yu was unable to withstand the onslaught and was sent flying. Sister, Chu Yu cried out in desperation. Do not worry, you shall not escape either, Wang Yan sneered, pivoting his body to rush towards Chu Yu. Poor Chu Yu, merely at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, had yet to complete her foundation establishment, rendering her utterly powerless against him. Faced with Wang Yan's overwhelming presence, she was paralyzed with fear. Wang Yan, how dare you? Chu Yu roared, dragging her weary body forward recklessly. Just because of you? Wang Yan dismissed her with a glance, then extended his hand, immobilizing Chu Yu mid-air. He then turned his attention to Chu Yu. The world speaks highly of the Chu clan's twin prodigies. Today, I shall relish the experience. Just as he was about to finish his taunt, a sudden, thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, unleashing a terrifying aura. In that moment, Wang Yan felt as though he had been struck by a mountain, his body being forced backward. The unexpected turn of events left all present in shock. Even the elderly figure in black furrowed his brow. He swiftly advanced to stand before Wang Yan, gazing upward. Who dares to intrude? Show yourself. With his words, a blinding black light erupted from his eyes, shooting towards the heavens, causing the very fabric of the world to tremble violently. Is that all you have? Not nearly enough. A majestic voice resonated, and soon an ancient broken sword materialized before the crowd. With a crack, the sword shone forth, shattering the black light in its path. In less than a second, all the black light dissipated, and the overwhelming force sent the elder in black reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. Chapter 86. Shall we annihilate them all? What? As this scene unfolded, gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the crowd. Particularly, Chu Zhonghe felt the weight of the black-clad elder's power. To be blunt, even at his utmost, he could never be a match for him. Who on earth is this? Finally, under the watchful eyes of all, three figures slowly approached. They were Yi Han, Zhao Chong, and Xian Yuanyuan. Zhao Chong and Yi Han wore astonished expressions, their gazes fixated on Xian Yuanyuan, for it was he who had unleashed the earlier attack. Impressive, Yi Han thought to himself, acknowledging the prowess of one who could claim invincibility below the god transformation realm. Is it you? Wang Yan's eyes glinted with cold, murderous intent upon seeing Yi Han. This was not their first encounter. Yet, Yi Han disregarded him entirely, turning his attention to Chu Yu. Are you all right? Chu Yu trembled all over, casting an incredulous glance at Yi Han. She never anticipated that Yi Han would appear at this moment, and even more so, come to her aid. It was Chu Yu, standing beside her, who reacted first, respectfully bowing to Yi Han. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. Is she indeed Chu Yu? Yi Han mused inwardly. Having heard of the dual prodigies of the Chu family, particularly Chu Yu, who ranked second on the Great Chu's list of beauties, witnessing her in person today was indeed a breathtaking experience. Not at all. Yi Han waved his hand dismissively, then turned his gaze towards Wang Yan. Wang Yan, in a fit of rage, bellowed at the top of his lungs as he charged directly at Yi Han. Clang! The sound of a sword echoed sharply. To the side, Xian Yuanyuan lightly waved his right hand, and a resplendent sword light tore through the sky. In an instant, Wang Yan was sent hurtling backward. His legs severed in an instant, crimson blood splattering the ground, staining it a deep red. The excruciating pain elicited a pained scream from him, while the elderly figure in black beside him wore an increasingly grim expression. Who exactly are you? I am an elder of the Yellow Springs Pavilion. Do you not fear the consequences of meddling in our affairs? Consequences? Xian Yuanyun shot him a cold glance, then pressed his hand down. Boom. With a thunderous sound. The elder in black was forcefully pressed into the ground. Is the Yellow Springs Pavilion truly powerful? Xian Yuanyun remarked nonchalantly. The elder's countenance darkened with rage. However, Xian Yuanyun paid him no mind and turned his attention back to Yihan. Should we eliminate them all? Yihan's expression grew solemn. To be frank, he had only intended to repay a favor to Mu Ningxiang this time and had no desire to become enemies with the Yellow Springs Pavilion. Yet now, he hesitated, casting a glance at the members of the great Chu royal family. Ultimately, he nodded. Eliminate them all, leave not a single one. Excellent. Xian Yuanyun nodded in appreciation, then grasped the broken sword that materialized in his hand. Buzz. The sword's aura surged, enveloping the entire palace. In an instant, the disciples of the Blood Spirit Sect vanished one after another like ephemeral snowflakes, dissipating into white light amidst the heavens. Even Wang Yin could not escape his fate. No. You dare to kill me? The Yellow Springs Pavilion will not let you off. The elder in black cried out in despair as he reluctantly faded away. Hiss. The onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. So powerful. Truly formidable. Even Yihan felt a profound shock within. Is this the essence of a true powerhouse? After accomplishing all this, Xian Yuanyun stood quietly behind Yihan, as if he had just dispatched not men, but mere chicks. I am truly grateful for your assistance. Yihan expressed his appreciation sincerely. Not at all. This was our agreement, Xian Yuanyun replied, shaking his head. An agreement? Yihan sighed softly, choosing not to elaborate further, and then approached Chu Yu. Although Wang Yin has perished, the Blood Spirit Sect will undoubtedly not let this matter rest. And there are still the esteemed members of the Yellow Springs Pavilion to consider. Suddenly, Chu Yu spoke up. This matter was instigated by us, and it will not implicate you in any way, esteemed one. Though the Yellow Springs Pavilion is formidable, locating us amidst the vast expanse of the continent will prove to be no simple task. Oh, Yihan responded with surprise, casting a glance in her direction. He understood Chu Yu's implication. It had been rumored that a powerful figure stood behind the Dechu royal family, and it appeared the rumors held truth. No thanks are necessary for such great kindness. Should there be anything we can assist you with in the future, do not hesitate to call upon us. We will endeavor to alleviate your concerns to the best of our abilities, Chu Jianghe added. There is no need for that. Since you have a destination, I need not worry any longer. I hope we have the opportunity to meet again in the future, Yihan replied with a gentle smile. That would be ideal. After all, he was currently alone, and protecting the members of the Tianyuan sect was somewhat burdensome. Adding the Dechu royal family into the mix would be. Chu Jianghe nodded, his gaze drifting behind him as he sighed in resignation. The others shared similar sentiments. After living in Dechu for so many years, the prospect of suddenly leaving evoked a poignant sense of loss. The members of the royal family began to pack their belongings. Meanwhile, Chu Yu approached Yihan. Thank you. It was nothing. You previously aided Ning Shuang, so it is only natural for me to offer assistance in return. Ning Shuang is doing well. She is currently in Tianan City, and if the opportunity arises, you may see each other again. Chu Yu nodded, relieved to hear her friend was safe. The two conversed for a while longer. Once Chu Jianghe and the others finished packing, they slowly departed, sighing softly as he watched their retreating figures. Yihan reflected on the harsh realities of the cultivation world, where the weak are devoured by the strong. Without strength, even survival becomes a luxury. I must take my leave as well. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. You have 2 opportunities remaining, Xian Yuanyun stated. 2 opportunities? Yihan nodded. While there is a certain comfort in relying on the strength of others, he understood that this was merely a temporary measure. True power lies in one's own strength. After bidding farewell to Xian Yuanyun, Yihan returned to Tiandan City with Zhao Chong. In his chamber, Yihan briefly relayed the situation to Mu Ning Shuang, causing her considerable distress. Observing Yihan's calm demeanor, adorned with a smile, she gently threw herself into his embrace. Thank you. She was not foolish. She understood that Yihan had taken such great risks for her sake. Oh, silly girl, why speak of such things? Yihan shook his head. Mu Ning Shuang sighed softly. I hope such incidents do not occur again in the future, regardless of the circumstances. Your safety is paramount. I do not wish for you to suffer because of me. Very well, Yihan reassured her, patting her shoulder. Yet, internally, he sighed in resignation. Chapter 87, Recruitment. Time flew by, and before they knew it, a month had passed. In this past month, Yihan's life has been exceedingly fulfilling. With the opening of his shop and the collaboration with the Tianming sect, his responsibilities in alchemy have intensified. Fortunately, his experience in crafting elixirs has deepened significantly, making the production of third-tier pills a leisurely endeavor. One morning, Yihan slowly rose from his bed. Beside him, Mu Ningxuang, Ling Shui, and Li Mainyang remained soundly asleep. Observing the three of them filled Yihan's heart with warmth. This must be the essence of home. At that moment, a familiar interface appeared before his eyes, bringing a smile to his face. Ever since he assisted the royal family of Dechu, Mu Ningxuang's affection for him had been on the rise. And after a month, it finally reached 100 today. To his surprise, the bonus had also increased slightly, reaching 6. Excellent. Yihan nodded in satisfaction. With a 6-fold enhancement, his alchemical speed would undoubtedly accelerate. It had been a month. It was time for him to venture out. Yihan murmured to himself, then dressed and stepped outside. Master Yi. Upon exiting his room, the guards of the Xingyun Pavilion greeted him with utmost respect. Since the elder from the Xingyun sect visited last time, their deference towards Yihan had only grown, especially as he occasionally gifted them some elixirs, enhancing their rapport. Thank you for your hard work, Yihan replied with a smile. Master Yi, Master Yi. At that moment, a familiar voice broke through, and Zhang Tian hurried towards him. Visibly anxious. Brother Zhang, Yihan exclaimed in surprise. This was the first time he had seen Zhang Tian in a month. Master Yi, Zhang Tian called out again, rushing to stand before him. What has happened, Brother Zhang? I haven't seen you around lately. Ah, it's all because of the Huangquan Pavilion. Huangquan Pavilion. Yihan's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing those words. While he trusted that Chu Jianghe and the others would not betray him, it seemed the Huangquan Pavilion had been relentlessly causing trouble for them, having clashed with the Xingyun sect several times. Though both the Xingyun sect and Huangquan Pavilion are dominant forces in the Tianlan domain, for various reasons, the latter is actually more formidable. Zhang Tian explained with a sense of helplessness. Master Yi, I have come to request your assistance. Assistance? Yihan looked at him in astonishment. Yes, in this recent conflict. Many of my fellow disciples have sustained injuries. Although our sect possesses numerous elixirs, acquiring them requires exorbitantly precious contribution points. Therefore, I would like to ask if you could help me craft a batch of elixirs. Would that be possible? Oh, Yihan was slightly taken aback. Seeking his help for elixirs? Logically, as one of the two major dominant sects, the Xingyun sect should have many alchemists at their disposal. Yet, they were now turning to him for assistance. It seemed that the so-called contribution points were indeed highly valuable. Rest assured, Master Yi, as for the pricing, we will ensure that you do not suffer any loss, Zhang Tian quickly assured him. That is not an issue. Yihan waved his hand, regardless of anything else. Given that Zhang Tian had previously lent him a helping hand, it was only right to return the favor. Moreover, this presented an opportunity to garner the goodwill of many disciples from the Xingyun sect. How could one possibly pass up such a venture? So, Master, do you agree? Zhang Tian exclaimed with excitement. I wonder what kind of elixir you require? During the recent battle with the Huangquan Pavilion, many disciples were severely afflicted by their toxic techniques, so we are in need of detoxifying pills. Detoxifying pills. Yihan nodded, recalling how Ling Shui had been injured by a villain, and Lin Hao had risked everything to venture into the Beast Mountain range in search of a detoxifying pill. No problem. Then I am deeply grateful, Master Yi. Your immense kindness will not be forgotten by us brothers. If there are any future requests, please do not hesitate to ask, and we will do our utmost. Brother Zhang, you need not be so formal between us. Give me 3 days. After that, I shall personally deliver the detoxifying pills, Yihan replied confidently. Thank you very much. It is no trouble at all. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some matters to attend to, Yihan said before departing. As Zhang Tian watched him leave, his face was filled with excitement. As he continued on his path, he soon arrived at the shop. Yi Xiaoge. A deep voice resonated, belonging to Zhao Chong. Since Yihan's last visit, he had arranged for Zhao to be stationed there. Brother Zhao. Yihan smiled slightly as he approached. How are you adjusting? Quite well. I truly appreciate your assistance, Zhao Chong nodded in response. Although he had appeared to be in a favorable position at the Blood Spirit sect, he had lived in constant fear of being eliminated by rivals. Now, however, he no longer had such worries, and the compensation Yihan provided far exceeded what he had received before, leaving him exceedingly satisfied with his current life. I'm glad to hear that. Yihan patted his shoulder and continued. Oh, by the way, I'm here because I need your help with something. Oh. Zhao Chong looked at him with surprise. He was not foolish. He understood that Yihan had numerous capable individuals around him, and seeking his assistance indicated trust. Such an opportunity should be seized. Here's the thing. I have been contemplating for some time, and I intend to bolster our strength. This way, we won't have to worry if any issues arise in the future. That is indeed necessary, Zhao Chong agreed. Although Yihan had the support of the Tianyuan sect, it was still a minor force within the vast expanse of Dechu. Its strongest members were merely at the Golden Core stage, and there were only a few of them, most of whom were injured. Though there remained Xianyuan Yun. He could discern that the relationship between Xianyuan Yun and Yihan was rather complex. What do you mean? I plan to recruit a group of individuals. And as for the selection and remuneration, I leave that to you. I only require one thing. They must genuinely wish to join and commit wholeheartedly. Rest assured, Brother Yi. I'll handle this matter with utmost care and ensure its successful completion. With Brother Zhao in charge, I naturally feel at ease. I shall await your good news. Very well. After exchanging a few more words, Yi Han took his leave. He then strolled through the bustling streets of Tiandan City. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as a familiar figure emerged in the distance. Chapter 88. A reunion with Qing Ling. Is it really her? Yi Han marveled at the sight before him. The figure was a woman seemingly in her late 20s, clad in sharp attire that exuded an air of competence. Her slightly pallid complexion hinted at a haunting beauty. It was none other than Qing Ling, whom Yi Han had encountered previously, when he had sent Lu Yu and Lu Yi away from the Wuzhizong. He had met Wanxiang. To ensure his safety upon his return, he had hired Qing Ling, and thus had made it back unscathed. It was unexpected to see her here today, though her complexion appeared even more ashen than before. Moreover, Yi Han sensed an aura of decay surrounding her. Indeed, it was the presence of death. Though faint, it was palpable. Sighing softly at her desolate silhouette, Yi Han approached her directly. It has been a while. He greeted with a smile. Is it really you? At the sight of Yi Han, Qing Ling's expression reflected her astonishment. She certainly remembered him. However, she was taken aback by their unexpected meeting. What brings you here? She inquired, her voice laced with curiosity. A series of events transpired. And I have since left the Great Chu, now residing in Tiandan City. Residing? The mere mention of this left Qing Ling taken aback. She was well aware of the implications of living in Tiandan City. One needed a residence to secure the necessary permits. And the properties here were exorbitantly priced, something that had always been beyond her reach. Congratulations, she managed to say, though her expression darkened suddenly. What has happened? Yi Han asked. Concern etched on his face. It's nothing, Qing Ling replied, shaking her head as if reluctant to elaborate. Yi Han furrowed his brow slightly before continuing. Are you still in the Great Shang? The mention of the Great Shang clouded Qing Ling's demeanor even further. I have left, she responded. Left? Yi Han regarded her with confusion, fully aware of her circumstances. After failing to advance to the Wanxiang stage and sustaining injuries from the Dao, she required medicinal assistance monthly. Otherwise, her condition would worsen, putting her in grave danger. Well then, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave, Qing Ling said, turning to walk away. Yi Han did not stop her. Although he was unaware of the tribulations she had faced, they were merely strangers crossing paths, if she did not wish to share. He felt it inappropriate to pry. Afterward, Yi Han wandered the streets a bit longer, purchasing some spiritual herbs before returning home. The days that followed were uneventful. Yi Han had returned to his previous life, immersed in alchemy and enjoying his weekends, unaware that 5 days had slipped by. Brother Yi, Brother Yi. An excited figure burst through the door. Zhao Chong, his face beaming with joy, rushed over. What is the matter, Brother Zhao? You seem particularly elated. Yi Han inquired with a smile. Ahem, remember you asked me to find someone? I've nearly completed the task. All that's left is for you to give your approval, Zhao Chong replied. Oh, so soon? Yi Han was taken aback, surprised by Zhao Chong's remarkable efficiency. I've arranged for them to wait at the shop's entrance. Would you like to go see them now? All right, Yi Han nodded, thinking it would be fine to take a trip since he had no pressing matters to attend to. They made their way to the shop. Upon entering the living room, they were greeted by several figures. Yi Han was astonished to see a familiar face, Qing Ling. However, compared to a few days ago, her complexion appeared even more pallid. Brother Yi, do you know her? Zhao Chong asked, puzzled. Yes, Yi Han confirmed without hesitation. Alas, she is indeed a pitiable soul, Zhao Chong sighed. Pitiable? Yi Han inquired. Intrigued. Indeed. I've heard she previously attempted to break through to the Wanxiang stage, but suffered injuries from the Dao. Although she managed to survive, her wounds have persisted. She was once employed by the Xingyue Pavilion but caught the eye of its young master, who attempted to force himself upon her. Unexpectedly, she fought back and killed him, leading to her being hunted by the Xingyue Pavilion. Is that so? Yi Han murmured to himself, realizing that Qing Ling's departure from the Grand Market stemmed from such dire circumstances. Brother Yi, while the Xingyue Pavilion may not rival the likes of the Wangyue Guild, it is still formidable. They have declared that anyone who shelters her will be at odds with the entire Xingyue Pavilion, Zhao Chong warned. That is of no concern. Yi Han waved his hand dismissively. The Xingyue Pavilion was indeed impressive, yet he felt no fear. He strode confidently toward her. At the same moment, Qing Ling noticed him, her eyes widening in surprise. Everyone, Zhao Chong called out loudly, drawing the attention of all present. This is the leader of my Qingyun Pavilion, and he has gathered you all here on my behalf. The Qingyun Pavilion was the name of Yi Han's shop, chosen because of his fondness for a web novel from his past where a sect named Qingyun was featured. You are Master Yi? A young man exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. Master Yi, The others looked momentarily stunned. Old Nyo, who is this Master Yi? A man clad in simple robes asked, confused. Don't you all recognize Master Yi? He is the champion of this year's Alchemist Conference. Even Han Xiener from the Yaowang Valley was defeated by him. And Master Ma personally invited him to join the Alchemist Guild. What? A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The implications of being the champion of the Alchemist Conference were profound. It is no exaggeration to assert that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, one is destined to become a prominent figure at the pinnacle of the alchemical realm in the Tianlan domain. Such an individual is none other than the champion of the Alchemist Conference. Qing Ling was equally astonished. She had not anticipated that the person who had initially relied solely on their own efforts to return to the Great Chu would now be in such a position. Clearing his throat, Yi Han gently interjected, that was merely a stroke of good fortune. He was not surprised to be recognized. Considering the multitude of spectators at the previous Alchemist Conference, his presence among them was entirely expected. Good fortune? The crowd fell silent. The Alchemist Conference was a gathering of formidable talents. If one could attain victory solely through luck, then, nevertheless, their respect for Yi Han only deepened. Now, I shall refrain from further elaboration. The purpose of this gathering is to recruit some capable individuals to maintain order in the shops. Rest assured, Master Yi. It would be our honor to serve you, a young man exclaimed with enthusiasm. I appreciate your willingness. However, as the shops have just commenced operations, I intend to hire only 8 individuals. But fret not, the compensation will surely meet your expectations. The mention of 8 positions caused a slight change in the expressions of the crowd. With at least 20 to 30 individuals present, only 8 were being sought? Yi Han had contemplated this decision for quite some time. Building a faction was not an endeavor to be accomplished overnight, and salaries had to be considered. Too many recruits would be beyond his means, thus 8 was the perfect number. Chapter 89. The Emergence of New Adversaries. I wonder how Master Yi intends to make his selections? Inquired the man in the tattered robe. Others turned their gazes toward him in curiosity. You may submit your cultivation level, experiences, achievements, contact information, and even your desired compensation in writing. I will choose based on your submissions, and those selected will be notified. However, even if you are not chosen, we shall bestow upon you a generous gift. Yi Han smiled as he spoke. Although he had never worked in a human resources department in his previous life, he was familiar with such processes. Is that so? The crowd, though somewhat perplexed, nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Zhao Chang distributed scrolls to each person. They did not express much regarding this, promptly jotting down their information. Afterward, they departed under Zhao Chang's farewell. Brother Yi, here are the details they submitted. Zhao Chang handed a pile of scrolls to Yi Han. Yi Han nodded, reviewing them one by one. He had to admit that while these individuals lacked renown, their abilities were commendable. Nearly half had reached the Golden Core stage, while the others, though merely at the Foundation Establishment stage, were at least at the 9th layer, just a step away from Golden Core. These individuals possess considerable strength, and I have previously investigated their character. They are indeed trustworthy, Zhao Chang remarked. Excellent. Yi Han naturally trusted Zhao Chang's capability in handling matters. However, he intended to recruit only 8 individuals. The others would have to wait. As he scrutinized the documents once more, Yi Han suddenly let out a soft exclamation of interest. Only a few pieces of information were inscribed above. Flowing Sorrow, Peak of Foundation Establishment, 9th Layer, 2nd Rank Alchemist, an Alchemist? Yi Han was taken aback, astonished to discover the existence of an alchemist. This individual is somewhat unique, Zhao Chang remarked with a hint of regret. Unique? Indeed. He is a renowned loose cultivator of this region, possessing commendable talent, and he has achieved the status of an alchemist through self-study. Unfortunately, several years ago, due to certain circumstances, he offended a 4th-rank alchemist, resulting in damage to his soul and leaving him with no hope for further advancement. Is that so? Yi Han expressed a touch of regret. To rely solely on one's determination to become a 2nd-rank alchemist is indeed impressive. Who was the 4th-rank alchemist he offended? Do you know the reason? I am not certain of the details. I've merely heard that he initially had a good relationship with that 4th-rank alchemist. But then something happened, and they fell out. Furthermore, that alchemist even declared that anyone who dared to assist him would be considered an enemy, which has led to the current situation. Yi Han furrowed his brow. Logically speaking, the network of connections behind a 4th-rank alchemist is exceedingly formidable. Leaving aside other considerations, effortlessly eliminating a 2nd-rank alchemist poses no challenge whatsoever. Yet, this individual chose not to kill him, but instead allowed him to live while issuing such threats, indicating a desire for this person to remain forever in his shadow. What animosity could there be? Brother Yi, although this individual possesses decent talent, it is not worth offending a 4th-rank alchemist on his behalf, so no. Yi Han shook his head. If this person were merely a cultivator, he would not care. However, He is an alchemist. Despite the damage to his soul and his inability to progress, he currently presents a highly favorable choice for him. He counts as one. Yihan spoke up. Zhao Chang's face was one of astonishment. Brother Yi, no worries. Yihan waved his hand. He was well aware of the power of a 4th-rank alchemist, but he had already attained the status of a 3rd-rank alchemist. Moreover, during this period, he had been engaging in profound discussions about life with Mu Ningxiang and others, continuously enhancing his alchemical experience. He believed that it would not be long before he could advance to a 4th-rank alchemist, thus he felt no concern regarding this threat. Very well. Zhao Chang nodded helplessly. All right, it's nothing to fret over. Yihan smiled gently, setting aside the information on flowing sorrow, and then picked up another sheet. Qingling. This was indeed the information regarding Qingling. The details aligned closely with Yihan's understanding. She was at the 7th layer of the Golden Core realm. However, it also noted that she had enmity with the Star Moon Pavilion. This person seems quite remarkable, Yihan murmured softly. Generally, when writing resumes, one tends to highlight the positive aspects. Yet this individual, Brother Yi, the strength of the Star Moon Pavilion is quite formidable, and it is rumored to have connections with the Yellow Spring Pavilion. Zhao Chang could not help but remind him. The Yellow Spring Pavilion. Yihan's brow furrowed slightly. He was well aware of the power of the Yellow Spring Pavilion. At present, he was far from being able to withstand it. However, last time, due to Chu Yu and the others offending the Huangquan Pavilion, even though it has not yet been exposed, since they have already made enemies, there is no fear in offending them once more. Of course, the primary reason remains Yihan's desire to repay the kindness shown to her when she was escorted previously. Although it was a contractual relationship, Yihan is a person who values gratitude. She can be counted as one of them. Zhao Chang was at a loss for words. To recruit a few guards and end up offending both the Xingyue Pavilion and a 4th-grade alchemist? Yihan did not offer any explanation. She subsequently reviewed the information of several individuals and ultimately selected 8. I will entrust them to you, should any matters arise. Feel free to seek me out. Oh, Zhao Chang nodded, although he did not comprehend Yihan's reasoning. As he was now working for her and she had made her decision, he felt he could only acquiesce. After giving a few more instructions, Yihan departed. A day later, at the Qingyun Pavilion, 8 figures sat in the parlor. They were the 8 individuals Yihan had chosen the previous day. Their expressions were filled with astonishment, as they had not anticipated being selected by Yihan. Among them, the most surprised were Qingling and a middle-aged man in his 30s with a full beard, known as Lu Shan. He too wore an expression of disbelief. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed, and 2 figures entered, Yihan and Zhao Chang. Master Yi. Upon seeing Yihan, the 8 stood up hastily. Yihan offered a slight smile before speaking. From this day forth, we shall be colleagues. I hope we can coexist harmoniously and create brilliance together. With that, her gaze fell upon Qingling, who was momentarily stunned. Why, Yi Master? Before she could finish her sentence, Yihan waved her hand. No matter your previous identities, backgrounds, or past events, since you have chosen to join the Qingyun Pavilion, you are now part of us. Therefore, in the future, regardless of what challenges we may face, we shall confront them together. In an instant, Qingling trembled. She understood Yihan's intention, yet she had not anticipated it. In contrast, Lu Shang appeared even more astonished. Though he refrained from speaking, his eyes reflecting gratitude. All right, I shall not elaborate further. I hope we can enjoy a pleasant collaboration moving forward. With that, Yihan exited the room, while Zhao Chang stepped forward to arrange their affairs. As she watched their departing figures, Yihan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Now I have even more enemies. Chapter 90. Zhang Tian is injured. In a room within the Qingyun Pavilion, Mu Ningxiang sat on a stool with a radiant smile, surrounded by thick ledgers. Behind her, Yihan gently massaged her shoulders. You have worked hard during this time, Yihan remarked. It's you who has put in the most effort, Mu Ningxiang replied, shaking her head. She understood well that everything they had achieved was due to Yihan's efforts. Yihan is indeed the one enduring the greatest hardships. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Ling Shui entered. Brother Yi. Xiao Shui, what brings you here? Unlike Mu Ningxiang, Yihan did not permit Ling Shui to involve herself too deeply in the affairs of the shop. For her cultivation was still too feeble, and her primary focus should remain on her training. Someone wishes to see you. Oh. Yihan paused momentarily, glancing at Mu Ningxiang before stepping outside. As he exited the room, he was met with the sight of Qingling, her complexion ashen, standing there. Master Yi. Just call me Yihan. What is it you need? Yihan inquired. Qingling's expression was somewhat complicated. After a moment of contemplation, she bit her lip and said, I have thought long and hard. I have decided to leave. Leave? Yihan looked at her in astonishment. Why? I know you are a good person, but I do not wish to implicate you in the matters concerning Xingyue Pavilion. Oh. Yihan's heart trembled. He and Qingling had only met a handful of times. Yet she was ready to. Where do you plan to go? I do not know. Qingling shook her head, uncertain of her destination. Wandering aimlessly, merely to survive? Yihan gazed at her. I may not fully comprehend what has transpired in your life, but as I said before, since you have joined my Qingyun Pavilion, you are one of us. But there are no buts to consider. Yihan waved his hand, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Under his unwavering stare, Qingling felt a twinge of discomfort. After a prolonged silence, Yihan spoke softly. Are you content with this? Content. Qingling's expression shifted sharply. Am I content? Naturally, I am not. She recalled the fervor with which she once approached life. However, after failing to break through to the nascent soul stage, she found herself in this predicament. Yet, what could her discontent achieve? If you are unwilling to accept this, why not strive for more? Life is rarely a smooth journey. It is the ebbs and flows that lend meaning to our fleeting existence. If one lacks the spirit to fight, how can they honor the life that lies ahead? Stay with us, and together we shall forge a brighter future. A brighter future. Qingling's face registered profound shock. She had not anticipated such words from Yihan. Indeed, since her failure to ascend, she had lost faith in what lay ahead. And now, thank you. Qingling nodded earnestly. Why do you say that? Yihan smiled gently, then assessed her condition. Your injuries. It's nothing, just an old ailment. A bit of rest will suffice. The wounds of the Great Tao. Failing to break through a realm can inflict injuries from the rules of the Great Tao, which are unlike any other wounds. Healing them is immensely difficult. You need not worry. It is said there exists a pill called Tao Healing Pill, capable of mending injuries of the Great Tao. Perhaps in time, your wounds may heal. Tao Healing Pill. Qingling trembled slightly, then shook her head. She had indeed heard of this pill. The elixir in question is merely a 6th grade one, and not to mention, its concoction necessitates a 6th grade alchemist. Even if she were fortunate enough to acquire the rare materials required for this elixir, she is but an ordinary cultivator. So where could she possibly find a 6th grade alchemist to craft it for her? After all, in the entire eastern region, she has only heard of a single individual who possesses such skills. Fear not, for where there is a will, there is a way. The future is an enigma. Yihan reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. With a nod, Qingling departed, sighing softly as he watched her retreating figure. Yihan felt the passage of time slip away unnoticed. 3 days elapsed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Yihan dedicated himself to the art of alchemy within his chamber. It must be said that with the establishment of the Qingyun Pavilion, the processes of crafting and selling elixirs have become significantly more manageable. Previously, he had to procure the spiritual herbs and find a venue to sell them himself. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy radiated throughout the room. The next moment, Yihan opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. It is done. With a grand gesture, he unveiled the alchemical furnace, revealing dozens of verdant elixirs in his hands. Detoxification elixirs. As he gazed at the potions, memories of his first encounter with Ling Shui flooded back. At that time, he was merely a 2nd grade alchemist, and the detoxification elixir seemed an unattainable aspiration. Now, it is time to venture out. Yihan murmured softly as he carefully stored the elixirs and exited his chamber. Upon stepping outside, he immediately spotted Zhang Tian, whose complexion appeared somewhat pallid. Brother Zhang, are you injured? Yihan inquired with concern. Master Yi. Zhang Tian managed a faint smile, though his expression quickly darkened. What has transpired? Sighing, Zhang Tian replied. Master Yi, to be frank, it won't be long before chaos descends upon the Tianlan domain. Chaos. Indeed. The Huangquan Pavilion has intensified its assaults, deploying numerous nascent soul experts. Although we have repelled them, our Xingyun sect has suffered significant losses. I myself was ambushed by a disciple of the Huangquan Pavilion, which led to my current state. Huangquan Pavilion. At the mention of this name, Yihan's brow furrowed in concern. Although he had faced turmoil before, this situation was markedly different from his previous experiences in the Great Chu. Back then, he was indifferent to the outcome, as he was detached from the fray. However, this time, should the Xingyun sect falter, what would become of him? Why would the Huangquan Pavilion attack so brazenly? Yihan questioned. Who can say? Those fiends seem to have gone mad. Our sect is mobilizing many powerful cultivators, and it is likely that a great battle will soon erupt. I too shall return to my sect. Is that so? Yet, there is no need for excessive worry. While the Huangquan Pavilion is formidable, our Xingyun sect is not without its strengths. Furthermore, the conflicts within the Tianlan domain are complex and cannot be resolved swiftly. Indeed. Yihan nodded slightly, then waved his hand, causing hundreds of bottles of elixirs to materialize in his grasp. So many? Zhang Tian exclaimed in astonishment. These are detoxifying pills. I hope they will be of assistance to you. Zhang Tian cast a grateful glance in his direction. A great favor is not to be repaid with mere words. The kindness of the master shall forever remain etched in my heart. Chapter 91. The Assassination. No need for such formalities. It is but a small matter. By the way, I also have a few healing elixirs, Yi Han remarked, producing several more bottles. At present, he possessed an abundance of elixirs. This only deepened Zhang Tian's gratitude. Master Yi, please, we are brothers. Such words are unnecessary. Indeed, we are brothers. There is no need for such formalities. It is I who has been presumptuous. Rest assured, I shall ensure that you do not suffer any loss in terms of price. Not at all. Oh, I never expected to forge a friendship with someone as exceptional as you. It is truly my fortune, Zhang Tian expressed with a sigh of appreciation. To have met Brother Zhang is likewise my good fortune. They exchanged a hearty laugh. Subsequently, Zhang Tian accepted the elixirs, and Yi Han took his leave. As he journeyed onward, Yi Han soon arrived at an inn. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped on the door of a room. The door opened swiftly, revealing a middle-aged man. Master Yi. Li Yi greeted respectfully with a bow. Please, no need for such formality, Yi Han replied with a slight smile, feeling quite pleased with Li Yi. His purpose for visiting was, of course, to deliver the elixirs. Without indulging in idle chatter, he placed the elixirs on the table. Senior, here are the elixirs for this time. Please inspect them. That will not be necessary. Do you think I would doubt Master Yi's credibility? Li Yi waved his hand dismissively and promptly collected the elixirs. He then produced a storage ring. Yi Han did not bother to check and accepted it without hesitation. As this was not their first transaction, and he felt assured. Suddenly, Li Yi let out a heavy sigh. Is there something troubling you, Senior? Yi Han inquired. To speak candidly, Master, our Tianming sect's influence is waning. It may not be long before we can no longer meet. Indeed, Yi Han's expression grew solemn. While it was true that the Tianming sect's strength was somewhat inferior to that of another sect, the disparity was not insurmountable. How could this happen? The Huangquan sect has intervened, Li Yi replied helplessly. The Huangquan sect. That name echoed ominously. How could they? Their power is far too formidable for us to contend with. Our sect leader has perished in battle, and other strong practitioners have sustained severe injuries. I have come to express my apologies, Master. The spiritual stones I owe you may only be repaid in another lifetime, Li Yi said, his eyes filled with despair. The Tianming sect, merely a power within a single nation, stood in stark contrast to the Huangquan sect, a dominant force in the Tianlan domain. Yi Han regarded him with a sense of helplessness. He was not particularly concerned about the spiritual stones, as he currently had no shortage of them. Senior, is there any way I might be of assistance to you? Yi Han asked earnestly. He was unable to prevent the two great battles. Yet protecting a few individuals should pose no insurmountable challenge. We are profoundly grateful for Master Yi's immense kindness, but since the establishment of our Destiny sect, we have never been the sort to cower in fear of death. To obliterate our sect, one must tread over our corpses, Li Yi stated with unwavering resolve. For the sake of our sect, we shall fight to the last man, without falter. Yi Han's expression grew serious. He had not anticipated the Destiny sect would display such fortitude. With a soft sigh, he waved his hand, and a small boat materialized in his grasp. Master Yi, this? Li Yi exclaimed in astonishment. He recognized it immediately as the escape vessel, given to Yi Han by Ling Xian to alleviate the burdens of spirit stones. Please pass this on to Elder Ling, Yi Han instructed, as it was the only thing he could do at this moment. Li Yi gazed at him in shock, then nodded gratefully. Thank you, Master. Do take care of yourselves. I hope we may meet again one day, Yi Han replied. Will there truly be a day of reunion? Li Yi sighed once more. After departing from the inn, Yi Han's expression was grave. The Huangquan Pavilion loomed over him like a mountain. An insurmountable force that left both the Xingyun sect and the Destiny sect powerless. And his own strength. Previously, Yi Han believed that attaining the foundation establishment stage would ensure his safety in Dazhou. Yet, as his power increased, he realized that with greater strength came even stronger adversaries, leaving him increasingly helpless. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. From a distance, a chilling beam shot toward Yi Han, a long arrow glistening with a frosty radiance. The arrow approached with blinding speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. What? Yi Han's expression shifted dramatically. In that moment, he felt his blood turn to ice, as though he were frozen in place, completely immobilized. Suppression. Panic surged within him. This was an absolute force of oppression. It was important to note that he had reached the peak of the 6th layer of foundation establishment, and with the cultivation of the Tianqing decision, he could contend with even the strongest of foundation establishment experts, even against those at the 7th or 8th layer of Golden Core. He should not have faced such terrifying pressure. Yet now he found himself utterly unable to move. This indicated that his opponent possessed at least the strength of a peak Golden Core, if not the formidable power of the nascent Soul Realm. The long arrow accelerated. closing the distance in less than a breath's time, its icy glare enveloping Yihan, freezing him to the core as a deathly aura encircled him. Was this to be the end? Yihan's heart brimmed with unwillingness. He had not yet lived enough. There were still many tasks left undone. To perish like this? No. With a roar of defiance from deep within, a tempestuous energy erupted from his being. In the next moment, the once radiant sky suddenly dimmed. Almost immediately, two colossal stars emerged in the firmament. Boom. The stars plummeted with an unparalleled force. In that moment, Yihan felt the shackles of his body dissolve. Without a trace of hesitation, he waved his hand, summoning a teleportation talisman into his grasp. With a hum, accompanied by a ripple in space, Yihan's figure vanished from the spot. Just as he departed, a terrifying explosion erupted from his original location. Within 1,000 meters, everything was reduced to ruins. At that moment, a soft gasp resounded. On a mountain peak several thousand meters away, a man wielding a longbow looked on in astonishment. A mere Foundation establishment cultivator could evade my arrow? He then wasted no time, drawing back his bow once more. However, just as he was about to release his second arrow, his brow furrowed, and his gaze shifted to the sky. A radiant arc cut through the heavens. Humph. Consider yourself fortunate this time. The man scoffed, and with a flicker, he vanished from sight.